The orphan on the Sky Island has unexpectedly seized Enel's Rumble-Rumble fruit. Let me tell you about this traveler named Yake, who is nothing short of a chosen one. A white-collar worker from Blue Star, he was transported into another world, becoming an orphan in the Sky Island of Baika. Due to his lack of small wings, he was ostracized and left to fend for himself in the forest. But guess what happened next? Deep within the woods, he stumbled upon a fruit that shimmered with electric light indeed. It was the very Rumble-Rumble fruit that Enel possessed, capable of summoning thunder. Is this a devil fruit? Yake gazed at the blue, lightning-patterned fruit in his hand, his eyes brimming with excitement. Having chased after the Pirate King, he was well aware of the terror this fruit held. Alone in this world, I have encountered this fruit. It is the fruit that has chosen me. Ha ha ha, without a second thought. He took a hefty bite. His expression was one of utter disgust, as if he had swallowed a bitter herb. The taste of the devil fruit was indeed notorious, foul and acrid, with a hint of rot. Yet in the next moment, sparks crackled throughout his body, and blue lightning swirled around him, enveloping him in a warm embrace akin to a hot spring. Yake raised his hand and exclaimed, "Release the electricity!" With a thunderous crash, a nearby tree was cleaved in two, collapsing with a resounding thud. An 80-year-old child, wielding such catastrophic power with a mere flick of his wrist? This was nothing short of divine. The following day, he soared out of the forest, only to encounter Enel, who was obliviously walking, and little did Enel know that his fortune had been snatched away. Standing at the edge of the clouds, Yake spread his arms and leapt into the abyss. As he plummeted through the air, his lower body transformed into pure lightning, allowing him to soar above the sea. However, a predicament arose. His stamina was waning, and below him lay an endless expanse of ocean. As a devil fruit user, falling would spell his demise. Just when he was on the verge of collapse, he finally spotted the silhouette of a ship. Yake summoned his last vestiges of strength and rushed toward it. In the waters surrounding Nine Snake Island, can you guess whose ship he collided with? Was it that of the Empress Boa Hancock, captured by the warrior women of Amazon Lily? What fate awaits this young boy who possesses the Rumble-Rumble fruit? Having just returned the three sisters of Boa Hancock to Nine Snake Island, Rayleigh and Shaki were on their way back to Sabaody archipelago. Rayleigh was engrossed in reading a newspaper when suddenly his observation hockey blared a warning. He dropped the paper and dashed to the stern of the ship, only to see a small boy plummeting from the sky without a moment's hesitation. He leapt out to catch him, and they both plunged into the sea with a splash. "Rayleigh, who is this?" Shaki inquired, observing the unconscious child in his arms, who appeared emaciated, his face pale as paper. "Fallen from the sky. It seems he is a devil fruit user," Rayleigh replied as he handed the child over, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. This child's aura of electricity was indeed extraordinary. A decade hence, within the confines of a knock bamboo bar on the Sabaody archipelago, an 18-year-old youth toyed with the lightning crackling in his grasp, the vibrant blue sparks dancing playfully at his fingertips. "Mother, what thrilling escapades await us today?" Yake was no longer the diminutive child of yore, standing at an impressive height of 2.15 meters. His physique was a testament to strength. Remarkably, he had harnessed the powers of the Rumble-Rumble fruit to an extraordinary degree and had mastered the three forms of hockey, even awakening the Conqueror's hockey. Shachi retrieved several eternal pointers from her drawer. "So, young Yake yearns to set sail?" "Absolutely. I intend to assemble my own pirate crew and create a stir that the entire world will remember." Yake grinned widely, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a cascade of electric particles, vanishing from sight. Shachi gazed at the now empty bar counter, her hand trembling as she lit a cigarette. As child, she vividly recalled the moment he awakened his Conqueror's hockey at the auction. Housed at the tender age of 12, he had been deceived by Rayleigh into becoming merchandise, standing on stage with an explosive collar around his neck. The fervor in his eyes had been so intense that it could have set ablaze the very roof, stunning the entire island into silence. Now, Yake found himself at the population auction of Island Number 1. The words "female of the fur tribe" on the promotional flyer were a painful affront to the eyes. Disguised as a guest seated in the audience, he swept his observation hockey across the venue. A tumultuous wave stirring within his gut. This darkness was more repugnant than he had ever imagined. Today was not a day for idle wandering. Yake clenched his fists, tiny sparks of electricity erupting from his fingertips. Where there were no celestial dragons, how could such vile transactions exist? His foremost objective was to dismantle this wretched establishment. Yet suddenly, the sound of a gavel echoed from the auction stage. A girl from the fur tribe, bound in iron chains, had been claimed by a celestial dragon. Yake sprang to his feet, the air around him crackling ominously. Would he act directly? With his current strength, could he possibly contend with the CP agents flanking the Celestial Dragon? More importantly, how would Rayleigh and Shachi react to his reckless endeavor? Casting a cursory glance at the day's auction items, most were slaves, lacking anything of interest to Yake, the final act undoubtedly being the girl from the fur tribe. He closed his eyes, resting in anticipation of the day's pivotal figures. Welcome the esteemed world noble Charlos, saint to our auction venue. The host's obsequious tone sent shivers down one's spine. With a glass dome atop his head and snot streaming from his nose, Charlos swaggered in atop a human slave, flanked by bodyguards as he settled into the VIP section, exuding an air of arrogance. Let us commence quickly. I desire that girl as my slave. Shalulia will be utterly envious. No matter how many times I witness it, the filth of the Celestial Dragon still evokes an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Yake thought with a cold smirk, his fingers already sparking with electricity. This detritus was a vital component of his grand design that on the auction stage, a girl from the fur tribe trembled, shackled by iron chains. An old man shouted a bid of 10 million, even declaring his intention to turn her into a specimen. Without hesitation, Charles drew his gun and shot the old man, taking several innocent nobles down with him. The scene devolved into chaos, yet Charles, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, 20 million berries, this girl is mine. Ha! Scum like the Celestial Dragons should not exist in this world. Universal attraction. As Yak's words fell, Charles was suddenly seized by an invisible force, screaming as he was pulled before Yak. Yak gripped his neck, shattering the glass enclosure, lifting him high. Call the Navy, or this trash is as good as dead. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku received the call and cursed vehemently. Damn it. Such audacity. Kizaru, head to Sabaody immediately. We must protect the Celestial Dragons. Leisurely, Kizaru strolled in, his tone laced with sarcasm. How audacious to dare attack a Celestial Dragon. Are the newcomers truly this formidable now? After Sengoku roared at him, he promptly transformed into light and vanished. On Sabaody, Island number 1. Everyone had fled, leaving only the fearless reporters behind. Yak used his conqueror's hockey to incapacitate everyone, except for the girl from the fur tribe, from whom he removed the collar. Go to Island number 13 and find Shaki. Tell her Yak sent you. Now hurry. He carried the unconscious Charles out of the auction house, the sounds of camera shutters echoing around him. Instead of hiding, Yak deliberately grinned at the cameras. This was the effect he desired. Terrifying, isn't it, young man? Aren't you afraid of the world government's pursuit? In a flash of golden light, Kizaru appeared, his sunglasses reflecting the light as he smirked. Yak produced a slave collar and snapped it onto Charles' neck, shaking the controller in his hand. Admiral Kizaru, just what I wanted. Let's have a fight, or this Celestial Dragon slave will perish. On one side stood the Navy's supreme combat power, the light fruit user on the other, a formidable character who wielded the thunder fruit and had been trained by Rayleigh for a decade. Was Yak truly throwing himself against a rock with an egg, or did he possess confidence in his ability to defeat Kizaru? Even more audaciously, he dared to use a Celestial Dragon as a hostage. Was he attempting to draw the wrath of the entire world upon himself? Murdering not just the body but the spirit, the esteemed world nobility had been reduced to slavery. Yes, oh young, truly terrifying. Yet today you shall meet your end, Kizaru remarked, watching as Yak carelessly tossed the Celestial Dragon aside like refuse, his last glimmer of hope. Extinguished, this young man had no intention of showing mercy. Yak suddenly unleashed his conqueror's hockey, and Kizaru was momentarily subdued by the overwhelming pressure. This world is far too filthy. How dare such trash claim to be divine? From this day forth, the world shall remember my name, God Yak. He ascended slowly, his voice resonating through electromagnetic waves across Sabaody. Feel the pain. Contemplate the pain. Embrace the pain. Understand the pain. The sky darkened abruptly, and lightning danced within the ominous clouds. Yake clenched his left fist, and brilliant blue lightning erupted around him. The Celestial Dragons and the world government are the true sources of evil. Thus, from this day forth, let the world experience suffering, divine punishment, heavenly judgment. Centered around the Celestial Dragons, a blinding white light detonated. The yellow ape, startled, swiftly retreated using his 8-sun mirror, only to turn back and nearly shatter his teeth and shock the entirety of Island No. 1 appeared as if struck by a colossal hammer. The red trees snapped in half, buildings reduced to rubble, and seawater surged in. Charwa was left utterly obliterated, with only a shattered explosive collar rolling on the ground before it detonated with a resounding boom. The reporters stood frozen, some screaming in terror. God, this is divine retribution. He has slain the Celestial Dragons. Yet others, with eyes ablaze, frantically pressed their shutters, envisioning the frenzy this news would ignite. Yellow Ape, the battlefield has been cleared. Come, let us engage in combat. Yake hovered in the air, electric sparks crackling at his fingertips. Who are you? The Yellow Ape's face drained of color. This strength was not that of a mere newcomer. Enough with the idle chatter. Come forth. Arbiter of the Dragon. The lightning dragon roared and charged forward. The Yellow Ape barely evaded, yet Yake suddenly materialized before him, his fist enveloped in a shroud of dark hockey and lightning. Have you ever basked in the thunder? Boom! The Yellow Ape was sent crashing into the ground like a cannonball, and before he could rise, Yake's fist descended like a torrential downpour. Rumor had it he endured over 20 strikes, unable even to elementalize. The final kick landed squarely in his abdomen, sending the Yellow Ape soaring into the sea like a lifeless fish, leaving no trace of movement. Yake gazed skyward, raising his right hand high. The storm clouds above were tethered by electric tendrils, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel descended with ferocity, divine might. Judgment Day. Island number 1 vanished entirely from the map. By the time Aokiji and Akainu arrived, only a vast expanse of ocean remained. The Yellow Ape floated in the water, his fate unknown. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku overturned the table. Bang. When utter disgrace. Inflicting injury upon the Yellow Ape is one thing, but to dare to slay a celestial dragon? This spells trouble. Akainu stood there, his aura so oppressive it could freeze a man in his tracks. Aokiji, donning an eye patch, appeared to doze, yet his fingers trembled slightly. Yake had vanished without a trace. Yet all understood this was merely the beginning, that he dared to single-handedly slay a celestial dragon and confront an admiral. What would his next move entail? How many forces would the world government deploy to hunt him down? What actions would Rayleigh and Shaki undertake upon learning of this? Even more terrifying was the question: what chaos did this man, who wielded the thunder fruit and was dubbed God, intend to unleash upon the world? Ha ha ha! Sengoku, this lad is truly troublesome. To dare slay such detritus as the celestial dragons, what audacity! Am I mistaken? Forget I said anything. Garp chuckled, clutching a rice cracker while observing Sengoku's contorted visage, hastily activating his withdraw skill. Sengoku snatched the rice cracker from Garp's grasp, stuffing it into his mouth, then turned to bellow at the Yellow Ape. Why couldn't you stop him? Did you let him slip away again? The yellow monkey, swathed like a mummy, pouted his lips in disdain. Marshal, he possesses the powers of the Rumble-Rumble fruit. His speed is astonishingly fast. I at least need a 6-month sick leave. 2 men, nearly 200 years old combined, began to grapple fiercely. Akainu departed with a dark expression, while Aokiji had already succumbed to slumber, snoring softly. Suddenly, the den mushy shrieked, and the reprimanding voice of the world government nearly shattered Sengoku's eardrums. Capture Yark at all costs. Sengoku hung up the phone with a sigh. Such terrifying youth. Why can't such a person be part of the Navy? The next day, news spread like wildfire. The front pages of newspapers were filled with Yark's visage, and bounty posters became exceedingly scarce, with the price soaring to 4 chobas. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard chuckled, tears of mirth streaming down his face as he gazed at the newspaper. Gwaha, what a bold little spark. Marco, lend him a hand since he's being hunted. On Cake Island, Big Mom licked her lips. Mama, Karakuri, bring him here for the tea party. Meanwhile, Yark had slipped away to Amazon Lily. Lord Yark has returned. The female warriors shrieked, surrounding him with starry-eyed admiration. Sandasonia pulled him towards the palace. Sister has been waiting for you. Did none of you see the newspaper? Yark asked, bewildered that his exploits had gone unnoticed. In the Emperor's chamber, Hancock leaped into his arms, her face flushed like an apple. Yark, you have finally come. A.S. Yark was about to boast about his feat of slaying a celestial dragon. His mouth was swiftly covered. When Hancock finally released him, his neck was adorned with lipstick marks. By the way, what were you about to say? Nothing much. Just killed a celestial dragon and destroyed an island, Yark replied, adopting a rather nonchalant demeanor. Oh, indeed. Wait, you killed a celestial dragon. Hancock's eyes filled with tears instantly, her hands covering her mouth as her body trembled. Having once been enslaved by the celestial dragons, the brand upon her was a pain that lasted a lifetime. Yark wiped away her tears, speaking earnestly. This was our promise one day. I shall eradicate the celestial dragons from this world. Hancock collapsed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably as Yark gently patted her back. What would be the reaction of the people of Amazon Lily upon learning that Yark had slain a celestial dragon? The world government's pursuers had already locked onto Amazon Lily. Would the Empress stand against the entire Navy for Yark? Even more thrilling, both Whitebeard and Big Mom had set their sights on Yark. What kind of sparks would fly when these 3 forces converged? Lady Snake Princess, today's newspapers have arrived. You must take a look. Lord Yark feels quite embarrassed and has interrupted. Mary Garud burst in, only to hastily retreat upon witnessing the scene before her that a bounty poster fluttered to Yark's feet. His expression was indifferent, strikingly handsome. Bounty criminal god Yark, extremely dangerous, dead or alive. Bounty amount, 1.5 billion berries. Ding! The killing of a celestial dragon has been acknowledged by 50 of the wise beings in this world, meeting the conditions for system activation. The super lottery system is now open. What? Such a mechanism exists? Aker found himself momentarily stunned that it had been a decade. He had thought himself to be an unfortunate chosen one, utterly unaware that his golden finger was so deeply concealed. The requirement for the death of a celestial dragon to be known by half the world was indeed absurdly challenging. System successfully activated reward. Newbie gift pack. As Aker silently opened it, he nearly burst into laughter. Congratulations! You have received 100 storage slots, 1 Devil Fruit enhancement card, 1 Devil Fruit fusion card, and 10 lottery draws. He immediately utilized the enhancement card, receiving the system prompt. Resistance to seawater and sea prism stone increased by 50, that although he felt no immediate change, it was certainly better than nothing. During the 10 lottery draws, Aker's luck plummeted 6. Thank you for your patronage. The remaining rewards were a mastery card for the 6 forms, a weapon embryo, a physique enhancement card, and 500 million berries. I already mastered the 6 forms, and the physique enhancement is rather underwhelming. He mused, playing with the black fluid in his hand. Weapon embryo? Can it change shape? Imagining the form of a sword, the fluid instantly transformed into a sleek black sword, its spine adorned with 3 sharp angles, strikingly handsome. I shall name you Tienso Ajanyu. Hancock took his arm to attend a banquet, and several months later, Aker stood on the balcony, sighing, blaming the alluring empress for distracting him from his duties. Are you really not staying for a few more days? Hancock embraced him from behind, her voice as soft as cotton. Once I establish the base, I will come to fetch you all, Aker replied, gently tousling her hair before transforming into lightning and soaring away. The items in his pack occupied over 30 storage slots, all filled with snacks and clothing that Hancock had stuffed in. Next destination, Alabasta. Objective, Nico Robin. She was the only woman capable of deciphering the true history, and the side quest depended on her. At the port of Alyabarna, the merchants were shouting loudly. Upon inquiry, Aker learned that Crocodile was referred to as a hero here. He chuckled, finding the sand crocodile would surely lead him to Robin. In the secret base amidst the rain, Robin reported, Mr. Sand Crocodile, we have discovered traces of the god Aker. Have someone investigate thoroughly. Crocodile replied, his cigar clenched tightly between his teeth, his brow furrowed. No need for investigation. I have already arrived. At a burst of lightning erupted, and Aker appeared before the two, the Tienso Ajanyu in his hand glinting ominously. Upon seeing him, Robin's pupils dilated. Crocodile sprang to his feet, sand blades coalescing at his fingertips. Was Aker there to invite Robin to join his crew, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Would the sand crocodile allow him to proceed unchecked? More importantly, Aker's system task required the pirate crew to consist of more than one member. Would Robin agree? This encounter in the rain was bound to escalate into a confrontation. It seems you already know something, so you can't be left alone any longer, Desert King Crocodile. Crocodile decisively launched an attack, determined to take down Yake in one blow. It seems you still don't understand the gap between us, Sand Alligator. Yake instantly activated his Conqueror's Haki. As a pirate, you and I are not on the same level. Thunder armor. Lightning-formed armor that attached to Yake, effortlessly blocking Crocodile's attack. How is this possible? Crocodile couldn't believe that his proud attack was easily deflected, which was unacceptable to him. The real show was just beginning. Yake provocatively smiled and vanished from his spot. Got you. Yake instantly appeared in front of Crocodile and landed a punch on his face, sending Crocodile's cigar flying along with a few teeth. Gungnir. A spear of thunder firmly pinned Crocodile to the ground, rendering him unable to move. Stop struggling in vain, Mr. Crocodile. You should understand the gap between us. I'll take Robin with me. Yake had no intention of killing Crocodile. His main task was simply to take Robin away. Kill me, Yake. Seeing Yake dismiss him like an ant, Crocodile forced himself to sit up, causing his wounds to bleed profusely, accompanied by the smell of cooked meat. It seems your spirit is still there. Continue chasing your dreams in this yellow sand, Crocodile, or defeat me at sea. Watching Crocodile's suicidal actions, Yake calmly left, carrying the unconscious Robin, who had been knocked out by the Conqueror's Haki, away from the scene. The Gungnir dissipated, and Crocodile struggled to get up, but the intense pain from his wounds forced him back down, leaving the large room filled only with crocodiles' painful gasps. The port city of Alabasta. With a rapeseed, flowers bloom. Yake brought Robin to an inn, placed her on the bed, and stood by the window waiting for her to wake up. After a long time, Robin finally regained consciousness from her coma. Seeing the man standing by the window, she cautiously pulled the blanket over herself. God, Yake, what is your purpose? Are you here to kill me? No. Is your goal also ancient weapons? Robin shot out a series of questions like a pea shooter. Don't be so nervous. I mean you no harm. My goal is the same as yours, to seek the truth of history, Yake said. Ly. Who exactly are you? Robin was clearly shocked by Yake's words and had lost her ability to think calmly. I am the arbitrator of the celestial dragons, the destroyer of the world government. I want to establish a new order on this sea, correct this erroneous world. I am Yake. Saying this made Yake feel quite cringeworthy and ashamed. But it was indeed his true thoughts. I understand. You want me to help you translate the historical texts, right? After learning the truth of history, you want to make it public and overthrow the celestial dragons, right? Robin said with a bitter smile, realizing yet another ambitious person had set their sights on her ability to read the historical texts. No. What are you thinking? I'm just interested in what exactly is buried in Laugh Tale. Overthrowing the celestial dragons and whether there is a historical truth is not important. Yake's face twitched, wondering why everyone's thoughts were so distorted. So, I would like to formally invite you to be my partner, to travel the world together, find Laugh Tale, and incidentally overthrow this erroneous world. Yake smiled and extended his hand, looking sincere. Robin, conflicted and engaged in a mental struggle, ultimately reached out her hand and shook Yake's. At least he didn't look that scary, and his strength was quite formidable. My name is Yake. I am Nico Robin. Robin officially became Yake's partner, although Yake hadn't even thought of a name for his pirate crew yet. The most important thing now was to go and make a rubbing of the historical texts of the Alabasta kingdom. Yake naturally knows the content of the historical text of Alabasta, and even knows that the design of Pluton is hidden within Frankie's body. However, Yake is not interested in Pluton itself, but he is determined to obtain the design. Robin, wait a moment. I'll take you to the sacrificial hall of the Western Royal Tomb, which is in the Alabasta Palace. There should be something you're interested in there, Yake said. What is it? The historical text? Robin asked with a faint smile. Although she's not very familiar with Yake, she would not miss any news about the historical text. That's right. The Nefertari family was one of the 20 royal families that created the world government 800 years ago, which means that the current king and Princess Vivi are descendants of the creators. Are you saying that Cobra is also a celestial dragon? Robin boldly speculated. No, he is no longer recognized by Mariewa. You could say it's a country with a deep heritage, Yake said indifferently. Although Cobra has a bad reputation now, it is actually Crocodile who is stirring up trouble behind the scenes. But Cobra has always been a wise king. All right, let us go once you're ready. The two then boarded Robin's banana crocodile and set off. It must be said that this creature is indeed very useful in the desert, being amphibious and quite fast. If it weren't inconvenient to fly with someone, Yake would have carried Robin himself. They traveled to Alabasta, which is a relatively prosperous place. The two crossed the bustling streets and arrived at the palace. The guards at the gate blocked their way. Stop. No entry without permission. I am Yake. Please inform Cobra that I have important matters to discuss, Yake said politely. There was no need to flaunt his identity in front of ordinary citizens. As for dealing with a bad attitude, there were plenty of ways to handle that. You are Yake. Wait, I've seen you. You are the guard started to say, but was interrupted by Yake. Should be quiet. Go find your king. I have limited time, Yake said with a smile. The guard was already sweating profusely, knowing that this was a notorious criminal with a bounty of 5 billion berries, someone he could not match. Next, let us wait here for a while, Yake said to Robin beside him. What a big show. Did you really kill a celestial dragon? Robin asked curiously. That's right. A scum named Charlos. He has really become scum now, huh? In the palace. Report to the king. A person named Yake says he wants to see you. He is the notorious criminal who killed a celestial dragon, the god Yake. The guard rushed in a hall, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Bang! Cobra's cup fell to the ground, and he said in shock, Are you telling the truth? Is the god Yake really in our country? Cobra quickly ran to the guard and tightly grabbed his shoulders. Yes, it's him, no mistake. He is already outside. The topic of discussion that had disappeared for months has actually come to us. What is his purpose? Cobra anxiously paced back and forth. Father, what is happening? Vivi, riding a big yellow duck, came over. It had been a long time since she had seen her father looking so anxious. Vivi, hurry and hide. This country might soon be in danger. Ikaram, Take Vivi down quickly, Cobra said, worried that Yake's intention might be related to Pluton. Otherwise, he couldn't think of anything else in this country worth being concerned about. He hurriedly arranged for the guards to take Vivi away. Yes, Lord Cobra. Vivi, let us go, Ikaram said, leading the confused Vivi away. Then, Lord Cobra, Yake is still outside. What do you think? Go quickly and invite him in. Do not anger him, understand? Yes. Yake is discussing the appearance of the palace with Robin when a guard hurriedly arrives. Sir Yake, the king requests your presence at the palace. Please follow me, the guard said respectfully. Let's go, Robin. Yak and Robin followed the guards into the palace. The atmosphere in the palace hall was extremely tense, with the guards on high alert. Cobra sat on the throne, seemingly calm, but his mind was racing with thoughts of strategies. Mr. Cobra, I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive my unexpected visit, Yak said with a slight nod. Not at all. It's my honor to have a talented young man like you visit our country, Cobra replied, visibly relieved by Yak's slightly relaxed demeanor, quickly engaging in mutual flattery. I have something important to discuss with Mr. Cobra, so, Yak began, unleashing his conqueror's haki, shocking everyone in the room. All the guards, except for Cobra and Robin, collapsed unconscious. What have you done? Cobra said nervously as he saw all the soldiers fall. No need to worry, just a little trick. Rest assured, they are merely unconscious and will wake up in a day, Yak replied calmly. Ah, your goal is the Underworld King, right? Fine, I'll tell you. Cobra sighed, clearly having given up on resistance. No, while what I want is indeed related to the Underworld King, my main objective is that historical text. Mr. Cobra, you should know where it is, right? You mean the historical text? Cobra exclaimed in shock. That's right, we are just here to seek the truth of history. We have no interest in your country. Yake saw the formidable Cobra and couldn't help but shake his head slightly to indicate his intentions. After a friendly conversation, Cobra finally agreed to take the two to the funeral hall of the royal tomb in the west. After walking through a long corridor rich in history and ancient charm, Yake finally reached the end where the historical text was located, and Robin couldn't wait to rush forward and start studying it. Yake and Cobra stood quietly nearby, waiting for Robin's results. To their surprise, even after the destruction of O'Hara, there were still people who could decipher such texts. Cobra finally understood the significance of Yake's pursuit of historical truth. Your goal is not just the history here, right? Cobra said to Yake, who smiled silently. In the year 239 of the heavenly calendar, Kasira conquered Alabasta. In the year 260, Taima took control of the Faintsin dynasty. In the year 306, Elmar established the great sanctuary of Daf. In the year 325, the hero Mam of Orwadia. Robin slowly read the content recorded in the historical text. Yake listened quietly while Cobra trembled all over, cold sweat dripping continuously. What was recorded here was the location of the ancient weapon, Pluto, Marine Headquarters. According to reliable intelligence from a CP department, the bounty criminal god Yake, who disappeared for 3 months, has appeared in the Alabasta kingdom. Immediately mobilize the Navy to encircle and suppress Yake. This time, success is the only option. Failure is not allowed. If necessary, the demon-slaying order can be issued. Prepare. I'm waiting for your good news. The call from the 5 elders ended, and Sengoku smiled bitterly. The demon-slaying order? A rookie just starting out can enjoy such treatment? Sai, go notify Garp and have him hurry to Alabasta. His vacation is over, and he must intercept Yake. In Albana, at Yake's request, Robin took a rubbing of the historical text that recorded the location of Pluto and then left the palace. Collect 1 copy of the historical text. Complete the phase task. Reward 1 lottery chance. Save it up, Yake silently thought. With the system's drop rate, winning a prize is highly likely. Watching the 2 plagues leave, Cobra finally breathed a sigh of relief. His back was already unknowingly soaked with sweat, and he slumped straight on the throne. By the way, Captain, where is our ship? Robin suddenly asked while walking. I don't have a ship yet. To be honest, I haven't even thought of a name for the pirate crew. Yake awkwardly scratched his head, as he had always flown around alone and never considered buying a ship. You're not telling me that our pirate crew only consists of the 2 of us, right? Robin's expression darkened, and a powerful resentment locked onto Yake. Congratulations. You've learned to buzz in, Yake coughed. Okay, let us go check the port to see if there are any pirate crews around. We'll hijack a ship to sit on for now. Yake was frightened by Robin's increasingly dark expression. It was truly terrifying. Sigh, how'd I end up following a poor captain like you? And you have a bounty of 1. 5 billion, yet can't even afford a ship. Robin felt helpless. Seeing Yake's expression, she knew he wasn't lying. At the port, a group of pirates was pillaging nearby. In the past, this was when the hero Crocodile would come to their rescue. But unfortunately, Crocodile had already knelt. Heavenly punishment of the Thunder God. Dozens of dazzling pillars of lightning descended from the sky, accurately striking every pirate, turning them into charred remains and emitting a nauseating smell. What a terrifying ability. Robin watched Yake, whose expression remained calm. It seemed that such an attack was as easy for him as eating and drinking. The new captain was unexpectedly powerful. Hey, stop looking, let us go. We have a ship now. Yake waved in front of Robin, pointing to a three-masted sailing ship docked at the port. Burn the pirate flag, and this ship officially belongs to Yake. Robin, your ability is quite handy. Go clear out the clutter. As soon as they boarded the ship, Yake immediately felt like a captain and started bossing Robin around. Captain, I'm a historian, not a cleaner. Robin quickly voiced her opposition. From now on, you're our ship's cleaner, navigator, chef, and historian. It would be a shame not to use your ability for these tasks, Yake said solemnly. Don't worry, it's only temporary. Once I find a few more crew members, you can focus on being a historian. Just consider it a way to train your abilities. This is the Captain's order. Seeing Robin's displeased expression, Yake quickly comforted her. What about you, Captain? Robin asked softly. I'm responsible for protecting the safety of my partners. Your life is my life. Yake said seriously to Robin. Ah, well, that's a reason I can't refute. Robin smiled, finding this new captain to be a man full of mysteries. Very well, from now on, our pirate crew is established. We are the Yake pirate crew. Yake, feeling powerless to name the crew, had to use the common naming method of this world, which was naming it after the captain. The series Standing Tall at the Top of the Sea is complete. Reward 3 lottery chances. Mission released. Standing Tall at the Top of the Sea Series 2. Crew assembly. At least 4 crew members with identities such as doctor, navigator, cook, etc. Now, there were already 4 lottery chances. Yake thought to continue saving, as he needed to accumulate enough for a 10 draw. It seemed that the main storyline tasks were also progressing step by step, Yake mused. From the outside, it seemed Yake suddenly fell into silence. What an arrogant captain, Robin complained, and Yake snapped back to reality. Don't mind the details, and by the way, this ship will be called the Eternal Truth. Yake seemed quite satisfied with the name he had chosen, sitting at the bow with a sense of pride. I think the name Dark Ball is quite nice. Robin couldn't help but interject. Shut up, Robin, I'm the captain. After procuring enough food and fresh water, Yake set sail. The next destination was Water 7, to find a ship as a partner, but they had to stop by the Valley of Magic for supplies. Though the island was full of CP9 spies, Yake completely ignored them. In the first half of the New World, Yake was invincible. On the way to Water 7, a dog-headed battleship was speeding forward. Damn Yake, interrupting my vacation. I will make him taste the iron fist of love, Garp angrily said while digging his nose. Garp, who was enjoying his vacation in Windmill Village, was called to Alabasta by a phone call, only to find that Yake had gone to Water 7 with an unidentified woman. Having finally had a chance to enjoy family time, Garp was naturally not pleased. Luffy, if you want to hit me, just say so. Report, Vice Admiral Garp. Suspicious ship spotted. It seems to be a pirate ship, with a flag we've never seen before. It's probably a newcomer just setting sail. A Navy officer reported to Garp. New pirate? This is ridiculous. Why is everyone shouting about becoming a pirate? Bring me some cannonballs. I need to stretch my muscles. Garp clearly thought of his unfilial grandson, who insisted on becoming Pirate King no matter how much he beat him in Windmill Village. There's killing intent. It seems the Navy has already caught on. Yake, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, having sensed the movement with his observation hockey. Robin, the Navy is coming. Stay on the ship and don't move. I'll be right back, Yake said lazily, while Robin, who was reading, just nodded slightly and said nothing. Electromagnetic barrier. Yake released an electromagnetic barrier that enveloped the entire ship, a light blue circular shield protecting it. The electromagnetic barrier can block attacks from flying objects and also has a strong protective effect. Approaching it recklessly would result in being stunned by electric currents. Yake then transformed into lightning and arrived on the naval warship. Damn, it's that old monster Garp. Yake isn't afraid of Akiji or Akainu, but he's scared of Garp. This old freak. Just from the momentum, one can feel Garp's overwhelming pressure. It's you, Kid Yake. Are you the one who caused my vacation to end? Garp focused his gaze and saw that it was indeed the target Sengoku had asked him to intercept, God Yake. That little brat actually dares to call himself a god. Come down so I can teach you a lesson. Garp casually threw a cannonball at Yake. The cannonball whistled through the air with a sharp sound. Yake gently tilted his head to dodge and slowly raised his hand. Thunder torrent. Blue and white electricity surged from Yake's hand like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire warship. The Navy on the ship screamed as they were bathed in lightning. And those with better physical fitness were also hit by a strong, tingling sensation. Kapu, this is just a greeting. This isn't a good place for a battle. I'll be waiting for you in Magic Valley Town. Seeing that the ordinary Navy soldiers had lost their combat capability, Yake transformed into electric particles and disappeared. Damn brat, come back to me. Kapu stood in the current as if taking a shower, seemingly unaffected, truly a naval hero with unfathomable strength. Quick, accelerate. I must catch him and bring him to the naval prison. Huh, where's he? Kapu turned around to see the soldiers on the deck, lying on the ground, twitching continuously, while the ship emitted a smell like roasted meat. Damn Yake brat, you wait for me. Magic Valley Town, a gathering place for extravagant pirates. Robin, lower the pirate flag and head the ship to Water 7. Rear Admiral Kapu will be here soon. I will meet up with you later, Yake said to Robin nonchalantly. What about you, Yake? Robin's voice trembled a bit upon hearing Kapu's name. It's okay. Today is the first battle for our Yake pirate crew. Wait for my good news. Yake grinned and walked out of the cabin. Captain, you have to be careful. I'll wait for your return, Robin said softly, almost as if talking to herself. But Yake still heard her. Yake arrived at an open area, sat cross-legged, and silently gathered dark clouds using his fruit abilities. The clear sky gradually filled with dark clouds, and lightning surged. The black sky exuded a terrifying aura, and the air was thick with a suffocating atmosphere. Admiral Garp had already arrived at Magic Valley Town, but the bounty criminal Yake had not shown up. Should we send someone to search? No need to look. That kid is right there. What a terrifying presence. You all stay back. I can handle this alone. Garp's expression changed. Such an aura was not something just anyone could release, and his Navy subordinates were no match for Yake. Garp, you're here. Yake stood up, already covered in a layer of lightning armor. You little brat, what a great presence. No wonder you dare to kill celestial dragons. I'm starting to appreciate you more and more. How about joining the Navy? Garp said boldly. Stop with the boring jokes. Admiral Garp, come on. Let me see the strength of a Navy hero. Yake instantly activated his Conqueror's Haki, and an astonishing aura swept over. However, Garp seemed unfazed, just scratching his head. Not bad, a good presence, huh? The qualities of a conqueror? Truly terrifying. But I won't back down. Garp tossed aside his justice coat, his steel-like physique on full display. Garp raised his deep, dark iron fist and charged at Yake with an unstoppable momentum. Overload. Seeing Garp's fierce punch, Yake activated his overload form for safety. A violent current instantly filled Yake's body, turning his skin bright red, with veins bulging out. A powerful wave of energy continuously radiated from Yake, and the thunder in the sky seemed to become even more agitated. Thunderbone break. Yake's fist, charged with black and red lightning, collided directly with Garp's fist. A white shockwave erupted from the center of the two, as if it were daylight, and the ground beneath them was continuously upheaved, with the entire island lamenting. No wonder he is a naval hero. This punch is simply outrageous, Yake thought, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. But soon, Garp attacked again. Damn it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yake transformed into electric particles and disappeared, suddenly reappearing behind Garp. Garp's fist hit the air, but he at least sensed the danger behind him. However, it was too late to evade. He was sent flying by Yake's punch, carving a deep trench into the ground. Garp, I know you're fine. Come again. Outside Magic Valley Town, naval warships had surrounded the island, with 5 attending vice admirals: Ghost Spider, Doberman, Fire Mountain, Peach Rabbit, and Crane. Each of them was formidable, not to mention the presence of Admiral Akainu. This time, capturing the god Yake must not be taken lightly, according to Kizaru's intelligence. He is a natural-type user of the Thunder Fruit. All exits must be sealed off, and he must be captured in one fell swoop. Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff Crane of the Navy Headquarters issued the battle plan, and the other participating Vice Admirals responded in unison, firmly sealing off the entire island. The pirates of Magic Valley Town were already in despair. Escaping meant death, and staying meant death as well, frantically moving like ants on a hot pan, with the town in chaos. Robin, fleeing by boat, was naturally anxious. Even though she had already left the waters of Magic Valley Town, she could still feel the lingering waves of battle. She wondered if the captain could escape, otherwise death awaited her. On the other hand, the battle between Garp and Yake had reached a fever pitch. Both sides were battered and panting. Cough, cough, Garp. It seems the Navy is here. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Yake wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at the endless naval ships along the coast. Haha, Yake kid, This time you definitely can't escape. Just behave and go stay and impel down. Garp laughed heartily, though his body was also covered in wounds. He didn't care about his injuries at all. Don't be too cocky, old man. I'm not just a martial artist. Yake flew up into the sky, arriving at the center of the gathering storm clouds. This time, having built up for so long, it should be enough for the Navy to have a taste, Yake thought. The dark clouds completely enveloped the sea area. It was clearly daytime, but it had turned into night. The Navy, what a grand spectacle. You really think too highly of me. Yake disdainfully shook his head, looking at the numerous Navy personnel. Don't be too arrogant, kid. Do you think you can escape? That's ridiculous. This is your burial ground. Akainu said with a dark expression, having seen too many arrogant kids relying on their fruit abilities, only to end up either in impel down or drown in the sea. No, you're wrong. It's you who will be buried in the sea. After Yake finished speaking, he shot up into the sky, his speed leaving Akainu far behind. Standing in a place the Navy couldn't reach, Yake raised both hands. I am Yake, the destined world destroyer, the ender of all things, unstoppable and unyielding. I am the embodiment of the gods. I am the great catastrophe. Descend. Thunder hell. Azure dragon annihilation. Every word spoken by Yake deeply resonated within the hearts of the Navy. At that moment, Yake seemed like a god of destruction, whispering a declaration of annihilation. Thunderclouds began to stir, and countless massive dragon heads emerged from the clouds, roaring as they charged toward the ground, allowing the Navy to finally see the full picture. These were thunder dragons, each over 100 meters long. The dark sky suddenly lit up as bright as day, illuminated by the electric light on the thunder dragons. How is this possible? Has the fruit awakened? Retreat. Leave this sea area. Vice Admiral Crane shouted anxiously. No, it's already too late, Akainu said, his body transforming into magma as he swung his enormous fist toward the thunder dragon, attempting to disperse the thunder. Unfortunately, it was ultimately futile. This move was Yake's awakened fruit combined with the climate, releasing a devastating strike that could not be countered by human strength, unless one was immune to thunder. This sea area had already boiled over, with a high-temperature thunder dragon descending into the ocean. Not only would it create massive waves, but would also cause the seawater to boil, with currents continuously conducting electricity through the water. Countless sea kings and fish that had been cooked floated to the surface, turning this sea area into a true thunder hell. In the sea of Magic Valley, the thunder dragons kept descending. Countless warships were struck by the thunder dragons, turning to dust. Even with high-end combat power fighting at full strength, large-scale soldier casualties were unavoidable, and even jumping into the sea to escape became a luxury. Finally, the dark clouds dispersed, the weather cleared, and the sun shone upon the sea again. The Navy suffered heavy losses, with only a dozen warships drifting alone in the ocean. Those who survived were either exceptionally powerful or simply lucky, while the battlefield area of Magic Valley had long since become a wasteland. Report to Sengoku, the operation has failed, and the Navy has suffered heavy casualties. Vice Admiral Crane had turned into a frizzy-haired mess, but no one could laugh. Faced with an opponent like Yake, they had not even touched him once before suffering such immense losses, which was almost unprecedented in Navy history. He could no longer be dealt with using human sea tactics. Such terrifying mobility. Unless top combat powers surrounded and attacked simultaneously, it would be futile no matter how many people there were. Vice Admiral Crane said numbly, "This is the terrifying enemy fostered under the rule of the world government. Take the remaining people and return Navy headquarters, Marineford." "I understand, Sai. Bring back the remaining soldiers to recuperate." Sengoku hung up the phone, sighing as he lay back in the Marine Admiral's chair, as if all his spirit had been drained away. After a long silence, Sengoku finally chose to dial the phone of the Five Elders. "The operation to encircle Yake has failed. The Navy has suffered heavy losses. It was my poor command, and I have decided to resign from the position of Marine Admiral," Sengoku said, his face suddenly appearing aged. "Admiral Sengoku, please don't be agitated. What happened?" The Five Elders immediately sensed something was wrong. How could there be a failure in the encirclement and still resign? Sengoku recounted the situation in detail to the Five Elders, becoming more agitated as he spoke. "This is the enemy you world government has nurtured. In the end, we still have to send the Navy to clean up your mess? Sai, I have lost face to face the Navy leaders after returning. Please select a new Marine Admiral." Sengoku's momentum suddenly dwindled. He no longer knew how to face Crane and Garp. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, followed by the sound of hushed discussion. "Sengoku, this is indeed our oversight. We did not expect that little brat to be so powerful. Here's the deal. First, stop all capture operations against Yake. Raise Yake's bounty to 2 billion, and you'll temporarily still hold the position of Admiral. We will also consider new candidates. Let's leave it at that. The phone hung up, and there was no further sound. Sengoku, exhausted, stared out the window, not knowing what to think. Even his favorite sunbae no longer tasted good. Bring the news department people over, Sengoku instructed. The next day, the newsbirds took flight again, extensively reporting on the battle situation in Magic Valley, with the Navy playing a significant role in amplifying the news. How is this possible? The Navy lost so decisively? The residents of Rotown were shocked as they looked at the newspaper headlines. This man actually did such a thing to the Navy, the naval heroes, along with 5 vice admirals, and even Admiral Akainu, all returned empty-handed? Is it that god Yake again? The residents of the Sabaody archipelago could deeply relate. Ha ha ha, Shaki. Our child is truly remarkable now. Rayleigh laughed heartily as he looked at the newspaper. Yes, little Yake has really grown up, hasn't he? Shaki's eyes were squinting with pride. Shaki, give me some money. I want to buy a few bottles of wine to celebrate properly. Shaki knocked on the bar, which was plastered with Yake's bounty notices. The previous bounty of 15 billion had been replaced by a new bounty of 20 billion. Bounty criminal, God Yake. Extremely dangerous. Only bounty amount. 2,000,000,000 berries achievement task. A man worth 20 billion. Bounty exceeds 20 billion. Reward of 10 lottery chances. Yake didn't expect the bounty to increase by more than half, and he also completed an achievement task in the process. However, Yake was already lying on the ship, completely exhausted, while Robin was feeding him spoonfuls of food. Ever since he used that level of technique, Yake's stamina had been drained, and now he was extremely weak. Having been lying on the ship for quite some time, it was evident that showing off comes with a price. Captain, people all over the world are discussing you, Robin said, unable to help but smile at Yake's current state. Usually Yake was full of confidence, even a bit proud. But now he was like a lamb to the slaughter. Even Robin dared to speak loudly to him. Huh? Discussing what? Yake said weakly, and then Robin fed him another bite. The beginning of the era of worst, the destruction demon god. Robin recited Yake's nickname, as if she were listing family treasures. Stop. I said stop. What kind of titles are these? They're too cringy. Yake felt his shame reaching its peak, his head spinning. Aren't you the one who likes to call yourself a god the most? Robin laughed, covering her mouth, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Those trash celestial dragons dare to call themselves gods, and I can't stand it. All right, I want to eat meat. Yake forcefully tried to regain his dignity, dodging the spoon that Robin reached out with. Robin frowned and used her death glare, and Yake raised his hands in surrender. Yake obediently ate 3 big bowls with tears in his eyes, and he had to admit it was really delicious. By the way, Robin, what do you think we should look for in our next crew member? Yake wanted to ask Robin for her opinion, even though it wasn't very important. But he still had to put on a show. I'm not really sure. Maybe a cleaner? Robin thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with an answer. Are you a cleaner? We need a chef, so Robin can clean and serve tea with peace of mind. I'm so tired, I want to take a nap. Yake said with a heartless laugh until he was defeated by Robin's murderous gaze. The eternal truth had already docked at the back street of Water 7. It's really spectacular. Robin, stay close to me. Yake and Robin had put on masks, as it was currently the Mask Festival in Water 7. Wearing masks could help disguise themselves and avoid unnecessary panic, especially since Yake was currently the talk of the town on the newspaper's cover, riding an animal named Blue. The two navigated through the streets of Water 7. Robin, this water meat is said to taste really good. Buy some more. Passing by a stall, Yake immediately spotted the long-desired water meat. He had thought it looked delicious when he saw it in the anime, so today he had to try it. The peace and tranquility of Water 7 were inseparable from the governance of Mayor Iceberg, Spagu. There were rarely any pirate disturbances, and the citizens wore happy smiles on their faces. After a day of fun, both of them felt a bit unsatisfied. The mature and aloof Robin was very happy today, and the city was filled with their laughter. Even Yake didn't notice that his hand unconsciously wrapped around Robin's shoulder. On Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock was tossing and turning in bed. She was pleasantly surprised to see Yake's deeds in the newspaper today, feeling extremely proud of her man for achieving such earth-shattering feats. But the worry was that Yake hadn't told her about this big event. I want to see Yake. I wonder how he is doing now. Hancock murmured. At that moment, Yake was already standing in front of Frankie's dismantling house. Robin had gone to rest, and Yake had more important things to do. Since he was in Water 7, he had to get the design blueprint for the Pluton before leaving. Although he wasn't interested in Pluton itself, he was interested in its technology tree. Whether for trade or for making weapons himself, it was a good choice. Hey, you inside? Listen up, I have you surrounded. Yake shouted from outside the door. Frankie's dismantling house. Hey, little brother, you have quite the attitude. But I'm in a super good mood today, so you should leave quickly, otherwise I might get angry too. Frankie, wearing a black thong, walked out of the house and said disdainfully, with a crowd of oddly shaped underlings beside him, is this whole bunch of freaks? It's really scary. Yake was already feeling a bit unable to watch. It felt like a heart attack. Ha. Are you praising us? Your taste is unexpectedly good. Frankie took it as a compliment, and the group of underlings felt quite proud. Sigh, whatever, just lie down for me. Yake couldn't help but facepalm and sigh. It was exhausting to communicate with this group, and he activated his Conqueror's Haki. Except for Frankie, who was deliberately left unharmed. All the underlings were taken out. Damn it, what did you do to my underlings? Weapon left hand. Frankie instantly flew into a rage and launched an attack on Yake. Yake steadily caught Frankie's explosive iron fist with one hand and threw it back, smashing Frankie all the way into the dismantling house. Lying on the ground, Frankie gasped, wondering where this monster came from, and Yake appeared before him. Pervert, I just came to ask you for a copy of the design blueprint for the Underworld King. No need to be so excited, right? Yake stepped on Frankie's body with his left foot, pinning him down. Damn it. You are indeed one of the world government's people? Don't even think about it. I absolutely won't hand it over to you. Frankie firmly refused. I'm not one of the world government's people. Little bro Yake removed his mask, revealing the face known to all. I've seen this face somewhere. You are God Yake. Frankie exclaimed in horror, realizing he was facing the world government's absolute nemesis. A man with a bounty of 2 billion berries, confirming that he was indeed a formidable opponent. This makes things easier. I need the Underworld King design blueprint from your body as a force against the world government. This matter will not be known by anyone else but you and me. Yake spoke confidently, outlining his plan. TCH, so what? I won't give it to you. By the way, did that bastard iceberg tell you? Frankie still refused to hand over the blueprint to Yake. Just don't worry about how I know. I have special intelligence sources, Yake said, shaking his head with some frustration. This is really troublesome. How about this? This is your little brother, right? Yake raised his hand and used the universal pull to bring over an unidentified humanoid creature. I'll count to 3 if you don't give it to me. His life will be over. Yake grabbed Frankie's little brother by the neck and applied slight pressure. Frankie gritted his teeth tightly, looking angrily at Yake. However, the opponent's strength was far too great for him to contend with. 3, 2, 1. Sigh, what a stubborn pervert. Say goodbye to your little brother. Yake's right hand clenched into a fist, pretending to strike down this perverted little brother wearing black fishnet stockings. Wait, I'll give it to you. Frankie sighed in defeat, agreeing to Yake's request, even his hairstyle drooping down. Yake didn't let go of his hand after hearing Frankie's agreement. He just looked at Frankie and remained silent. Frankie understood Yake's intention, opened his body, took out a small stack of design drawings, and handed them to Yake. Yakesui released Frankie's little brother, took the design blueprints, and began to examine them carefully. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit cold, and Frankie didn't dare to speak, fearing he might offend this play god. After a long while, Yakesui put away the blueprints and said, Not bad. This is indeed Hades' design. I thought you would at least make some modifications. Just wait, I'll come back later. Your little brother will be unconscious for a whole day, so don't worry. After saying that, Yakesui vanished like an electric current. On the Eternal Truth ship, Yakesui said to Robin, Make a copy of this blueprint. I can't thank you enough. After sensing Robin's location, he directly moved next to her, only to find her taking a shower, and he saw her right then. Captain, do you not understand the most basic courtesy? Get out of here. Robin, blushing and trying to suppress her embarrassment, hurriedly pushed Yakesui out. He quickly left the room. I never expected the captain to have such a hobby. What do you need from me? After a while, Robin came out of the bathroom, looking even more radiant after a shower. Yakesui was momentarily mesmerized. Ahem. That was an accident. Mainly I'm here to trouble you to copy this blueprint. Yakesui gulped and sat upright, handing the Hades blueprint to Robin with a serious expression. Seeing Yakesui's awkwardness, Robin felt a bit pleased, indicating that she still had some charm for the captain. She turned to look at the blueprint he handed over. This is Hades' design blueprint. Where did you get it? The more Robin looked, the more shocked she became. Just recently, she had deciphered the historical text, and now he had found the blueprint so quickly. Could it be that Yakesui had some unknown secret? Haha, I have special sources of information. You don't need to worry about that. Just hurry up and make a copy, and make sure you don't mess it up. Yakesui replied with a smug smile, not explaining further. He couldn't just say he had seen the anime, could he? Robin activated her ability and worked in multiple threads. Before long, a brand new copy of the Hades design blueprint was completed. Yakesui was already attracted to Robin. A woman focused on her work exuded a deadly charm to men. "Captain, here it is. It's done. What do you want to do with the extra copy?" Robin asked, holding both blueprints in confusion. "I'll return the original to its owner. So I'm leaving now." Yakesui picked up the original Hades design blueprint and left. In Frankie's disassembly room, after Yakesui left, Frankie carefully observed the situation of his little brothers. As Yakesui said, they were just unconscious, which relieved him. He sat in Alabasta's seat, deep in thought. "Frankie, sorry to keep you waiting. This is your well-deserved reward." Yakesui silently appeared next to Frankie and handed him a large box. "Oh, this is really scary. What is this?" Frankie was startled by Yakesui's sudden appearance and blankly caught the box he was given. 300 million berries and your blueprints. Make sure to keep them safe. The world government won't let them fall into the wrong hands. If you don't destroy them soon, it will bring you countless troubles, Yakesui kindly reminded Frankie. But whether he listened was no longer his concern. "Well then, let's leave it at that. Until we meet again." Yakesui noticed Frankie didn't say anything and, not caring, turned to leave. "Hey, what do you mean by that?" "Haha, as long as we're still on this sea, we will meet again one day, won't we?" The azure electric light from the transformation of Yake dissipated. At night, Yake was lying in bed resting when he suddenly remembered that he still had some lottery draws left, about 14 times, and decided to give it a try. He started with 10 consecutive draws. After completing the lottery, he received congratulations for winning 1 billion berries, 5 beauty pills, and an indestructible robe. "Thank you for your patronage, X6. Is that all? Sigh. I really want another Devil Fruit enhancement card. But the beauty pills are nice, just right for Robin and Hancock." Yake had already eaten one himself, and the effect was good, making him even more attractive. After putting everything away, Yake gradually fell asleep. Water 7, the eternal truth. Yake and Robin are ready to set sail, feeling a bit of a downward pull on the compass. Their next stop is Fishman Island. But Yake has a few permanent pointers and wants to check out some other islands in the first half of the Grand Line first, perhaps to find some good crew members. "Robin, let's sail in this direction for now. No need to rush to Fishman Island." Yake tosses the permanent pointer to Robin. "What island is this?" "Sagunta?" Robin asks curiously. "It's an island from another route. My mom gave it to me, and I haven't been there yet. So let's go check it out." Yake replies with a smile. "You actually have a mom?" Robin looks shocked. "What do you mean actually? Am I not worthy?" Yake shouts. "I always thought you were some monster that popped out from a corner." Robin says as she uses her powers to massage Yake's shoulders to calm him down. "This is a long story, let me tell you." Yake begins to share stories from his childhood. The eternal truth is sailing calmly on the sea when suddenly the sky darkens and thick fog starts to spread, filling the nearby waters with an eerie atmosphere. "What is going on? Why did it suddenly get dark?" Robin asks, puzzled. Although she is not a proper navigator, she has never read about such situations in sailing books. "I never expected to encounter this here. You really have some guts." Yake thinks of a familiar scene and immediately remembers someone. Is it man-made? Just a loser who's lost his spirit. Let us move on. I want to meet him. There's a rather disgusting guy on the terrifying triangular sailboat. Might as well kill him, consider it a good deed. After sailing for a while, a loud noise comes from the back of the ship, as if something is closing. A huge mouth closes, and the eternal truth is swallowed. What is happening? No need to panic, Robin. We've arrived. The ship unconsciously sails in a certain direction, eventually crashing straight into a giant spiderweb, unable to move. Yake, the ship can't move anymore. It seems there's a ghost haunting this place. Robin says with interest. Yeah, pretty much. Let us go, Robin, to meet the master of this place. Yake holds Robin and jumps off the ship, arriving in front of a dilapidated ancient gate. Yak and Robin slowly walked inside, and in front of them was a staircase leading down into a huge, deep pit. After walking for a short while, they encountered a strange creature. It was a dog with 3 heads, looking fierce. Is this the hellhound? Upon closer inspection, one of the heads was that of a fox. Robin carefully examined the creature. The 3-headed dog bared its teeth at Yak and Robin, growling softly. Not a bad mount. Come here, little pup. Yak moved his shoulders and raised his fist, which was as big as a sandpot. A woo-woo-woo, persuading the dog with reason. The hellhound immediately laid down on the ground, wagging its tail wildly, filled with a desire to survive. Little pup, let's go. Yak and Robin got on either side of the hellhound and headed straight for the ancient castle. They passed through a narrow corridor, and after climbing the stairs, their view opened up, passing through a dark forest and a graveyard. But they didn't stop and went directly to the Hogaback Castle. Come out. Moria, stop hiding. There's nothing fun here. Yak felt a bit annoyed when no one came out. This place was somewhat disgusting. This is the territory of the warlord of the Seven Seas. Moonlight Moria? Such strange tastes. Robin, the Dark Lady, expressed her disdain. Strange sounds came from the castle, and 4 or 5 pale, translucent ghosts flew out from the walls, constantly shouting, "Negativity, negativity." There really are. Just as Robin was halfway through her sentence, a ghost passed through her chest, and she knelt on the ground, exuding a strong aura of despair. "Captain, what historical text? The truth of history doesn't matter anymore. Someone like me doesn't deserve to live in this world." Robin had a sorrowful expression, and as she spoke, tears streamed down her face, looking pitiful. "Ha ha, Robin, you fell for it. No, I need to take it slow first. Ha ha." Yak was laughing so hard he could hardly breathe. It was rare to see the usually aloof Robin show such a side. Seeing its ability take effect, the ghost immediately targeted the laughing Yak, quickly flying towards him. Hey, I'm fine. Don't come over here." Yak pulled out the Tiansua Zhanyu and swept his sword, slicing the 4 negative ghosts in half with the addition of armed color hockey, silencing them. At this moment, Robin also returned to normal, but a powerful aura erupted from her body, making even Yak take notice. "Robin-chan, you recovered." Yak couldn't finish his sentence because Robin was glaring at him with a murderous look while crossing her arms. "Captain, with your strength, you could have easily solved this, right?" Used. What a terrible captain. Do you want to see me in a predicament that much? Well, I just underestimated it. Really? Then why are you laughing so happily? Robin fired a deadly 3-question barrage, and it was clear her anger was escalating. "I'm very sorry, Robin-chan. I'm sorry, I was wrong." Yak quickly apologized because he indeed wanted to see what Robin looked like in a negative state, which was why he didn't directly kill the ghosts. "For now, I'll accept your apology, but the Ghost's master, I'm taking that," Robin said with a serious expression. Anyway, she couldn't do much to Yak, but others might not be so lucky. "Don't worry, Robin, I promise to handle it." Yak patted his chest and assured her, silently wishing Perona good luck. As Robin-chan was a scheming woman. "Someone's coming, protect yourself, Robin." Yak sensed an invisible person approaching, but he pretended not to see, waiting for them to get closer. "Got you. Peviet." Yak swung Tiansua Zhanyu at the air, separating a massive lion's head from its body, which fell to the ground convulsing. The lightning-infused slash cut off Absalom's head, and even in death, Absalom never knew how Yak had detected his presence. "Moria, these nameless minions are too weak. You should come out yourself." Yak suddenly unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki that covered the entire, terrifying triangular sailboat. A sleeping Moria was instantly awakened by this overwhelming aura. "Who is it? How dare you cause trouble in my territory? We're the 3 freaks." Moonlight Moria said angrily. "No need to look for them, Moria. They've already passed out." Yak appeared in front of Moria. Only Moria could withstand the impact of the conqueror's haki without fainting here. "It's you. God, Yak, damn it. What are you doing in my territory?" Moria immediately recognized the recently rising star, Yak. "We are bound to meet on the sea, aren't we? I really dislike your ability to control the bodies of the deceased. Return the shadows, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Yak said lightly. "That person who can control ghosts is your subordinate, right? Unfortunately, she provoked my crew, and you have to hand her over to me." Hee, arrogant little brat. "You weren't even born when I set sail. I'll take your shadow gun." Without further ado, Moria launched an attack. Yak stood still, allowing the shadow spear to stab at him. He had already activated elementalization in advance, leaving his heart area empty, so Moria's attack hit nothing but air. Useless. Even if you mastered the armed color hockey, you still can't hit my physical form. As a warlord, your strength is quite weak. Arbitration Dragon. Yak's right hand transformed into lightning, and a massive lightning dragon flew from his hand, roaring towards Moria. Shadow Mage. A black shadow, resembling a specter, appeared before Moria and blocked the lightning dragon. My Shadow Mage is invincible. Try this move, Bat Swarm." Moria unleashed a torrent of bats towards Yak. "Not bad, but it ends here." Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted, scattering the swarm of bats. Yak suddenly disappeared and reappeared above Moria, raising his sword. The Tiansua Zhanyu High. No Moon, Thunderkill. The Tiansua Zhanyu was filled with lightning, and the dark blade transformed into a dazzling blue. Moria, caught off guard, could only urgently dodge, turning his head to avoid the fatal blow. However, Yak's sword had already struck Moria's short arm, easily severing it, which fell to the ground. "Your martial arts are really weak. After being defeated by Kaido, do you only dare to hide in a place like this?" Moria. Yak mocked without hesitation. Moria, rolling on the ground in pain, seemed to have broken his defense. He forgot the pain and shouted furiously, "Damn it. Don't mention that bastard Kaido. You two, you all must die." Shadow gathering. The terrifying triangular sailboat saw countless shadows gather above Moria, rushing straight into his body. Moria radiated an astonishing aura and continuously grew larger. Even the severed arm was reattached by shadows. "Oh!" Moria roared loudly, seemingly losing some of his sanity. "How ridiculous. He can't even control his own power. Just go die in peace, Moria." Yake sneered at this move. If it could truly be controlled by Moria, it would indeed be very powerful. But unfortunately, Moria had already been turned into a lazy fatso by Kurizumi, weak in martial arts, and even weaker in will. Super electromagnetic cannon. Yake flicked a golden coin with his thumb, extending his right hand to firmly control it in his palm, the coin trembling incessantly. Accelerated by the electromagnetic field, the coin became uncontrollable and instantly formed an air explosion, rushing towards Moria. In the fog-covered, terrifying triangular sailboat, a beam of orange-red light, entwined with electric sparks, shot from Yake's fingertips, piercing through Moria's forehead. Moria's massive body crashed to the ground, countless shadows flying out. Quite a spectacle. This move is something even Rayleigh wouldn't dare to take head-on, only able to dodge. "You are really brave." Yake turned to leave after seeing Moria fall silent. The castle had almost been reduced to ruins, but Yake needed to find Perona first. In the air, Yake activated his observation haki to scan the entire triangular sailboat, searching for a long time without finding her. Instead, he found the black sword Chiu Shui next to his skeleton, which he accepted without hesitation. Finally, in the left side of the main hall, he found the unconscious Perona and carried her to Robin's side. "Robin-chan, it's done. Moria is dead. And this is the person you wanted, the one controlling the ghosts. How do you want to deal with her?" Yake grinned at Robin, who still had a dark expression. Perhaps the earlier incident had already become part of her black history. "Very good, Captain. From today on, she will be our ship's maid," Robin said coldly. "Take her aboard our ship. I want to train her well." Robin reminded Yake not to forget how to punish this little girl later, revealing an evil smile as countless good ideas surged in her mind. Yake was already sweating profusely, carrying Perona and running away. This Robin-chan is too terrifying. After Yake killed Moria, countless shadows returned to their master's body, and the terrifying triangular sailboat collapsed. Yake also took Perona and Robin back to the ship to continue sailing. In the cabin's lounge, the unconscious Perona gradually became familiar with her surroundings, opened her eyes, and looked at the strange decor in the room, screaming loudly. "Ah, what is this place? Where's Master Moria? Kuma, come save me." "Stop shouting. No one will come to rescue you even if you scream your throat raw," Robin said quietly, while Yake stood in the corner, too afraid to speak. "Who are you? This strange woman? Where is this? What have you done to Master Moria?" Seeing it was a woman, Perona's courage suddenly grew. "Moria? He must have sunk to the bottom of the sea by now. You are my trophy now." Robin deliberately intimidated Perona, showing an evil expression. "Ah, Kuma, come save me. Don't come any closer. Negative ghost." Perona was so frightened by Robin that she lost her composure and instinctively released several pale, negative ghosts. "Captain?" Robin glanced at Yake. "Oh, let me handle it." Yake was startled and quickly drew his sword, cleanly slicing the negative ghosts into pieces. "This is impossible. How could anyone in this world hurt a ghost? I must be dreaming." Perona's proud technique was countered, and she fell into deep self-doubt. "You are the one who killed my 4 negative ghosts." Perona seemed to remember something terrifying and screamed, running around the cabin in panic. Yak quickly subdued Perona and showed a gentle smile to the little girl who might soon become his crew member, exuding his friendliness. "What, don't kill me." Perona rolled her eyes and fainted. "Yake? My smile is so scary." Robin patted Yake's shoulder. "It's really her, Captain. You go out. Let me have a good talk with her." Yake was whistling a tune while steering the ship. The ship was heading directly to Sagunta Island, guided by the permanent compass. Although he didn't know what kind of island it was, as long as they could resupply there, that was all that mattered for now. The main priority was to find crew members, at least to complete the task. While it would be easy to find a few random crew members to finish the job, Yake believed in quality over quantity. Not just anyone could join his ship. After an unknown amount of time, a smiling Robin brought out a downcast Perona. "Captain, Perona will be our intern on the ship from now on. Please take good care of her," Robin said, pulling Perona in front of Yake. "Speak." Captain Yake, I'm Perona, and I'll be the intern on the ship from now on. I could do anything," Perona said, feeling wronged. Yake's gaze met Robin's from afar, as if asking, "What did you do to her?" Ahaha. Don't be nervous. On my ship, you are the safest. No one can harm you a hair's breadth, except me. Yake tried hard to show his captain's charm, hoping to make Perona genuinely join the crew soon. All right, Perona, go clean the deck. Robin immediately instructed as she saw this, and when Perona focused on cleaning, she walked up to Yake. Yake, this little girl seems a bit unconvinced, so pay more attention to her in the future. Otherwise, she might run away. Don't worry, once on my ship, no one thinks about escaping. Yake grinned. After sailing for more than half a month, they finally arrived at Sagunta Island. However, the island seemed a bit strange, with smoke rising everywhere, as if a battle had just taken place. It seems there's been a war on this island. Let's go take a look. Yake frowned, realizing the trouble. After sailing for so long, their supplies were running low. If there was a war, would anyone be selling anything? Va? Robin's expression also turned serious. Forget about that for now. Let's check the situation. Just as Yake was speaking, a black cannonball flew over, and Yake raised his hand to control it in midair, tossing it into the sky. It seems the battle is intense. Yake released an electromagnetic barrier, enveloping the three of them to prevent stray bullets from interfering. Don't step out of this barrier. If you get hurt, no one will treat you, Yake reminded them. Perona nodded frantically, clinging tightly to Robin. When they reached the city center, they discovered the two sides in conflict. One side consisted of soldiers in high-tech combat suits, while the other appeared to be a guard army. However, under the powerful firepower of the high-tech soldiers, the guard army was being driven back steadily. Report. There are abnormal individuals lingering over there. Should we eliminate them as well? A soldier spotted Yake and the others and immediately reacted. Warning. The Germa army is currently engaged in battle with the Sagunta Kingdom's Guard. Please evacuate all unrelated personnel immediately, or you'll be directly targeted. Yake naturally would not back down, even when surrounded by a densely packed army, remaining undaunted. Upon receiving instructions, he immediately launched an attack. Countless bullets and shells were fired at Yake and the others, but without exception, they were all blocked by the electromagnetic barrier. The Germa 66 army. I've been looking for them for a long time. Today, they will become my subordinates. Yake said excitedly. Is it the evil army from the North Sea? Robin apparently had some knowledge about the Germa kingdom in the North Sea. That's right, I value their research capabilities and cloning technology. To contend against the world government, relying solely on individual strength is difficult. Yake briefly explained to Robin and then prepared to take action. Yake used observation hockey to cover the entire island. The soldiers of Germa and ordinary humans were completely different species in terms of hockey perception. After all, Germa's army consisted entirely of clone soldiers. This made things easier. There was no need to worry about accidentally harming innocents. Heavenly punishment of thunder. Yake's left hand transformed into electricity, sending raging lightning into the sky, which immediately accumulated a large amount of dark clouds, with countless electric flashes flickering. Descend. The lightning struck down, accurately hitting every Germa soldier in battle, and the previously noisy city suddenly became a bit quiet. All the soldiers struck by the lightning turned to charcoal without exception, while the retreating royal guard was completely baffled, unaware of what had happened, thinking it was the wrath of the gods consuming the lives of these evil soldiers. How terrifying! Perona trembled. No wonder Robin the Great warned her not to think about escaping. It turned out it would be like this. The war is over, Yake said. Let's wait for the main force of Germa to arrive. Otherwise, how can we subdue them? On the sea, inside a giant snail. What? The soldiers on Sagunta Island have all lost contact? Damn, what happened? Lavatory, take Yuji and go check the situation. Vinsmoke Judge was almost furious after receiving a report from his subordinate researchers. The loss of contact for clone soldiers only indicated one thing: death. Even though the lives of clone soldiers are not worth much, it still takes at least 5 years to produce a soldier. In just a moment, over 2,000 soldiers lost contact. Such a loss is too great. Yes, father. Lavatory replied expressionlessly, and then set off with Yuji. Seriously, I was just resting. What could happen on a small island? Yuji complained, quite dissatisfied. Shut your mouth, Yuji. This is father's order. Lavatory reprimanded her brother without hesitation. Although Lavatory still had feelings, she had nothing good to say about this scum of a fourth brother. Damn, don't use father to pressure me. Yake has already cleaned up the aftermath, and the king of Sagunta Island personally met with Yake, inviting him to become the guardian of the nation. However, Yake declined the offer, took some supplies, and went to the port with Robin and Perona to wait for the arrival of the Germa 66 fleet. Yake wore sunglasses and lay on a lounge chair, while Perona consciously came up to massage his shoulders. What's going on today, Perona? You're being so considerate. It's a bit unlike you. Yake teased. Oh, Captain. It's what I should do. Captain, does this feel comfortable? Perona said cautiously. She asked, scared stiff by you today, Robin, who was reading a book in the chair next to Yake, said without looking up. She knew Perona too well. Oh, so that's how it is, Yake said, feeling a bit disappointed. He didn't want his crew to be filled with fear of him, forced to board his ship because of his power. Perona's situation was a bit special. After all, she had directly killed the former captain and forcibly brought herself on board. Let's just leave her be for now. Time will tell, and besides, a massage is quite enjoyable. On the sea, a huge dark shadow slowly approached, and Yake took off his sunglasses. Oh, they finally arrived. Break time is over, Robin. There are 3 people at the port. Go ask them, Rayleigh said, noticing a few people at the port who seemed overly relaxed, which was strange considering the recent war in this country. Leave it to me. I'll make them talk, a beautiful lady and the 2 others. Oh. Yunji squinted and realized there were 2 stunning beauties. His eyes instantly filled with hearts, dancing at the bow of the ship, while Yake was completely ignored. What an idiot. Rayleigh helplessly covered her eyes, unable to watch, feeling embarrassed. Every move of the 2 was naturally noticed by Yake. Rayleigh wore black earmuffs, a blue scarf, a super short skirt that exposed her chest and navel, a cape shaped like butterfly wings, and white and pink knee-high boots, indeed possessing a unique charm. At the same time, she was one of the few remaining members of the Vinsmoke family with humanity. Yake thought that if she boarded his ship, it would certainly be interesting when they encountered the Straw Hat crew in the future. As for the other members of the Vinsmoke family, apart from King Judge, who could be somewhat useful as a researcher, Iji, Niji, and Yunji, as a motionless scum, were better off disappearing from this world. Hey, do you know what happened on this island? Rayleigh and Yunji jumped onto the port, asking the downcast Yake. Did Germa send you here? Seriously, now I have to make another trip. Can't you all come together? Yake raised his head and said, You guy. Yunji was already impatient and ready to kill Yake, but was stopped by Rayleigh. Yunji, don't you know who he is? Rayleigh looked at Yake with a serious expression. The god Yake, with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Why are you here? It seems some people do know me, so I can relax. Yake stood up, crossed his arms. I'm very interested in your Germa technology. Take me to judge. What a boastful claim. Let me see if you're worth 1.5 billion. The hot-headed Yunji pulled Rayleigh's hand away and assumed a fighting stance. You don't even understand the gap between us. Well then, let me show you the power of a god. Yake yawned lazily, but this was undoubtedly an insult to Yunji, who charged at him with a roar. Raitsu. Yake instantly drew his sword, Tiansua Zhanyu, and with an astonishing momentum, slashed towards Yunji. Yunji saw the incoming blade, but had no time to dodge and could only take Yake's attack head-on. Ugh! Yunji was sent flying by a single slash, falling into the sea. Yake had also learned swordsmanship from Rayleigh, although he couldn't compare to famous swordmasters like Mihawk or others. His terrifying brute strength and mastery of hockey could make up for it. Moreover, with the added power of his devil fruit abilities, Yunji might not be saved. However, it was Yake's habit to finish off his opponents. He raised his hand and summoned a massive thunder pillar to strike down on the sea. Yunji, what impossible! Rayleigh, although aware that someone with a 1.5 billion bounty like Yake wouldn't be simple, didn't expect the defeat of Yunji to be so effortless. Rayleigh immediately went on high alert, her cape radiating a dangerous purple glow. But Yake wasn't very interested in fighting Rayleigh. You're Rayleigh, right? I met a blonde boy with the same circle eyebrows as you in the East Blue. Do you know him? Yake said casually, which dispelled Rayleigh's fighting spirit. Just as she was about to attack, Rayleigh suddenly withdrew her hand, standing there dazedly, and began to sob. Sanji, it must be Sanji, he really still alive. Yake continued, Rayleigh, you are his sister, right? Take us to see Judge. The fate of the Vinsmoke family is in your hands. Yake sheathed his sword, waiting to see Rayleigh's choice. All right, I will take you to see Father, but the Germa kingdom exists by Father's will. Even I cannot defy his orders. Follow me. Rayleigh wiped her tears, tidied her appearance, and gestured for Yake to board the Germa battleship. No need, I can go alone. Robin, you and Perona stay with the ship. Wait for me here. I won't take long. Yake turned to give instructions to Robin. Robin looked up at Yake, nodded slightly, and remained silent, while Perona nodded vigorously, not wanting to go. The Germa 66 battleship was indeed extraordinary, sailing on the sea carried by a snail. It was said that it could even traverse the red line using the snail and conquer the seas. Once on board, Yake was pulled by Rayleigh, who questioned him about Sanji, but Yake had never been to the East Blue and relied solely on his memories from the anime. He could only tell Rayleigh that Sanji is now a chef at the Bartai restaurant in the East Blue, then pulled out a magazine and handed it to Rayleigh, which was a cooking magazine featuring a photo and introduction of Sanji. Rayleigh treasured it, seemingly reading every word of the report on Sanji, with tears glistening in her eyes. That's great. Sanji has become an amazing chef. After reading the report on Sanji, Rayleigh seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Her burdens lifted, and she looked at Yake, who was resting with his eyes closed, feeling grateful. Suddenly, a sound came through the earpiece, and Rayleigh's expression turned serious as she quietly left the room. Bang! What happened? Yenji also lost contact. Rayleigh, what are you doing? Judge's furious voice came through Rayleigh's earpiece. Father, we encountered a powerful enemy. Yenji sacrificed himself, and I barely managed to escape. Rayleigh did not reveal the truth. Useless. You are truly useless. Come back and report. Let's see how you explain this. Judge angrily hung up the phone. Rayleigh's expression remained unchanged. Judge's words had no effect on her. If it were Yake, he could easily destroy this country, this heartless place. She had had enough. Rayleigh's ship quickly reached the Germa headquarters, and she woke Yake up. Yake stretched and followed Rayleigh outside. Rayleigh, what have you done? Father is furious. You need to see him quickly. Who is this? Iji had been waiting for a while Niji remained silent beside him. I'm here to see Judge. Let him come out to meet me. Yake slowly walked in front of Rayleigh, protecting her behind him. In Yake's eyes, Rayleigh was already his crew member. Damn it, Rayleigh, have you betrayed Father? Good. I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Today, I will personally eliminate you, traitor. The hot-tempered Niji instantly exploded, accusing Rayleigh of betraying them. Do they not have any brains? Yake turned to ask Rayleigh. Just a bunch of inhumane scum, Rayleigh replied. Yake smiled without saying a word, but lightning was already wrapping around him, and his intentions were clear. Let's play with my pets, the Dragon of Judgment. Yake summoned 2 lightning dragons, which coiled around Niji and Iji, while Yake sat comfortably, watching their battle with the lightning dragons. Niji, equipped with a lightning battle suit, could barely resist. However, Iji was in a dire situation. His body was charred from the electric shocks, and his hairstyle had turned into an explosive mess, emitting black smoke. Watching the 2 retreat under the attacks of the lightning dragons, Yake felt a bit bored. You are too weak. My patience is limited. Please die. The Gungnir. The lightning dragons transformed into spears glowing with lightning, and blue runes lit up as they pierced through Niji and Iji's chests with lethal intent. Throughout the encounter, Yake remained in place, and before Niji and Iji could even reach him, they had already fallen. I heard they were your brothers. I killed your 3 brothers. You won't hate me, will you? Yake asked tentatively. Beside him, Rayleigh showed no emotion and simply dropped the headphone she was wearing onto the ground. From the day they were born, Iji, Niji, and Yanji were already dead. What lives now is just a powerful monster. Understood. Take me to see Judge. Yake realized Rayleigh's thoughts and could see why she had believed that Germa should disappear after hearing Sanji's words in the anime. It seemed that Meiju had this idea long ago. Follow me. Rayleigh walked ahead, and Yake followed, observing this country. When they reached the main hall, Judge was already fully armed, standing before the throne. Rayleigh, you have betrayed me, but that no longer matters. What matters is you, God Yake. It seems we have no grievances. Yet you killed my 3 sons. Do you have nothing to say? Judge said, suppressing his anger, knowing that the enemy before him was not someone he could deal with. Moreover, his 3 powerful sons, their muscle, were dead. I am here today for Germa's cloning technology and its researchers, so surrender. Then smoke Judge. Yake slowly ascended into the sky, looking down at Judge. Judge knew his cloning technology was enticing. Even the 4 emperors ruling the New World had shown interest in his technology. However, he did not expect someone to covet his technology so soon. Damn Yake, do you really think you have me under control? Rayleigh, kill him. Judge ordered Rayleigh, who stood behind Yake. I'm sorry, Lord Yake, I can't defy my father's orders. Rayleigh said apologetically, knowing that her bloodline had already been tainted with Judge's will since birth. Although she still had normal human emotions, Judge commanded her to obey. I know. You can sleep for a while. Yake waved his hand dismissively, unleashing a powerful conqueror's haki that knocked Rayleigh unconscious. Now it's just the 2 of us, Judge. As Yake spoke, a layer of lightning armor gradually covered his body, ready to educate this scum who didn't even know how to write the word father. What a waste. It looks like I have to take care of this myself. Judge cursed inwardly. Activating his battle suit, the boots beneath him released a gust of air, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Yake. You're still too slow in the face of lightning. Yake punched Judge in the face, holding back his strength to avoid accidentally killing him. Judge was sent flying back by Yake's punch, and before he could crash into the wall, Yake teleported behind him and kicked him away with a powerful tail swipe. After a one-sided beating, Judge lay on the ground, unable to get up, his body covered in bruises, his face swollen like a pig's head, and he was still twitching from the electric shocks. However, because Yake had held back, he was temporarily alive, though severely injured. Yake walked beside Gaji, his foot pressing down on Gaji's chest, a ball of electricity building in his right hand. Surrender or die. I am the king of a member state of the world government. You cannot kill me. Gaji still held onto a glimmer of hope. I killed a celestial dragon. I surrender. Don't kill me, Lord Yake. Gaji decisively admitted defeat, almost forgetting that this guy became famous for killing celestial dragons. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Get up. Yake helped Gaji to his feet and even patted the dust off him. This is a gift I have for you. A petite and delicate lightning snake appeared in Yake's hand and drilled into Gaji's chest. What have you done to me? Gaji breathed a sigh of relief when he found nothing unusual in his body. Yake snapped his fingers, and Gaji's body was filled with electric sparks, starting to convulsively twitch, then began to scratch frantically at his own body. So itchy, what'd you do? Hurry and undo this. I submit, I really submit. Gaji lay on the ground, rubbing his body until it was a bloody mess, as if this could relieve the itchiness. Yake snapped his fingers again, and the torment of Gaji finally came to an end. Gaji lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, not wanting to experience that situation again. The Thunder Serpent Curse, which induces a feeling of itchiness throughout the body through a slight electric current, can make a person wish for death. It's a tool to prevent your betrayal. Yake said with a smile, which in Gaji's eyes was undoubtedly a devilish grin. Gaji humbly knelt on the ground, having lost all his previous momentum. What can I do for you, Lord Yake? Yake nodded in satisfaction, showing his understanding. First, Germa would henceforth belong to the Yake pirate crew. Second, they would fully support the research on the Pluto weapon technology. Third, they would unlock Rayleigh's bloodline restrictions, and she would join our pirate crew. Yake scratched his head, unable to come up with anything else for the time being. Anyway, Garci would no longer dare to pull any tricks. He could just be notified whenever something came up. That's all for now. First, release Leggio from the bloodline control, Yake said, glancing at the still unconscious Leggio. Garci stammered, seemingly having some difficulty in speaking. Spit it out, Yake said impatiently. All right, because of the bloodline factor, Leggio must obey me. Unless all the blood in her body is replaced with yours, so Garci gritted his teeth, as this was already touching upon the secret of the bloodline factor. Is that so? What will happen after the exchange? Yake frowned. She will have to obey your commands. She must execute your orders. Yake remained silent for a long time. All right, let's start the blood exchange. I warn you not to make any small moves. Yake made a snapping gesture, and Gaji quickly shrank his head back. Yake carried the unconscious Leiji and followed Gaji to the research laboratory. The blood replacement device had been installed, and the next step was to input Yake's blood into Leiji. There was no need to worry about Yake not having enough blood. The blood production function of a strong person's body is no joke. Yake sat quietly waiting for the blood replacement procedure to be completed. Once the blood replacement was finished, the Vinsmoke family's confinement of Reiju was completely lifted. Is it done? Yake opened his eyes, and Judge was arranging for the researchers to remove the devices. That's right, Lord Yake. Reiju is now completely obedient to you, Judge said with a flattering smile. Did you secretly keep some of my blood, Judge? Yake suddenly asked. No, absolutely not, Lord Yake. Don't. Judge began scratching his body, letting out painful cries. Seeing that Judge's expression did not seem to be fake, Yake decided to let him go. He didn't want a scientist like Judge secretly researching his blood. Take the ship to Sarganto Island. I want to pick up my crew. Yes, Lord Yake. Judge replied repeatedly. The Germa kingdom began to move, like a fortress on the sea. Yake slapped his forehead, finally remembering that he hadn't given the design blueprint for the Underworld King to Gaji. He flipped through his storage and found the blueprint. He tossed the Underworld King design blueprint to Gaji, who excitedly caught it and began to study it carefully. It was indeed the design for the Underworld King. Not only did it include the manufacturing method, but it also featured designs for weapons capable of instantly destroying an island. If we can create such weapons, we will definitely dominate the world, Gaji said excitedly, trembling all over. But that's not all. I wanted to research a new type of weapon that I named the electromagnetic cannon, like this. Yake flicked a coin and unleashed a super electromagnetic cannon, causing a shockwave that left the room in disarray. Watching the terrifying power of the electromagnetic cannon, Gaji couldn't help but swallow hard. Compared to this, His electromagnetic gun was like a child's toy. Lord Yake, this. Gaji asked cautiously. I want you to develop a soldier-level electromagnetic cannon and a defensive-grade giant electromagnetic cannon. The principle is like this. Yake explained the principles of the electromagnetic cannon to Gaji in detail. So that's how it is. What a genius idea. Now we just need to conduct experiments. Gaji's eyes lit up, already rubbing his hands together, eager to try. Yake waved his hand, signaling Jajia not to get too excited. He then explained the future development direction of Germa in detail to Jajia. The main idea was to change Germa's mercenary development model into weapon research and sales, manufacturing new weapons by studying the weapon technology of Pluto. At the same time, Yake also shared with Jajia the principles of automatic weapons, believing that soon Germa would become the most powerful technological nation on this sea, a country that belongs solely to Yake. By the way, for now, let Germa's base remain as it was before. After some time, I will notify you to move to the new base. Here is my phone bug number. If there is an invasion that cannot be resolved, feel free to contact me anytime. Yake left Jajia with a phone number, while also contemplating the location of the base. Yake's idea was that the best base was his hometown, the Sky Island, which was not only safe but also had various magical shell technology trees. However, he was still searching for the peak of the West Heaven, which was the second route to the Sky Island besides the soaring ocean current. Soon, the ship arrived at Sagunta Island, and Yake took Leiji off the ship while quickly telling Gaji to get lost. Captain, you really brought her on board. Why do you always like to recruit beautiful women as crew members? Do you have some ulterior motive towards us? Seeing that Yake was carrying another woman on his shoulder, Robin expressed her unhappiness. Aha, really? Yake noticed that it was indeed the case. The entire ship was filled with beautiful and sexy women except for him. Perona was still just a young girl and hadn't fully matured yet. Let me introduce everyone. This is Leiji, who will soon become a member of our Yake pirate crew. As one of our fighters, Yake said, forcing himself to speak. Oh, forget it, Captain. Where's our next destination? Robin sighed. No, we need to make some modifications to the ship first. Yake replied with a mysterious smile. After placing Leiji in the ship's lightning restroom, Yake went to find the shipwrights of the Sagunta Kingdom to make some small modifications to the Eternal Truth. The entire bottom of the ship was covered with a layer of strong, magnetic metal. With the help of Yake's lightning metallurgy, the craftsman only needed to install it. With the strong magnetic layer, Yake could control the repulsion to allow the ship to fly at low altitude. Although it couldn't reach the Sky Island yet, it could now traverse the windless zone. Yake planned to first go to Fishman Island to collect the historical text and then head to the New World. This way, he could cross the calm belt in the New World and then head to the West Sea, where the peak of the West Sky is located. Robin, set sail. Let's head directly to the Sabaody archipelago, and our next stop is Fishman Island. Yake saw that the supplies were almost sufficient, so he didn't linger and immediately prepared to depart. Fortunately, Sarganto Island was not far from Sabaody, and they would arrive shortly. The anchor was lifted, and the Eternal Truth set sail once again. In her room, Reiju also woke up, realizing she was in an unfamiliar environment, and became alert. Had Germa been destroyed? Sensing that Reiju was awake, Yake called Robin and Perona, and they went to Reiju's room together. Reiju, you're awake, Yake said with a smile. Lord Yake, is this your ship? How'd I end up here? To put it simply, I have conquered Germa, and I have had Katakuri lift your bloodline restrictions. You are free now, Yake said, extending his hand. So now, are you willing to join my pirate crew and become our companion? Reiju? Looking at Yake's outstretched hand, Reiju grasped it without hesitation. She had long wanted to leave that place. I am willing, Captain, having broken her chains. Reiju naturally joined Yake's crew and became a member of the pirate group. Now, they just needed one more crew member to complete the mission, as they had collected 3 pieces of the historical text. Besides the historical text from Alabasta, there were also 2 pieces that Robin had seen in her childhood. One from beneath the Tree of Knowledge and another that Robin saw while escaping, which she also wrote down and handed to Yake. Next were the historical texts from Fishman Island and Zoe. A party was underway on the ship. Although there weren't many people, the atmosphere was quite lively. The polite and sociable Reiju quickly blended into the pirate crew and became good friends with Perona and Robin. Yake is secretly holding a metaphysical ceremony in the corner. Today, on a whim, he decided to go for a single draw despite having only 4 chances. Hoping for a miracle, Yake washed his face, stood on the deck, with the moonlight overhead and a serious expression. Lottery, thank you for your patronage. Lottery, thank you for your patronage. Draw the lottery. Yake clenched his fists. Congratulations, you've won 500 million berries. The last one, here we go. Congratulations. You've won a Devil Fruit Enhancement card. Woohoo. Take off. Yake shouted excitedly, dancing with joy after successfully drawing his dream. In the distance, Robin. Has he lost it? Use it. Hurry up and use it. I want to enhance my negative resistance. Do you want to enhance negative resistance? The effect of secondary use is halved. Wait a minute, let me think. Yake quickly called to stop. The effect of the Devil Fruit Enhancement card is beyond doubt. He had experimented with it after using it to enhance negative resistance last time. Although he still couldn't swim, the feeling of weakness when soaking in seawater was already minimal. And Sea Prism Stone wouldn't directly make Yake collapse. It just prevented him from using his abilities. The fact that negative resistance enhancement would be halved was a bit of a loss. Yake had always thought that using 2 cards would negate the curse of the Devil Fruit, which would leave him with almost no weaknesses, except for the Rubber Fruit user. So I'll keep it for now, until I get that fruit. Yake helplessly stored the enhancement card in his inventory. The eternal truth is sailing on the sea. Yake leaned on the lounge chair, soaking up the sun. Bored out of his mind, Robin had developed a liking for a sport, volleyball. Now, Robin and Nika were playing volleyball. Both beautiful women glistening with sweat. Both Robin and Nika possessed a strong D will, deeply attracting Yake's gaze, while Perona, who only had a C will, was unfit to play and could only cheer from the sidelines. This ball is so wide, oh no, it's so big, Yake exclaimed while admiring the beautiful scene before him. Taking a sip of the drink Perona had brought him, and then continuing to enjoy the enticing match between Robin and Nika. Captain, it seems we have arrived at Sabaody. Perona's ghost had spotted the island, and now Perona had been promoted to a formal crew member, serving as lookout. Her ghost was incredibly convenient for observing the situation. Really? Let me see. That's right, it really is here. Yake confirmed as he looked at the familiar appearance and colorful bubbles, instantly recognizing it as the place he had lived for 10 years. Hey, Robin, Nika, you can stop now. We've arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Let me show you my home. This is where I grew up. Yake called out to the two. Nika made a powerful spike, ending the match, as Robin's physical condition was far inferior to Nika's. Even using her Devil Fruit powers to compete with Nika was only a desperate attempt to save face. Robin, the captain is calling us. Nika helped the exhausted Robin up. I really envy your physical condition. Are you all monsters? Robin said with envy. Sometimes. I wish I were just an ordinary person too. Come on, let's change clothes. Nika seemed to recall some bad memories and changed the subject. Both of them were currently wearing revealing bikinis, and they needed to at least change into decent clothes before going out, especially since they were about to meet Yake's parents. Once everyone was ready, Yake and the others disembarked and set foot on Sabaady's land. Island 13, Shocky's bar. Shocky was cleaning the bar counter, while Rayleigh sat nearby reading the newspaper, and a little white-furred girl was tidying up. Anna, you're almost done cleaning. Why don't you go wash the glasses? Shocky said. Indeed, Anna, the little fur tribe girl whom Yake rescued on Island 1, had come to Island 13 seeking Shocky's help. Upon hearing it was Yake's arrangement, Shocky had arranged for Anna to work as a waitress at the bar, and she had been working here for several months now. Okay, Mrs. Shocky, I'm going now, Anna said, bouncing off to the washing area after putting away her broom. By the way, Mrs. Shocky, what do you want to eat today? Anna suddenly popped her head out and asked. Haha, Anna, just make whatever you want. Everything you cook is delicious. Rayleigh laughed, finding the furry little girl truly adorable. Not only did she have excellent cooking skills, but she was also obedient, lively, and optimistic, completely unbothered by her past as a slave. Dad, what delicious food are you making? Why didn't you call me? Yake walked in with a big smile. Yake, you're back, Shocky exclaimed, a bit excited, as she hadn't seen Yake for a long time and even worried when there was no news about him. Mom, Dad, I'm back, and by the way, these are my crew members. Yake stepped aside, and Robin, Nika, and Perona walked in one after another, catching Shocky's attention. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. The three slightly bowed to show their respect. Shocky and Rayleigh were a bit unaccustomed to it, feeling somewhat at a loss. Oh, why be so polite? Come in and sit. Shocky quickly reacted, signaling the three not to be nervous and to treat it like home. Kid, you really have a skill. Aren't you already with Hancock? Rayleigh whispered mysteriously, his eyes filled with envy. Yake showed a proud smile towards Rayleigh. By the way, Anna, come out quickly and see who has arrived. Shocky shouted towards the room. Yake saw a white girl peek her head out, and she looked very excited to see him. In a flash, she ran out and hugged Yake tightly. Benefactor, I finally see you again, meow. Look at you. Anna rubbed her face against Yake's, seeming a bit ambiguous. Yake struggled to pull the girl down and took a closer look. You are Anna, the one I saved at the auction. Yake finally remembered the fur tribe girl he had casually rescued at the auction, thinking that Shocky had arranged for her to return to Zaw. but she had been here all along. Lord Yake, I've heard many stories about you, meow. I want to go on adventures with you. That's why I didn't return to Zom, meow. Anna looked at Yake with great anticipation, hoping that he would take her with him on the ship. Yake was a bit silent, gently stroking Anna's head. Anna let out a comfortable purring sound, just like a cat. Anna, the sea is very dangerous. Even if I am strong, I may not be able to protect you. Yake said seriously, hoping to dissuade Anna from her thoughts. I'm already prepared, meow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sneaked out by myself. Besides, I'm also very strong, meow. My cooking skills are quite good. I will definitely be able to help Yake, meow. Anna said anxiously, afraid that Yake wouldn't take her on the ship. Captain, aren't we just short of a cook on our ship? Why not let her be our cook? Robin immediately set her sights on the cute creature Anna, white and fluffy, striking Robin's girlhood heart. Yake pondered for a moment. All right, Anna, once our ship gets its coating, you can come with us. You'll be the cook on our ship. That's awesome, Kalukiyu. Anna was thrilled and jumped onto Yake, rubbing her face against his in a playful manner. Yake helplessly allowed Anna to play with him, but Anna was indeed cute, and Yake couldn't help but pet her head. It felt great. All right, Anna, there's so many people today. Go prepare a big meal and let Yake and the others see your cooking skills. Shachi said with a happy smile. I'll do my best, meow. Anna replied and immediately got down, her expression serious, turning and running to the kitchen. Robin's hand trembled slightly in the air. He didn't get to touch her at all before she ran off, and he could only shoot a fierce glance at Yake. Yake felt a bit bewildered and didn't think too much about it. He started introducing his crew members to his mom one by one. What? She's Nico Robin. Rayleigh looked at Robin in shock. She was one of the few people in the world who could understand the poneglyphs. She was a huge troublemaker. The world government had always wanted her head. Rayleigh stared at Robin and said, Does the world government not want my head either? Dad, we're all in pursuit of the truth of history. Yake said nonchalantly, even dropping some dirt on Rayleigh. Besides, Dad, you're the first mate of Pirate King Roger, right? Robin suddenly looked at Rayleigh. You're the first mate of Pirate King Rayleigh. You must know what happened during the Void Century. Please, you have to tell me. Robin cried tears of desperation and knelt on the ground. Child, I can tell you the truth of the Void Century. But after I tell you, what can you do? So, continue to pursue it. Only by experiencing the process yourself will you understand why the government hides the truth of history. Rayleigh sighed and said, feeling regretful about the tragedy of O'Hara. Fortunately, Robin was still alive, but knowing the truth wouldn't benefit her. Robin, Dad is right. We promised to pursue the truth of history together. How can we let others tell us directly? Yake helped Robin up, comforting her. I'm sorry, Captain, I was impulsive. All right, no need to say more. Mom, bring some fine wine for my crew so we can have a good drink. Yake interrupted Robin, as he wasn't one to indulge in emotional moments. Okay, you little brat, are you sure that little girl over there can drink? Shaki pointed at the lowly-looking Perona. She's about the same age as my mom. Yake said awkwardly, as it seemed none of his crew were younger than him, except for Anna, who hadn't officially joined them yet. By the way, Dad, could you code our ship? We're preparing to head to the New World. Yake walked over to Rayleigh. No problem, but you'll have to cover the material costs, Rayleigh said quietly. Recently, Shaki has been quite strict. Ha ha ha, Dad, you're really suffering. Don't worry, I've got plenty of berries, Yake laughed heartily. You've been quite the hotshot lately. Even that old man Garp can't do anything about you. Rayleigh seemed quite pleased about Garp's predicament. He just can't catch up with me. In terms of physical skills, I'm no match for him. Yake wasn't getting cocky. Garp's punches were truly black and hard. And who knows how that old man still had such stamina at his age. Ha ha ha, of course. Back in the day, Garp chased us all over the world. He's not an easy opponent to defeat. Rayleigh laughed heartily, fully aware of Garp's strength. Everyone, it's time to eat. Anna shouted as she came out wearing an apron. At the dinner table, Anna, your cooking is really good. It's so delicious, Yake said with his mouth full of meat, speaking a bit unclearly. Looks like we will all be blessed from now on. Reiju put down her chopsticks and wiped her red lips with a handkerchief, her elegant posture on full display. Great, I finally don't have to cook anymore. It was obvious that it was Perona saying Bila Bila, as she had been the part-time cook before Anna, and before her, it was Robin. Anna, we'll be relying on you from now on, Robin said with a satisfied look, stroking Anna's fluffy head. Perhaps that was the reason Robin intentionally sat next to Anna. All right, let's raise a glass to celebrate our new crew member, Anna. Cheers. Cheers. The next day, Rayleigh was coating Yake's ship. Yake gave Robin, Perona, and the others quite a bit of berries to send them shopping. Apart from the dirty places, Sabaody Archipelago could be considered a commercial paradise. Yake flew to Nine Snake Island by himself. It had been a long time since he last saw Hancock, and once he went to the New World, there would likely be even less time to gather. On Nine Snake Island, it was a bright sunny day. However, thunder rumbled in the sky, the sound created by Yake moving through the air. When the lightning's trajectory became visible to the naked eye, it meant Yake had arrived. That thunder? Yake is back. Hancock hurried out of the palace, staring blankly at the sky like a stone waiting for her husband. Crack! As the electricity dissipated, Yake appeared in front of Hancock, arms wide open. Yake, you finally came to see me. Hancock jumped into Yake's embrace, her face flushed. It had been almost a few months since they last met. Did you miss me? What do you think? Hancock had already closed her eyes. The palace maids were all driven out of the palace by Sandersonia, with the reason being that Her Majesty was discussing important matters with Lord Yake, and irrelevant people should leave. After months of separation, Hancock poured all her longing into this day. Yake, it's okay, I can handle it. After expressing his longing feelings, Yake took out the beauty elixir he won in the lottery. Last time he won 5, and he used 1 himself. Although Hancock is already known as the most beautiful woman in the world, she has a scar that is hard to talk about. Yake wanted to see if this beauty pill could remove the celestial dragon's mark on Hancock's back. Hancock, you should take this. Yake touched Hancock's face. No, I want you to feed it to me. Hancock nestled in Yake's arms like a little bird, acting spoiled. Yake stuffed the beauty pill into Hancock's mouth, and Hancock did not refuse, swallowing it in one gulp. She provocatively held Yake's finger in her mouth, her enchanting gaze fixed directly on him. Yake, brothers, I can't hold on any longer. Amid Hancock's screams, Yake once again pounced on Hancock. Yake, is this true? That mark has disappeared. Hancock looked at her smooth back in the mirror with tears in her eyes, which meant that the mark of her slavery as a celestial dragon had been completely erased. That's right, I finally got it. Don't you realize you look even more beautiful? Yake gently stroked Hancock's shoulder. Yake, we don't need to say these things. By the way, save 2 for Sandersonia and Marigold. Don't you dare eat them yourself. Yake kissed Hancock's forehead. I will. Are you leaving again? Hancock seemed to have guessed. Sigh. Hancock, if love can last for a long time, why would it matter if we meet every day? Yake hugged Hancock and whispered in her ear. At most, in 6 months, I will establish my base on Sky Island in the Grand Line. By then, you guys from Amazon Lily can move over too. Okay? You better not be lying to me. Hancock's heart was already tied to Yake, and she would only obey his words. Then let's go. Let's have a meal together. Tomorrow, I have to return to the Sabaody archipelago. The 2 cuddled up and walked out of the palace, calling Sandersonia and Marigold, and the 4 of them had a meal together. Sabaody archipelago. Yake didn't linger much. After spending a warm night with Hancock, he returned to Sabaody the next morning, as he felt he was running out of time. Mom, where are Robin and the others? Yake asked Shocky, who was tidying up the bar. Oh, Yake, did you meet Hancock? Robin and the others went shopping again. They bought a ton of stuff yesterday. All right, I'll go look for them. Sabaody isn't exactly safe, Yake said with some concern, as Sabaody was a place frequented by the celestial dragons, and with Robin and the others' appearances. You don't need to worry about that. Ever since you killed a celestial dragon, if they want to come here, they must be accompanied by an admiral. I haven't received any news about an admiral coming, so you can rest easy, Shocky said with a smile as she exhaled a puff of smoke. At least you've learned to be a bit more cautious. I'm off, Mom. Yake walked out of the bar and unexpectedly saw an old acquaintance, although he didn't really know him. Port Gasti, Ace, who set sail in the same year as Yake, might have become famous a bit later than Yake. But it was understandable that he only arrived at Sabaody today. Once Ace reached the New World, he would probably become Whitebeard's son. Hey, over there, have you seen 4 women together, one of them being a girl from the Mink tribe? Yake took the initiative to talk to Ace. Ace, who had just landed on the Sabaody archipelago with his Spade Pirates crew and was unfamiliar with the place, was wandering around. Sorry, I haven't seen them. Maybe you could ask someone else. Ace replied politely, adjusting his hat. The familiar freckles and the familiar smile. Is that so? Thank you, little bro. Yake smiled and turned to leave. This was just his first encounter with Ace. No need to rush. Captain, who was that guy? Do you know him? A crew member asked Ace. Ace shook his head, unable to recall anyone named Yake. I don't know him, but I can sense he is very strong. Captain, your instincts are right. He is the god Yake, the man with a bounty of 2 billion berries. A pirate broke out in a cold sweat as he pulled out Yake's bounty poster and showed it to the surrounding crew members. My instincts are that accurate? He really is strong, but it doesn't matter. Let's go eat. I'm hungry, Ace said nonchalantly, prioritizing food over everything else. Yake wandered around several islands that specialized in selling goods and finally found Robin and the others, who were trying on clothes in a clothing store. Not bad. Enel looks really cute in that outfit. Buy it, Robin said with a grin, radiating a wealthy vibe. Finally found you guys. Wow, Anna, that outfit is great, buy it. When Yake walked in and saw Anna in her new clothes, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Anna was wearing a blue short skirt, with shiny satin tied into a bow, and a pink belt around her waist that resembled a stream of red water, paired with Anna's pure and adorable face. Yake couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Captain, give me the money," Robin said, grabbing Yake's hand and speaking somewhat flatteringly. "Didn't I give you 100 million berries? Have you used it all up?" Yake exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide open. "We bought a lot of bikinis, do you want to see?" Rayleigh grabbed Yake's other hand, leaned in and gently blew in his ear, glancing provocatively at Robin. Robin bit her silver teeth tightly, unwilling to back down as she entangled Yake's arm in her powerful D-will. At that moment, Yake gasped, feeling the smoothness and softness of his arm. Trembling as he said, "Boss, pack it up. I want all." The four of them left the empty store. With Yake around, there was no need to worry about carrying things. He stuffed everything into the storage compartment. Robin held Yake's left hand. Rayleigh held his right, while Perona and Anna, the two little ones, skipped ahead, holding hands and bouncing along. Yake, known among the crew as the man who carries hundreds of millions of berries with him, the man who carries a warehouse. Robin no longer had any worries about shopping, and the entire island was almost cleared out, spending only a few tens of millions of berries. Yake was both pained and delighted, although he didn't understand why Robin and Rayleigh were so competitive. However, he couldn't offend either side, especially since he could enjoy the benefits. As it was getting dark, Yake and the others returned with full loads, to the point where Yake's storage compartment was about to burst, and he had to hold some items in his hands. "Dad, how's the ship's coating coming along?" Yake put things in the corner and asked Rayleigh, who was reading a newspaper. "Your ship has been coated, so have a good rest tonight. You can set sail tomorrow." Rayleigh took off his glasses and looked at Yake's face. In 10 years, Yake had transformed from a naive boy into the fearsome god Yake that made the world government tremble. His achievements naturally filled Rayleigh with pride. He had imparted everything he knew to Yake, and Yake had not disappointed his expectations. "Yake, do you want to become a pirate king?" Rayleigh stared at Yake's face. "No, Dad, I just want to be myself and do what I love," Yake replied with a smile. The two exchanged smiles, and their hearty laughter resonated throughout the bar. The next morning, Uncle Rayleigh, Mrs. Shackey, were leaving. Anna shouted happily, although her eyes were still filled with tears. After spending several months together, their bond had naturally deepened. "Goodbye, Dad, Mom. Next time, my name will echo throughout the new world." Robin, Rayleigh, and others waved their goodbyes as the eternal truth gradually sank beneath the water. Have they really left? Well, this must be fate's arrangement. We will meet again someday. A tall man watched Yake and the others slowly disappear through a scope, putting down his gun with regret. "We're getting further away from sea level." Robin looked up at the massive tree roots. "So many fish. I want to eat them all." Anna drooled at the fish swimming in the sea, and Perona nodded in agreement. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the ocean. Yake coughed a few times and said, "Everyone, our pirate crew now has 5 members, so it's time to officially assign roles. Captain, Yake, Chief of Staff; Robin, Combatant; Rayleigh, Cook; Anna, Lookout Perona. Does anyone have any objections?" Yake looked around. "No objections. Let's do it this way, Captain." "Sounds good. Okay, meow. Beep beep. No objections." Ark laughed happily and extended his hand. "All right, then our Ark pirate crew is officially established. From now on, we will actively sail the seas in the name of the Ark." Everyone placed their hands on Ark's hand in turn, each with a spirited expression. The standing at the pinnacle of the Sea Series 2 is complete. Reward, 10 lottery chances. Release of follow-up task. Standing at the pinnacle of the Sea Series 3. All members are villains. All crew members are wanted. Reward, random devil fruit X1, lottery chances X10. The Eternal Truth ship continues to sink. Besides Ark using his Conqueror's hockey to intimidate a few sea kings that wanted to attack the ship, nothing else happened. As they approached Fishman Island, Ark controlled his magnetic power and charged into Fishman Island, with everyone arriving safely. Is this Fishman Island? It's amazing. It's hard to imagine such a place exists in the sea. This is also the first time Rayleigh has come to Fishman Island, and she was immediately stunned by the beautiful scenery. After Princess Odoheim was assassinated by Hody Jones, coupled with the humans' slave-catching teams and Hody Jones's covert instigation, the relationship with humans has become very tense. However, Ark came to Fishman Island for only one thing: the historical text. After Yake docked the ship, the 5 of them walked openly on the street, inevitably drawing the attention of the residents of Fishman Island. "Yake-sama, these residents don't seem very friendly towards us, meow." Anna, being a human, was very perceptive and sensed the tense atmosphere around them. "It's okay, Anna. The captain is here. No one can harm us," Robin comforted, patting Anna's head. "That's right. Our goal is the historical text. We shouldn't engage in meaningless fights," Yake said. "Stop humans. State your purpose." Two fishmen soldiers blocked Yake and the other's path. "I am Yake, and I'm here to take on King Neptune's bounty to deal with Vanderdecken 9. Take us to see Neptune." Yake had noticed the bounty poster on the street, which was indeed about Vanderdecken 9, who harassed Princess Shirahoshi daily and was a user of the target fruit. "Wait, that face. Quickly, report to King Neptune." One fishman soldier recognized Yake. The people of Fishman Island still held a good impression of Yake because his actions against the celestial dragons made them hesitant to appear freely, indirectly striking a blow to the slave capture teams, and there have been few reports of mermaids going missing lately. "Lord Yake, please wait a moment. We will notify King Neptune right away." The fishman soldiers bowed respectfully, knowing that Yake was not someone they could provoke. Since when did fishmen kneel to lowly humans? "You are a disgrace to fishmen." Hody Jones swaggered over with a group of lackeys. "Damn it, Hody Jones, how dare you appear here? Our army will be here soon. Don't get too arrogant." A fishman soldier accused. "TCH, that bunch of trash, humans. Join us or die." Hody Jones disdainfully slapped away the fishman soldier and spoke to Yake and the others. "Robin Rayleigh, it's up to you. I don't need to deal with this kind of pirate myself. Leave it to me, Captain." X2 Robin was eager to try. Yake had been teaching her how to develop her fruit abilities, and she was quite strong now. Rayleigh, being a modified bloodline factor user, had a powerful physique and the enhancement of her battle suit, making it simple to deal with someone with a bounty of over 10 million. Floral flourish, spider flower. Robin crossed her arms, growing countless arms that tightly trapped Hody Jones and his group in midair like a spider web. Pink poison arrow. Reiju's battle suit wings sprayed a large amount of arrow-shaped poison at the enemies. Just as the poison arrows were about to hit, Robin's arms instantly dissipated, leaving a shower of petals to avoid friendly fire. Hody Jones and his group writhed in pain on the ground. Reiju's poison was not to be underestimated. "Damn woman, I'll kill you." Hody Jones glared fiercely at Robin and Reiju, realizing that these people were not easy to deal with. "Quick, use that thing. You fools." Hody Jones took out a handful of white pills and swallowed them. His aura surged, and his eyes turned blood red, temporarily suppressing the effects of the poison. Seeing this, his subordinates also took the secret medicine, shaking off the effects of the poison. "Try the ghost." With a rustle, Perona released a swarm of ghosts, causing Hody Jones and his group to kneel down in despair, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere. "Even if I kill Princess Odoheim, what's the use? In the end, it amounts to nothing." Hody Jones mournfully summarized his life. "I want to become a piece of shit to be trampled on at will." "Yake, there's no need for that. Stepping in poop is pretty disgusting. So it turns out that Princess E.G. was assassinated by you. You're the true mastermind behind it." The fish soldier shouted angrily. "It seems my ghost is still invincible." "Ha ha." Perona covered her mouth and laughed proudly, saying that aside from that monster captain, no one could withstand her ghost. "Yake, Pepe, you're definitely overthinking it. Anyone who can use armament hockey can block your ghosts. Damn it, what have you done to us? You damn woman." The first to wake up, Hody Jones, furious and ashamed, charged directly at Perona, looking like he wanted to tear her to pieces. "Ah, Captain, save me. It's so scary." Perona quickly hid behind Yake. "I've been too lenient with you all." Yake shook his head helplessly. "Damn humans die." Boom. Hody Jones was sent flying by a powerful repulsion. Earth explosion star. Yake created a strong magnetic point centered around Hody Jones, attracting countless metals with powerful magnetic force, which fiercely pierced into Hody Jones. You all join in too. So, Hody Jones's subordinates also flew onto him, and after being covered in metal, they became a giant iron ball. Boom! The iron ball flew into the sky and exploded, turning into a rain of blood, while the metals floated in the air. Yake controlled them to slowly descend to avoid causing widespread destruction. "All right, can we meet King Neptune now?" Yake turned and asked. No problem. Lord Yake, please follow me." Yake and the others boarded the giant flying fish and arrived at the Dragon Palace. As for Hody Jones, he had become the soil's nourishment, ignored by everyone. "Thank you for killing that disgraceful fishman, Hody Jones. On behalf of all the people of Fishman Island, I express my gratitude to you." After understanding the ins and outs, Neptune expressed his deep appreciation to Yake. Although Yake was already 15 meters tall, he still appeared small in front of Neptune. "No need to thank me, King Neptune. I simply did what I had to do. My main purpose for coming to Fishman Island is to study the historical texts, so I hope King Neptune will accommodate me." Yake stated his purpose for the visit. Oh, that's all right. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, I will take you to see the historical texts, Neptune invited. All right, King Neptune. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Yake said with a smile. Report, Your Majesty. Vanderdecken 9 has started harassing Princess Shirahoshi again. What? That damn pervert. King Neptune. Since I'm here, I might as well help you deal with Vanderdecken. Yake stood up and said, Really? Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Yake. Princess Shirahoshi is over there. Please follow me. Neptune said gratefully. It's just a small effort. Hardshell Tower. Whoa. Shirahoshi had already sensed the malice from outside the tower and was crying loudly. Shirahoshi was just an 11-year-old girl now, despite her considerable size. Shirahoshi, don't cry. I brought someone to help you. You won't be harassed by Vanderdecken 9 anymore. Neptune hurriedly comforted Shirahoshi, but he still couldn't stop the bucket-sized tears from falling to the ground. Crybaby, stop crying for a moment. You'll be free soon, Yake said, pinching his brow in distress. The crying was too loud, making it hard for him to focus on using observation hockey to search for Vanderdecken IX's location. The crying grew louder. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound harsh just now, Miss Shirahoshi. I'm here to help you fight the bad guys. Can you hold your tears for a bit and cry later? Yake approached Shirahoshi and gently comforted her. Really? You'll help me fight the bad guys? Shirahoshi quieted down a bit, but still had tears hanging on her face, seemingly ready to cry again at the slightest provocation. You're so cute. How could I bear to lie to you? Just wait a moment, Yake said as he saw Shirahoshi's emotions stabilize and immediately activated his observation hockey. The range of observation hockey expanded continuously, and the voices of all the fishmen on Fishman Island entered Yake's perception. He quickly filtered through them, but found no trace of Vanderdecken 9 within Fishman Island. There was no choice but to expand his observation hockey once more, and finally, he discovered something unusual not far from Fishman Island. The Flying Dutchman, Vanderdecken 9, had just used his abilities to throw a spinning flying axe. Captain, you threw it the wrong way, the bald sea monster said in a deep voice. Shut up. My attack will never miss. Vanderdecken 9, looking both lewd and peculiar, shouted, believing that he and the Fishman Princess were truly in love, even when she was just 6 years old back then. I'm so envious of him. He is so ugly yet so confident. Found you. Yake smiled and raised his hand to shoot a massive ball of electricity into the air. God's judgment. Outside Fishman Island. Captain, what is that? The bald sea monster noticed a blue and white spherical object, about the size of his head, rapidly approaching. Not good. It's coming for us. Quickly, take the ship and run. Vanderdecken 9 saw that the object was clearly heading for their ship and hurriedly ordered the sea monster to escape with the ship. However, the lightning ball shot straight up just before colliding with the Flying Dutchman. Isn't it targeting us? Vanderdecken 9 wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The next moment, a massive, dazzling pillar of lightning engulfed the Flying Dutchman, turning it into powder in the sea. And the high-voltage current instantly knocked out the bald sea monster pulling the ship. The legend of the Flying Dutchman came to an end. After observing this area with Ken Bunchikahaki for about 10 minutes and confirming that there were no survivors besides the sea monster, Yakumo finally closed his perception. The Raiden group, which was preparing to deliver the finishing blow with his right hand, also dissipated. As for the bald-headed sea monster, it might still have some other use. So let it live. There is no need to argue with the fool. Yake clapped his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. All right, Vanderdecken 9 will never bother you again, little white star. Neptune said incredulously, could it be that ball of lightning just now? Yake nodded and pointed at the hardshell tower. This can be dismantled. If you're still worried, let's leave it for a few more days. Today, Dragon Palace City was particularly lively. In addition to the royal family attending the banquet, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, who had lived in the hardshell tower for nearly 6 years, was finally freed from the threat of Vanderdecken 9 and attended the banquet. Jinbi, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, also came to the banquet. Lord Yake, I will always remember the kindness you have shown to Fishman Island. I have always wanted to deal with the trouble that is Vanderdecken 9, but unfortunately, I have been unable to find his whereabouts, so I had to give up. If you need my help in the future, please feel free to ask, and I will definitely assist you. Jinbi expressed his gratitude to Yake first. But how do you explain the fact that you took the lives of Hody Jones and his crew without reason? Although they hated humans, their crimes. Wait, Yake interrupted Jinbi. Hody Jones killed Princess Odoheim, didn't he, you know? He said it himself, and your soldiers heard it, right? Yake pointed at the soldiers nearby. I'm very sorry, Lord Yake. We hadn't had the chance to inform King Neptune before Vanderdecken 9 attacked Princess Shirahoshi. So, The fishman soldier said, covered in sweat and filled with fear. Never mind, I see. I misunderstood you. Lord Yake, Jinbi said, wanting to bow and apologize, but was stopped by Yake. All right, Jinbi, you didn't know either. If you really want to apologize, could you help me collect some historical texts? Even rubbings would be fine, Yake said nonchalantly. Jinbi, with his righteous heart, was indeed worthy of being called a sea hero. He promised to make a rubbing of the historical text for Yake later and wouldn't just hand them over to Big Mom. This way, it would save Yake from having to search all over the world. Don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye out for you, Jinbi said with a serious expression. Reiju and the others gathered around Shirahoshi, whispering softly. Understanding and perceptive, Reiju quickly noticed that Shirahoshi was uncomfortable, which was due to her long isolation in the hard-shell tower without normal communication. So, Reiju helped the lovable mermaid princess quickly integrate into the atmosphere. When the banquet was over and everyone was happy, Yake and the others followed Neptune to the location of the historical texts of Fishman Island, the sea forest. It was a vast coral forest and also the burial place of Shirahoshi's mother, Princess Otoheim. Deep in the sea forest, there was a huge, ancient stone tablet. Sure enough, it was the historical text. Robin's gaze was completely drawn to the stone tablet, and she ran up to it. Joy Boy? Who is he apologizing to? Neptune's eyes widened like King Cobra of Alabasta back then. Can you read these words? Robin crossed her arms and said confidently, That's right, I am a survivor of O'Hara. My purpose in this world is to seek the truth of history. Sigh, if that's the case, then let me tell you. Neptune sighed, his gaze turning towards Princess Otoheim's grave. This article is Joy Boy's apology letter, written to the mermaid princess at that time. Joy Boy was a real person during the blank 100 years. He did not fulfill the agreement with the mermaid princess and left behind this apology letter. What agreement? Robin asked curiously. I don't know the specific content, but one day, someone will appear to fulfill the agreement on behalf of Joy Boy. This is also a legend passed down through our royal family for generations. Princess Shirahoshi is the current Sea King Poseidon, right? Yake said lightly. The response to Yake was a long silence. Sigh, you already know. Yes, my daughter Shirahoshi is indeed the Sea King Poseidon. However, Shirahoshi's power is still dormant, and we have been waiting for the one foretold in the prophecy. Neptune said confidently, the power of the Sea King, Poseidon, is indeed terrifying. In this ocean-themed world, you can never know how immense the Sea Kings lurking in the depths of the ocean are. And the Sea King Poseidon is the natural ruler of these giant Sea Kings, possessing the power to command them at will. Take good care of Shirahoshi. Having power is not a mistake. What matters is how to use it, Yake said, looking deeply at Neptune. Robin also made a rubbing of the historical text. It's time to go. King Neptune, we won't stay any longer. Let's go, everyone. Yake left the sea forest with the girls. Bai Xing, you must be strong from now on. You carry an important mission and cannot cry easily. Do you understand? Yake said his final goodbye to Bai Xing before leaving. Bai Xing held back her tears, her eyes welling up but not overflowing. Yes, I will, Lord Yake. Goodbye. Under the gaze of Princess Bai Xing and Neptune, Yake and his group departed from Fishman Island. Yake held a small strand of Bai Xing's hair, preparing to turn it into a life card, so he could clearly understand her situation. Captain, Fishman Island is so beautiful. Why don't we stay a few more days? Anna looked longingly at the receding island. Little Anna, we have more important things to do. The captain has his own considerations, Robin said, stroking Anna's head. Oh, all right. Captain, there's a white whirlpool ahead, just like a white dragon. The lookout, Perona, noticed something unusual. Let's rush in. We can enter the new world faster. Everyone hold on tight. Yake's eyes lit up as he activated his ability to steer the ship closer to the whirlpool. What? No. Are you crazy? We'll all die. The Ark is certainly not crazy. In the original work, the Straw Hat crew arrived in the new world riding on a whirlpool called White Dragon, and then they reached Punk Hazard. And Yark has a reason to go there. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Trust me. The eternal truth was soon caught in the whirlpool, the ship spinning continuously, not knowing where the whirlpool would take them. But the ship was also rapidly ascending. The ship finally stabilized, and the crew members were sprawled all over the place, with Anna fainting directly. Yark was not feeling well either, but he felt relieved when he looked around and saw that no one was missing. Haha, we're still alive. Yake laughed heartlessly. Go to hell, bastard captain. Second round flower turn. Stop. My waist is going to break, but I am your captain. Yake caused public outrage and was beaten up. During the chaos, he bumped into quite a few ping-pong balls, steam buns, and volleyballs. Leggio smiled as she watched the lively scene, feeling more and more like home. After the scuffle, everyone lay panting on the deck, gazing at the approaching sea, filled with countless emotions. Everyone, we have arrived in the new world. Let's cheer. Oh. At this important moment, Yake remembered that he still had some lottery draws left. With the right timing, location, and people, he was ready to try a 10 draw to test his luck. He silently thought, start 10 draws. Congratulations. You have received 1 billion berries, total, 5 beauty pills, a devil fruit prototype, a ship upgrade card. Thank you for your patronage, X5. Yake, there's nothing more to say. Metaphysics is forever the god. Devil fruit prototype. A devil fruit without powers that can collect the dispersed energy of devil fruits and transform into the corresponding devil fruit. Ship upgrade card. Upgrade your ship to make it bigger, faster, and stronger. Beauty pill. There's nothing much to say. I was originally torn about who to give a last one to, but now there's no need to worry. One for each person is enough. The devil fruit prototype is what Yake values the most. With this, Yake can choose the ability he wants as long as he kills the corresponding devil fruit user. Because only when they die will the devil fruit ability disperse. Today's harvest is quite rich. Yake is in a great mood. He truly is the chosen one. Looking at the inventory, he already has the devil fruit fusion card, devil fruit enhancement card, and devil fruit prototype. Now, he just needs to go to Punk Hazard to obtain that fish fruit, mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form replica, and then he can start the ability upgrade plan. Captain, what is making you so happy? Robin asked as she saw Yake with a big smile. Haha, everyone come here. I have a gift for you all. Gifts? Is it Kuma? Perona quickly flew over. Yake, I'm still thinking about your silly doll. Yay! Captain, what a gift! As soon as Anna heard this, she hurried over. Seeing that all the crew members were quite interested, Yake took out 4 beauty pills. Want to know the secret to my handsomeness? It's this. This can take your beauty to the next level. Yake's words were full of temptation. What is this? Robin picked one up and examined it in her palm. Beauty pills, as far as I know, can at least make the skin smoother and also help remove scars. Anyway, this captain definitely won't harm you. One for each of you. Don't take more. Watching everyone take it, Yake nodded in satisfaction. Now, his pirate crew was at least the most good-looking pirate crew in the world. After the ladies finished eating, they quickly returned to their rooms to observe their changes, leaving Yake instantly feeling like a lonely man. Yake shook his head helplessly. Women. He used the ship upgrade card. However, nothing happened, and Yake looked puzzled. Soon, the eternal truth began to shake violently, as if it were about to collapse, and the girls in the room quickly ran out to see what was happening. Captain, what's going on? I'm not sure. Maybe the ship has grown and learned to strengthen itself? Yake couldn't explain the real reason to them, and could only wait quietly for the ship's transformation. The ship expanded in size and width at a visible speed, gradually covered by layers of metal. A few minutes later, the entire ship had been completely renewed. The overall style was still medieval, but most of it had been replaced with a metallic texture, and there were also electric propulsion devices that allowed Yake to input current for rapid navigation on the sea. If the wind was favorable, under the dual influence of wind and electricity, the speed of the eternal truth could leave the Navy fleet far behind. The ship's decor was now more similar to the style of the future Sunshine, featuring not only grass, but also various entertainment facilities. What? Is this the eternal truth? Do we somehow change to a different ship? Robin, who was with Yake, said in disbelief. It should be noted that the original eternal truth was just a pirate ship that Yake had seized, and now there were no traces of its former self. Yake flew around the eternal truth and observed it for a while, feeling very satisfied. Products from a system are guaranteed to be top-notch. Robin and the others went to check the rooms inside the cabin, and they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that all the clothes and items were still in place. The current eternal truth is comparable to a luxury cruise ship with luxurious decor and everything one could possibly need. Even the grass can be moved, revealing an outdoor swimming pool underneath. Great, let's set sail directly toward the new world. Yake immediately ordered to set sail, using his right hand to press on the ship's helm to provide power, and the eternal truth began to speed forward. On the sea, a massive ship was sailing, its bow resembling that of a whale. It was none other than the ship of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, the Moby Dick. Whitebeard held a huge bowl in his hand, drinking fine wine. Old man, there's a strange ship ahead, moving extremely fast. It's a pirate ship. Should we go take a look? Marco said, while observing with a telescope. Garara, let's go check it out. If they are enemies, we'll eliminate them, Whitebeard said nonchalantly. No need, old man. They seem to be coming towards us, Marco replied with a strange expression. It's rare to see a pirate crew so fearless. After all, they are a renowned pirate crew, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. It's Whitebeard's ship, no doubt about it. How can we not challenge such a powerful man? Yake had spotted the pirate fleet from a distance and approached deliberately to challenge Whitebeard, wanting to see just how great the gap in strength was between himself and the top combat power in this sea. Captain, maybe you should reconsider. That is the world's strongest man, sob sob sob. Perona tightly hugged Yake's thigh, trying to stop him, but it was ultimately futile. We should have fought side by side, but our strength difference is too great. You all stay quietly on the ship. If anyone comes aboard, you must do everything you can to stop them. Understood? Yake said seriously. Yes, Captain. Leave it to me. Hearing Robin's response, Yake finally felt at ease to leave. The transformation of a Kainu flashed like thunder onto the Moby Dick, surrounded by the watchful sons of Whitebeard. Whitebeard, I'm here to take the title of the strongest man in your world. Yake shouted with great momentum, his fighting spirit continuously rising. Gulala, so it's you, the little ghost who claims to be a god. I won't easily let you take my title. Whitebeard recognized Yake at a glance. This god Yake who had made headlines in the newspapers multiple times. Let me see what kind of power the strongest man in the world truly possesses. Old man, you don't need to lift a finger. Let me handle him. Marco stood in front of Whitebeard. Get out of the way, Marco, this is my battle. Whitebeard boldly knocked Marco aside while releasing an astonishing aura. Yaki, not one to back down, unleashed his conqueror's haki and began the first round of battle with Whitebeard. The weaker crew members on Whitebeard's ship fell one after another as if they had lost their souls. No wonder he's the one who dares to kill celestial dragons. His momentum is truly astonishing. Gururara. Yake's momentum soared to its peak, with electricity surging throughout his body. Thunder armor. Overload thunder susin. The lightning on the thunder armor began to spread, wrapping around Yake's upper body and forming a phantom of thunder. Yake could have stood high in the sky and directly used a devastating thunder attack on Whitebeard's ship. However, this was contrary to Yake's original intention. He did not come to challenge the four emperors or dominate the new world. He just wanted to test how his strength compared to the monsters of the world, and how great the gap really was. Even if he lost, it didn't matter. After all, Whitebeard probably wouldn't kill Yake outright. Probably. Yake drew the Tiansuo Zhanyu, enveloped in a layer of flowing domineering aura. Whitebeard, get ready to take the hit. There were no flashy sword moves, only unparalleled speed as he slashed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard instinctively sensed the danger and drew out the Tsongyun Xie just in time to block Yake's attack. The weapons of both sides didn't even make contact, yet a massive shockwave surged into the sky, as if the heavens were about to tear apart. How could that kid's strength be so formidable? Marco stared wide-eyed, fixated on the fierce battle between Dad and Yake. Damn, Whitebeard's power is too strong. In the confrontation between the two, Yake gradually fell into a disadvantage, and he quickly changed his strategy, realizing he couldn't go head-to-head with Whitebeard. Yake flickered behind Whitebeard, preparing to give him a slash and let this old man bleed a bit. Do you think you know who I am? Whitebeard immediately sensed Yake's intentions, clenched his right fist, and white light gathered as if the space itself was being torn apart, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. He then struck down fiercely on Yake's Tiansuo Zhanyu. Yaki didn't expect that Whitebeard's strength was still so formidable, being sent flying by this terrifying blow. Yake's tiger mouth was cracked from the shock. It was the first time Yake sustained such a serious injury. If he didn't seek treatment soon, it might start to heal improperly. Yake pulled himself out from the bow of the Moby Dick and flashed back in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard, do you really think this will be enough to defeat me? The Unketsu and Tensaku Zhanyu continuously collided, with black and red lightning constantly intertwining. Thunder Torrent, Dragon of Judgment. The thunder canoe behind Yak was continuously unleashing lightning, but Whitebeard, relying on his incredible physique, withstood Yak's high-voltage current and counterattacked. Even though his body was already scorched red from the electricity, Yake staggered violently back after colliding with Whitebeard. A sweet taste in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He spat out a bloody phlegm, and only then did his breath become smoother. It seems you're not just a little brat relying on your powers. Cough, cough. What monster? Whitebeard's condition wasn't too good either, given his age. Although his attack power was still formidable, his stamina was no longer abundant. Whitebeard, you old man, to still have such strength at your age. You're the real monster. Ha ha, take this move. Super electromagnetic cannon barrage. Yake flung out 12 coins, forming a ring in the air, powerful energy continuously accumulating. 12 orange-yellow lightning bolts converged into a point and shot towards Whitebeard, the deck of the Moby Dick being flipped over on both sides. Whitebeard did not dare to be careless. If he took this move head-on, it could be fatal. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard tightened the muscles in his arms, raising his right hand high to the left of his head, gathering energy that could change the color of heaven and earth. The seawater began to surge wildly, forming a tsunami. White and orange-red intertwined, locked in a stalemate before Whitebeard's fist. Finally, the powerful destructive force of the tremor fruit proved too much. The gathered electromagnetic cannon was shattered and dissipated into nothing. The real killing move has just begun. It wasn't surprising that Whitebeard could withstand Yak, but the truly deadly attack was hidden. Yak's flicker appeared before Whitebeard, entwined with the black and red hockey of the tension moon, fiercely stabbing into Whitebeard's abdomen until it penetrated. Old man. The tension moon was perfectly embedded in Whitebeard's abdomen, not causing a fatal injury. However, Marco, Joseph, and the other captains were wide-eyed with worry for Whitebeard's condition. If it weren't for their concern for the old man's wishes, they would have rushed in together. "I've got you now, brat." Whitebeard's pitch-black hand grasped Yak's physical form, preventing him from escaping into his elemental state. "Yak, this phrase sounds familiar. My brothers, I'm GG. Kizaru. What a coincidence, I was thinking the same back then." Whitebeard swung his right fist, surrounded by a white aura, towards Yak's face. Yak hurriedly raised his dark arm to shield his face. In that moment, Yak's artistic style surpassed everyone else. Yak was struck by Whitebeard's punch, his expression breaking down as he was almost knocked unconscious. Yak still underestimated Whitebeard's power. "Girarur, what a troublesome little brat," Whitebeard said, pulling out the sword embedded in his abdomen without changing his expression. Blood gushed out uncontrollably, and only Whitebeard himself understood that this sword could have been plunged into his chest. Captain Sachi, Bista, and several others immediately surrounded Whitebeard. "Old man, are you okay? Old man, are you all right?" "Girarur, I am Whitebeard. This is the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate." "Cough, cough, what a monster, Whitebeard, I'm still alive." Yak swayed as he stood up, shaking his head as if trying to shake off the intense dizziness. "Here we go again, Whitebeard." Lightning gathered around Yak once more as he charged towards Whitebeard. But standing in front of Yak were Whitebeard's numerous captains. "Do you all want to join the dance too? Step aside, you foolish sons, this is my battle." Whitebeard swatted away the sons, blocking his path like chicks, and the dazzling white light gathered on his right fist collided with Yak's fist, unleashing a powerful momentum. "Oh!" Yaki's veins bulged, and the skin on his arms cracked, with blood continuously seeping out from the pores, forming beads of blood. One can imagine how intense the battle against Whitebeard was. "Old man, we can't keep fighting like this. The Moby Dick is about to break apart." Marco shouted anxiously. He noticed that right below the point where Whitebeard and Yaki were clashing, the ship's hull had started to crack. If they continued fighting, the Moby Dick would really be finished. Yak and Whitebeard seemed oblivious, their grip only tightening further. Suddenly, Yak's observation Haki sensed movement on the Eternal Truth, and he couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the ship. The Eternal Truth was struggling against the tsunami that devoured its chosen ones, with wave after wave crashing against its hull. "You little brat. How dare you lose focus while fighting me?" Whitebeard shouted angrily as he retracted his fist, and then, with even greater force, he swung a terrifying punch toward Yak's head. Yak had just reacted when Whitebeard's fist came again. Yak was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, lying on the deck of the Moby Dick, his life hanging in the balance. The Eternal Truth. Although the situation on the sea was dire, Robin was still focused on Yak's condition. "It's over. The captain was knocked away with one punch. We're going to die." Perona was observing the battle with her ghosts. Yak lay motionless on the ground, seemingly dead. "Go save the captain. Hurry. Get the ship closer." Robin gritted her teeth, her face filled with worry. "Robin, leave it to me," Rayleigh said with a serious expression, the ship's helm spinning wildly. The battle had ended, but Yak still couldn't get up. "Gwahaha, this little brat is quite strong. His fruit ability balances power and speed, and his physical skills are also well-trained. One-on-one, none of you are his match," Whitebeard said after taking a sip of alcohol. The wound was not fatal, and after Marco's treatment, Yak's monstrous physique had recovered well. It seemed that Whitebeard's illness had not worsened. He was in much better shape compared to 2 years later. "What have you done to our captain?" Robin crossed her arms, taking an attacking stance. Rayleigh had already put on her battle outfit, and even Perona was surrounded by ghosts. Although Anna was scared, electric sparks were flickering on her furry body. "Gwahaha, this kid really has a lot of luck with the ladies," Whitebeard teased as he saw Robin and the others arriving on the ship. "Don't worry, your captain just fainted. He's fine," Marco said casually. "However, your captain failed in challenging our king, so prepare for death." Marco was elegantly ignored by Robin, who squeezed past him to check on Yak. Seeing that Yake was still breathing steadily, she let out a sigh of relief. Although Yake looked pretty bad, Robin knew that as long as he was still breathing, he was basically okay. I'm very sorry that our captain has caused you so much trouble. I'm willing to compensate for your losses, Robin said generously, bowing her head in apology to Whitebeard. It seems your captain is quite beloved. As a challenger who has failed, we could have killed your captain, but old dad cherishes talent. As long as you're willing to join our Whitebeard pirates, we'll be one family, so? Marco said proudly, but was interrupted again by Robin. Absolutely not possible. Our captain is a man who will overturn this world. How could he live under someone else's roof? This matter is non-negotiable, Robin said firmly, even though enemies who could easily kill her surrounded her. Reiju, Perona, Anna, and Robin protected Yake from all directions, confronting Whitebeard's crew, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Gwahaha, brave little girl. Let's wait until your captain wakes up to talk. You are not the captain. Whitebeard looked at Robin and the others with appreciation. This pirate crew unexpectedly had a sense of family. Whitebeard's crew also understood old dad's meaning, dispersing except for a few who kept their eyes on Robin and the others. Yake had been awake for a while. That old geezer Whitebeard didn't play fair and launched a sneak attack. He was originally ready to get up and fight Whitebeard for another 300 rounds, but seeing Robin arrive, he decided otherwise. Whitebeard would definitely hold back his full power at sea, considering the impact of his abilities on the environment. So the fight wouldn't be satisfying. Anyway, he had already drawn blood from Whitebeard, so conceding wouldn't look too bad. Besides, Robin and the others had also boarded the ship, and he didn't dare use his abilities broadly. So he thought it was better to treat it as the cost of befriending Whitebeard. Yake simply rolled his eyes and went back to sleep. The Eternal Truth had been docked alongside the Moby Dick, and some shipwrights were repairing the damage caused by Yake's battle with Whitebeard. Yake had already been moved to the Eternal Truth to rest by Robin, and a few people were sitting around him, hoping he would wake up soon. The next morning, Yake felt a bit short of breath and forced himself awake. He noticed several people around him, Robin on his left, Reiju on his right, Perona sleeping by the bedside, and even Anna curled up on his chest like a bundle. The real culprit had been found. It was no surprise that he was still alive. Whitebeard valued talented people, and even old Ches would leave a life for someone who failed to challenge him, giving him a chance to be his son. But unfortunately, old Ches had refused. Wait a minute, is it my turn next? Yake could already imagine how he would look when meeting Whitebeard. The strong imagery made him feel he couldn't sleep anymore. He looked at the beautiful girls sleeping around him, each one a stunning beauty. Even more charming after taking the beauty pill. Yake quietly watched his lovely crew. As long as he told them to keep the ship safe, it would be fine. But they still came aboard the Moby Dick. Robin's words had touched the soft spot in Yake's heart. Perhaps this was the true great treasure. Captain, you're awake. Ah! Perona had woken up and exclaimed excitedly. Perona, don't make noise. Let me sleep a bit more. Robin was still a bit groggy and snuggled closer to Yake. Yake, you're awake. Reiju opened her eyes, and, seeing that Yake looked fine, couldn't help but smile happily, her eyebrows seeming to curve even more. Ah, Yake-sama. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Then hurry up and get off me. I can't breathe with you on top of me. After a flurry of chaos, peace was restored. Anna prepared a sumptuous breakfast, and after they were full, Yake got ready to meet Whitebeard with Robin and the others. Garara, kid, I thought you would run away. Whitebeard was somewhat pleased to see Yake arrive. Failure isn't scary. What scary is avoiding failure. So, I'm here. Yake looked up at Whitebeard, surrounded by the smiling captains. All as if welcoming a new member, including the one with a face of honest and simple titch. Garara, well said. Whitebeard stood up, extended his hand, like a world-famous painting. Be my son. Although Yake had long suspected that Whitebeard would have this move, he didn't expect it to be so direct. Whitebeard, I choose to refuse, Yake said helplessly. Can you give me a reason? Whitebeard asked. He really hoped Yake would join his big family. Although he had many sons, few could stand on their own. Now that he was getting older, it was time to choose an heir, and in Whitebeard's view, Yake was a great candidate. Yake, damn it, how did I end up with Ace's script? Just as my dad said, Whitebeard. Yake had mentioned to Rayleigh his thoughts about challenging Whitebeard while in Sabaody, and Rayleigh confidently said that if Whitebeard met Yake, he would undoubtedly invite him to be his son. Yake was skeptical at the time, but now it seems. Who is your dad? Whitebeard couldn't help but be curious. Silver's Rayleigh. He is my adoptive father, Yake said calmly. Gwahaha, what a coincidence. You are actually that old guy Rayleigh's son. Whitebeard couldn't help but burst into laughter when he heard Yake mention his father's identity. Roger's first mate, Rayleigh. No wonder you have such terrifying strength at such a young age. It's all thanks to Rayleigh's teachings. Gwahaha, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Yake's rise to prominence was indeed in Sabaody, and he had heard before that Rayleigh was living there in seclusion. If Yake is Rayleigh's adopted son, then everything makes sense. The Pirate King Gold. Roger's first mate? Could it be the Dark King Rayleigh? The captains began to discuss among themselves, and Marco couldn't help but recall a battle with Rayleigh many years ago, where he could block his attack with just a finger. As Rayleigh's son, having such strength isn't surprising. Forget it, Kid Yake, your crew is quite good. Continue your journey. Whitebeard gradually dismissed the thought of taking Yake as his son, as he could see that Yake wasn't lonely at heart. Even if he joined them, he would ultimately just be a passerby. Then thank you for your understanding, old man Whitebeard. If one day you need help, I will definitely lend a hand. Yake cast a deep glance at the seemingly harmless Teach in the crowd. What a joke, I'm Whitebeard. Boys, let's have a banquet. Oh. Everyone cheered in unison. Yaki and his companions naturally joined the banquet, having a lively time with the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. Hey, isn't that woman the devil's child, Robin? Marco asked Yaki, half drunk. That's right, she's my first crewmate. What's wrong with that? Yaki took a swig of his drink, looking at Robin, who seemed a bit out of place in the corner. Huh, you two really are a match made in heaven. Both a thorn in the side of the world government. That's exactly what I think. Cheers. Clink. Many crew members came to chat with Yaki. Strong individuals are respected wherever they are, and few in the Whitebeard pirates can fight against Whitebeard without being at a disadvantage, even if they eventually get caught and knocked out by him. Ha ha! Little brother, your strength is impressive. Too bad you're not a match for our old man. Marshal D. Teach also took the initiative to talk to Yaki, clearly envious of Yaki's fruitability. Ha ha! Just a bit lacking, Yaki pretended to agree, knowing that if he killed Teach now, Whitebeard would surely take it seriously. Before the dark fruit appeared, Teach had been Whitebeard's good son for decades. Yake thought to himself, secretly coveting the power of the dark fruit. You can keep your life for now. I'll kill you once you obtain the dark fruit. The two men, with ulterior motives, toasted each other like good brothers. The banquet continued late into the night, and for safety's sake, Yake took Robin and the others back to their ship early to rest. The next day, the newsbird delivered the newspaper. The news reported on Punk Hazard, which had experienced a scientific accident and a gas leak, and was now sealed off by the Navy. The researchers on the island had evacuated Punk Hazard early. Aside from some pirate prisoners who were used for experiments and were barely hanging on, it had become a forbidden place for living beings. It seemed like the time had come, Yake silently thought. Yake boarded the Moby Dick again and asked the navigator of the Whitebeard pirates about the location of Punk Hazard. After confirming the direction of his ship, he bid farewell to Whitebeard. Old man Whitebeard, I'm leaving. I have my own journey. Next time, I will personally take your title. Yake said confidently, but next time, it might be the last time we meet, Whitebeard. Goolalala, what a cocky little brat, go ahead. I'll be waiting for you on this sea. Whitebeard said with great enthusiasm towards Yake. Goodbye, Yake. See you next time, don't lose again. Most of the crew on Whitebeard's ship had a good impression of Yake, considering him a friend worth making. However, with such a large pirate crew, there were bound to be mixed motives, and even spies from the Navy were present. Naturally, the news of Yake's encounter with Whitebeard couldn't be kept secret. Back on the ship, Yake hurriedly ran to the helm, confirmed the direction, and immediately activated his ability to charge the electric device, increasing the sailing speed. Captain, why are you in such a hurry? Where are we going? Rayleigh asked curiously, rarely seeing Yake so frantic. We're going to Punk Hazard. I need to get something there. Yake had nothing to hide from his crew. Punk Hazard? Didn't the news say there was an accident there? Isn't it a restricted area now? Robin, who was reading a newspaper, said, Vegapunk left some research data there, which is very helpful for Germa's research, mainly regarding the artificial devil fruits. I'm very interested. After charging the ship, Yake released his grip and briefly explained the situation to Robin and the others. Artificial devil fruits? That's right, it's one of our targets. Unfortunately, I don't know where Vegapunk is, otherwise I would definitely want to get him. Yake said with some regret, as the most valuable thing in this world is talent, and Vegapunk is clearly one of the top-tier talents. I think I heard Father Judge mention him. They used to work together. Rayleigh revealed what she knew. But her attitude towards Judge had completely changed. In her heart, Judge was no longer her father. Enough of that, get ready. Once we arrive at Punk Hazard, Rayleigh, you'll act with me while you all stay with the ship. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters receive a message from an undercover agent. Damn it. The devil child Robin is actually mixed up with that guy Yake. This is troublesome. Sengoku held the intelligence on Yake and his companions. Realizing that having someone who could read the historical texts mixed with those who sought to overthrow the world government was not good news. The Eternal Truth sailed at full speed and took about a day to reach Punk Hazard. Yake anchored the ship in a secluded spot before dropping the anchor. It seemed that the situation on this island was indeed not good. Yake flew high above to overlook the entire island. There were 3 research facilities, 2 of which had already turned into ruins, and the only remaining facility was Yake's target. Currently, a faint purple poisonous mist enveloped the island, and even though Yake had a unique constitution, he couldn't stay here for long. Fortunately, Leggio had the ability to absorb toxins, which would come in handy. All right, the direction is set. Robin, I leave the ship in your hands. Leggio, let's go. Be careful. Captain Yake-sama, be careful, Sister Leggio. Upon reaching the island, Yake realized just how unpleasant the purple poisonous mist was. It was somewhat nauseating, but still bearable. For Leggio, it felt like returning home. The purple mist was continuously absorbed into the powder butterfly wings of her battle suit, and the purple halo became increasingly dazzling. Not bad. This toxic mist has a nice scent. I like it. Leggio took a deep breath of the mist, seemingly enjoying it, and even seductively licked her lower lip at Yake. Stop messing around. We have serious business to attend to. Yake was focused solely on finding the fruit left behind by Vegapunk. What a blockhead, Leggio muttered. What an unromantic man. On this island, besides Yake and Leggio, there were also prisoners left behind by the world government. The closer they got to the intact research facility, the more prisoners there were. You two aren't from this island, right? You must have a ship. Please take us away. A green-faced prisoner knelt on the ground, begging for Yake's help. With his lead, more prisoners who were watching nearby gathered around. Please save us. We beg you. I just want to leave this hellhole. Yake protected Leggio behind him and said nothing. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I can't save you. The only ones who can save you are yourselves. However, I can offer you a little bit of help. Yake extended his hand, drawing metal from the ruins and the earth, forming an iron ball in the air. He then used lightning metallurgy to transform the iron ball into molten iron, spontaneously crafting a dozen small boats. They would surely float on water, but could only be propelled by human power. You can take these boats for yourselves. I have other matters to attend to. Whether you can survive depends on yourselves. Yake said before leaving with Leggio. He helped, but not completely. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Thank you, thank you. Your kindness will be remembered for a lifetime. After expressing their gratitude, the prisoners scrambled to claim ownership of the boats. Each boat had a limited capacity, and how to distribute them was not something Yake was concerned with. Captain, this is the place. Leggio pointed at the tall research institute in front of them. That's right, this is it. Let's split up and search. Don't miss any corners. Oh, and if there are any research materials, make sure to grab those too. Yake instructed, aiming for higher efficiency. They couldn't stay here long. It was best to leave as soon as they got what they needed. Unfortunately, observation hockey could only sense living beings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to search room by room. Many doors in the research institute were tightly closed, and Yake was too lazy to open them one by one. He directly melted the metal doors with high-voltage electricity. The power of the thunder fruit was indeed convenient. Damn, where could it be? Yake was getting a bit frustrated after not finding anything for a while, trying hard to recall memories from watching the anime. He vaguely remembered it should be underground, so he decided to check the underground passage. Descending the stairs, he saw 3 doors in front of him and melted them all in one go, finally spotting something familiar. Inside the left room, there was a transparent glass case containing a purple-black fruit shaped like an apple with yellow spots on it. Finally found you, fish fruit, mythical Zoan azure dragon replica. Yake broke the glass case and grabbed the artificial devil fruit, which was referred to as a failed product by Vegapunk. If it weren't for the system, he definitely wouldn't have eaten this fruit. But with the system, he could take a chance. After all, it was a dual devil fruit user. Yake placed the devil fruit in the storage bar, as it wasn't the time to study it. Reiju, I found the items. We can leave at any time. How about you? Yake said, taking out the transponder snail. All right, Captain. It seems you're in a good mood. I've also collected some research materials, Reiju replied, seeing the expression the transponder snail mimicked and guessing that Yake was in a good mood. Haha, you noticed that. Let's go. Meet at the entrance. Yake said with a smile, leaving the underground passage to prepare to meet Reiju at the entrance of the research facility. Yake waited for a while at the entrance of the research institute before seeing Leggio come down with a bunch of bags and items. It seemed that Leggio had also made a good haul. After putting away the materials and tools collected by Leggio into the storage compartment, Yake and Leggio left the island together. The criminals had already vanished, so they must have left the island as well. Robin, we're back. Yake coughed a bit as he and Leggio returned to the ship. Having stayed on the island for a while had taken its toll, and it was impossible to train the internal organs along with the rest of the body. Yake-sama, are you okay? You don't look too well. Enel looked at Yake with concern. Let me help. Leggio stepped forward and hugged Yake. Captain, lower your head, Leggio whispered. Leggio was about 175 meters tall, but Yake was 215 meters tall, so it was difficult for him to lower his head to accommodate that. Yake lowered his head upon hearing the words, and then Leggio pressed down on Yake's head, aligning her lips with his, and kissed him deeply, drawing out the toxins from his body. Leggio closed her eyes tightly. Her face flushed, feeling a bit shy with so many friends watching. However, Yake's eyes widened in surprise at how quickly the benefit came, and he wrapped his arms around Leggio's waist, determined that it was all for the sake of detoxifying. Anna shyly covered her face except for her eyes, watching Yake and Leggio's passionate kiss with wide, curious eyes. Robin clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, contemplating whether to punch Yake to death. How infuriating. She got ahead of me when I was the one who came first. The poison wasn't even that serious, yet Leggio continued to suck for a long time, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Unknowingly, Yake's hand had already climbed up to Leggio's peak, and only then did Leggio react, shyly pushing Yake away and running to the side. Wiping the silver strands from her lips, she noticed that Robin, Anna, and Perona were all staring at her intently, making her feel even more embarrassed, and she hurried back to her room, covering her chest, only to realize her heart was beating rapidly. When insatiable captain, on the deck. Yake felt a bit uneasy under Robin's gaze. Could it be that Robin was jealous? Sigh. Having too much charm isn't good either, Yake thought narcissistically. You enjoyed that just now, didn't you? Robin suddenly asked. Of course not. Reiju was just helping me absorb the poison. Robin, you're not jealous, are you? Come here. I'm willing to give you a passionate kiss. Oh, that hurts. Robin angrily stepped on Yake's foot with her high heels and turned to leave. Yake-sama, if you want a kiss, Anna is available, meow. Anna also closed her eyes and pouted her lips, asking Yake for a kiss. Haha, Anna, you're so cute. Let us talk about that when you grow up. Yake rubbed Anna's head vigorously, and she immediately began to enjoy Yake's petting, as his petting technique was indeed quite good. Perona, do you want one too? No, perverted captain. Yake walked triumphantly into the captain's cabin, starting the ship to leave Pancassid. The next stop was to have some fun in Gold City. At night, it was deep and quiet. Yaki took out the artificial devil fruit obtained in Pancassid and placed it in the palm of his hand. System, use the devil fruit enhancement card. Ding! A defective devil fruit has been detected. This enhancement will repair the devil fruit. Repair it. Yake nervously looked at the fruit in his hand. Repair successful. Congratulations on obtaining the complete devil fruit, the fish fruit, mythical Zoan azure dragon form. The fruit in his hand changed shape, looking no different from a normal devil fruit. Yake took a deep breath. Using the devil fruit fusion card. No valid devil fruit detected. Would you like to fuse with the energy of the original devil fruit? Confirm. Fusing. The fruit in his hand began to merge into Yake's body. He immediately felt the changes in his body. Scales began to grow on his skin. His nails became sharp, and his head felt itchy, as if something was growing out. Not good. He was directly transforming into dragon form. Damn it. Yake quickly teleported outside the ship and arrived above the sea. Yak's body kept writhing and expanding, and after a few breaths, it transformed into a giant dragon over 1,000 meters long, resembling a long snake with a Chilean head, a carp tail, long whiskers, deer-like antlers, and 5 claws. It presented a bluish-green color, embodying the standard form of a Chinese dragon. Yake felt invincible now, with his physical strength having increased by several stages, and his body was filled with explosive power and endless stamina. What's going on? What happened? That is a dragon. Where is Yake-sama? The commotion caused by Yak's dragon form woke everyone on the ship, and they all rushed to the deck to witness an unforgettable scene. In the sea, a giant dragon blocked out the sun, and in front of this dragon, Robin and the others seemed as insignificant as grains of sand. Suddenly, the giant dragon noticed them, opened its massive jaws, and roared as it charged towards them, seemingly wanting to swallow the eternal truth along with them. Captain, where are you? If he doesn't come soon, we're all doomed. Wah! Perona was scared to tears. I don't know. Just as the dragon's head was about to touch the ship's hull, the giant dragon vanished in an instant, and Yak landed steadily on the deck, striking a pose like a Terminator. How was that? Cool, right? Yake waited for a long time without anyone responding. Looking around, he realized that Perona and Anna had already fainted from fright. Robin was pointing at Yake and was speechless, while Reiju covered her mouth in shock. Captain, you're not wearing pants, Nanny. Yake quickly elementalized his lower body to ease the awkward atmosphere. Damn it. Why do animal-type ability users in the anime still have their pants when they transform? but his are gone. Yake, I'm waiting online for a pair of Chopper or Hulk's pants. Urgent. Captain, that giant dragon. Did you transform into it? Aren't you the Thunderfruit user? Robin has countless questions she wants Yake to answer at this moment, but Yake just waves his hand. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It's already very late. You all take care of Perona and Anna. I'm going to sleep now. Yake. Captain. Forget it, Robin. The captain will tell us tomorrow. Let's go rest for now. Rayleigh picked up Anna and returned to the room, and Robin had no choice but to give up and picked up Perona. Captain's room. Yake is studying his abilities. The fusion was successful, and his current devil fruit ability is the Zoan type, fish fruit, mythical beast form, azure dragon, lightning element. After the fusion of the devil fruits, two different types perfectly merge together. Not only does he possess the terrifying vitality and regeneration of a Zoan type, but he can also freely use the powers of the thunder fruit in any form. Even in the form of a giant dragon, he can still elementalize, rendering ordinary physical attacks ineffective, though it's unnecessary. Furthermore, it seems he has directly awakened the ability to freely change into three forms, but Yake is not surprised. After all, he has already developed the thunder fruit to the level of awakening, so it's just saving some time. Yake has everything Kaido has, and even more that Kaido doesn't have. Although his size hasn't changed much, the energy contained within his body is not to be underestimated. Yake unilaterally declares that the title of the strongest creature on land, sea, and air is about to change hands. Yake tried out the Dragon Man form in the room, and sure enough, it was different from Kaido's. The scales, horns, and claws that grew in this form looked like solidified lightning. It was somewhat similar to the Susanoo form he had developed before, but thankfully, he didn't end up looking like that monster Kaido. In the Dragon Man form, his strength was at its peak. Not only did it balance speed and power, but he could also combine it with various abilities developed from the Thunder Fruit, making him a top-tier hexagonal warrior. The plan could change. He could directly take Robin and the others to Sky Island. Yake realized he could completely store the eternal truth in his inventory and then transform into the Azure Dragon to fly Robin and the others straight to Sky Island. If he encountered Whitebeard again, Yake was confident he could outlast him. Now, he was more eager to have a true one-on-one, prolonged battle with Kaido, hoping to learn more skills from him. Some things were still hard to grasp just by watching the anime, like Conqueror's hockey rapping. He decided to find Kaido for a fight soon. The next day, Yake was quite excited last night and went to bed late. Good morning, ladies. When he arrived in the living room, he found that breakfast was ready, filled with food. Yake was a bit hungry, so he started to eat heartily without hesitation. Captain, don't you have anything to say? Robin, Lachio, and the others were staring at Yake eagerly. Burp. Yake let out a big burp and slowly said, I ate the fruit I found in Punk Hazard and gained the ability to transform into a giant dragon. Robin frowned. Isn't it true that you can only eat one devil fruit? That's true, but my physique is special. After I ate that fruit for some reason, the energies of the two devil fruits fused together. So I turned into a giant dragon, just like you see now. What monster, Captain? Aren't you even more powerful now? That's right. It's the same ability as Kaido of the Beasts, one of the four emperors, but my ability is even stronger than his. Ha ha ha. Yake did not tell the truth. The system definitely cannot be exposed. After all, anything can happen out at sea. Unbeknownst to them, the captain's strength has already become so formidable. I must also keep up with Yake's pace, rather than being sheltered under his wings. This is what Robin and Rayleigh are thinking at this moment. Is Akira strong now? Indeed, he is very strong. The disaster-level Thunder Fruit gives Akira powerful lethality and unpredictable speed, with a strike range comparable to that of a map-wide attack. The mythical Zoan-type Azure Dragon Fruit, which is rarer and more valuable than Logia-type fruits, provides unparalleled vitality and recovery. The gap between Akira and the monsters of the New World has now been infinitely narrowed. What Yake lacks are the high-level skills in using Conqueror's hockey and rich battle experience. Invincibility is out of the question. There are all kinds of unreasonable devil fruit abilities at sea. All right, girls, we are not going to Golden City. Yake clapped his hands to attract attention. Captain, why not? I really want to see it. Perona said pitifully. Is it because of your new ability? Robin calmly analyzed. I plan to use dragon form to take you all to Sky Island, and then turn it into the base of my pirate crew. Yake said confidently. Sky Island? Isn't Sky Island a legend, Captain? I heard stories about the Great Talker when I was a child. Rayleigh said in surprise. Being born in the North Sea, she was clearly familiar with the name Sky Island, as every child in the North Sea knows the story of the Great Talker Roland. The Great Talker Roland? That's right. He wasn't lying. Sky Island really exists, Yake affirmed. How was that possible? Rayleigh found it really hard to believe. Almost everyone in the North Sea knows that Roland is a silly big liar. Because the captain came from Sky Island, Robin spoke this line on behalf of Yake. Yake had only told her stories from his childhood. The captain is from Sky Island? Perona looked incredulous. Since I can remember, I lived in Sky Island. Baika was an orphan until I found the thunder fruit at the age of 8. And then I jumped down from the edge of the clouds and was taken in by Rayleigh and Shaki. Yake shared his childhood experiences with Perona and the others. Except for Robin, who had already heard Yake's story, everyone else was immersed in Yake's vivid storytelling. They gained a basic understanding of the Sky Island and learned about Yake's past. Ah, Captain, you were so unfortunate as a child. You're an orphan captain. Keep it up, Perona said with encouraging eyes. Yake, are you polite? Yak grabbed Perona with a frosty expression, pinching the lazy muscle on her shoulder. It hurts, Captain. I was wrong. What did you do wrong? I was wrong because I didn't do anything wrong. Yake gave Perona a good lesson, and she was rubbing her shoulder in pain, still not recovering. All right, back to the point. Everyone come and sit on me. After Yake finished speaking, his body underwent a dramatic transformation and slowly flew into the air, preparing to turn into dragon form. Wow, I still can't believe this is what the captain looks like when he transforms. Leggio couldn't help but exclaim. A few breaths later, a giant dragon coiled in the air appeared over the sea. Yaki grabbed the ship and placed it on his head, letting Robin and the others come down first. Robin, keep an eye on them. You all need to hold tightly onto my sideburns, or you'll fall off. Yaki's voice in dragon form was deep and powerful, resonating throughout the land. Don't worry, leave it to me, Captain. Robin shouted loudly. Otherwise, Yaki wouldn't hear her at all. Is everyone off the ship? Yes, Captain. We can set sail now. Yake heard this and stored the eternal truth in the storage compartment, ready to set off. Robin and the others sat behind Yake's horns, at least able to block the wind. From a distance, it was basically hard to spot Robin and the others. Compared to Yake's enormous body, ordinary humans seemed too small. All right, hold on tight. We're off. Waki hoarid isitedli. In the distant sea, Captain, it seems to be Kaido. Beckman watched the giant dragon flying into the sky. It is well known that in this sea, only Kaido can transform into a dragon. Indeed, whatever, let's not worry about him, as long as he doesn't cause us trouble. Shanks said nonchalantly. All right, everyone, let's start the feast. Yake was unaware that he had already been discovered by the red-hair pirates. Currently, Yake was focused on finding the location of Sky Island. Relying on flame clouds, Yake could freely fly to an altitude of 7,000 meters without much effort. However, his speed was a bit slow, so he decided to elementalize the back half of his dragon body to speed up. But he didn't dare to go full speed. It didn't matter for him, but he was mainly worried that his crew couldn't handle it. The view around was completely white, making it really hard to identify anything. Everyone, how are you feeling? Is anyone having difficulty breathing? Robin did hear Yake's voice, but the wind was too strong, and her voice was drowned out. So she had to ask Perona for help. Perona then summoned a ghost to hide in Yake's ear, allowing them to communicate normally. It's okay, Captain, there's nothing serious. Hearing the rustling sound in his ear, Yake realized it was the ghost speaking. Once he heard that there was no major issue, he felt relieved. He still couldn't shake off the constraints of Blue Star knowledge. In the animation, Luffy and the others only experienced slight discomfort. Everyone, I'm going to continue ascending. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Yake broke through the clouds and arrived above them, with white clouds all around and below, making it much easier to search. Yake is flying towards Gaia Island, the known landing site on the first half of the Grand Line. As for the other route, it was abandoned because it was too far. Unknowingly, Yake has crossed the Red Earth continent and arrived at the City of Water on the first half of the Grand Line. But he himself doesn't know where he is and can only move forward in one direction. Is this what it feels like in the sky? It's amazing. Anna exclaimed excitedly as she watched the clouds recede. Yes, it's no wonder that this is the fruit the captain was specifically searching for. It's truly terrifying power, Robin said as she brushed her wind-blown hair. I really don't know what else the captain can't do. After staying in the sky for a long time, it became a bit dull. Except for Anna, who remained excited, Robin and the others began discussing Yake's abilities. To be honest, after flying for almost a whole morning, Yake gradually started to get anxious. If it didn't work out, he would have to land on a nearby island first, and then fly back up to the ruined Magic Valley town later. Wait, that's the Gate of Heaven. Yake suddenly realized upon seeing the familiar sign that he had actually arrived. He just mistakenly thought that the clouds beneath his feet were ordinary clouds and didn't pay attention. Everyone, we've arrived at Sky Island. Get ready to land. Yake shouted excitedly. Really? We have arrived at Sky Island. The Gate of Heaven? Are we dead? Yake flew directly over the gate of heaven and prepared to head straight to Angel Beach. On the floating island, Cornus was playing the harp by Angel Beach, as usual, while the snow-white cloud fox quietly lay at her feet, dozing. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The floating island is above the clouds, so it shouldn't rain. Why did the sky darken? And what is that monstrous creature? Cornus looked at the massive being that blocked out the sun with a face full of terror, sitting down on the ground and forgetting even the pain. It wasn't just Cornus. All the residents of Angel Island saw this gigantic unknown creature, and the town fell into endless panic. It seems my arrival has brought quite a bit of trouble here. Haha, everyone come down. Yake naturally saw the crowd in the town bustling around like ants on a hot pan, but it didn't matter. Once he conquered the floating island, he would gradually get used to it. Yake lay on the continuous Angel Beach to make it easier for Robin and the others to come down. Once everyone had landed on Angel Island, Yake kept shrinking, transforming into human form, and landed beside Robin. Is this Sky Island? It's amazing. Everything is so soft, meow. Anna happily rolled around on the soft clouds. The ground here is really made of clouds. It's truly magical. Robin studied the cloud blocks on the ground. Yake took a deep breath, the familiar scent still lingering. After 10 years, he had returned to this place. Sky Island, I'm back. Woohoo. Yake was excitedly shouting, returning to his homeland, inevitably feeling a bit exhilarated. He particularly wanted to go find the place where he once obtained the devil fruit. But after thinking it over, he decided to hold off and take care of business first. Rage your Robin, everyone come here and try this. It tastes really good. Yake picked a few dark green coconuts to share with everyone, thoughtfully inserting straws. This tastes amazing. It's really delicious, Captain. Pick some more to save. Don't worry, there's plenty. This will be our territory from now on. Yake also opened one for himself and started drinking. It had been 10 years since he last had it, and he felt a bit nostalgic. Are we going to live here from now on? Robin looked up at Yake. That's right, this will be our base from now on. Once we settle down, we can look for the historical text. Yake hadn't forgotten his original intention. It was impossible to hide away in the Sky Island. Who are you? Was that monster just now created by you? Cornus said fearfully, having just seen Yake transform from a giant dragon into a human. Also, miss, there's no need to be afraid. We're just here to find the god of this place. Yake greeted Cornus with the customs of the Sky Island, hoping to ease her hostility. After all, Yake had lived in Baika as a child, so he wasn't very familiar with this place, and having a guide would be great. However, his crew was staring at him with strange expressions, leaving Yake a bit confused. Also, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were also from the Sky Island, but I did see you transform from a monster into a human. Haha, that's my secret. By the way, who is the god of the Sky Island now? Yake asked curiously. Having taken Enel's Rumble-Rumble fruit, could he still rule the Sky Island? The Sky Island has always been ruled by the god, Gonfur. Didn't you know? Cornus immediately became alert. Was he really from the Sky Island? How could he not know such basic knowledge? I've been away from Sky Island for 10 years. I'm here to replace Gonfur. I will become the new god of the Sky Island. You can call me God Yake. Yake said seriously, even as Cornus's expression grew worse. Look, you scared her. Captain, don't you think what you're saying is really cringy? Robin unhesitatingly undermined Yake. Don't mind him, miss. Could you please tell us about the current situation on the Sky Island? We came from the Blue Sea and aren't very familiar with this place. Robin stepped in front of Yake and started chatting gently with Cornus. Hey, Robin. Yake was in disarray in the wind. Oh, someone is coming. The sound of a horse's neigh echoed from the sky, ridden by a person with a long spear. It must be Gonfur. Young man, have you seen a giant creature? Gonfur slowly descended and jumped off Pierre. I am that dragon. Oh, never mind if you don't know. Wait, don't joke around, young man. Don't you know who I am? Gonfur began to doubt whether this young man was a sound mind. Gonfur, the god of the Sky Island. But I am here to replace you, do you understand? Yake said lightly, planning to let Gonfur assist him without having to take action himself. What an arrogant young man, wanting to replace me. Then come and defeat me. If I lose, you will be the new god of the Sky Island. After saying this, Gonfur jumped onto Pierre, ready for battle. Regio, you handle him. I'm afraid I might accidentally kill him. Remember to leave him alive. Yake stood with his arms crossed, thinking that fighting Gonfur would be too much of a bully, and Regio was more than enough to deal with him. As you command, Captain. This is too much. Pierre, let us go. Gonfur seemed angry, raising his spear and charging at Yake. Yake quietly watched Gonfur rush over, too lazy to move. Any movement would ruin his composure. Sorry, your opponent is me, Legio said with a smile as she grabbed the gun's muzzle, rendering Gonfur unable to move. With a casual toss, she sent Gonfur tumbling. How is this possible? A woman's strength is so formidable. Gonfouer was a bit dazed just now. That woman had blocked his attack with one hand and easily flipped him over. What is going on? Ha ha ha, sorry, but as a god, your strength is really too weak. Leigh knew he might not be strong. Otherwise, Yake wouldn't have called her to take action. But she didn't expect him to be this weak. Compared to Yake, who claimed to be a god, this was, damn it, it's not over yet. Pierre, get up quickly, like playing with a mouse. Gonfouer was utterly powerless in front of Leigh. She hadn't even used her best abilities, and Gonfouer was already on his knees. After all, he was just an ordinary person. The battle ended, and Yake calmly walked over to Gonfouer and said from a high vantage point, "Can we talk now, Gonfouer?" Gonfouer gasped on the ground, struggling as if he wanted to stand up again, but unfortunately he failed. Pierre had already been beaten into a mess by Leigh, unable to rise again. I lost. From now on, you're the new god. Kill me. Gonfouer sighed, lying dejectedly on the ground, worried about the fate of Sky Island. Old man, what are you thinking? I won't kill you. On the contrary, I have many things that need your assistance. Yake extended his right hand. What exactly is your purpose? Gonfouer hesitated for a moment, but still placed his hand on Yake's. Yake then pulled him up. I am Yake. 10 years ago, I was a resident of Sky Island. Now I have returned. I come for peace, but I do not fear war. The war of over 400 years on Sky Island is about to end. Yake looked at the distant Appiato, a part of Gaia Island that had been swept up by the surging sea currents. Ending the war is not that simple. It's something I have failed to accomplish in my entire life. Gonfouer said wearily, as a god who still cares for his people. How could I not want to put an end to the war? That's because you cannot even begin to imagine our power. Yake walked to the beach, turned, and looked at Gonfouer. Just watch, witness the true power of a god. Yake transformed into the azure dragon again and soared into the sky. It was truly him. What a terrifying physique. Gonfouer's eyes were nearly popping out. Only by witnessing it in person did he understand how frightening the giant beast was that the public saw. Yake flew into the sky to search for the golden bell. As long as he could ring the golden bell, the people of the Sky Island would be able to listen to him speak in peace. Above Appiah, Yake searched carefully. It wasn't difficult to fly up to find the golden bell, as it was hidden on a cloud above a certain island. Before long, Yake found the golden bell. Quietly lying there, its stand covered in moss. Transforming into human form, Yake approached the golden bell, which was a massive golden bell. To Yake in dragon form, it looked like a toy. However, only in human form could he truly appreciate how stunning the golden light of Zyangula, forged entirely from gold, was. Speaking of which, the 400-year-long war on the Sky Island was closely tied to the great talker Rolando. Rolando discovered the land of gold and befriended the great warrior Karl Gala, and they became good friends, setting a flag that they would eventually reunite on the same land. After Rolando left, Zyangula was swept up into the sky by the raging sea currents, which naturally included the great warrior Karl Gala and the indigenous people of Zyangula, who were also expelled by the gods of the Sky Island at that time. When you come to Gaia again, how will you imagine us who have disappeared? Just wait a little longer, and I will tell you that we are here lighting the lamp of Mandora. The great warrior Karl Gala, in order to convey the news of Gaia Island in the sky to his dear friend Rolando, led his people to invade the island of the gods, thus igniting a war that would last for 400 years. And the elixir to quell the war was right before Yake's eyes. Let it resonate throughout the heavens and the earth. Yake clenched his fists and struck the golden bell hard, causing it to swing exaggeratedly backward. The wonderful sound that penetrated the soul rang out across the Sky Island, and the lights of Shandora were reignited. At this moment, everyone on the Sky Island fell silent, pausing to appreciate this moving sound, tears unconsciously sliding from the corners of their eyes. This was a sound etched in their souls. It was the sound of the golden bell. The war was over. Oh, the lights of Shandora were lit. The wishes of the ancestors were finally fulfilled. The cigarette butt of the war god Weber fell to the ground, burning his foot without him realizing it, and all the Shandians also stopped their actions, listening with tears flowing as the sound of the golden bell struck their souls. For them, this was the call of their ancestors. Qinghai, Gaia Island. That was the sound of the golden bell. It couldn't be wrong. My ancestors did not deceive me. The man with the chestnut head, Mont Blanc Helicate, cupped his hands in a barrel shape to his ears, as if wanting to hear it more clearly. This man, who never bowed to fate, was unyielding and persistent. Felt tears sliding down his face as he heard the bell that confirmed his ancestors' innocence. What a wonderful sound. Robin closed his eyes and quietly appreciated it. He really did it. He found the golden bell, and the war was really over. Gonfouer couldn't help but shed tears of joy. The Sky Island had finally welcomed true peace. The bells ringing for just a few minutes extinguished the hatred that had lasted for 400 years. And the promise made 400 years ago was finally fulfilled at this moment. This is the romance of pirates. I senti it? As the bells' sound finally dissipated, the people of the Sky Island were in a frenzy, laughing, shouting, and crying. Finally, everything was over. Yake has transformed into dragon form, and the golden bell has been stored in the inventory. This will be the iconic building of Sky Island, able to melt anything and return it, except for this one. God Yake, you are the true God, and I am willing to serve you. Gonfer saw Yake land on the ground and respectfully knelt, bowing his head. Very well, Gonfer. Go notify the residents of Sky Island, including the Sandians, to gather on Angel Island tomorrow. Just say that the new god has arrived. Yake nodded in satisfaction. Starting tomorrow, this place will become his territory. I will convey your oracle to every resident of Sky Island. After saying this, Gonfer mounted Pierre and disappeared from Yake's sight. Captain, is it really that simple to become a god? Once you understand the history of Sky Island, you will know that they have waited too long for this day. Is it Germa? It is I, Lord Yake. Do you have any orders? All personnel of Germa, gather at Gaia Island in the first half of the Grand Line. Have we found our base? That's great. Contact me when you arrive. Yake notified Gaji to come over. Once the Germa kingdom arrives, the development plan for Sky Island can begin. Captain, do you intend to tell the whole world about the existence of Sky Island? Robin seemed to guess Yake's thoughts. That's right. Sky Island holds endless wealth and should be known to the entire world. This will be our kingdom. From now on, you will be the priests of the kingdom of Sky. How does that feel? Yake grinned, wanting to see their reactions. Sound great. Awesome. Can I join too? Yake touched in his head and said, of course, but during this time of development in Sky Island, you should also get stronger quickly. I will give you strict training, and I won't show any mercy when the time comes. By the way, Robin, there are also historical texts on Sky Island. Let's go check them out together in a few days. That's great, Captain. I couldn't ask for more, Robin said happily. Conies, who had been standing by, felt overwhelmed. The world was changing too fast. The war that had troubled Sky Island for 400 years had ended in the blink of an eye, and the new god had replaced the old god. Was she falling behind the times? Conies, you're still here. So today, I'll count on you to take us on a tour of Sky Island, Yake said, amused by the sight of Conies trembling in the corner. Yes, Lord Yake. Under Conies' guidance, Yake and his group toured Angel Island. The town was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The bars were packed, but there were also those who were worried. The original god Gonfor had announced the news of the new god's imminent arrival. But who knew what kind of person the new god would be? What they didn't know was that the new god and his priests had just passed by them. Yake-sama, this place is so much fun. I really want to stay here for a lifetime, Anna exclaimed, playing happily with the wind shell. Just don't play with the flame shell, little Anna. It will burn your fur, Leiji reminded her. The lively and adorable Anna had clearly become the group's pet. Just be careful, Anna. I am hungry. Hurry and make us a feast of Sky Island cuisine, Yake said, patting his rumbling stomach, which had been easily hungry lately. Okay, Yake-sama, leave it to me. I will make it super delicious, meow, Anna promised confidently. She might not be able to help in a fight, but her cooking skills surpassed everyone on the ship. After a hearty dinner at Cornus's house, Yake and his companions returned to the ship to rest, as a new chapter in Sky Island would unfold tomorrow. Sky Island, Angel Island. The streets were bustling with people, and Ganfer's efforts were well executed. Basically, the residents of Sky Island had all learned of the new god's imminent arrival. Look, it's the Shandians. A group of people dressed completely differently from the residents of Angel Island landed on Angel Island, which might have meant war under normal circumstances. Leading them was the chief of the Shandians, followed by the Shandian warriors, all wearing friendly smiles on their faces. Their ancestors' wishes had been fulfilled, and their only desire left was to return to Appiato. Whether it was the residents of Sky Island or the Shandians, their goal was the same, to head to Angel Plaza. Gonfer sighed in relief as he looked at the dense crowd below. Being a god for so long still gave him some face, or else it would have been a disaster. Hello everyone, I am Gonfor, the old god of Sky Island. The new god is about to arrive. Please remain calm, and do not panic no matter what happens, Gonfer said loudly, and the crowd quickly quieted down, their eyes filled with anticipation. But soon, screams erupted one after another. Monster! That monster from yesterday! Silence. That is Sky Island's new god. Everyone be quiet. Yake transformed into a dragon form, soaring through the skies, achieving just the effect he wanted. The Azure dragon form is massive, with a fierce appearance that exudes intimidation. making a grand entrance while also deterring those with ulterior motives. The flowers bloom in chaos and with the wings of illusion. Robin conjures arms that form wings to gently lower Anna down. Perona can already fly on her own, so she doesn't need to worry. Reiju's combat outfit also has flying capabilities. The four land smoothly, standing in a row with a gap in the middle. From left to right, they are Perona, Reiju, Robin, Anna, and Ganfuer, who has little presence in the corner. A roar escapes Yake as he charges straight into the sky. After reaching a high point, he performs a dive towards the ground, seemingly aiming to crash directly into Angel Island. Just before landing, the giant dragon disappears like a bubble, and Yake kneels on his right knee, making a superhero-style landing, surrounded by crackling lightning, exuding overwhelming power. Yake stood upright, positioned perfectly between Robin and Reiju, and his flashy entrance seemed to have made it clear to him. Getting back to the point, Yake scanned the crowd below and released his Conqueror's Haki. However, it had no intimidating effect. Otherwise, it would be pointless if everyone fainted. In the eyes of the Sky Island residents, Yake now appeared to be a monstrous creature that devoured people, radiating a terrifying aura. This is the person I saw yesterday in town. I've seen him. Is he the new god? So terrifying. Yake slowly walked to the front of the stage, and the residents fell silent. I am Yake, the new god of the Sky Island. I know you have many questions, but they are not important, because from now on, the Sky Island will be my territory, and you will all become my subjects. Yake's voice rang in everyone's ears like the sound of striking gold against stone. Yake's voice was not loud, but through electromagnetic wave simulation, every resident could hear it clearly. First of all, I announced that the war in the Sky Island has ended. Yake took out a huge golden bell and controlled it to hover in the air. It's a golden bell. I definitely didn't TC it wrong. The Sandians stared intently at the golden bell in the sky. The Sky Island has officially been renamed the Kingdom of the Sky God, and I am the only god of the Kingdom of the Sky God. Let me introduce you to these individuals, who are the priests of the Kingdom of the Sky God. Law Priest Robin, Punishment Priest Reiju, Phantom Priest Perona, Harvest Priest Anna, and Proxy Gonfer. I will govern the Kingdom of the Sky God together with them. Now, let us invite Law Priest Robin to explain the laws of the Kingdom of the Sky God. He spoke for a long time and finally took a breath. Governing a country is not an easy task. Robin spent the entire night drafting laws and only managed to establish the basic legal provisions, with more detailed regulations to follow. There was no choice. The current manpower was insufficient, so the Ark Pirates had to step in for now. Talent is hard to come by. While Robin explained the laws, Yake observed the expressions of the residents, and it seemed the effect was good. Although in this sea, strength is the only standard. In Yake's view, the laws Robin drafted were not particularly harsh, mainly focusing on severe penalties for private disputes. Although there were many loopholes, Rome wasn't built in a day, and the laws could be gradually improved. After Robin finished, Reiju continued to explain some policies established by Yake. The main content was about forming a National Guard. Yake planned to select some strong soldiers to form the National Guard, and once Gaji arrived, they could start researching various high-tech weapons to arm the country, thus compensating for the lack of high-end combat power. Finally, I want to say that in the near future, I will open the Sky God Kingdom and establish a trade route with Qinghai, so be prepared. I will have the stand-in Ganfuer inform everyone of the specific details. You may disperse now. After nearly a whole morning of work, Yake was a bit tired. He would rather fight for 3 days and nights than do this again. He decided to leave the troublesome matters to Ganfuer, and the residents needed some time to adapt. In the afternoon, he needed to meet with the chief of the Shandians to discuss the issue of Appiato. Sai, ruling a country is really difficult. It will be better once everything gets on the right track. Yake comforted himself. Sky Island, Angel Island. The residents had already dispersed, but the discussions had not stopped. Ganfuer had posted detailed regulations on every inhabited island, allowing every Sky Islander to understand them. After a hurried lunch, Reiju was sent by Yake to take charge of the Sky Island army, while he went with Robin to meet the chief of the Shandians. Respected God Yake, I am the chief of the Shandians, and it's an honor to meet you. The crown chief of the Shandians respectfully bowed to Yake. You have come for Appiato, haven't you? Now the Sky Island is my territory. You may reside in Appiato, and I have no objections. However, correspondingly, you will need to obey my orders. Is there a problem? Yake said. The Shandian chief initially had little hope, but Yake's words truly surprised him. No problem. As long as my people can live in Appiato, we are satisfied. From now on, we will await your command. Very well, then go join my army selection. From now on, you'll fight only for me. Yake actually had another idea in his heart. which was to directly send Gaia Island to the Sky Island using Flame Cloud. However, the current territory seems to be enough. There aren't many residents on the Sky Island, and they don't need so many land resources. Yes, Lord Yake, I will take my leave now. Chief Sandia left with a face full of excitement. Yake placed the golden bell on the ground, with a historical text inscribed on its base. Robin was translating its contents. The general content was about the location of the ancient weapon, Poseidon. However, since the ancient weapon itself, Shirahoshi, had already been seen, there wasn't much to say. A simple rubbing would suffice to complete the second phase of the historical text collection task. The only noteworthy detail was a phrase engraved beside the base of the golden bell. I came to this place to bring this text to the ends of the world. Pirate Joel D. Roger. Robin calmly read it out loud, and she wasn't surprised that the Pirate King Roger had been here. After all, Rayleigh was a crewmate of the Pirate King, and a little deduction would lead to the conclusion. Robin, can you help me engrave a phrase as well? Yake suddenly became interested. No problem, Captain. What do you want me to engrave? Let me think. Got it. I conquer this land and bring the kingdom of the gods to the world. God Yake. Yake racked his brain to come up with a phrase, and Robin couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. What a strange desire to win. Robin, take your time with the engraving. I'm going to look for the lost gold of the Golden Country. Yake flew over the ruins of the ancient Zangwala, which lay asleep on the island, harboring countless treasures of gold. Soon, Yake encountered the strongest creature of the Sky Island, a giant python over 100 meters long. Yake prepared to tame it as the guardian of the Sky Kingdom. The bell ringing yesterday reminded the giant python of scenes from its childhood. It had lived in Appiato since it was small and was good friends with the great warriors Caldra and Rolando. Until Appiato was sent into the sky by the soaring sea currents, it had lived alone for over 400 years. For 400 years, its only mission was to find the golden bell, firmly believing that as long as it rang the golden bell, its friends would return to its side. Today, however, it encountered an uninvited guest. Although it looked like an ant, it hurt a lot. As for that ant, it was none other than Yake himself. Yake punched the long snake, regardless of whether he could tame it or not. It was a good idea to give a beating first to let it know who was in charge. Soon, the snake was covered in bumps, and tears sparkled in its big eyes, looking pitiful, weak, and helpless. From now on, you will be my pet. If you understand, nod your head. Yake raised his fist. The snake quickly nodded wildly, kicking up a cloud of dust, afraid that Yake would punch it again. Good. From now on, your name will be Yemojayed, the giant python of the mortal world. This is the best name Yake could think of. All right, Yemojayed, open your mouth. The snake seemed to still not understand the significance of the name Yemojayed, looking at Yake with a silly expression. Yake sighed, hammered a bit, and continued to call its name. It didn't listen, so he kept hammering, and soon the long snake finally understood that Yemengade would be its name from now on. Entering the snake's belly, it was filled with ruins and some scattered treasures in various corners. This snake really eats everything, and its teeth are quite impressive. Never mind. Let us give it a hand. Yake stored all the precious metal treasures in the storage compartment. Then he also put the ruins and miscellaneous debris in the storage compartment to give Yemengade a cleanse. Luckily, the ruins and debris only took up one storage slot each. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fit. Open your mouth. Yemengade obediently opened its gaping maw, allowing Yake to exit. Very well, don't eat random things in the future. You stay here for now, and I'll come back to find you in a while. Yake sent Yemengade away. Communicating with the snake was indeed inconvenient. But don't forget, the people of Nine Snake Island are experts in snakes. Once the initial setup is complete, Yake will go and bring Nine Snake Island up. Yake took the debris from the storage shed and quickly piled it into a small mountain. Now the storage shed was filled with gold. Yake initially estimated that the value of this gold was at least 100 billion berries, most of which would be used to build the kingdom of the sky. After continuing to search the island, he found that there was still a lot of gold at the ruins of Zangwala. With Enel dead, this gold was no longer used to create the Ark Maxim, so Yake naturally took it all without hesitation. After collecting all the gold, Yake returned to Angel Island. To be honest, compared to Apaya, Angel Island felt too small, not to mention Burka. However, once he gradually moved the islands from the Qinghai Sea, it should be able to accommodate more citizens. Captain, you're back. How was the harvest? Robin, who was reading, looked up and asked. Here it is. Yake raised his hand to reveal a small mountain of gold, instantly making the whole room glitter. Wow, that's too extravagant. Anna had lost control of her facial expression. Fortunately, Nami wasn't there, or she would have fainted on the spot. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The gold I collected today is worth at least 100 billion berries, maybe more. Yake had become indifferent to gold. The trouble was how to convert it into berries. There was also a problem with currency on Sky Island, as a currency called Ik was still in circulation. Although most transactions have been made in berries, Ik remained a significant issue. Yake is preparing to abolish Yike tomorrow and let the people of the Sky Island exchange it. There aren't many residents in the Sky Island, and Yake has more than 1 billion berries in cash, which should be enough. If not, there's always gold. By the way, Rage, how's the situation with the army? Yake recalled the task he had assigned to Ligio. It had been fully integrated, and many Sandians had joined in as well, with a few of them being quite capable. Ligio reported on the status of her task. For her, it was not a hassle. Before boarding Yake's ship, she was one of the 4 commanders of the Germa kingdom, and the others had already been killed by Yake. Oh, the Sandians, it seems the chief's ideological work has been quite effective. Yake had a good idea of which ones were capable. Ligio, you will be responsible for reorganizing the army during this period, once Gaji brings the troops over. The defensive strength of the Sky God Kingdom should be sufficient. Yake does not require the army to train strong individuals. It is enough for them to become the backbone of the nation. To raise the lower limit of the army, it still relies on the power of technology. After finishing dinner, Yake gathered the crew for a brief meeting to assign tasks, and everyone eagerly took on their responsibilities. This is not only Yake's kingdom, but also theirs. The next day, Gonfuer issued Yake's decree. The Yake is no longer the currency of the Kingdom of the Sky. All residents holding it can exchange it for belly and gold at Angel Island Square, with an exchange rate of 10,000,1. All citizens are urged to exchange as soon as possible. The exchange channel will close in 3 days, and all it will automatically become invalid and will no longer have trading value. After reading the announcement, Gonfuer posted it in a prominent place for residents to spread the word and exchange there promptly. Yake is actually engaging in a losing business, as the Yakes that come to him are worthless. However, this is also the fastest way to replace the Yake currency. Yake assigned Robin and Gonfuer to be responsible for this task, mainly to act as supervisors. The currency exchange office at Angel Square is already overcrowded, with residents eagerly exchanging their Ix, fearing that if they delay, it will turn into a pile of worthless paper. On the other side, Anna and Perona are working together, mainly responsible for investigating the flora and fauna of the Sky Islands, as well as data on shellfish. In fact, Yake plans to focus on researching the breeding and cultivation of shellfish once the personnel from the Germa Kingdom arrive. However, Yake couldn't resist Anna's pitiful gaze and still assigned him a task. Yake has arrived in Baika, his hometown. Residents of Baika, please pay attention. I am God Yake, and today I will move Baika near Angel Island. Each resident should stay quietly at home and not run around. Yake transformed into a dragon form and hovered in the sky, rumbling as he spoke. Once the residents were ready, Yake unleashed his power, and a continuous stream of fiery clouds wrapped around Baika. With a loud bang, Baika was lifted from the island clouds and held up in the air by the fiery clouds. This is the ability of the phantom beast species, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. The residents on Angel Island, who were exchanging berries, saw a small black dot appear in the distant sky. The dot quickly grew larger. It was Baika. Beside it was a giant dragon. Look, Lord Yake really brought Baika over. How was that possible? Is this the power of a god? It's terrifying. Yake looked at the position from high up and prepared to place Baika to the right of Angel Island. He controlled the flame cloud to slowly descend, gently placing Baika on the White Sea to avoid causing a tsunami. Although Baika was still a distance away from the Sky Island, using the flame cloud to carry the island was actually quite easy and didn't consume much energy. Yake felt that the current territory was already sufficient. Governing a large nation is like cooking a small delicacy. Next, he would just focus on slow development. Once he moved 9 Snake Island up, the Kingdom of the Sky would be a complete nation. Yake put down the Baika and left. The deity was meant to be a deterrent, not needing to appear frequently, allowing the residents to maintain their awe and follow orders. Hello, Gaji, you've arrived at Gaia Island? Great, I'm on my way. Just as Yake sat down, he received a message from Gaji and immediately set off for Qinghai. Dad, what is that? It looks like a dragon. A gorilla from the 8 Mountain United Army pointed at Yake in the sky. Don't mind them. They're not opponents we can handle. Kirik said lightly. I heard the bell ringing in the air yesterday, so something major must have happened on the Sky Island. Lord Yake, can you transform into a giant dragon? Isn't that Kaido's ability? Gaji's eyes widened as he watched Yake transform into a dragon, surprised that in just a few months, Yake had regained such power. That's not something you should be asking. Are all your people gathered? Yake didn't want to explain much to Gaji. In his eyes, Gaji was just a tool. Yes, the researchers and soldiers are all here, and there's been progress in the study of the underworld weapons, Gaji said eagerly, looking at Yake. We'll talk more when we get to Sky Island. There are many tasks for you to handle. After Yake finished speaking, he transformed back into dragon form, signaling Gaji to hurry back to the snail, and then he used the flame cloud to lift the giant snail of the Germa kingdom and fly to Sky Island. Upon arriving at Sky Island with the Germa people, the researchers were buzzing with excitement. Most of these researchers came from the North Sea and had heard stories about the legendary King Roland since childhood, never expecting to see the fabled land of gold in person. This is amazing. If these shells can be developed into weapons, they would be far better than ordinary firearms. Gaji fondled various shells with fascination. This is also one of the reasons I brought you here. There are other matters for you to take care of. Yake understands that technology is the primary productive force. To build the Kingdom of the Sky into the strongest country in the pirate world, relying solely on advanced combat power, is far from enough. Gaji's value lies in his research and development capabilities. The residents of the Sky Island have been using shellfish too rudimentarily, failing to fully exploit the true value of the sky shells. The researchers under Gaji have already been divided into several small groups to study different fields in order to accomplish the tasks assigned by Yake. On that day, Yake convened personnel to formulate the development plan for the Kingdom of the Sky, which encompasses 3 major areas: economy, technology, and education. Population is not currently within Yake's consideration, as the time frame is too long. Moreover, this world does not lack commoners. This is not just Yake's idea. It was collectively discussed and explored by everyone based on the actual situation. Although each person possesses the ability to govern the country, no other country in the pirate world has a clear strategic goal for national development like Yake does. As long as everyone performs their duties well, the future of this country is bright. After the meeting, everyone was invigorated and filled with hope for this newly born nation, and Yake was no exception. Yake is not only the king of this country, but also the only god of the Kingdom of the Sky. In the Kingdom of the Sky, the first step to wealth is to build roads. The only problem with the Sky Island is the inconvenient transportation, whether it's tourists or scheming pirates. It's not easy for them to come here. The primary issue for the Germa Kingdom is to solve the transportation problem of the Sky Island. How to come, how to go. Everyone has been discussing the location of the entrance and exit, and in the end, Yake made the final decision to establish the entrance and exit of the Kingdom of the Sky at the end of the clouds. This way, the country will have only one place for outsiders to enter and exit, making it easier to control security risks. As for how to build the roads, that's not something Yake needs to worry about. The Kingdom of the Sky is being constructed day by day, and the country is changing every day. A large number of islanders are actively participating in the country's construction for a simple reason: free meals, plenty of money, and participating in labor allows them to obtain citizenship documents for free. Otherwise, they would have to pay 10,000 berries to apply for a pure gold citizenship ID. The residents are all eager to work hard. With the construction of the Kingdom of the Sky in full swing, after all the projects were invested in construction, Yake finally took a break, as there was no need for supervision. His own crew would take charge. Today, Yake is preparing to relocate the 9-Snake Island and move Hancock's Amazon Lily to the Sky Island. Yake transformed into a giant dragon and flew around the Sky Island, actually reminding the residents that the deity had always been by their side. After that, Yake arrived at the end of the clouds and headed for Qinghai. "Sister, it's bad. A dragon has come to our country. You must come and see." Sandersonia rushed into Hancock's room anxiously. "How is that possible? Is it Kaido? He actually dares to invade my kingdom. Let's go take a look." Hancock shoved Yake's wanted notice under her pillow and went out with Sandersonia. "Sister, look, it's it." Sandersonia pointed at the azure giant dragon circling in the sky. Hancock stared blankly at the dragon, and she actually felt that it resembled Yake in some ways. "Sister, give the order to attack. Our warriors are ready." Marigold saw that Hancock had been silent and thought her sister was once again caught in a dilemma. "No, wait. Don't you think that dragon looks a bit like Yake?" The more Hancock looked, the more she felt it was Yake. She would never forget the face she had been thinking about day and night. "Yake, is that you?" Hancock shouted loudly. In the sky, Yake awkwardly scratched his head with his claw. He initially wanted to scare Hancock a bit and have some fun. It seemed he had been recognized. Could this be true love? Since he had been recognized, it lost its fun. Yake transformed back into his human form and landed in front of Hancock, opening his arms. Surprised? Unexpected? Hancock saw that it was indeed Yake and was instantly overjoyed, rushing into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. "Yake, coach, I report that she collided with me while dribbling." "Yake, I knew it was you." The two of them started to flirt, while Hancock's two younger sisters quietly left, feeling uncomfortable watching this display of affection. They couldn't let the warriors of Amazon Lily see this. Otherwise, Hancock's Empress persona would be ruined. Yake, how come you have time to come over today? Have you already chosen your base? Hancock leaned her head on Yake's shoulder. That's right, Hancock. My country is on the Sky Island, and I'm here to move the entire Amazon Lily to our base. Country, our base. Yake is the king, so I must be the queen. Is Yake proposing to me? Hancock's mind went wild with imagination, even coming up with names for their children. Hancock! Hancock! Yake looked at the Empress, her face turning redder. Although she was extremely beautiful, he felt like he hadn't really said anything. I am willing, Hancock exclaimed, grabbing Yake's hand and placing it in her palm with excitement. That's good, Hancock, then let's get started. Yake felt relieved, thinking Hancock might not want to take Amazon Lily with her after all. After all, this was the place where the daughter's kingdom had lived for generations. Yuck. Is it too rushed to get married here? Hancock said with a troubled expression. Although she was willing to marry Yake, she hadn't prepared anything yet. Yake, please turn on the microphone to communicate. Clearly, the two of them are no longer on the same wavelength. Yake looks completely bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Hancock, did you misunderstand something? Listen to me. Wake up. Yake shakes Hancock vigorously, finally pulling him out of his fantasy. Hancock, I'm not talking about marriage. Did you misunderstand something? Yake feels a bit of a headache. Hancock is obviously lost in his own thoughts. Could it be that you don't want to marry me? You don't love me anymore. Boo-hoo. Upon hearing Yake's words, Hancock is overwhelmed with sadness and can't help but lower his head and sob, thinking that Yake must have someone else outside. Monkey Lay said. Yake's head is spinning. Dealing with a woman who is pushing for marriage is too difficult. It seems that he must use that tactic to handle this situation. Yake gritted his teeth and picked up the sobbing Hancock, rushing to the Empress's chamber. The general situation was as follows. The Empress had used her charm magic, and Yake's attack speed had increased. Yake used unyielding grip to quickly draw his gun, then countered with a dragon strike, causing the Empress to fall into disarray. Both sides were evenly matched, and the battle gradually escalated, but Yake's advantage became increasingly apparent. The Empress showed signs of defeat, and Yake seized the moment to use water release, water bullets, to end the fight. Hancock, he really does still love me. The world finally quieted down. Yake was relieved to see Hancock finally stop bringing up the topic of marriage, and quickly whispered sweet nothings in her ear, finally brushing aside the matter of getting married. On Nine Snake Island, all the residents of the daughter country were in place, and the relocation plan for Nine Snake Island officially began. Ark transformed into a dragon form and hovered in the air, visibly straining on its dragon face. Nine Snake Island was on a completely different level compared to Baika. Ark exerted tremendous effort to lift Nine Snake Island out of the sea, the water already murky. The massive island was slowly rising, supported by circles of flame clouds. Once the island was up, it was much easier, just a matter of using more stamina to send it up. Comparable to the power of a deity. Was this the reason Ark insisted on venturing outside? Hancock murmured to herself as she watched the gradually disappearing sea surface, wondering if she had been too comfortable for too long. The overall shape of Skypiea Island was circular, with a round notch on the southern side, where Ark planned to place Nine Snake Island in the center of the notch. Whether in the Blue Sea or the Sky God Country, Nine Snake Island would be a forbidden place, a men's forbidden place. Of course, Ark was the exception. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, except for Boa Hancock and Gecko Moria, all the warlords of the sea were gathered. The main purpose of calling everyone here today was to discuss the candidates for the two vacant warlord positions. Sengoku, seated in the main position, spoke with a strong voice. His expression very serious. It seems there are still two people missing. Doflamingo said with a wicked smile, casually resting his legs on the table, his sexy leg hair fully exposed. Watch your words and actions, Doflamingo. This was exactly the reason for gathering everyone. According to the information from Moria's subordinate, Hogback, Moria had been confirmed killed. The Empress Boa Hancock had withdrawn from the warlords of the sea a few days ago. Both incidents were related to the same person, the notorious criminal, God Arkansas. Now, Boa Hancock and her base, Nine Snake Island, had vanished without a trace, according to her own words. She had joined the Ark Pirates established by God Arkansas. Sengoku solemnly informed all the warlords present of the report the Navy had received, noting that Boa Hancock joining Ark's pirate crew was clearly not good news for the Navy. God Ark, that Thunderfruit user. Doflamingo's expression changed. Based solely on what he had seen in the newspapers, Ark was a lawless character with a very troublesome ability. The tyrant Bartholomew Kuma looked down at the BLBLE-covered book in his hand, remaining silent. At this moment, Kuma's personality was intact. In his view, this god Ark might not be their enemy. That damned bastard again. Crocodile covered the scar on his chest, which seemed to still ache. Jinbei also remained silent. He had just recently encountered this god Arkansas. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, seemed somewhat indifferent. If it weren't for being a swordsman, he wouldn't be interested at all. So, we will strip the Empress of her title as a warlord of the sea, reclassifying her as a wanted criminal with a bounty of 800 million berries. Hancock's original bounty was 80 million berries, but that was just the bounty she received when she first set sail at 18, at which time she had already mastered the 3 types of hockey. Nearly 10 years had passed, and now she had joined the pirate crew of God Ark, an enemy of the world government. This amount was not exaggerated. 800 million, that's quite an expensive head. All right, this matter ends here. This news will spread across the seas tomorrow, and then we will discuss the candidates for the new warlords of the sea. Do you have any recommendations? The air fell into an eerie silence, and Sengoku was also concerned. After all, they were just suggesting. Whether they could become warlords of the sea was another matter. Since no one has any recommendations, I will recommend someone. Let's see what everyone thinks. Captain of the Spade Pirates, Portgas D, Ace, a Logia-type, flame fruit user. A rising newcomer. No objections. Whatever. Flame fruit. Heh. No objections. Everyone present had no opposition to Ace becoming a warlord of the sea, just based on the fact that he was a Logia-type and a highly lethal flame fruit user, determined that his lower limit would not be too low. Very well. We will send an invitation to Ace. If there are no urgent matters, the meeting is dismissed. The warlords of the sea gradually left. Doflamingo swaggered out, stepping with his flamboyant Doflamingo dance, displaying a very arrogant attitude in Marineford. This sea is getting more and more interesting. Haha. In fact, Sengoku had not revealed one thing, which was the news of Ark challenging Whitebeard. According to the description from a spy in the Whitebeard crew, Ark stabbed Whitebeard with a knife, leaving him feeling cold, while Ark was merely knocked out by a punch from Whitebeard. Though he didn't join Whitebeard, he had maintained good relations with the crew and even Whitebeard himself. Most importantly, he was the adoptive son of Rayleigh, the Dark King. The Navy had learned this news early on, but regarding Ark, the issue had to be reported to the world government, which is why the bounty had not been updated. The next day, newsbirds flocked to every corner of the world. The newspapers had 3 headlines, roughly stating, "Shocking. How could such a thing happen to 2 warlords of the sea? Shocking. Whitebeard was actually stabbed by God Ark while standing still. Shocking. The bounty of the Ark Pirates is publicly revealed." This was a sensational style concocted by a genius reporter to greatly increase newspaper sales. It was said that the reporter had been promoted and given a raise by Morgans, appointed as the editor-in-chief, marrying a wealthy beauty, and reaching the peak of his life. Whitebeard had actually won, but the Navy promoted it as if he had lost in order to undermine Whitebeard's reputation. Then, the entire Ark Pirate crew was put on the wanted list, including the Boa sisters. Captain of the Ark Pirates, God Ark, extremely dangerous. Only, bounty, 2,400,000 berries. Demon's Child, Nico Robin, extremely dangerous. Only, bounty, 100,000 berries. Pink Poison, Vinsmoke Reiju, extremely dangerous. Only, bounty, 120,000 berries. Ghost Princess, Perona, extremely dangerous. Dead, bounty, 30,000 berries. Fish-Eating Anna, pet, dead, bounty, 500 berries. Empress, Boa Hancock, extremely dangerous. Dead, bounty, 800,000 berries. Green Python, Boa Sandersonia, extremely dangerous. Dead, bounty, 60,000 berries. King Cobra, Boa Marigold, extremely dangerous. Dead, bounty, 60,000 berries. A few days ago, the Navy called and requested Hancock to attend the Warlords of the Sea meeting. Under Ark's orders, she directly announced her withdrawal from the Warlords of the Sea and joined Ark's Ark Pirates, which is also why the Navy counted the Boa sisters as part of Ark's crew. In fact, the Empress's 9 snake pirates did not directly join Ark, but joined in the form of a division. However, Ark didn't mind, as they were family after all. Wow, this guy really is a womanizer. All his crew are girls. Haha. Whitebeard, covered in needles, laughed heartily at the bounty notice for the Straw Hat Pirates, casually blocking Ace's deadly sneak attack that came out of the shadows and knocking him to the ground. Damn it, Dad. How dare the Navy slander you? You clearly knocked that brat yak down with one punch. The devoted son Marco was furious after reading the Navy's report, strongly demanding to rush to Marineford and slap Sengoku a few times. It's okay, Marco, Whitebeard said nonchalantly. The Navy is just using those same old tricks. Meanwhile, Ace, who was knocked down and lying in a corner, fell in his self-doubt. Sky Kingdom, 9 Snake Island. 9 Snake Island had been relocated for several days, and Yak suddenly remembered that Apaya also had a little pet he was taking care of. He hurried to the forest to find Yamato, who was only slightly smaller than him after his transformation and couldn't be airlifted. He had no choice but to ride on its head and swim across the sea of clouds to reach 9 Snake Island. The residents of 9 Snake Island collectively went into a frenzy, already worshipping snakes and using them as totems. The 9 Snake tribe immediately regarded Yamato as a snake god, providing it with the finest food and drink. It lived a more comfortable life than Yak, with scantily clad ladies cleaning its scales every day, causing Yak to shed tears of envy, crying out a desire. Ding. Task completed. Standing at the peak of the C Series 3. Reward. Paramecia type. Slip fruit. Lottery chance 10. New task released. Standing at the peak of the C Series 4. The new king. Defeat the 4 Emperor's pirate crews and abolish them. Reward. Mysterious item 1. Lottery chance 10. What? Yak had a puzzled expression. Hadn't he been acting up lately? Why was everyone suddenly under a bounty? Yak hurriedly said goodbye to Hancock and went to Qinghai to buy newspapers, where newsbirds were hardly seen on the empty island. Anyway, Yak had the ability to travel easily, so he went to Qinghai to check the situation. After getting the newspaper, Yak immediately summoned the crew for a meeting. Everyone, take a look. This is today's newspaper, and we are all wanted. Yak placed the wanted posters on the table one by one and looked up at everyone's reactions. The crew members picked up their wanted posters, some with excitement and others with sorrow. Captain, why do I only have a bounty of 500 berries? That's not fair, Anna said in disbelief as she looked at her bounty amount and then at the others, her young heart suffering a huge blow. The lowest bounty, Perona, was 60,000 times hers. The gap was too big. It was unreasonable. Without any battle achievements and not being a devil fruit user, getting 500 berries was already generous considering her cuteness. Moreover, Anna's first bounty was equivalent to 10 choppers. Even Joru was envious. Yak thought to himself, while needing to comfort Anna's fragile heart as captain. That's right. Ruffling her hair was the way to go. Captain, why am I also wanted? I am doomed. Perona said pitifully. Previously, when she was with the warlord of the sea, Moria, she didn't even have a bounty, but now it skyrocketed to 30 million berries. There were definitely many people in the sea wanting her head as a beautiful girl. Acton was overwhelmed, with one person crying about the bounty being too low and another crying about it being too high. Acton quickly signaled to Robin and Reiju for help. Perona, don't worry if you get killed, the captain will definitely avenge you, Robin said calmly. To Perona, Robin seemed like a devil. Perona was taken aback, staring at Robin with wide eyes, then was overwhelmed by tears, sobbing loudly, making everyone listening tear up. Even when Moria died, the crying wasn't this sorrowful. Yak, Robin, you must be here to cause me trouble, right? Surely. Fortunately, Reiju is more obedient and understanding, and she has helped Perona and Anna calm down. So they finally stopped crying and causing a ruckus. All right, everyone, now all of us are in the Navy's sights, but we're currently in the Sky Island, and the Navy can't come up here. So everyone must train hard, and once the Sky Island is completed, we'll go out to the sea together and make our mark. Yak said passionately, although his bounty had reached 2. For billion, it didn't matter. This was just the tip of the iceberg regarding the Navy's understanding of him. The sea was still too calm. It would only become interesting once Luffy set sail. Captain, can you explain who this Empress is to you? Why did she join our pirate crew? Robin pointed to the report about the warlords of the sea, saying that this woman must be related to Yak. Captain, I'm also very interested. Is the island you moved to a few days ago related to her? Reiju looked at Yak with great interest, adding fuel to the fire. Oh no, this is a mess. Yak's cold sweat broke out in an instant. He almost forgot about it. He indeed had a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Robin and Reiju. But after all, Hancock was his legitimate girlfriend. She's my girlfriend. After a fierce internal struggle, Yak chose to speak the truth. Lying was pointless. And both Robin and Reiju were smart. I thought you would lie. Captain, Reiju said with a faint smile on her face. Captain, you really are greedy. You already have a lover, and yet. Robin glared at Yak fiercely, wishing she could shoot lasers from her eyes to turn him to ashes. It seemed that she hadn't forgotten about Yak kissing Reiju that day. Well, it was an accident. Yes, that's right. Hancock's words. I'll take you to meet her another day. You will become good friends, Yake said, forcing himself to speak. Umph. Robin rolled her eyes, defeated by Yake's thick skin. Reiju smiled at Robin and Yake bickering, knowing she was destined to be bound to Yake for life. But she was willing. Robin might not be so willing. Anna and Perona nearby were enjoying the gossip, thoroughly engaged. By the way, I have a devil fruit. Does anyone want to eat it? Yake placed the slippery fruit he randomly obtained from completing a mission on the table, trying to change the topic and turn the page on this matter. What kind of devil fruit is this? Reiju asked curiously. Only she and Anna had not eaten a devil fruit among those present. If she had to choose, it would either be her or Anna. Paramecia, slippery fruit. After eating it, you become a slippery person. The surface of your skin becomes smooth, and anything that touches your skin will slide off. If nothing unexpected happens, this fruit also has a beauty effect. Yake briefly introduced the abilities of the slippery fruit. In Yake's view, this fruit had great potential. If developed like Bartolomeo, it wouldn't be weak. The ability it displayed on the surface was to let attacks slide off. But if one truly grasped the core concept of slipping away, they could even slip away fatigue and pain. However, even if Anna or Reiju didn't develop it well, it didn't matter. Just the beauty effect alone was enough to drive all women crazy. In the anime, the Iron Stick Yarlita became a charming beauty after eating this fruit. Isn't that better than plastic surgery? Captain, let's skip it. Give it to Anna. I don't want to become a duck. After thinking, Reiju decided against it. There were already enough ducks on the ship, and I didn't want to eat it either. I already hate water. If I eat it, I might. As a member of the Ear tribe, Anna instinctively feared water, and if she really became a duck, it would be disastrous. Fine, then I'll keep it for myself. Yake said helplessly, not expecting that he couldn't even give away a devil fruit. The Kingdom of Sky Gods. With the advancement of Yake's plans, the Kingdom of Sky Gods was developing in an orderly manner, especially Garji's research team, which achieved new results every day. Today, Garji called Yake to see the latest results of the Sky Shell technology weapon. Yake arrived at the shooting range, holding a uniquely shaped weapon. Overall, it resembled a normal rifle, but the stock was made of impact shells, and various shells could be added to the front according to needs. Yake is currently using the Impact Vega sniper rifle, which according to Jejia, is the most powerful sniper rifle. The barrel is made of specially designed materials, otherwise, it is prone to bursting. Yake rested the butt of his gun on his shoulder, aiming at the sky shark that occasionally poked its head out from the sea of clouds. Without using hockey of armament, he relied solely on observation hockey to assist his aim. As he pulled the trigger, Yake could clearly feel a powerful recoil and the force of the wind from the shell. The sky shark in the clouds sea let out a mournful cry as Yake hit its eye with a shot. The bullet, carrying tremendous impact, shattered its brain matter, and the massive sky shark fell into the sea, where it was consumed by its kin. Not bad, but the recoil is a bit much. There's no need to try hockey of armament. Those who can apply it to bullets are only raising the upper limit of the gun. What Yake needed was a weapon with a high lower limit. That bullet just now flew at least several thousand meters while maintaining strong power, truly a marvel of pirate technology. The strong recoil is unavoidable. Our soldiers can attach a shock shell to their combat suits to absorb the gun's impact. Once it's full, it can also be used to replace the shock shell on the gun, killing two birds with one stone, Garji explained. Not bad, keep it up. How's the research on automatic weapons going? Yake placed more importance on automatic weapons. Those things are the real killing machines. Of course, there's progress. Your idea is simply genius. This is the first-generation automatic rifle named after you, the Ark one. Lord Yake, give it a try. Garji waved for his subordinates to bring over a rifle. I didn't expect to be able to play with an AK in the Pirates, wow. Yake laughed when he saw it. Garji had indeed replicated it. This gun not only has outstanding performance, but is also low-cost and highly adaptable, making it a perfect weapon. Garji was clearly very satisfied with this gun, enthusiastically talking about its advantages. Yake fondled the gun with great affection, aiming it at a tree and pulling the trigger without letting go. This time, Yak added the armament hockey, making the bullets even more powerful. After a round of firing, the big tree was broken. Garji, your research results are good. Keep it up. Let's call this gun AK-47. It will be equipped with every soldier in the future. After satisfying his urge to handle the gun, Yak returned it to Garji and urged him to develop electromagnetic weapons as soon as possible before leaving. Upon arriving at Amazon Lily, Hancock was training alongside Robin and others. After the development of Sky Island got on the right track, Yak asked Robin and Reiju to cultivate talents to take over his work, and now they only needed to occasionally check the progress. Therefore, Yak gathered them all on Amazon Lily to train together with Hancock, who was proficient in the 3 types of hockey, becoming their teacher and close friend. Yak's plan was very successful. "Hello, ladies. How's the training going?" Yak sat cross-legged on the grass, watching everyone train. "It's easy to talk when you're sitting. Why don't you give it a try?" Robin replied irritably, then devoted herself seriously to training, wanting to become stronger so she could better help Yak. "Darling, you're here." Hancock greeted Yak affectionately, throwing some dog food. When she first met Yak's crew a few days ago, she even thought Yak had fallen for someone else, imagining various kitsch romantic drama scenarios. It wasn't until Yak asked her to train his crew that she felt relieved and energetically accepted the task he entrusted her with. "Keep training. I'm here to watch the game." "No, I'm here to watch you train." Yak almost blurted out his true thoughts, but the scene was just too perfect, and he was more engrossed in watching them than in their training. Taking advantage of this rare leisure time, Yak prepared to draw rewards. There was no way to hold back. After collecting the historical text from Sky Island, he completed the second stage task and was rewarded 5 times. And for the main quest, 10 times. Yak was ready to do 15 consecutive draws to see if he could get something good. Starting the draw. Ding. Congratulations. You have won 5 billion berries, an unlimited version of the KFC family bucket, indestructible underwear, indestructible beach shorts, indestructible t-shirts, an indestructible Ronin robe, a mastery card for the Navy 6 Styles 1, an armament hockey enhancement card 1, and an endless supply of cotton candy 1. Thank you for your patronage. Wow. Good guy. Yak exclaimed. His luck today was amazing. He no longer had to worry about the awkwardness of transforming from dragon form to human form. Previously, he had always used lightning to make clothes to alleviate the embarrassment, similar to Caesar's gas coat. Now he was relieved. Mom no longer has to worry about me exploding my clothes. By the way, can a mastery card for the Navy 6 styles be used by others? Yak inquired, as this thing was completely useless to him. Ding. Skill enhancement cards can be given to others, provided they have learned the corresponding skills. Yak understood that if she wanted to give others a mastery card for the Navy 6 styles, she would first have to learn the Navy 6 styles herself. She had used a card for it before, but didn't pay much attention to it since she already knew the Navy 6 styles. However, the one she used the most was Life Return, which she used to increase her endurance with Hancock. Yak thought for a moment and decided to give the Conqueror's Hockey Enhancement card and the Navy 6 Power Proficiency card to Rayleigh. Rayleigh was already on the verge of awakening her armament hockey, so it was just right for her to use. Since Rayleigh had the strongest physical fitness among his crew, she would also be the fastest to awaken her armament hockey. However, she was one of the only 2 without a Devil Fruit ability and with armament hockey. She would become even stronger. The other non-Devil Fruit user, Anna, could just be a mascot if she could learn observation hockey to avoid danger in advance. Yak would be grateful. Although Anna could use static electricity in combat, the current intensity was merely at the tickle level, and perhaps only Yak thought it was at that level. Everyone, stop for a moment. I have something to say. Starting tomorrow, your captain will personally teach you the Navy 6 powers. Everyone must learn it. It will greatly help you master the power of hockey, Yak said as he stood up. Captain, no. I have my negative ghost. That's enough. Perona said pitifully. Rejected. Everyone must master it, or I will throw you off the Sky Island directly to experience the thrill of falling from 10,000 meters high. Yak pretended to look fierce, staring at Perona. This little slippery one relied on her negative ghost to be invincible across the Sky Island, and it seemed she had become a bit conceited. Wait until you meet Usopp. Let's see how you cry. In the Sky Kingdom, 2 years had passed since Yak became the new god. So, Teacher Cornus, are you going to school? I can take you with me. A passerby warmly invited Cornus, who was carrying a harp, to join her. So, no need, thank you. I can walk by myself. No trouble at all. Cornus politely declined the invitation from the student's parent. After the Sky Academy was completed, Cornus volunteered to become a music teacher, responsible for teaching music classes, and the children of the Sky Kingdom adored their gentle teacher, Cornus. She walked slowly to the entrance of the Sky Academy, where 2 armed guards were stationed at the gate. Also, Mr. Jerry, Mr. Kelly, Cornus greeted with a smile, receiving only silence in response. But Cornus didn't mind, as they were emotionless clones. It was just her habit to hand over her citizen's ID to Jerry. After Jerry inserted the golden citizen ID into the machine, he opened the academy's gate and gestured for Cornus to enter. A new day begins. Goodbye, Jerry Kelly. Cornus walked into the academy with her harp. Pai Gaia was Cornus's father, and he now ran a sky clam breeding farm. As usual, he was checking the condition of the sky clams in the rocky area by the coast. Ever since the researchers figured out the habits of the sky clams, clam farming had become a large-scale industry, and Paigaia had contracted a 5-kilometer stretch of coastline for breeding. It looks like today's harvest is good, Paigaia said with a smile as he looked at the various clams piled on the rocks. Now, there were 2 new varieties of sky clams, thunder clams and ice clams, especially the thunder clams, which had become essential for the residents of the Sky Kingdom. Not only did various agricultural devices rely on thunder clams for power, but transportation also used thunder clams as the core energy source. After thoroughly checking his clam fields, Paigaia boarded a civilian-type micro-airship and returned home. Apaya was training soldiers, and he had been promoted by Reiju to the captain of the Special Forces in the Kingdom of God. He was also one of the instructors at the officer school, responsible for training new recruits to become qualified soldiers. The military was divided into 3 units: the City Defense Force, Special Forces, and combat troops. In the military system of the Sky Kingdom, clone soldiers were the basic fighting force, assigned to various positions for guard duties, while the surplus would follow human officers and obey their commands. Now, the Sky Kingdom had undergone a complete transformation, a result of the joint efforts of all the Sky Island residents. The residents' lives had become more convenient. Everyone could live and work in peace, enjoying a life of tranquility. The Sky Kingdom had everything: cafes, bars, schools, factories, breeding bases, etc., and they were even troubled by a shortage of manpower, but that trouble would soon disappear, as the Sky Kingdom would officially open tomorrow. Since the last time the Ark Pirates were all wanted, they had gone silent for 2 years, and everyone was puzzled by their disappearance. It was as if this pirate crew had vanished like a fleeting flower. After being wanted, they disappeared without a trace. The most famous in the New World now was undoubtedly the new 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. After Yake and his crew disappeared, Ace quickly rose to fame in the New World and, after several failures in challenging Whitebeard, chose to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Now, the Whitebeard Pirates have been dubbed the most fearsome pirate crew in the world. What's happening? You seem in a good mood, Whitebeard asked as he looked at Ace's smiling face. Haha, old man, my idiot brother just turned 17 today. I think he can't wait to set sail. Ace looked into the distance, recalling his promise with Luffy. That idiot Luffy must have started adventuring on the sea. He's quite an interesting person, old man. Let's invite him to join our big family when the time comes. Ace laughed heartily. He had completely integrated into Whitebeard's crew, genuinely considering Whitebeard as his father. In the Whitebeard crew, besides Marco, who had been with Whitebeard the longest, no one respected Whitebeard more than Ace. Goo-la-la-la, then let's do it. Speaking of which, I thought a little brat. I really don't know what he's up to. Whitebeard recalled Yake, who had challenged him 2 years ago. He initially thought that after challenging him, Yake would continue to cause big events, but unexpectedly, there had been no news of him for 2 whole years. Is that God Yake? I've heard Marco mention him. He's quite strong, right? Ace recalled the man he had met at Sabaody Archipelago. Ace. He is the most talented young man I have ever seen. His strength 2 years ago was already stronger than you are now. Whitebeard wanted to provoke Ace a little, as he had already regarded Roger's son as his successor. Old man, if I meet him, I will definitely defeat him. Ace was indeed stirred up with a strong competitive spirit. It didn't matter what others said. He had to prove to his old man who was the strongest. Goo-la-la-la. Keep up this momentum, Ace. One day we will see him again. During the 2 years, Yake would occasionally bring Germa's snails to the Blue Sea to purchase supplies, but he had not made an appearance. Most of the gold he found in Apaya had been used to buy various materials to build the Sky Kingdom, and Yake was left with only over 10 billion berries worth of gold. The Sky Kingdom could be described as a city built from gold. At the end of the clouds, this was the entrance and exit of the Sky Kingdom, next to the massive Heaven's Ladder. This was a key facility for reaching the Sky Island, making it much easier to leave. You could take the Heaven's Ladder down or ride the Sky Island specialty, the mini octopus balloon, to experience the thrill of bungee jumping. This was also the only project that required Yake to personally oversee. The Heaven's Ladder was originally intended to be made from compressed island clouds to create a passage. But later it was discovered that the island clouds would dissipate quickly in the Blue Sea and could not be put to use. Following Gaji's suggestion, this huge elevator was constructed using sea stone mixed with metal. After several rounds of testing, it had been officially confirmed to be ready for use. The black box is the main body of the ladder to heaven, operating similarly to an elevator, with a maximum capacity of 1,000 people and 60 tons of cargo, provided they are normal-sized humans. Now, all that is needed is for Yake to move the artificial island where the ladder will be placed to Qinghai. The artificial island is an ancillary facility for the ladder to heaven, used to receive visitors and dock ships, essentially serving as the ticket window for the kingdom of the gods. It can begin now, Lord Yake, Gargi said affirmatively after conducting the final round of inspections. Yake didn't waste much time and transformed into dragon form, lifting an artificial island next to the end of clouds and moving it to the vicinity of a long-chain island sea area. A huge black box, known as the ladder to heaven, slowly descended from the sky. Yake positioned the island at the landing site of the ladder to heaven, placing it on the ocean, right in the target sea area measured by Gargi's research team. A new island named Island of Ascension appeared in the sea. After 2 years of hard work, the major project finally succeeded. It's worth noting that the skill Yake used the most during these 2 years was lightning metallurgy. Once he saw the ladder to heaven operating smoothly, Yake felt relieved and took the elevator back to the Sky Island, which took about an hour. Although it was slow, it was the only option for now, considering that the end of clouds was over 7,000 meters above sea level, and this speed could greatly extend its lifespan. Indeed, they could settle the residents and soldiers of the kingdom of the sky. As soon as Yake got off the elevator, he spoke to Gargi. By the way, they can call Morgan's people to come over first. To quickly let the world know about the kingdom of the sky, newspaper promotion was inevitable. And for this, Yake made a deal with Morgan's, which naturally involved creating a sensational news story. After Yake arranged his tasks, he arrived at 9 Snake Island, bare-chested and wearing beach shorts. This was Yake's usual attire, and his appearance had changed significantly compared to 2 years ago. Yake no longer had the dragon human form. Rather, it was more accurate to say that the dragon human form had become his normal state. The scales and sharp claws that grew on him when he transformed into the dragon human form were originally solidified lightning. He hadn't been idle for 2 years, focusing on merging the dragon human form with his human form. Now, in the dragon human form, he still retained the appearance of a normal person, though his body bore various patterns that Yake referred to as thunder dragon patterns. The characteristics of the dragon human form had already manifested as light blue tattoos imprinted on Yake's body. Whenever he unleashed his power, the patterns on his body would burst forth with dazzling lightning, instantly granting him all the powers of the dragon human form. At the training ground of 9 Color Island, 2 curvaceous ladies were engaged in an intense battle. Hancock gently squeezed Yake's shoulder as they watched the duel between Robin and Rayleigh. Violet Storm, Giant Tree, Slamming Palm. Robin conjured a giant hand to strike at Rayleigh, a frightening display of power. Rayleigh smiled slightly, and a powerful shockwave erupted in an instant. Pick, Storm. Rayleigh utilized Moonwalk while simultaneously exerting force with her combat boots, generating a powerful shockwave to evade Robin's attack. Falling Cherry Blossom Dance. In the blink of an eye, Rayleigh broke through to Robin's side and launched a series of fierce strikes. 100 Flowers in Chaos. Flower Shield. Rayleigh's attacks landed on the shield formed by Robin's conjured arms. Sister Robin, don't forget that some poisons are colorless and tasteless, okay? Explode. As soon as Rayleigh's words fell, the toxins that Robin had contracted during the earlier battle erupted instantly, causing her conjured arms to dissipate. Her face contorted in pain, and her body swayed unsteadily. Rayleigh quickly embraced Robin, her seductive lips pressing against Robin's cherry-like lips to suck out the toxins. It could have been done without her mouth, but this was faster. Although it was a bit awkward, Yake was immediately excited upon seeing this scene, puckering his lips and whistling, which caused Hancock to pinch his waist repeatedly. But Yake was too tough to feel it. Rayleigh was very clever and knew that Robin had been wary of her poison, so she deliberately concealed the poison in every attack. Although the amount was small each time, the accumulation over time would erode the body, and once it erupted, it would instantly render Robin unable to fight back, making her loss understandable. Cough, cough, Rayleigh, you win. After the poison was drawn out, Robin felt much better. Although they had trained for 2 years, everyone had made significant progress and understood each other very well. Rayleigh's toxins were indeed very effective against her. After all, the Phantom arms would also be harmed by the poison. Thank you, Sister Robin. Your arms have been quite a hassle for me. Rayleigh affectionately hugged Robin and walked towards Yake. If it weren't for her own mastery of armament hockey, she would have probably had her neck twisted long ago. Anna had also fought with Perona, but unfortunately, Anna was quite weak, and Perona solved the battle with a single negativity ghost, leaving Anna on her knees, crying and shouting that she didn't deserve to eat fish or something like that. After 2 years of training, everyone had made visible progress. However, the enemies we encounter afterward will only be stronger than you, so don't get complacent. I'm talking about you, Perona. Tomorrow, I will head to the New World, challenge the four emperors, make a name for myself, and announce to the world that the Kingdom of Sky God is my territory. The Kingdom of Sky God will officially present itself to the world. Are you all ready? Jake said seriously. Don't worry, Captain. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Rest assured, Jake-sama, with Anna here, there won't be any accidents, and Sister Hancock will protect us too. Right? Anna said cutely. 2 years had passed, and she was now an adult, her body gradually developing as she worked hard to be more like Robin. That's right, Anna. I will protect this country while Jake is away. Hancock smiled, patting Anna's head. This was a task Jake had entrusted to her long ago, for which Jake had also given her rigorous training without mercy. Compared to 2 years ago, her strength had also made tremendous progress. When Jake is not in the kingdom of the Sky God, she is the goddess of Sky Island. The location of Sky Island is actually quite good, situated in the first half of the Grand Line, rather than in the pirate battleground of the New World, and it is not far from Water 7. Jake has already reached an agreement with the mayor of Iceborg in Water 7, and soon a new line of the sea train will be built to reach Sky Island, making it more convenient to visit in the future. Without the baptism of the New World, the pirate strength will not be too strong, as powerful monsters will eventually head to the New World. Hancock's strength is enough to guard the kingdom of the Sky God. All right, everyone, after I challenge the four emperors, we will continue our journey. Thank you all for your hard work during this time. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, Luffy is rowing a small boat, preparing to search for his crew members. Zoro has been tied to the execution platform for several days, exposed to the wind and sun. Nami is carefully scavenging for gold and silver treasures on the pirate ship. Usopp is sitting on a tall tree branch, telling Miss Kaya about his adventure stories. Sanji is serving exquisite dishes to beautiful female customers. A new era has begun. In the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line, the final destination, Raftel, is located in a corner of the New World. Today, Jake has once again arrived in this sea area, which belongs to the four emperors. Jake flew from the Sky Island to the New World in no time. His fastest flying speed is in his human form, and the pirate Lightning Man is referring to Jake. Hey, it seems there's an island here. Let's go down and take a look. Flying in the air, Jake overlooked the sea and spotted a small black dot, which was definitely the island. Jake retracted his elementalization, preparing to learn from Teacher Kai and perform a free fall. For him, this was no longer an extreme sport. New World Thunder God Island. For some unknown reason, this island was constantly struck by thunder. It was as if the island was cursed by the Thunder God, with relentless lightning falling day after day. The people living here had to carry umbrellas every time they went out to protect themselves from being struck by lightning. Boom! A strange object fell from the sky, creating a deep pit on the ground, with dust swirling around. Nearby residents, holding umbrellas, gathered around to discuss what it could be. What is that? It looks like a human shape. It does look like it. But if it were a person, they would definitely be dead. 2 brave residents stood by the deep pit, debating what the object was. Ouch, that hurts. Jake crawled out of the pit, rubbed his face, and spat out the stones in his mouth. He now felt that Kaido definitely had some issues. Who in their right mind would do something like this every day? Jake jumped up and out of the deep pit, only to find himself surrounded by people holding umbrellas. Looking up, he realized it was pouring rain with thunder and lightning flashing across the distant sky. Is he a monster? How could he survive such a high fall without even a scratch? A passerby pointed at Jake in terror and stammered, Who on earth are you? Wow, the weather on this island feels just like home, Jake said, feeling a sense of familiarity with the lightning all around him. Hey, what island is this? Thunder God Island. Jake scratched his head and thought for a moment. He seemed to have heard of it. There was indeed such an island. But the main character group had never been there. Only other supernovas had visited. However, the name really matched the situation of the island. So rounding it off, this island is mine? The more Jake thought about it, the more it felt right. With the ability of the Thunder Fruit, isn't it reasonable for him to call himself the Thunder God? Isn't Thunder God Island just his island? Nonsense. This island has never had an owner. Who exactly are you? Jake grinned as he heard the words, raising his right hand high. The lightning that continuously fell from the sky seemed to be summoned, all focusing in Jake's hand. Bathed in the blue-purple electric light, Jake slowly spoke. I am the god Jake. This is impossible. No one can withstand the attack of lightning. Alas, it seems I've been silent for too long, and no one remembers me anymore. How sad. Jake unleashed his power, sending all the thunder from his body into the sky. And miraculously, the year-round stormy weather stopped, revealing the long-lost sunshine after many years. Jake was not mistaken. This was the permanent climate created by the previous user of the Thunder Fruit's abilities. That was why there was a year-round thunderstorm climate. He had also awakened the powers of a devil fruit in the waters near Magic Valley Town. But that time he mainly created a thunder dragon, which did not significantly affect the local climate. At most, it just increased the thunderstorm weather a bit. Yake could resolve the situation on Thunder God Island. But the premise was that this island must belong to him. It was the first island he had planted his flag on. Do you want to have such a normal climate forever? Yake said enticingly. Even the residents who had lived on Thunder God Island for many years were extremely tired of this weather. It could damage your property and even threaten your life. And you had to carry an umbrella every day. Because the climate was too treacherous, even pirates were unwilling to come to this island. Are you really saying the truth? An old man with gray hair choked out. That's right. As a price. This island must raise the flag of our Ark Pirate group from now on and pay tribute to us every year. I will forever solve this trouble for you. It's up to you how to choose, Yake said with a smile, looking at the somewhat tempted residents of Thunder God Island. The old man seemed to be the most respected in the crowd, after looking around at the expressions of the residents. He dropped his cane and umbrella and respectfully knelt down. Lord Yake, on behalf of all the residents of Thunder God Island, I express our highest respect to you. We are willing to pay tribute to you every year and raise your flag, just asking you to solve the thunderstorm weather that has troubled us for a century. The nearby residents also knelt down one after another, and the miraculous sunlight on this island shone down on them. Get up. Remember, we're the Ark Pirate Group. From now on, Thunder God Island will be under our protection. Yake slowly ascended into the sky, piercing through the thick clouds that lingered above Thor Island. He stretched his body within the clouds, as blue and purple lightning currents surged into him. As time passed, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate, and white clouds gradually took over, filling Yake's body with a blue-purple glow. The intensity of this lightning energy was extremely high. Yake processed it skillfully, and the legacy of the previous Thunder Fruit user manifested as lightning patterns on his body. The sky was a brilliant blue, and outside the window, there were paper cranes. A bit off topic. However, this perfectly matched the current situation of Thor Island, a blue sky adorned with white clouds and warm sunlight shining down on the land. The residents of Thor Island were either weeping or overjoyed, but without exception, they all sincerely thanked Yake for his actions. This island was no longer a place that even pirates dared not approach easily. Oh, God, God! The residents shouted loudly, welcoming Yake's arrival. Yake descended from the sky, looking at the lively scene before him, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. That evening, Thunder God Island held an unprecedented grand banquet, with all the residents participating in the event, and the central figure of the banquet was, of course, Yake. Two beautiful ladies stood beside him, serving dishes and pouring drinks, making Yake feel very comfortable, even placing their hands in discreet places. Yake calmly moved their hands away, continued to eat meat and drink, joking around. Which of his crew members isn't stronger than them? Indeed, this is the trouble of being too handsome. The main issue is that his aesthetic standards have been raised by Hancock, Robin, and Rayleigh. He has already lost interest in ordinary beauties. Except for the big sister at the Mermaid CAF, he must secretly visit next time. The next day, Yake left Thunder God Island without a moment's delay. The residents of Thunder God Island tearfully bid farewell to Yake, planting the flag of the Ark Pirates at the entrance of the island. The blue lightning passed through the giant ship, which is the symbol of the Ark Pirates, different from the usual pirate flag. Yake flew over the sea, with blue-purple lightning streaking across the ocean. Ever since absorbing the lightning from Thunder God Island, the current Yake released had turned blue-purple. The intensity hadn't changed, but it looked much cooler, and Yake was very satisfied. Is that the Red Force? Yake spotted the ship ahead and immediately recognized the pirate flag with a red mark crossing through the left eye of a skull. It was definitely Shanks' ship. 6 years ago, Shanks had come to Sabaody Archipelago and found Rayleigh, and at that time, he had already lost his left arm and his iconic straw hat. It had been a long time since he last saw Uncle Shanks. Maybe he should go and hang out with him. Yake grinned when he was 14. He had challenged Shanks, but got beaten up badly. It was time to get revenge. Captain, someone is chasing us from behind, Beckman said without looking up, busy polishing his beloved gun. Oh, let me see. That familiar lightning, is it that kid Yake? Shanks recalled the little brat who had challenged him a few years ago. Uncle Shanks, long time no see. Yake flashed onto the deck of the Red Force, grinning widely. Haha, it really is you, kid. You've changed so much. Your tattoos look great. Shanks laughed heartily. It had been 6 years since he last saw Yake, and he didn't expect the kid to have gotten even cooler. The once fair-skinned boy now had a body full of tattoos, though it seemed he had seen them somewhere before. Ha, not bad, right? Oncle Beckman, Oncle Jesus Borges. Uncle Lykaloo, did you miss me? Yake winked at them. Ah, you little brat. I still haven't settled the score with you for that time you shocked me. Lykaloo angrily ran up to Yake, charging at him. Yake smiled and didn't dodge. As expected, Lykaloo was just pretending. He embraced Yake's sturdy body and burst into laughter. Captain, aren't we going to hold a banquet now that Yake is here? Lykaloo punched Yake's solid chest and turned to ask Shanks. Of course, brothers, let us hold a banquet to welcome our little brother Yake. Shanks raised his right hand excitedly, and everyone cheered in unison. The ship instantly became a joyful ocean. The red-hair pirates never hesitated when it came to holding a banquet. They immediately switched to celebration mode. Ha, Yake, what have you been up to these past 2 years? Back when you killed the celestial dragon, you really shocked us. Shanks downed his drink and put his arm around Yake. I established my own country in the Sky Island, the one you've been to, Uncle Shanks. Sky Island? That brings back memories. I was just a kid back then. Shanks reminisced about the days of adventure with Roger and his good friend Buggy, with whom he had a love-hate relationship. I become the new god of Sky Island, which has now been renamed the Kingdom of Sky God, and it will officially open today. Yake said casually, Ha, that really suits your personality, but it's not easy to get up there. Shanks knew that to reach Sky Island, one had to ride the knock-up stream or sail all the way from the top of the West Blue. I built a huge heavenly ladder, so now Sky Island can be accessed freely. Otherwise, what is the point of founding a country? Kid, as the new god of Sky Island, why aren't you taking care of your country and instead came to the New World? Beckman asked, puzzled. My crew will protect Sky Island. I'm here to challenge the 4 emperors and announce to the world that the Kingdom of Sky God is my private territory. Yake said nonchalantly. That makes sense. So who are you planning to challenge? Shanks asked curiously. Far away in the sky, yet close at hand. Is it me? Shanks chuckled. That's right, Shanks. 6 years ago, I lost badly. This time I must get my revenge, but let us talk about that tomorrow. For now, let us drink. Yake raised his drink and gulped it down in one go. You really remember that grudge? Huh? Looks like I'm in for a tough time tomorrow. Shanks said jokingly, as if predicting his grim fate. Idiot Captain, Yake's abilities must be stronger than before. You're doomed. I support Yake. Lykaloo bit into a piece of meat, indicating he was all in for Yake. By the way, Yake, how is Uncle Rayleigh? Shanks asked, remembering that he found out Rayleigh had a son 6 years ago. Though it was an adopted son, it still surprised him. What else could he be doing? He coding ships and selling himself into slavery to make a living. Yake had talked much with his dad, but his mom often called, urging him to have a child with Hancock soon, which made Yake very embarrassed. However, with his dad's strength, there were not many who could defeat him. Ha, Uncle Rayleigh is still the same. Shanks, that kid you entrusted is already at sea, right? Seeing Yake, Jesus Burgess thought of the little brat who was the same age as his own son. Yes, Luffy will definitely keep our promise. Shanks suddenly became calm, unconsciously touching his empty left arm. Luffy? Who asked that? Yake pretended not to know who Luffy was. He took a piece of meat for himself and filled his cup. Luffy, I gave my hat to that kid, and we promised to meet again at sea. At that time, LL returned the hat to me. By the way, he asked the future I wager my left arm on. Shanks said seriously. It seemed that Uncle Shanks had a high opinion of him. Did he want to become the Pirate King? That's right, that's what he said. That sounds a bit difficult. Robin, who can read the poneglyphs, is my crew member. Yake said proudly. After the O'Hara incident, there was hardly anyone left who could read the poneglyphs, and the only known one was on his ship. Ha, a survivor of O'Hara? That's great. By the way, if you encounter Luffy at sea, don't be too harsh on him. Please. Shanks knew that as long as they were at sea, Yake and Luffy would eventually meet. The implication was that if they met Luffy, at least leave him alive. Don't worry, Uncle Shanks, that is a man you value. In this sea, the only one with a stronger background than Yake was Luffy. At night, aboard the Red Force. Yake, aren't you sleeping yet? Beckman walked over to Yake, looking out at the distant sea. Shanks was already fast asleep, and the only ones left standing on the ship were Yake and Beckman. Uncle Beckman, can Shanks really use his full strength after losing an arm? Yake said calmly. Losing an arm does affect the captain's combat power, but he is still one of the 4 emperors of this sea. If you're serious. Beckman trailed off, still holding on to his impression of Yake from a few years ago. He didn't believe Yake could defeat Shanks, even though Yake had always been a monster since childhood. Just wait and see, Uncle Beckman. I'm not the same as before. Yake said confidently. Not even he knew how strong he had become. The next day, the entire red-haired pirates arrived at an uninhabited island in the New World. Shanks saw that this was chosen as the battleground. An uninhabited island? Just what I wanted. Morgans, come here. Yake's expression was serious as he spoke. A huge seagull man sat in a hot air balloon, his face slightly flushed with excitement. It was the president of the news agency, Morgan's. He was personally going to document this clash between gods and the four emperors, and he sensed that newspaper sales would surely skyrocket. Unfortunately, he couldn't fly, so the footage he could capture from the hot air balloon would always be limited. Members of the red-haired pirates were preparing to use binoculars to observe from the sea. Ha ha ha, Yake, it seems you're serious. I won't lose to you. Shanks laughed as he unleashed an overwhelming conqueror's haki that made the air creak. Yake unleashed his conqueror's haki without hesitation, clashing with Shanks in a battle of wills. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, and the islands struggled to bear the overwhelming pressure of their auras. Shanks, I want to hold back. If you show mercy, you will truly die, Yake said, drawing his sword, the Tiansuo Zhanyu, and pointing it directly at Shanks. Not a bad blade, I'm coming. Shanks' griffin gleamed with a dazzling cold light as a massive slashing attack flew towards Yake. Yake saw the incoming flying slash without any panic, and his left hand was already covered with armament haki, flowing cherry blossom. Huh! Yake deflected Shanks' slash with just his left hand, leaving a deep, unfathomable chasm on the ground. Such a level of attack shouldn't be taken lightly, Uncle Shanks. Beyond Yake erupted, dazzling blue patterns spreading across his body, as a massive azure dragon phantom coalesced behind him, emitting a thunderous roar. Here it comes. 10,000 thunder azure dragon annihilation. The heavenly lock moon tore through the atmosphere, and the dragon phantom behind him charged towards Shanks with a roar that left no chance to evade due to its incredible speed. What has Yake experienced in these years? Shanks, sweating coldly, watched the giant dragon rushing towards him. For a strong emperor like him, unleashing such a level of attack would require considerable effort. Yet Yake seemed to launch it effortlessly. Shanks wrapped his armed haki around his griffin and swung his sword to slash at the dragon. What terrifying power! This kid Yake already possesses emperor-level strength. Beckman exclaimed in shock, still struggling to believe what he was witnessing. His strength likely surpasses that of the captain. How did the captain win back then? Lakiru stood frozen in place. Amazing, wonderful, this is definitely earth-shattering news, Morgans said with fervor. Shanks had to deliver dozens of slashes to finally disperse the giant dragon, dissipating it into the air. This lush, uninhabited island had been flattened. What kind of monster are you, kid? Clang! The heavenly lock moon collided with the griffin, causing the ground beneath them to begin fracturing, forming a web-like pattern. I'm God Yake. Ha ha ha, Kid Yake. Let me show you the true power of the four emperors. After a few exchanges with Yake, Shanks seized the opportunity and decisively launched an attack. God Avoidance. The dark sword body entwined with flowing cherry blossom haki, slicing across Yake's chest, causing him to fly backward. It couldn't be God Avoidance. Ha ha, Kid Yake, you're still far from beating me. Shanks' eyes nearly bulged out as Yake, seemingly unfazed, stood up from the ground, his wounds visibly healing at an incredible speed. Not bad of an attack, but it's just average for me now. Yake smiled wickedly, flashing next to Shanks again, and unleashed a furious onslaught like a volcanic eruption, with each collision sparking countless sparks. In the center of their battle, a fissure had already formed. Yake's swordsmanship is not as superb as Shanks, and he often finds himself exposed to counterattacks from Shanks. However, Yake, like an unkillable cockroach, stands up time and time again. Enough, I've got you. Yake catches Shanks' sword barehanded, gripping it tightly, blood sliding down the blade. Rocket headbutt. Yake throws his head back and then thrusts it forward into Shanks' face, instantly changing the momentum of the battle. Shanks is sent flying to another island in the archipelago, landing in a deep pit with a huge bump on his head. Ouch, that hurt. Is that kid's head made of iron? Shanks, wincing in pain as he touches the bump on his head, doesn't have time to lament before Yake's knee comes crashing down from above. Shanks quickly rolls to the side and scrambles to his feet. Shanks, you hurt me so badly. I'm going to beat you until you have bumps all over your head. Yake declares fiercely, pulling his deeply embedded knee out of the ground. Look at you. Is that even human language? Shanks retorts, observing Yake, who has no visible injuries, not even a hint of breathlessness, and not a speck of dirt on his pants. Shanks can't help but complain. That's because Yake is wearing indestructible underwear and beach shorts, loose and breathable, and they won't get dirty. Truly a miraculous outfit. In contrast, Shanks is covered in dirt, his clothes riddled with holes, looking like a prisoner of war. The difference is stark. Why are you like that monster, Kaido? What a hassle. During their battle, Shanks realizes that Yake is just like Kaido, possessing a body that can take and deal hits, with seemingly limitless stamina. He's like a miniature version of Kaido, but faster, more rational, and with stronger attack power. Upon closer inspection, Yake's tattoos do resemble Kaido's, just without any on his head or hands. Ha, that guy Kaido. Keep going, I haven't even warmed up yet. Yake's fighting spirit has reached its peak, and without hesitation, he strikes at the still-dazed Shanks. Clang! Unsurprisingly, the blow is blocked. The two swords once again clash in the air. A powerful wave of energy ripples. The aftermath of the battle begins to tear through the ground and flowers grass. And trees crumble under the pressure. By the way, Shanks, have you ever bathed in lightning? After they separate, Yake points to the dark clouds above. Although he could directly unleash lightning, combining it with a natural climate is the most efficient approach. Since the battle began, Yake has been silently gathering clouds. Once there are enough clouds, he can easily release his awakening. No way. Shanks feels a bad premonition, almost forgetting that Yake is a user of a natural-type devil fruit. You can't escape, Shanks, ha ha ha, Thunder Hell, Judgment Day. Seeing Shanks cowering and covering his head, Yake laughs heartily, as Yake makes a one-handed gesture. Thunder and lightning strike down like a torrential storm. This large-scale AoE attack is Yake's favorite. Mamma mia. Shanks, unable to dodge in time, is hit by the dense lightning and convulses on the spot. However, the lightning in the sky seems to have found its target, striking Shanks all at once. Bathe in thunder. I shall call you the strongest. Shanks awaken. The purple-black electric light of the Tion So Jean Yu strikes Shanks' chest, causing him to spurt blood. Hey. It seems the captain just got struck down. Should we go save him? Jesus Burgess sees Shanks' plight through the sniper scope. No, the captain is serious. Beckman says calmly. Damn Yake, you've even made me get struck by lightning. My beautiful hair? Morgans looks at his bald head emitting a burnt smell. Yake, it seems you've grown a lot. Your strength is on par with mine, so I can rest easy. Now that the sword is drawn, we must stake our lives on it. Shanks says with a dark expression, his powerful conqueror's haki surging fiercely, the very thing that allowed him to dominate the new world. Be careful, Yake kid. Shanks raises Griffin with one hand, dense purple-black gas swirling around the blade. The killing intent hidden within it is chilling. Is that conqueror's haki wrapped around it? My dad said it's a technique that can only be comprehended in life and death battles. Yake can clearly feel that Shanks' aura has changed. Compared to before, he now resembles a beast hunting for prey. Yake clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. That power must be mastered. He stomped the ground, and a layer of precision lightning armor attached to his body, with the electromagnetic field fully activated. He could no longer withstand it with his flesh, otherwise he would really get hurt. Shanks' deadly slash was approaching, and Yake had already sensed it, raising his sword to block. In their previous clashes, both were evenly matched, but this time, Yake had surprisingly fallen into a disadvantage. Yake roared as he pushed aside Shanks' sword, flashing behind him to prepare a fierce strike. Shanks turned around, seemingly grasping the tip of the sword of the heavenly lock, leaving Yake in a dilemma. Swish! Griffin's slash struck Yake's thunder armor, producing a clanging sound of metal clashing. However, it easily broke through Yake's defenses, leaving a gash on his chest and abdomen. Yake quickly retreated, looking at the wound on his chest. It really hurts, Shanks, but I won't lose. Lightning activation. Yake used lightning to stimulate his body cells, accelerating healing, and the hideous scar quickly became smooth and new. Bring it on. Sky God Nation, Angel Island. Morgan's reporters had already flooded into the Sky God Nation, taking photos and gathering materials. Whoever's report could stand out would become the editor-in-chief of the newspaper. This group of reporters, like a swarm of locusts, almost photographed every corner they could reach, not even sparing the residents of the Sky God Nation, shoving microphones into their mouths. What a lively scene. Robin stood on the highest building of Angel Island, overlooking the scene below. As Yake had said, on the first day of the nation's declaration, reporters came uninvited from all over the world to ascend to the island of heaven, taking the heavenly ladder to the country above the sky. Fortunately, the patrol strength of the city defense army was strengthened in time, preventing any riots. I believe that once these reporters publish their experiences in the Sky Island, tourists, vendors, and pirates will come in droves. I wonder how Yake is doing. Robin murmured as she gazed at the sea of clouds outside the window. After knowing him for more than 2 years, Yake had left an indelible mark in her heart, although their relationship had not made any groundbreaking progress. Robin no longer cared about the intimate gestures and even felt a bit smug. Strangely, his legitimate girlfriend Hancock seemed oblivious to this. I wonder what kind of charm Yake has cast over her. And then there's Reiju, that little demoness who likes to provoke Yake from time to time. even herself. Perona, who indulges in food and fun every day and occasionally trains, is the most restless one on the ship, a true princess of the ship. She claims not to care about Yake, but secretly adheres to his orders, quite the tsundere. As for Anna, let's not even mention it. She was abducted and became a slave at 14, saved by Yake during the darkest time of her life. Anna is most attached to Yake, considering him her brother. Robin watched Perona and Anna play around in the room, while Reiju quietly studied the sea chart nearby. It seemed like there were quite a few competitors, and she couldn't help but curse inwardly, all because of Yake, that playboy. 3 was already too many. Meanwhile, Hancock stood in the control room, monitoring the situation on the entire island, diligently carrying out the tasks assigned to her by Yake. As soon as there was any sign of trouble, she would take action to suppress it. I wonder how Yake is doing now. A trace of unease crept into Hancock's heart. New world, evening. Hey, this is outrageous. The captain and that kid Yake are still fighting? Are they monsters? Lakira bit into the chicken leg in his hand, feeling hungry after just 3 minutes without food. One can imagine how abnormal the captain and Yake are. Yake's strength is definitely not inferior to any of the 4 emperors. Their battle won't end easily, just wait. Beckman said confidently. If that dragon I saw 2 years ago was Yake, then does such a similar ability really exist at sea? This was Beckman's inner doubt. Cough, cough, Shanks, are you tired? The warm-up has just begun. Yake grinned, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and the wounds on his body healed rapidly, the blue-purple lightning surrounding him never dissipating. You brat, you wouldn't happen to be Kaido's illegitimate son, would you? Shanks was utterly speechless, even feeling a bit broken. He couldn't help but ask Yake a similar question again. This shameless recovery ability is simply carved from the same mold as Kaido. Funny mud GOP. Yake felt insulted. What does that mean? Shanks was confused, completely unaware of what Yake was saying. New world. Uncle Shanks, you must be running out of strength. Yake smiled, his body bearing some wounds that he hadn't had time to heal. Because he needed to conserve energy for a prolonged battle, Yake didn't bother with the insignificant wounds. Huh, you're too shameless. Why won't you just go down? Shanks panted. Fighting Yake was too tiring. He had to constantly guard against Yake's unpredictable attacks, and also be wary of the thunder that might suddenly strike from the sky. The key is that Yake simply can't be taken down. He can lie down and get back up, and the wounds on him disappear after he stands up, while the wounds he received are still throbbing. Because I have a reason to stand up. Let's start the second half, Uncle Shanks, Yake said energetically, feeling that he had touched the threshold. He just needed a little more push to master the technique of Conqueror's hockey wrapping. Shanks exhaled, feeling a bit regretful for agreeing to Yake's challenge. Yake's fighting style is too disgusting. Perhaps this is why Kaido is called the strongest in one-on-one combat. Looking at Yake's battle-hungry eyes, Shanks couldn't help but be infected. Wasn't he once the same as Yake? As long as there is still breath, the battle will never stop. Let's cause a ruckus. Yake. Shanks' bold spirit soared to the clouds. This was no longer about winning or losing, but a duel of the two's fighting wills. Once he has a hint of retreat in his heart, he will definitely lose. Just what I wanted. Bring it on. Yake shouted excitedly, full of fighting spirit. Thunder God Susanoo. The lightning on Yake's body began to overload, and a massive thunder god apparition appeared behind him, holding lightning that automatically aimed at Shanks to strike down. Shanks, don't just stare at the sky. Yake charged at Shanks with dazzling swordlight. On the sea, the Red Force. How many days have they been fighting? Lakiru said weakly, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. A full 7 days, and it seemed the battle was still ongoing. Beckman was also struggling. Not only did he have to watch the battle between the two during the day, but the aftermath of the battle made it impossible for them to sleep peacefully, with the rolling thunder constantly echoing. That kid is only 3 years older than my son, right? I didn't expect him to be this strong. Jesus Borges, though not a good father, was forever Usopp's idol. Morgans had also been watching the battle without rest for 7 days and 6 nights, his eyes bloodshot. Yet his spirit was becoming increasingly high. He had a premonition that the battle was about to end. Yake kid, this is my last move. If you can take it, then you win. Shanks knew he couldn't keep dragging this out with Yake. He would only become weaker due to exhaustion. But Yake showed no signs of fatigue at all. He fell silent, realizing that Shanks was getting serious. Yake closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Thunder Hell. Azure Dragon Rebirth. There was no time for poetry. Yake activated the awakening of the sound Thunder Fruit without hesitation. This time it would be stronger than the last time in Magic Valley Town, because this time it wasn't AoE. Shanks felt the suffocating aura in the sky and tightly gripped his griffin. The extremely rich haki dyed the sword blade black, with the black-purple conqueror's hockey flowing endlessly. In the sky darkened by storm clouds, a massive dragon head broke through the clouds, revealing a body that could only be glimpsed. It was a thunder dragon over 1,000 meters long, its head, tail, scales, and claws lifelike, roaring towards Shanks before plummeting like a meteor. Ultimate, break the illusion slash. A seemingly ordinary white sword light swept out, silent and tranquil, like waking from a dream. Yak's heart was racing, but he did nothing, letting the blade light slash towards him, because he firmly believed that his abilities would not deceive him. The thunder dragon roared and charged towards the white sword light. Bang! The dazzling white light dispelled the darkness, and the island beneath his feet wailed. This was the collision of the highest powers over the sea. The giant dragon's size continuously shrank, and the white sword light began to dim. Amidst the violent explosion sounds, everything vanished into the air as if it had never existed. Unknown island. I'm fucking splitting open. The oncoming shockwave made it impossible to open his eyes, and Yak suddenly felt a great shock in his heart. He grasped the sky lock and moon cutter, and the conqueror's hockey was already wrapped around the sword body. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Yak blurted out, I really don't have time to think of a name for the move. But this magnificent slash came to an abrupt halt. The two spoke in unison, as Yak's sword was already stopped at Shank's neck, while Shank's sword was pressed against Yak's heart. Ha ha ha. The two laughed heartily together. The true loser was the nameless island, which had been shattered by their battle, forever silenced in the sea. It seems that a victor has emerged. Let's go get the captain, Beckman said with a sigh of relief, as he had almost thought the captain was dead just now. Yak and the somewhat exhausted Shanks returned to the Redforth ship, with their arms around each other's shoulders. Who won? Yak, sure that it was you who won. I bet 10 chicken legs that the captain would lose. Lakiru asked anxiously, as he had definitely put a lot on the line. Ha ha, we tied, Yak said casually. Winning or losing didn't really matter. The two had battled for 7 days, and compared to the fight between Akainu and Akiji, their consumption was even greater. Not to mention Yak. Shanks not only had to constantly activate his observation hockey to dodge the sudden deadly lightning strikes, but also had to fully counter Yak's every attack, which was nothing short of lethal. Plus, there was the constant clash of Conqueror's hockey, which was immensely draining. Lakiru looked at the captain, who was already fast asleep from exhaustion, and then at the spirited Yak, and it didn't seem like a tie at all. Haha, Lakiru, you lost. Your chicken legs are gone. Jesus laugid, ujing lashiru. He loved seeing Lakiru eat humble pie. Bastard, you didn't win either. Morgans in the air had already taken a picture and was excitedly rushing back to the newspaper office. This news would shake the world tomorrow. Even if he were to drop dead, he had to write the report overnight. Brothers, let's have a feast to celebrate the captain and Yak tying. Oh. Shanks, who was sleeping soundly, immediately woke up at the smell of meat, grabbing the food and wolfing it down while not forgetting to drink. After fighting Yak for nearly 7 days, his stomach was already growling. He vowed never to fight with this monster again. It was too infuriating, and it was much more fun to gang up on Kaido. Yak, what is up with your physique? You're completely unlike a normal person. Shanks couldn't help but be amazed by Yak's incredible self-healing ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to fight for so long. Ah, I just ate another devil fruit. Nothing special, Yak began to brag. Oh, is that so? You ate 2 devil fruits. Shanks sprayed food remnants from his mouth at Yak, who quickly dodged to a safe spot. How unsanitary. Lakiru, sitting behind Yak, was dumbfounded, getting sprayed by the captain for no reason. Only Lakiru got hurt in this world. How is that possible? Beckman speculated that the devil fruit Yak ate might not be the thunder fruit, but he never expected that he could eat 2 devil fruits. It was common knowledge in these seas that a person could only eat 1 devil fruit, and it was the lesson learned from the blood of countless greedy people. Yak, are you serious? But that was 2. Shanks felt that something was off. 2 devil fruits were just too exaggerated. That's right, my physique is a bit special. I am indeed a user of the thunder fruit, but at the same time, I am also a zone-type fruit user. Well, it is what it is, just average. Yak said with a somewhat indifferent expression, having truly grasped the art of bragging. What is your zone-type ability? Please tell me. Shanks said with a mix of sorrow and anger, realizing that Yak had still held back. If he had the vitality of a Zoan, that last stab to his heart might not have killed him after all. Haha, you'll find out soon enough, Uncle Shanks. I'm leaving now. My goal has been accomplished, and I need to return to my kingdom. Yak smiled mysteriously, not telling Shanks directly. It wouldn't be fun if he just said it outright. Seeing it with his own eyes would be much more thrilling. Is that all? Yak kid, Beckman lit a cigarette. Yeah, I need to go back and take a look. Wait, Yake, when Usopp comes to your country, give this to him. Jesus took out a beautifully crafted pistol and handed it to Yake, wiping away the tears from his eyes and smiling as he spoke. He wasn't a good father. He couldn't even hand over a gift for adulthood in person. Yamato silently accepted it and turned to look at Shanks. Uncle Shanks, if you run into Luffy, is there anything you need me to convey to him? Ha ha ha. If I do run into him, tell him I'm waiting for him in the new world. Yake smiled and turned around, putting Jesus Claw's gun into the storage compartment. After soaring into the sky, he transformed into a dragon form and spat out a fireball in the direction of Shanks, the kind that could ignite. Then he flew away, flaunting his power. I knew he had some connection with Kaido. Shanks split the fireball Yake spat out into pieces with a single sword strike and angrily said, "The dragon I saw 2 years ago was indeed him." Beckman took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. What? 2 years ago? I don't remember that at all. Shanks was completely confused and had no idea what Beckman was talking about. With the mobility of the Thunder Fruit and Kaido's monstrous vitality, he was already invincible at sea. Lakuru remained unusually calm. Even the meat in his hand didn't taste good anymore. Ha ha! Who cares? Anyway, he is not an enemy. Let us continue the banquet, Shanks said nonchalantly, and soon the ship was filled with a joyful atmosphere again. After showing off, Yake quickly ran away, which was quite thrilling. However, for the sake of speed, he transformed into his human form, as traveling in dragon form was still too slow. He had to return to paradise from the new world, and the distance was still a bit far. In human form, he could also grab a bite to replenish the stamina he lost in battle. There's an island here that looks pretty good. He thought he would rest here for the night. Yake vaguely saw a brightly lit city in the distance. It was already evening. After fighting for 7 days, he was really feeling sleepy. Once he landed on the island, Yake casually looked for an inn and then fell into a deep sleep. Fighting didn't tire him out, but traveling truly wore him down. The next day, Yake only realized that he had arrived in the food city of Buki, an island located in the first half of the Grand Line, which is famous worldwide for its cuisine. Yake looked at the dazzling array of delicious food in the city, making his fingers itch with excitement. He switched to shopping mode, thinking he should at least bring back some local specialties from Sky Island. However, what Yake didn't expect was to run into someone he knew here. In front of the food street, a large white bear dressed in orange and yellow was drooling over the food in front of him, but his expression was filled with conflict. Ugh, I want to eat more, but my pocket money is already gone. The big white bear rummaged through his pocket, only to find it cleaner than his own face. Hey, are you buying or not? If not, just hurry up and leave, don't waste my time. The sharp-tongued boss said disdainfully. Em sorry. I'll leave right away. The big white bear immediately bowed his head in apology, radiating low pressure as he left. Looking back 3 times. Boss, pack it all up for me, Yake said extravagantly, the coins in his hand clinking. Hey, customer, please take it. Yak held a large bag of food in front of the polar bear. Do you want to eat this? Here you go, Yak said with a big smile. The polar bear was the cutest, and it was a big creature with a bounty of 500 berries. Moreover, if he was here, then Law must be on this island too, and Yak wouldn't miss the chance to recruit such a promising subordinate. Is this for me? Thank you. I never expected to meet such a kind person here. The polar bear was so moved that he cried and ate 3 big bowls of food. Hey, Beepo, what are you doing over there? Hurry up and come, Shachi and Penguin shouted in unison. Oh, I'm coming right now. By the way, thanks again. I have to go now. Beepo quickly finished the food he had and turned to thank Yak again before rushing away. We'll meet again soon, Yak muttered to himself as he watched Beepo leave. Beepo, didn't you say you were out of money? What are you doing over there? Penguin said in disbelief. Yeah. The captain clearly gave you so much pocket money, but you spent it all on snacks. Shachi quickly added on. I'm sorry, but just now a kind person treated me to a lot of snacks, so that's why I, Law, wearing a spotted hat, walked slowly to Beepo's side, resting his sword on his shoulder, and said after glancing at Beepo, stop saying meaningless things, let's go. The group followed Law to the shore and jumped onto a submarine. Beepo, go check the course we're setting off. Don't rush, can't you stay a little longer? Yak sat atop the submarine, looking down at the others. Law cautiously drew his cursed sword on Amuro, and due to the sunlight shining directly, Yak's face was hard to see. The members of the Ark Pirates also entered battle readiness. Who are you? We seem to have no conflict, right? Law said calmly, looking up at the figure above. Trafalgar Law, right? Who exactly are you? Are you a member of the Don Quixote family? Ha, Joker. He doesn't even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as me. Yake sneered contemptuously, jumped onto the deck in flip-flops and beach shorts, clearly a big shot. Luo was dumbfounded. He had seen reports about him 2 years ago. He had killed a celestial dragon, and his own enemy was also a celestial dragon. So he had been keeping an eye on his news, but he had vanished for 2 years. He never expected to run into him today. Shinjake, how could you be here? Luo said with difficulty. Captain, it's him who treated me to snacks. Babwa recognized Yake as the kind person who had invited him to dinner. Shut up, Babwa. I'm sorry. On the coast, the members of the Ark Pirates were now in a panic. Their captain's bounty had just surpassed 100 million, and they encountered Yake, whose bounty was as high as 2 billion, seemingly with ill intentions. What should they do? It was quite urgent. What exactly are your intentions? Luo made a gesture with one hand while tightly gripping his sword. Oni, Kuri. I lack a ship's doctor and navigator on my ship. You and that polar bear need to join my pirate crew. Yake's request was simple and clear, as long as Babwa and Luo agreed. The others could be arranged to become a medical team in the Kingdom of Sky. Don't joke around. You think you can make me your subordinate just by talking? Luo flatly refused Yake. He had his own ambitions and did not want to take orders from others. It seems you won't realize our difference without a fight. Come on, let me see your strength. Luo's rejection did not surprise Yake. He preferred to subdue first and negotiate afterward. In this world, strength ultimately speaks for itself. Rune Slaughterhouse. Ding. The sound was like the clash of metal, emanating from Yake's flesh and blood, and his overwhelming presence easily blocked Luo's ability. Not bad, but still not enough. Keep going. Yake crossed his arms, remaining motionless, very arrogant. Damn it, is it completely ineffective? Luo said unwillingly. Facing such an opponent was too early for them. Rune Command Stick. Yake felt a force trying to lift him up, but with a slight effort, he could break free. Too weak, Law. How can you take revenge on Doflamingo like this? Under Law's control of the baton, Yake walked step by step in front of him. Law watched helplessly as Yake approached. The power of the baton continuously acting on Yake. It seemed completely ineffective. You don't need to concern yourself with my matters with Doflamingo. Law simply gave up using his ability and swung his sword at Yake with both hands. Seeing Law rush towards him, Yake couldn't help but laugh. Well, what a gift. He reached out with 2 fingers to pinch the sharp blade of the ghost cry and use his other hand to grab Law by the neck, lifting him up. Let go of our captain. Ah, Beepo, seeing Law subdued, panicked, and kicked over. Beepo, right? I invite you to dinner, and you kick me? Is that how it works? Ah, I'm so sorry, wait. Damn it. Let go of our captain. Law's face turned red as he struggled to speak. Beepo, run. Acton suddenly felt like he was with a villain, releasing Luo, who was on the verge of suffocation and gasping for breath on the ground. Join me, and I will give you the power for revenge. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, become my partner, and let us overthrow this damned world together. Yake spoke loudly and straightforwardly, revealing Luo's hidden identity. He extended his right hand towards Luo, and at that moment, Yake resembled Whitebeard. Luo stared blankly at Yake in front of him, his secret completely exposed. It seemed Yake knew everything. Struggling internally, he realized the situation was pressing, and he was no match for Yake. After weighing his options, he decided to join Yake. Yake's words had indeed moved him. He had set out to sea to kill Doflamingo, and he needed the power to take revenge on Doflamingo. Captain Yake, I am willing to join your crew, but Doflamingo can only die in my hands. Luo tightly grasped Yake's right hand, his eyes fixed on Yake. Welcome to the Ark Pirates. Kill Doflamingo. You are still far from strong enough. Work hard to become stronger. Yake opened his mouth and smiled, saying, Trafalgar Law is a potential supernova. Although he seems somewhat reluctant, he will soon realize how correct his choice to join the Ark Pirates is. Then, Law turned to his crew and said, I'm sorry, everyone. I announced that the Ark Pirates are disbanding. Beepo and I will join the Ark Pirates, becoming Yake's ship doctor and navigator. Let's part on good terms. Law felt a deep sense of reluctance, but he was no longer the captain. He was now a crew member. Captain, we don't want to leave you. Please take us in, Yake. We want to be with you. The members of the Ark Pirates exclaimed in unison. The crew Law had formed was more of a mobile medical team on the sea rather than traditional pirates, which was a rare resource at sea, and Yake had already made plans for them. I want to take you in. I only want Law and Beepo, but you can join my nation and become part of the Kingdom of the Sky, Yake said calmly. The Kingdom of the Sky? Is it your country? Law asked. He had seen reports about the Kingdom of the Sky in the newspaper a few days ago, but unfortunately, it wasn't on his route. Otherwise, he would definitely want to see it. After all, it was the Sky Island. It was mentioned in the stories of the great liar Roland. As a person from the North Sea, how could Law not know about it? That's right. I'm preparing to return to the Kingdom of the Sky, and I will take you with me. As long as you are willing, Yake said proudly. Clearly the news of the Kingdom of the Sky had spread throughout the sea. We are willing. We all are. The crew members of the Ark Pirates shouted in unison. How do we get there, though? Our route doesn't go to the Sky Island. Law quickly adapted to his new identity, no longer being overly sentimental and directly calling Yake captain. Your ship is quite unique. Don't worry, just stay on board, Yake said, patting Law's shoulder before flying into the sky, transforming into a great dragon. Is this the power of a bounty of 2 for billion berries? If I had such power like Doflamingo. Law watched in shock as the giant dragon soared in the sky, longing for such immense strength. Captain, look at today's newspaper. Chalky seemed to think of something and handed the newspaper to Law. After battling the Yonko red-haired Shanks for 7 days and 6 nights, shattering a group of islands, it ended in a draw. Law read the content of the newspaper, which also had a photo of Yake and Shanks with their arms around each other, looking quite friendly. Did he come here after fighting Shanks for 7 days and 6 nights? Yet I couldn't put up any resistance against him. Law tightly gripped the newspaper, feeling unwilling in his heart. It wasn't because he lost to Yake, but rather he felt unsatisfied with his own strength. Hey, you guys hold on tight. Yake summoned flame clouds to wrap around the polar submarine, lifting it into the air and taking the former members of the Ark Pirates to the Sky Island. Wow, Law, look, our ship is flying. Oh, whoa. Beepo couldn't help but howl with excitement, having no objections about joining Yake, as long as he could be with Law. This is the power of a god. Law laughed recklessly. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, it was confirmed that the god Yake's base was indeed the Kingdom of the Sky. Sengoku held the documents sent by the Navy's intelligence department, which included news personally reported by Morgans. Haha, I didn't expect that Shanks, that bastard, actually lost to that kid Yake. What a relief. Garp laughed heartily while looking at the newspaper. Although it reported a draw, Garp could see at a glance that Yake still had fighting strength, while Shanks looked exhausted. Garp felt that it was a job well done. I believe that kid hold Shanks in such high regard after seeing this newspaper. Luffy said, I didn't expect that. I never read the newspaper. Shut up, Garp. Tsuru scolded Garp, as the current situation was not optimistic. Garp immediately covered his mouth. He was not afraid of Sengoku, but he was afraid of Tsuru getting angry. That guy Yake has been hiding for 2 years just to give us a big surprise. It's really terrifying, Kizaru said with a pout, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Has it only been a little over 2 years since he appeared, and his power has already become so terrifying? Akiji said expressionlessly, but in his heart, he was thinking of that orphan from O'Hara, the child he watched grow up. There's no doubt that if he adds a few more high-end combatants to his ranks, they will have the strength to become the new rulers. The world government is already discussing countermeasures. His bounty increasing further is pointless. It would only enhance his reputation, Sengoku analyzed calmly. The world government had not yet issued orders, seemingly preparing to incorporate the Kingdom of the Sky into its member states and temporarily not increase Yake's bounty. The shellfish from the Sky Island had become a sought-after resource, and Vegapunk was very interested in these magical shellfish and had already begun research. The government was not yet prepared to take action against the Kingdom of the Sky. Are we just going to let this go? To put it bluntly, this evil criminal must be eradicated, Akina said coldly. However, Tsuru shook her head, saying it wasn't that simple. The Navy fleet would have to go to the Sky Island, and it was impossible to reach the Kingdom of the Sky through the Sky Island. Even if we could destroy the Sky Island, it would inevitably cause backlash. Don't forget, we can't chase after Yake with his fruit abilities. Tsuru had served in the Navy for so many years, and the last troublesome figure like this was the Golden Lion. If he hadn't foolishly gone to Marineford, it would have been impossible to capture him. Oomph. Akainu snorted disdainfully, continuing to frown. On the Sky Island, since the newspaper was released today, the number of pirates arriving on this island has only increased. They all yearn to join Yake's pirate crew, as it's nice to be under a big tree for shade. Now the Sky Island has become overcrowded. The ladder to heaven hardly had any rest time, constantly transporting tourists and pirates. But no one dared to cause trouble, as those pirates with ill intentions had already been hanged at the entrance of the Sky Island, including some with bounties in the tens of millions. Yake is back. Hancock saw Yake transformed into a giant dragon from afar, accompanied by a ship, and her heart leaped with joy as she quickly shared the news with her sisters. Yake placed the polar diving ship on Angel Beach, transforming it into a human form, and called out to them to hurry down. Is this the Kingdom of the Sky God? It's so beautiful. Beepo was captivated by the stunning scenery, unable to pull himself away. The Sky Island is real. The great talker wasn't lying after all. Luo looked around and soon spotted the enormous golden bell located at the top of Angel Island. Follow me. I'll take you to meet our future partners. Yake didn't stop them from admiring the beauty of the Sky Island and only called for them to move after a while. God Yake, Lord Yake. Please let us join your pirate crew. We are willing to be your strength. Lord Yake, I am Bernard, the great sword with a bounty of 20 million berries. Please let me join you. Angel Island was filled with pirates wanting to join Yake's pirate crew. Yake looked around and saw nothing but nameless nobodies. A bunch of small fry he had no impression of. How could Yake possibly take notice of them? The Ark Pirate crew followed an elite path. We are not accepting new members right now. Sightseeing is fine, but troublemakers will die, Yake said indifferently, showing no interest in them at all. Damn it. How dare he look down on me? Kill him, and we'll become famous. What kind of god is this? I'll chop him down. Some scheming pirates could no longer hold back and charged at Yake, attempting to kill him to make a name for themselves. Truly a group of reckless fools. Thunder Torrent. The pirates who dared to attack Yake were instantly electrocuted into blackened, charred human forms, falling to the ground as ash. Any more troublemakers will end up like them. Yake slowly left, and a path was automatically cleared in the crowd. The remaining pirates fell silent, their eyes filled with fear. Soon, the city defense forces dispersed the crowd, killing anyone who dared to resist on the spot. In the kingdom of the sky, there were no prisons. Lord Yake, you have arrived. I have been waiting for a long time, Gonfu said respectfully. Take them for a tour. They will be the backbone of our country's medical team, Yake said, pointing at the crew of the Red Heart Pirates. In the kingdom of the sky, only members of the Ark Pirates could enter the divine residence. Captain, goodbye. Goodbye, Beepo. The crew said their farewells, and after this parting, they were no longer a pirate crew. Everyone, Captain, woo-woo-woo, Beepo watched his juniors leave, feeling sad and unable to hold back his tears. Although Law remained expressionless, he silently thought, goodbye, everyone. I'm not a good captain. Yake-sama, you finally came back. Anna missed you so much, Karuchu. Anna used the 7 days lock to firmly lock Yake in place, rubbing her face against his, as if she wanted to rub his face raw. Lord Yake, do you know? I took care of the kingdom of the sky, hey? Beepo, big brother. What are you doing here? Anna noticed the big white bear beside her, crying, and the more she looked, the more familiar he seemed. Wasn't this her good big brother Beepo from childhood? It's Anna. Hey, what are you doing here? Beepo was dumbfounded, as if he had seen a monster. Karuchu. Anna let go of Yake and hugged Beepo, affectionately rubbing her face against his. Yake smiled as he watched the two adorable beings greet each other. Although Beepo was taller than him, it didn't change the fact that he was a big softy. Beepo, big brother. Everyone was worried after you went out on an adventure. But later, I secretly went out to sea too, but I got caught, Anna reminisced, as Beepo had been her idol. He had dared to go out to sea as a teenager, which inspired her to do the same. Anna, are you a member of the Ark Pirates? Beepo finally reacted, his reflexes taking a while to catch up. Yes, Beepo, big brother, it was Yake-sama who saved me. I'm the cook of the Ark Pirates, meow, Anna said excitedly, as it was not easy to meet a hometown friend at sea. Anna, don't be too excited. We'll be partners from now on, Yake said with a smile. Although Beepo's strength was not strong, being cute was enough, and he was also a navigator. Although his skill level was average, it was already sufficient. Really? That's great. Beepo, big brother, we can go on adventures together in the future, meow. Anna happily hugged Beepo's big belly, and Beepo just smiled foolishly, patting her head. He had originally worried about how to fit into the new pirate crew, but he never expected to meet someone familiar. What about Robin and the others? Yake waited for a long time, but didn't see Robin and the others, feeling a bit strange. Sister Robin and the others must be busy. They probably won't be back until tonight. All right, you can play with Beepo first, and I'll go out for a walk. Ro, come with me. Yake brought Luo to the base of the Golden Bell. Luo, do you know what this is? Yake pointed at the historical text on the base and asked. Yake, I have never seen such a thing. Luo shook his head, indicating that he was not sure. I came here to bring this text to the ends of the world. These are the words left by Gordy, Roger, and this text is a historical document scattered across the world, including the meaning represented by it. As soon as Yake finished speaking, Luo immediately lost his composure and grabbed Yake tightly. Captain, you must know something. Please tell me, Luo said with a twisted expression, the veins on his forehead visibly bulging. Yak seemed to have guessed Luo's reaction and was not surprised. Luo, our pirate crew set sail to pursue the truth of history. The significance of D will one day be unveiled by us ourselves. My goal is not immortality, Yak said meaningfully. Luo's thoughts were meticulous. Simply relying on force would not keep him at ease on the ship. Only when their goals were unified could they truly be partners. Captain, Luo had indeed thought that Yak invited him on board for the sake of immortality, and now that Yak pointed it out directly, it made him seem somewhat petty. Luo, if one day my original intention changes, you can leave at any time. This is a man's promise. Yake placed his hand on Luo's shoulder and said seriously, then turned and left, allowing Luo to have some time alone. Yake has already walked far away, while Luo remains motionless in place, staring blankly at the meaningless words in front of him. Baika, Yake's hometown. After Yake moved Baika here, he liked to sit in Baika's forest whenever he had the chance. After all, the turning point of his fate began here. Yake focused his mind and used observation hockey to envelop the entire Sky Kingdom. Sensing the atmosphere of this newborn nation, he quickly detected the locations of Robin, Reiju, and the others, who were dealing with a rather troublesome pirate. However, it was only somewhat troublesome. With Robin and Reiju's strength, handling opponents of this level would just require a bit more effort. Nevertheless, Yake still prepared to lend them a hand. He announced to everyone that he was the sole master of the Sky Kingdom. Thunder God's judgment. Yake shot lightning into the sky, which scattered and headed in all directions to punish the troublesome pirate scum. What a bothersome recovery ability, Robin said with a headache. She encountered a Zoan-type devil fruit user who couldn't be killed no matter how hard she tried. He would quickly stand up again after being knocked down, and his body was covered in sharp spikes, making it difficult for Robin to use her abilities. She was preparing to call Perona over to give her a negative ghost to deal with him. Ha ha! Ignorant woman, I'm a sea urchin fruit user. You can't do anything to me. Eat my death spikes. The pirate laughed wildly, aiming his spikes at Robin, ready to launch them. However, divine punishment had already arrived, and a pillar of lightning accurately struck down on his head. After the pillar dissipated, he had lost his breath, his body charred. If he weren't a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he would have turned to ash long ago. Such a situation was happening in every corner of the Sky God Kingdom, with dozens of lightning pillars striking down simultaneously, leading to the demise of many pirates. Phew, it seems the captain has returned. Robin sighed in relief, finally understanding Shank's feelings. Yake retracted the lightning and said lightly, "The forest of Baika is a forbidden area. Are you not afraid of death?" The figure behind Yake slowly said, "To meet here, everything is guided by fate." God Yake. Yake turned his head and realized that the man looked somewhat familiar. He was a tall man, more than a meter taller than Yake, wearing a strange hat, with an eye patch over his right eye, dressed in a black cloak, and holding a long gun with a barrel that resembled a trumpet. This was none other than Van Augur, known as the Supersonic, a sniper from the East Blue and a crew member of Blackbeard. At this time, Luffy had just set sail, and Teach had not even obtained the dark fruit yet. But it was coming soon. Blackbeard hadn't had the chance to recruit more crew members, but his future subordinate had already found Yake. It must be said that Blackbeard's ability to find crew members was indeed impressive. The recruits he found were all capable individuals. The Van Augur in front of him could shoot its seagulls far away from the rooftops on the west coast of Gaia Island, something even the great Usopp called impossible. In a pirate world where firearms were not well developed, there were very few sharpshooters who could achieve this. Usopp couldn't do it. He was just a trick bullet shooter. Maybe his father, Yasopp, could. Yake felt a bit surprised, but on the surface, he remained composed and asked with great interest, "What brings you to me? Is it because of fate?" Van Oka politely bowed and took off his hat before slowly explaining. 2 years ago, he had witnessed the battle between Yake and Cap, surrounded by the General and even the Admiral in Magic Valley Town. When Yake's Thunder Dragon fell from the sky, he thought he would be killed. So he closed his eyes and stood still, waiting for death. When the storm clouds dispersed, he found himself unharmed amidst the ruins. Van Oka believed that everything was guided by fate, and he had been searching for Yake's traces across the sea, firmly believing that one day they would meet again on the ocean as the wheels of fate turned. "God Yake, please allow me to join you. I want to witness the return of all this fate." After hearing Fan Aoka's explanation, Yake fell silent. Was it a fateful encounter? No. His true fateful encounter was with Blackbeard, and he had been changing his own destiny all along, whether it was Robin, Reiju, Anna, or the Fan Aoka before him. Seeing that Yake was silent for a long time, Fan Aoka was not in a hurry, because the turning point of fate had arrived. Either die here or become part of fate. Your name? Fan Aoka. Angel Island, Divine Residence. In just one day, the Ark Pirates had added 3 new members. And it could have been more, but it wasn't necessary, as Yake only needed elites, not deadweight. Today, our Ark Pirates have welcomed 3 new members. Our Ark Pirates are gradually growing stronger, and it is fate that we can all gather together. Let's introduce ourselves and get to know each other. The table was filled with delicious dishes, and everyone sat together, including the new crew members. I am Robin, a flower fruit user, a historian, and also the chief strategist of the pirate crew. Boo-hoo, I am Perona, a ghost fruit user, and I love cute things. Perona raised a strange and quirky doll in her hand. I am Rayleigh, a fighter, and I specialize in poisoning. Everything you eat has been poisoned. Haha, just kidding. Rayleigh's personality had become more cheerful and even a bit mischievous. I am Anna, meow, I am the cook, and I will make delicious food for everyone every day, meow. I am Beepo, a navigator. I'm very sorry. Beepo hurriedly picked up the blanket he had knocked over. Trafalgar D. Water Law, just call me Law. I'm a doctor. Law said lightly, appearing somewhat out of place. Robin turned to the somewhat gloomy Law from the D clan. Fan Aoka, a seeker of destiny. I excel in sniping. Among the table, Fan Aoka had the largest build, and everyone had distinct personalities. They only had a rough impression of each other, but there was still plenty of time to get to know one another. Good, to the Ark Pirates, cheers. Yake raised his glass and stood up, livening up the atmosphere. When the captain spoke, everyone stood up to toast in unison, and the scene instantly became lively. Yake paid special attention to Law and Fan Aoka, as they were the quieter types and would need some time to integrate into the Arkansas. The next day, Robin, Rayleigh, Perona, and the others took their usual positions guarding Angel Island, Baika, and Apaya, while the remaining crew members followed Yake to the dedicated training ground of Amazon Lily. On the sea, besides the powers of the devil fruits, there was also the power of hockey. You all need to master at least observation hockey and armament hockey. Yake gathered them for training in order to quickly improve their strength and prepare for the future. A master leads you to the door, but the practice is up to the individual. Luo and Van Oka are not ordinary people. They're seriously absorbing Yake's cultivation experience. As for Anna and Beepo, they can learn as much as they can. Luo, as far as I know, Doflamingo is proficient in all 3 types of hockey. If you want to take revenge with your own hands, work hard to become stronger. Van Oka, your specialty is sniping. A good gun can rapidly enhance your strength, and your weapon is already being customized. After Yak finished speaking, he let them practice on their own. Van Oka's observation hockey had already awakened, but his armament hockey was still a bit lacking. ADC was too fragile, which was not acceptable. At least he should learn something solid like Iron Block, though that was considered inauspicious. It had been a long time since he last saw Hancock, and he missed her dearly, just in time for his return. Hancock would also be able to relax a bit. Yak hummed a little tune as he walked into Hancock's palace. Law had been diligently training. After realizing the gap between himself and Yak, he deeply felt his own weakness. Even if Doflamingo stood right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to kill him. The common way for pirates to grow stronger was through battle. After numerous fights, as long as one didn't die, they would become stronger. However, without systematic training, everything had to be learned through personal understanding. Now that there was a strong figure like Yak to impart experience, he could become stronger more quickly. The kingdom of God in the sky had just been established for more than half a month, and people kept coming to explore. After being lively for over 2 weeks, it gradually stabilized. During this time, the Sky Island received more than 30,000 visitors, including pirates. The special shell tools from the Sky Island were almost sold out, and just from collecting taxes, Yak made a fortune. However, money no longer had any allure for Yak. Yake values development, and the Sky Island has opened its immigration policy. Although it is not a member of the world government and lacks naval protection, this is the territory of the 4 billion berries bounty criminal, God Yake. In the New World, the 4 emperors can ensure the peace of an island merely by flying their flag. How much more so can Yake, who is on par with the 4 emperors' shanks? In no time, civilians suffering from rampant piracy and oppression by the celestial dragons flock to the Sky Island, and a large influx of labor pours into the kingdom of the sky, hoping to become citizens. With the addition of these civilians, the factories have sufficient manpower, and the island is being constructed piece by piece to repair roads and expand territory. The original gate of heaven has been dismantled and transformed into residential areas and factories. New civilians can own their own homes and become legal residents of the kingdom of the sky after a year of labor, only needing to pay 30 of their legal income annually. It seems like a lot, but compared to the Blue Sea, it is quite generous. The kingdoms on the ground, due to the heavenly gold system, force their kings to collect hefty taxes just to barely gather the heavenly gold. And some greedy kings even take advantage of this to extort more taxes. Becoming a citizen not only provides free medical care and education, but also ensures personal safety. In comparison, the 30 tax in the Kingdom of the Sky is incredibly low. Yake was looking at the newspaper sent from Sky Island, with the headline Straw Hat Kid defeats Evil Dragon, along with the familiar bounty notice. Just then, the transponder snail rang. Captain, someone wants to see you. He says he is the leader of the revolutionaries, Dragon, Reju said anxiously, holding the transponder snail. Dragon is the most notorious criminal in history, and such a figure has come to the kingdom of God in the sky. This is beyond what she can handle. Really? Bring him to me, Yake said solemnly, feeling a bit of headache. Although he and the Revolutionary Army had the same goals and could be considered allies on a united front, he didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to arrive so quickly, and that the leader himself would come. What a hassle. Yake covered his eyes while lying on the soft cloud chair, not knowing what he was thinking. Yake, I brought him here, Lei Jio signaled to Yake, and Yake understood. Lei Jio, you can go out first. Take all the outsiders away from the divine residence. My conversation with this gentleman cannot be known to others. After Lei Jio went out, Dorag finally took off his hood, revealing a seemingly fierce face. Divine Yake, it's finally nice to meet you, Dorag said with a smile. You're not here to invite me to join the Revolutionary Army, are you? Sorry, but I refuse, Yake replied straightforwardly. If he really joined the Revolutionary Army, he would end up working for nothing, and he didn't want to be controlled by others. Haha, Yake, I'm here to make a deal with you, Dorag said nonchalantly, as if he never intended to invite Yake in the first place. Weapons? Not just that, but also land and Nico Robin. Do you have the historical texts on you? Yake's heart surged. Dorag definitely did not want Robin, because that would provoke Yake, and Dorag wasn't that foolish. So he must have wanted Robin to help translate the historical texts. However, Robin was known as the flame of the revolution among the Revolutionary Army. What exactly did Dragon want? Dorag smiled slightly and took out a stack of documents from his pocket, placing them on the table. The text on them was too familiar. Yake immediately recognized that this was definitely a rubbing of the historical texts. Dorag actually had so many, but thinking about it, it wasn't surprising since he was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, having instigated rebellions and seized control of countries worldwide. Dragon must be aware of the importance of the historical texts. If some countries had the historical texts, the Revolutionary Army's cadres would definitely have made rubbings to send to Dragon. It was just that they had been unable to decipher the content. Lord Yake is a smart man, so I will speak frankly. I need Miss Robin to help us translate these historical texts. Then, we need a large number of weapons. Our cadres have already investigated. It seems that the weapons used by your city defense forces are somewhat different. When the Kingdom of the Sky was first established, the Revolutionary Army's intelligence department disguised itself as tourists to gather information about the Kingdom of the Sky. Besides those amazing shellfish, the weapons used by the soldiers of the Kingdom of the Sky also caught their attention. They had a fast firing rate, were easy to reload, and each soldier had one. This indicated that such excellent individual weapons were at least being mass-produced in the Kingdom of the Sky. However, they had yet to locate the weapon factories and research centers. That's right, that kind of automatic weapon is called the AK-47, which is manufactured by our research department in the Kingdom of the Sky. It is the best firearm in the world, with outstanding power and low cost. Are you interested in this weapon? When it came to money, Yake was not sleepy at all. Although Yake did not like money, the expenditure he needed to maintain a country was undoubtedly astronomical. What Yake needed now was a stable buyer. Ark 47, is it named after you, sir? Dorag laughed. We in the Revolutionary Army have a great need for such weapons. Dorag had already calculated that this weapon could replace the outdated single-shot firearms in the Revolutionary Army, quickly disposing of the old weapons for cash, and then all Revolutionary Army soldiers would be equipped with this new weapon, significantly enhancing the combat power of the Revolutionary Army. The two top leaders in the world argued heatedly over the price of gun. Yake wanted to make a little more money, while Dorag wanted to spend less and buy more. This was an invisible confrontation between two leaders. All right, I'll say a number. 5,000 berries per gun. But you must agree to one condition. Yake was tired of haggling with Dorag. After all, he still had a 20 profit margin at this price. And with so many soldiers in the Revolutionary Army, it would be a case of thin profits, but quick turnover. Sure, please go ahead. Dorag was in a good mood, not expecting to actually negotiate successfully. He considered himself quite the bargain hunter. I want your Revolutionary Army to continue collecting the historical texts. I need rubbings, and I can share the translated content with you. However, the Revolutionary Army's intelligence network must be shared with me when I need information. Yake said firmly. The intelligence network of the Revolutionary Army was what Yake valued the most. Their undercover agents were spread across the world, and Yake did not have the energy to establish an intelligence department. It was perfectly convenient that it was delivered to him. Dorag pondered for a long time before slowly raising his head and saying, "All right, you can contact me for the information you need. However, I have one question that I hope Lord Yake can answer. Feel free to ask. We have not been able to locate the weapon factories and research facilities of the Kingdom of the Sky. Are they hidden away?" This was the point that puzzled Dorag the most. Clearly, there were a large number of weapons for sale, but no trace of the weapon factories could be found, as if they had appeared out of thin air. When Yake heard this, he chuckled. Of course, they wouldn't find out. Since preparations for the founding of the nation had been made, a mix of fish and dragons was naturally unavoidable. Whether it was the Revolutionary Army, the CP Department, or the Navy, they would never think that above Sky Island there was a white sea 10,000 meters above sea level. That place was not open to the public. In fact, no one knew about it except for the members of the Ark Pirates. It was the location of Germa's Research Institute and Weapons Factory, managed by Germa researchers and clones, making infiltration by spies impossible. You don't need to worry about that. I can only tell you that they are in some corner of the Kingdom of Sky, Yake said with a smile. This was a closely guarded secret of the Kingdom of Sky, and even the people of the world did not know that Germa already belonged to Yake. I see. So it's that secretive? Drago frowned and said, considering whether the Revolutionary Army's liaison department could also set up a base here. The Kingdom of Sky is easy to defend and hard to attack, with only one entrance, so there is no need to worry about being besieged by the Navy, making it very safe. Then, Lord Yake, I hope to purchase a piece of hidden land in the Kingdom of Sky to serve as our Revolutionary Army's headquarters. What do you think? I agree, and this land is free for the Revolutionary Army, Yake said generously. There are many undeveloped areas on the Sky Island. Just find a spot on the White Sea. It's just a favor. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I will leave these historical texts with you. Once Miss Robin finishes the translation, you can contact me anytime. I'll 1T stay longer. It's been a pleasure working together. Drago extended his hand. Pleasure working together. Mr. Drago, where are you headed? Yake recalled the newspaper from that morning. After Luffy defeated Arlong, he would probably head to Rogue Town, where he would encounter his lifelong tail, Smoker, and where his father would make his first appearance. That's right. By the way, let me give you one last piece of information. Marshal Ditich, the 2nd Division member of Whitebeard, killed Sachi and stole the dark fruit, defecting from the Whitebeard Pirates and now calling himself Blackbeard, active on the seas. I heard he'd been lurking on Whitebeard's ship for over 20 years. What a terrifying man. Actually, I didn't need to tell you. The news will report it in a few days. I just thought you might be interested, Drago said as he left without looking back. Blackbeard? Yake murmured as he watched Drago leave, with a thick stack of historical texts on the table. The rewards for the 3rd phase of the pursuit of historical truth have been distributed, and 10 lottery chances have been added. The rewards have been distributed. But Yake's attention was no longer on that. Blackbeard had begun to make waves in the world. The era of extreme evil had finally arrived. If nothing unexpected happens, Ace would soon be chasing Blackbeard. Once caught, the Marineford War would inevitably begin. The turning point of fate had started. In the Kingdom of Sky, at the God Residence. After Drago informed Yake about Blackbeard's defection, Yake had been contemplating whether to persuade Whitebeard. But then he thought better of it. They would naturally meet during the Marineford War. And even Shanks, the user of the Fruit of Face, couldn't persuade him. How could he, a junior, do it? However, Yake was already prepared for all-out war. During the Marineford War, the Ark Pirates would shine brilliantly and become one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Judge, come here. Yake picked up the Den Mushy and called Judge. After a while, Judge hurried over. Lord Yake, what do you need? How is the research on the electromagnetic cannon progressing? Yake said lightly. Lord Yake, the development of the electromagnetic cannon has basically succeeded. However, it can only be used once. Currently, our metal materials cannot withstand the impact of the electromagnetic cannon. I really have no way around this, Judge said, sweating profusely. He was afraid that after over 2 years without producing what Yake wanted, Yake might take his life in a fit of rage. The materials aren't good? ISNT, their shape memory metal? Yake thought of the battle suits of the Vinsmoke family. But it seemed like they could only be worn directly and couldn't turn into a small capsule, indeed lacking something. Vidra metal. Yake suddenly remembered the product of the Munch fruit user, the shape memory alloy, abbreviated as Weibo alloy. It was a metal accidentally created by Walbo after being knocked away by Luffy during his wandering, which later led to his rise in status and wealth, allowing him to become king again, marry Miss Universe, and reach the peak of his life. This makes things easier. I can just capture that guy Walbo and make him a tool. Yake revealed an evil smile, scaring Gaji to the point of shivering, almost making him wet himself. All right, this isn't your fault. I'll solve the material problem. You go ahead and work on the project of the design for the Underworld King. Yake dismissed Gaji, who left in a hurry. It was better to do research than to be with this plague. System, let's do a lottery. Yake thought about how he still had 10 lottery chances left, so he hurried to use them, hoping to get something good to enhance his team's strength. During the lottery, Congratulations, you have won 500 million berries, a Devil Fruit Enhancement card, a Busashoka Hockey Enhancement card, a Kinbunchika Hockey Enhancement card, and a Haushika Hockey Enhancement card. Thank you for your patronage 5. Today's luck was unexpectedly good. The enhancement cards weren't very useful for now, as Yake's fruit ability was already strong enough. The most important thing was that if he wanted to use them on his subordinates, he could only enhance the Devil Fruit first, and then consume it to gain the enhanced Devil Fruit ability. So he could only keep them for now. He used the Haushika Hockey Enhancement card for himself, while keeping the others for later. Once Luo awakened Busashoku and Kinbunchiku, he would enhance his strength. Yake extended his right hand, clenched his fist, and his arm instantly became as dark as ink. Then Yake began to stack buffs, hardening being the most basic one. With Luiying combined with external release, he finally guided the Conqueror's Haki to wrap around his arm. Wow, maxed out effects. Yake's arm was intertwined with black, purple, and red streams of energy, surrounded by crackling blue electricity. With this punch, he could definitely give Luffy a King-S addiction. Why not try hitting himself? Yake shook his head, deciding against it, fearing he might accidentally knock himself out, doghead. Robin walked into Yake's room gracefully, watching him make gestures with his fist, secretly thinking the captain was being odd again. Yake, what are you doing? Do you need something from me? Robin said irritably. Look at you saying that. Can't I come find you if there's nothing going on? Yake, seeing Robin had arrived, immediately let the Haki dissipate and quickly beckoned her over. Robin, hurry, sit over here, I have something good for you. Yake patted the cloud chair next to him, indicating for Robin to sit down. Captain, it's daytime now. I warn you not to have any improper thoughts, Robin said, but her body obediently sat beside Yake. What are you thinking? Just look at this. Yake took out a stack of historical texts and placed them on the table. Robin's gaze was immediately drawn to it, and she grabbed the historical texts to examine them. This is so many historical texts. Where did you get these? Robin exclaimed in delight, feeling she was one step closer to the truth of history. Ha ha, I have my own sources of information. Well, okay, it was collected by the Revolutionary Army. They made a deal with me. After you translate it, I have to send them a copy. Under Robin's watchful eyes, Yake had to retract his bragging, feeling a bit awkward, not expecting that his little trick had already been seen through by Robin. Seeing Yake's fidgety hands, Robin couldn't help but smile and leaned in closer to whisper in his ear, Captain, since you've gathered so much, how do you want me to reward you? Robin's fair fingers lifted Yake's chin. Gulp. Yake swallowed hard, unable to resist wrapping his arms around Robin's slender waist, and said with righteous determination, Come on, I can't handle anything. Robin chuckled softly as she slowly leaned in towards Yake's lips, closing her eyes. At that moment, she felt a bit nervous, but ultimately pressed her red lips against his. Then, like a little rabbit, she ran away, her heart racing wildly. Although her relationship with Yake was very close, this was still her first kiss with him. So, this is what kissing feels like. How could Yake be satisfied with just a light kiss? Robin, who had finally taken the initiative, was embraced by the experienced Yake amidst her screams, as he gave her a passionate French kiss. He only let her go when she was dizzy with emotion and breathless. Robin quickly ran to the side, wiped the silver strands from her lips, and tidied up her somewhat disheveled clothes before gradually calming down. Yake's hand had actually reached directly into her big white rabbit and even pinched it. Robin shot Yake an angry glare, grabbed the historical text copy, and hurriedly escaped, leaving the room echoing with Yake's triumphant laughter. Just as Robin ran out the door, she noticed Lavatory standing at the entrance. I saw everything, Lavatory said teasingly. She was relieved that Robin and Yake had finally taken this step, which meant she and Yake wouldn't have to be secretive anymore. You already did it with him? Robin guessed something, and Laichi's previously cute furrowed brows turned unappealing. I didn't say that, she huffed. That pervert Yake. Robin left in embarrassment and anger. After Robin walked away, Laichi slowly entered Yake's room. Seeing Yake lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, Laichi naturally leaned against him. Captain, it's been confirmed that Dorag has left the Kingdom of the Void. Very good, Laichi. By the way, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Yaki brushed aside the bangs covering her right eye. Ligio's eyebrows were curled to the left on the left side and to the right on the right side, appearing quite symmetrical. Ligio, do you and Sanji have the same eyebrows? Yaki asked curiously. Jaji doesn't have curled eyebrows. It seems only his children do. Could it be inherited from Sanji's mother? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Ligio stroked Yaki's hand. Tell me, Sanji's eyebrows are different from ours. His are all uniformly curled to the right, Ligio recalled, as she hadn't seen Sanji in a long time. Strange, what happened to the 3 brothers I killed? Yaki frowned, as if realizing a blind spot. Their eyebrows all curl to the left. Yaki, did you notice something? Legio said nervously, knowing Yaki wouldn't ask meaningless questions without reason. Indeed, Yaki had discovered some hidden truths. Ichi, Niji, and Yanji were the most perfect creations modified by Jaji. They had exoskeletal skin, lacked fragile emotions, and were powerful weapons that only obeyed Jaji. They weren't worthy of being called human. Therefore, Yaki felt no guilt for killing them, and Legio had always disdained those scoundrels. Does your mother have curled eyebrows? Legio? Yaki wanted to verify her guess. My mother has normal eyebrows, Legio replied. The only memory Legio cherished from Germa was her mother, Sola, a beautiful, gentle, and kind woman. Legio inherited almost all of her appearance from her mother. It was this great mother who took suppressive drugs against genetic modification to prevent Sanji from becoming emotionless, allowing him to be a flesh and blood person. Sanji was the most failed creation, while the three brothers were the most perfect. Their eyebrow directions were exactly opposite. Sanji had emotions, and his body wasn't modified to have exoskeletal features, so all his eyebrows curled uniformly to the right. Legio only modified her body without extinguishing her emotions, which is why her left eyebrow curls to the left while her right eyebrow curls to the right, just like Sanji's. So could it be understood that Jaji's genetic modification is displayed in the direction of the eyebrows? Modifying the body means the left eyebrow curls to the left. Extinguishing emotions means the right eyebrow curls to the left. Upon deeper thought, is this the foreshadowing that Oda laid down? Yake struggled to recall Sanji's various performances and had to conclude that Sanji's transformation had actually succeeded, albeit with a slow manifestation of effects. Especially after Germa gave Sanji the number 3 battlesuit, this change became increasingly apparent. Sanji is the third son of the Vinsmoke family, and counting Reiju, he is the fourth to be transformed. Germa had 2 experiences of perfect transformation, and Sanji was the third perfect product that Germa had high hopes for. He had no fragile emotions and possessed an exoskeleton like a shield, but it was merely suppressed due to the drugs administered by Sora. Yake, what have you discovered? Reiju noticed Yake's constantly changing expression and couldn't help but feel anxious. No, it's nothing. I'm just interested in your family's eyebrows. Haha. Reiju, you go on and be busy. Yake kissed Reiju on the cheek, letting her leave first. After meeting Sanji, he would have Germa confirm it. Telling Reiju now would be a bit too hasty. Reiju felt that Yake was hiding something from her, but she couldn't argue with him, and within a few breaths, she was out of Yake's sight. It seemed that Reiju was the most perfect one. Yake sighed, possessing the most precious emotions while also having a strong physique. Once Sanji's transformation fully awakened, it was very likely that he would lose the feelings of the most precious person. On the Grand Line, aboard the Moby Dick. Let me go. That guy is my subordinate. If we ignore this, how will Sachi, who has been killed, rest in peace? Ace said excitedly, trying to break free from his crew members who were blocking him. Whitebeard, hooked up to N4, sighed Ace, just let it go this time. I have a bad feeling about this. Having been a pirate for most of his life, Whitebeard had seen all kinds of schemes. But this time, he felt uneasy. A person like Teach, who had hidden for over 20 years, would definitely not be simple. That guy killed his comrades and escaped. After being taken care of by you for decades, he has made you lose face. Most importantly, Dad, your reputation is at stake. How can I just sit back and watch? I'm going to settle this with him. Ignoring Whitebeard's warnings, Ace turned and left, determined to bring Teach back for Whitebeard to deal with. For the first 20 years, Ace had lived in the shadow of Roger's name, always confused and chasing after it. But meeting Whitebeard allowed him to experience familial love. He admired Whitebeard, considering him the greatest pirate. He tattooed Whitebeard's mark on his back as a source of pride, willing to set aside his ambitions to let Whitebeard be the king. He respected Whitebeard so much that he could not allow the flag and name that Whitebeard had protected all his life to suffer even a little loss. Insulting him was one thing, but insulting Whitebeard was unacceptable. That was Ace's sore spot. Even if the crew tried to stop him, even if Whitebeard warned him of his bad feeling, Ace was determined to protect Whitebeard's reputation. Whitebeard remained silent, allowing Ace to leave. How could one blame a foolish son for his heartfelt intentions towards his father? Marshal D. Teach, you're definitely not the person Roger is waiting for. East Sea, near Logtown, the Going Merry was sailing on the sea. A swordsman with green algae hair was sleeping against the railing with his hands on his head, while seagulls soared freely in the sky. Zoro suddenly woke up, his drowsy eyes looking into the distance. Hey, it seems like there's an island ahead. Really? What island is that? Luffy pressed down his straw hat and sat on the railing, looking towards the distant island. Nami sighed in annoyance, Didn't I tell you last time? Sanji and Usopp walked to the bow of the ship, looking at the distant town. Usopp crossed his hand behind his head. That's the island where Log Town is. Sanji picked up a cigarette. It's quite a big town, right? I heard there should be a market selling fresh ingredients there. I want to go to the weapon shop. As a three-sword style swordsman, it's really not decent to have only one sword. Hey, I want to go to the equipment store. Luffy, with a rare serious face and a low voice, said, Joe LD. Roger was born on that island and was executed there too. The town where the Pirate King died. Also known as the town of beginnings and endings. Ark Pirates, Zetzai. A few days later, on the Grand Line, Alabasta. Yake has once again stepped onto this land of yellow sand, and it is completely different from when he last visited this place. The land has been ravaged by war, and the wave of rebellion has swept across it. From above, everywhere you look, there are dilapidated city ruins. That guy Crocodile still hasn't given up on his ambition. Yake walked straight into the rain-soaked ground. If nothing unexpected happened, Crocodile was still in the central casino, running his Baroque works. Crocodile silently gazed out the window at the place he had managed for years, which was finally about to bear fruit. Although Yake had taken Robin away from him 2 years ago, it didn't affect his plans. He firmly believed that the Pluto, the ancient weapon, lay hidden somewhere in this yellow sand. Smack! Yake appeared in Crocodile's favorite chair. Crocodile, it seems you still haven't given up on your plans, Yake said with a cynical smile, playing with the armrest of the chair. Hearing that familiar voice, Crocodile turned around in disbelief, his cigar falling to the ground, and saw Yake's face that he despised. Damn it, Yake, what are you doing here? I don't have a second Robin here, Crocodile said sarcastically. Ever since Yake took Robin away from him, he had to handle everything himself as the president, and he could no longer find an assistant like Robin who was proficient in assassination, infiltration, and intelligence. Fortunately, Yake hadn't revealed his plans to anyone. Otherwise, all his years of effort would have gone to waste. Are you still looking for Pluto? That kind of thing is already outdated, Yake said disdainfully. After the design of Pluto was analyzed, it turned out there was nothing special about the weapon. A cannon capable of sinking an island was just made with explosive rock. Nothing extraordinary. Instead, some of Pluto's structural designs were quite inspiring, and the Tower of Heaven was built based on that, showing excellent results. Nonsense. Do you think this can influence me? My plans will not stop. I will definitely find Pluto and then rule this world, Crocodile said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with endless ambition. Seeing Crocodile's serious expression, Yake couldn't help but be moved by his determination. Ha 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 ha, cough cough, sorry, I just thought of something happy. You continue. Yake tried to maintain his aloof expression, but unfortunately, he couldn't control himself. Crocodile's face grew darker, almost black as coal, before Yake finally toned it down a bit. Go ahead and laugh, but you won't be able to laugh later, Crocodile said with a grim expression and with a scar on his face. He indeed looked a bit scary. What is your purpose for being here, Yake? Yake's expression turned serious. In fact, after jumping down from the Kingdom of the Void, he realized he was in Alabasta. He was starting to love this feeling. Without a jump for a day, he felt restless. Upon arriving in Alabasta, he found himself here without realizing it. After all, the only person he knew here was Crocodile, so he thought he might as well catch up. I'm actually here to see you, old sand. By the way, if you fail, you can come find me. Call this number. I'll come to rescue you anytime. Yake wrote his phone worm number on a piece of paper and tossed it to Crocodile. I have the design blueprints for Pluton, you know. Although they might not be of much use, if you want, you can always join my ranks as my subordinate. There's always a spot for you. Yake thought it was a pity for old Sand to end up in prison. Having him as his underling would be great. However, Yake didn't hold much hope. Old Sand had his own ambitions and ideas. How could he possibly work under a junior? But trying wouldn't hurt. What if it worked out? What a joke. Who do you think I am? I don't need your help. Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you can hold your own against Shanks. I haven't relaxed at all these past few years, you bastard. Yake's attitude seemed to anger Crocodile, and the paper turned to yellow sand. Sorry to disturb you. Yake saw that it was hopeless, shook his head, and disappeared from the spot. Although he had 1,000 ways to turn old sand into glass, he didn't want to persecute Crocodile any further. He still wanted to see the spectacle of the top fighting evenly. Damn bastard, Crocodile said angrily. Although Yake's words tempted him, he saw Yake as a trustworthy person. What he said wouldn't be false, and he certainly had the blueprints for Pluton. But just the thought of becoming Yake's underling made him feel uneasy. That guy's personality was too terrible. After leaving the rain-soaked land, Yake made his way to Albana. King Cobra, why do you look so troubled? Have you encountered some trouble? Yake appeared directly beside Cobra, avoiding revealing his identity. Sensing that there was no one else around Cobra, Yake entered. You're the god Yake. What brings you here? Cobra initially did not recognize Yake, after all. It had been 2 years since they last met, and Yake had changed quite a bit. He had become more robust and had some strange tattoos. Passing by Alabasta. I can take a look. It seems your country is caught in internal strife, King Cobra. Yake casually took a seat on a stool, completely treating himself as one of them. Yes, that's right. Cobra sighed bitterly, the unprecedented drought in a century, yet the capital Albana enjoys favorable weather. Cobra has his troubles that he cannot express. But you, Lord Yake, I didn't expect that after more than 2 years, you would become the king of the Sky Nation. Cobra then remembered that the person before him was also a king, but in his case, he should be referred to as a god. Indeed, but we are not a member of the world government, just a pirate nation after all, ultimately relying on personal strength. All right, don't worry, King Cobra. It won't be long before your country will be at peace. My instincts have always been quite accurate. Yake hinted that it wouldn't be long before Vivi would arrive here with the Straw Hat crew. Are you suggesting that, Lord Yake? Cobra wanted to ask further, but Yake had already left, disappearing without a trace. Yake has set off to Drum Island. One of his purposes is to bring Wapple back to contribute to the construction of the Empty God Kingdom. Another reason is to meet the Straw Hat crew. He wonders if they have arrived at Drum Island yet. The Straw Hat crew crossed Reverse Mountain a few days ago, passed through Whiskey Peak and Little Garden, taking along the first princess they encountered to adventure together, with their ultimate destination being Alabasta. However, due to Nami being bitten by an ancient bug in Little Garden and falling seriously ill, they had to go to Drum Island to find a doctor to save Nami. Drum Island is covered in snow year-round and has an extremely cold climate. Yake was wearing beach shorts and flip-flops, with his upper body bare, walking in the icy snow. He felt quite cool. The climate in the Kingdom of the Void was nothing like this. A huge gray figure was approaching. It was a hiking bear, which politely nodded at Yake. Yake hurriedly returned the greeting, feeling a bit embarrassed by such politeness. Hey ma'am, is Magnetic Drum Peak the highest one? Yake seemed to have come at the wrong time. This village was buried under an avalanche, and the lady was silently shoveling snow. Young man, that's right. But I advise you not to go there. A group of people has just taken a cable car to the summit. You should wait for them to come back before you go. Also, aren't you cold? The lady slowly raised her head, looking at Yake with a strange expression, thinking he must be a bit odd for dressing like this on such a cold day. Ha! Thanks, I'm not cold. Yake felt offended, but he needed to hurry. It seemed that Valpo was about to be knocked away, and it would be a bit troublesome to find him afterward. Yake turned into electric particles and dissipated under the gaze of the ant, who rubbed her eyes in disbelief. It's over. I must be a bit off today. Rubber. Skyrocket. Luffy charged up by spinning continuously and kicked Walpo into the sky. Wah! Walpo screamed as he flew up, getting stuck in the chimney and unable to move, facing the cherry blossom pirate flag of Shiraluk. One ungrateful guy. Don't touch other people's pirate flag. Rubber. Wait a minute. I can give you a position and a medal. I'll make you the Vice King. Rocket cannon. Boom. Luffy's hands were knocked aside, and just in the nick of time, Yake arrived next to Walpo, almost losing his tool. Sorry, this person is my trophy. Yake said with a smile to the astonished Luffy. Are you here to save me, King? That's great. Help me kill that damn Straw Hat brat, and I'll make you the Vice King. Walpo saw Yake, his savior from the sky, clearly on his side and seemingly strong, and immediately became arrogant. Idiot. Yake was annoyed by a series of words. It really ruined the atmosphere. You jerk. He punched Valpo from the chimney down into the snow of Magnet Drum Peak. Chopper was startled and hid behind a coal robin, but of course he hid the wrong way. Yake flickered to the ground, grabbed Walpo's head, and lifted him up. Walpo had already passed out. Immediately afterwards, Luffy also jumped down. Hey, who are you? Are you with Walpo? I'll knock you away. Rubber pistol. Luffy immediately assumed Yake was Walpo's accomplice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved him, and launched an attack decisively. Not bad. Increased the strength. Yake commented that Luffy's punches felt nice, just a bit weak, and gestured for him to use more force. Gulewa seemed to recognize Yake, but was still hesitant to confirm. Not clear on the intent for now, she decided to remotely OB for a bit, while Chopper trembled, holding on to Gulewa's thigh. Damn it, rubber machine gun. Luffy charged up briefly, and his fists rained down like bullets. Since elemental rubber can hit solid objects, Yake simply took all of Luffy's attacks without dodging. Even getting a bit carried away, it felt too good. Wait, you can't hit there. Yake caught the punch aimed at his lower body with a grim face. After all, this was about the happiness of 4 people. What if something went wrong? Hey, let go. Luffy moved closer to Yake little by little, and in the end, he couldn't hold back and flew straight at Yake. Thunderbawa. Yake saw Luffy charging directly at him, and simply covered his fist with a layer of armament hockey. He decided to test the waters with a bagua first, worried that using Thunder Bagua might send Luffy flying away. Luffy, Zoro, who had just come up on the gondola, and Usopp, who was holding on to Zoro's leg, shouted in unison, their expressions anxious. Bang! Luffy was punched away, and Zoro hurriedly caught him. Luffy had already lost consciousness, lying in Zoro's arms with his eyes rolled back. Thunder Bagua was still too early for Luffy. Damn it, who the hell are you? Zoro threw Luffy to Usopp, drew 3 swords, and confronted Yake. At that moment, Vivi also walked out from the passage and immediately saw Luffy rolling his eyes and the 2 men staring each other down. Wait, that's God Yake. Why are you here? Vivi said excitedly, her eyes filled with fear. She was too familiar with that face, and there was no way she could mistake it. Vivi, who is he? Why are you calling him God? Usopp said, trembling, almost letting his snot drip into his mouth, sounding like he was really strong. That a mission personally issued by Mr. Zero from Baroque Works. Anyone who gets information about God Yake's whereabouts can receive a huge reward. But no one has ever completed this mission. You can only see news about him in the newspapers. Don't you all know? Vivi said seriously, seeing Zoro and Usopp's innocent expressions, and helplessly covered her face. Feeling utterly defeated, God Yake, with a bounty of 2.4 billion berries, the captain of the Ark Pirates, known as the 5th Emperor of the Sea, Vivi said, clenching her fists and trembling. To her, that bounty was simply astronomical. Half a month ago, he fought to a standstill with the Yonko, red-haired Shanks, and then disappeared without a trace. Sanji said, staring intently at the man before him, having to lie on the ground due to his injured waist. Yet, he still stubbornly lit a cigarette and took a puff, seemingly trying to calm his inner turmoil. The Ark Pirates, besides being famous for their beautiful women, also had someone familiar to him, Vinsmoke Reiju. Apart from his mother Sora, the person Sanji cared about the most. Was Reiju following such a man? 4 billion. Usopp screamed in shock. 2.4 billion. That's 80 times Luffy's bounty. It's over. It seems Captain Usopp is going to meet his end here. Usopp thought pessimistically, imagining his tragic death. The atmosphere at Magnetic Drum Peak was tense. No one knew what that terrifying bounty man would do. But one thing was clear, with one punch, he could knock Luffy out, and they were even less of a match. Zoro was eager to try, but Usopp and Vivi wanted to save their lives. Decided to beat up Zoro instead. Yake slowly walked up to Gulliver while carrying Walpo, ignoring the performance of the Straw Hat crew. Miss, this person is very useful to me, so I took the liberty of bringing him away. I apologize for the trouble, Yake said politely. It's certainly not that simple for someone who can live over 100 years as a pirate. Their status speaks for itself. Hee, what a polite young man. Much better than those few, Gulliver said after taking a sip of her drink. You'd better make sure this person never appears here again. Also, do you want to know my secret to staying youthful? I'd rather live in the moment. This raccoon is so cute. Did you raise it? Yake said with a smile, looking at Chopper, who was hiding in the opposite direction. Bastard, even if you say I'm cute, I won't be happy. Wait, I'm a reindeer, okay? See, these are my antlers. Chopper initially twisted his body in a Tsundere manner, but then realized that Yake dared to call him a raccoon and instantly got angry. A talking reindeer, Yake said knowingly, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Bastard, I'm a raccoon. Chopper said furiously, wondering if this person had any common sense. Wait, it seems like he said reindeer. No, I'm a reindeer. Chopper panted heavily, seemingly a bit excited. Then I'll take this person away, Yake said, having accomplished his purpose and preparing to leave. Wait, the key to the armory is on him. Can you give it to me? Gulliver suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called out to Yake. Yake glanced at Walpo, silently shook his head, and walked over to the unconscious Luffy. Zoro immediately drew his sword, looking alert. Is he the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy? Yake said. Yes, he's our captain. What's wrong with that? Zoro replied, biting his sword. It's truly amazing that he can talk while biting his sword. Shanks asked me to bring him a message. Forget it. When he wakes up, tell him to come find me in the Sky God Kingdom. After thinking for a while, Yake decided to wait until Luffy reached his territory before telling him. So, sir, how we get to the Sky God Kingdom? Nami said weakly, as her condition had just started to improve. The Sky Island near Long Ring Longland. Yake said without looking back, leaving behind a golden permanent record pointer. Yake carried Walpo and slowly walked to the edge of Magnetic Drum Peak. Then threw Walpo into the sky, transforming into a blue dragon and catching Walpo in his hands, leaving Magnetic Drum Island without looking back, leaving the crowd stunned. Gulp. What is that? Zoro swallowed hard and said, is that massive creature really a person turned into one? A dragon, a giant dragon. Usopp screamed, tightly hugging Zoro's thigh. Is this the power of a god? If you were to spare us, it would be impossible. Vivi sighed deeply. Sky Island? Nami picked up the exquisite golden compass that Yake had thrown down. No matter how it moved, it always pointed in one direction. This must be the location of the kingdom of God in the sky. God! Sanji lay on the ground, speechless for a long time. It was at this moment that Nami noticed Luffy lying unconscious and rushed over. What happened to Luffy? Was it that person who did this? Nami asked anxiously. If Luffy stays like this for a few days, then Vivi's country. It's okay, little girl, he just fainted. That person didn't use much strength at all, Gyriva said, taking a sip of alcohol and speaking lightly. With just one punch, Luffy lost his fighting ability. Is this the power of the world's top fighters? Zoro looked in the direction Yake had left and suddenly felt full of fighting spirit. First, let's get the injured inside to rest. The kingdom of God in the sky. Yake has brought Walbo back to the Sky Island, and things are going quite smoothly, making Yake in a good mood. Law, you're here. Take his heart out for me, Yake said, pointing at Walbo, who was lying on the ground unconscious. Law nodded, pulled out the Ghost Cry sword, and stabbed it into Walbo's heart, extracting a square, pulsating heart. Law handed it to Yake. Law, how's your training been lately? Get ready, the war is about to start. War? Yake, what do you mean? Law asked, puzzled. Yake briefly talked about the situation of the Whitebeard pirates and Ace's identity. The bloodline of the Pirate King? That's right, although he doesn't admit it. The Navy won't care about that. This means that if Ace is captured by the Navy, Whitebeard will undoubtedly go to rescue him. And a war between the four emperors and the Navy will begin. Law calmly analyzed, as expected of someone who has a plan, and quickly thought of the outcome based on the information Yake provided. If the war really starts, the 7 warlords of the sea will come. Right, Yake? Law's meaning was obvious. The world government would definitely summon the 7 warlords of the sea to participate in the battle. If the Ark Pirates join the war, he would have a chance to face Doflamingo. Yes, it would be a chance to test the difference between them, which would motivate him even more. Yake was not optimistic about this. In the anime, 2 years later, Law was not a match for Doflamingo, even when fighting alone. And it was only with Luffy's help that he could defeat him. Law had just started with him and still needed time to grow. Doflamingo was not someone to be taken lightly. I will do my best. I'm going to train, Captain. After receiving Yake's affirmation, Law immediately prepared to train, aiming to become stronger before meeting Doflamingo. On Magnet Drum Island, Luffy had woken up under Korea's treatment and learned about what had happened while he was unconscious. God, Yake, does he know Uncle Shanks? Luffy took off his hat and held it in his hands, his eyes filled with memories. Nami helplessly said, didn't I tell you? He challenged Shanks over 10 days ago. After fighting for 7 days and nights, they reached a draw. Of course, he knows Shanks, and their relationship seems pretty good. Really? He said he was in the Sky God country, right? Luffy said excitedly, trembling at the thought of his promise with Shanks. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's great. After helping Vivi defeat Crocodile, let's go to the Sky God country. By the way, that reindeer, I must make him my partner. Luffy immediately spotted Chopper and excitedly chased after him. No, don't come over. The irresistible allure of delicious was a law that no one could escape. And Chopper was no exception. Under Luffy's relentless pursuit, Chopper, who kept saying no, soon found himself joining the Straw Hat Pirates without surprise. The miraculous cherry blossoms of Magnet Drum Peak bloomed in the quiet night sky. To welcome Chopper's joining, Luffy, the Banquet King, unhesitatingly held a small feast to celebrate the new member's arrival. Hey, Cook Sanji, you seem to know that God Yake? After taking a drink, Zoro asked. Surprisingly, Sanji did not start a fight over being called a cook this time. Instead, he fell into deep thought. When I was still a chef at Bartai, his news spread throughout the East Blue. A man with an initial bounty of 1.5 billion. He left a deep impression on me. Sanji actually had one more thing to say. One of the members of the Ark Pirates founded by Yake was his biological sister. Wait, what did you just call me? Green algae head? Sanji finally realized that Zoro dared to call him a cook, which was unforgivable, and he grabbed Zoro by the collar. What? You idiot with curled eyebrows. You're really infuriating. Do you want to fight? Come on. Who is afraid of who? The two ignited immediately and started to fight, creating a scene of chaos. Have they always been like this? The timid Chopper trembled. Not often, really, Nami said awkwardly, stepping in with 2 punches, successfully stopping their conflict. Chopper, so scary. At the Sky God country, in the White Sea research base. Gaji, is that guy Walpo being obedient now? Ike said, looking at Walpo, who was eating various metals with a face full of indignation. Lord Yake, he's as obedient as a lamb. Gaji said with satisfaction. In the past. He was bullied by Yake. Ever since Yake handed Walpo's heart to him yesterday, he could now bully Walpo too. He dared not go east when told to go west, and only dared to eat garbage when told to eat garbage. Lord Yake, the metals made using his abilities are very useful. They perfectly solved the problem of electromagnetic cannon materials. This is the customized electromagnetic sniper rifle from Mr. Van Oka, and it has been tested. You can give it a try. Gaji flatteringly took out a 2-meter-long blue sniper rifle and placed it on the table. This length was just right for Van Oka, who was 3 meters 4, but it was a bit too large for Yake, although Yake could fire electromagnetic cannons barehanded. Let me try. Yake picked up the high-tech electromagnetic rifle. This gun has 2 modes, rapid fire and charge shot, although both operate on the principle of an electromagnetic cannon. The rapid fire mode sacrifices a lot of power, and only in the charge shot mode can its terrifying power be unleashed. Yake directly switched to the charge shot mode, aimed at a moving target, pressed the trigger, and began to charge. The indicator bar on the gun gradually changed color from light yellow to bright red. Yake pressed the trigger all the way down. The muzzle emitted a current, and an orange-red beam instantly shot through the center of the target, slowly dissipating afterward. Not bad. Van Oka will definitely love this. You did a great job. Keep producing. We need to ensure that every Special Forces member has one of these electromagnetic rifles. Yake nodded in satisfaction. Its power is already comparable to his electromagnetic cannon. However, the drawback is obvious. It consumes a huge amount of energy and requires a lot of electricity to power the weapon. But what Yake lacks the least is electricity. This is what I should do. By the way, Lord Yake, can this combat suit be delivered to Rayleigh for me? Gaji took out a pink capsule with the emblem resembling the flag of the Ark Pirates. It seems Gaji knows how to get things done. I'll accept it on Raylaigh's behalf. Continue your work. Yake smiled as he held the capsule and left the research institute with a 2-meter-long gun. Yake arrived at the training ground on Snake Island, where Van Oka was instructing Luo on the cultivation of observation hockey. For Sniper, observation hockey is primarily based on strong perception, which is useful for shooting targets from a distance. Van Oka's experience was very practical for Luo. Van Oka, this will be your weapon in the future. Give it a try. Yake tossed an electromagnetic sniper rifle to Van Oka, who held it in a way that felt quite balanced, as it was specially customized for him. Van Oka examined the rifle in his hands, enchanted by it, and quickly figured it out. He rested the stock against his right shoulder and fired several rounds of electromagnetic bullets into the sky, causing a few birds to fall, their bodies mostly intact, showcasing the power of the electromagnetic bullets. Van Oka nodded repeatedly, very satisfied with the gun's performance. He then switched the rifle to charge shot mode and fired into the depths of the forest. In Yake's perception, through observation hockey, the electromagnetic bullet accurately hit a wild boar 5 kilometers away, which was foraging at the time. A bright orange light struck its brain, taking its life. Truly, Van Oka, known as Sound Beyond, excels at such long-range kills. Even against close-range enemies, he can maneuver and shoot with incredible speed. If he can master the technique of using armament hockey, he would have the strength to compete with the top snipers on the sea. That's right, including the Jesus Burgess father and son. But right now, Usopp is still quite inexperienced. Once he grows, Van Oka is unlikely to fall short. Does this gun have a name, Captain? Sheephorn Beast? Forget it, it's your gun. You can name it yourself. Yake is really struggling with naming, but it's not for his own use anyway. How about calling it Fate? This shows how much Van Oka loves this gun. A good gun significantly enhances a sniper's capabilities. With the charged electromagnetic bullets, Van Oka has the confidence to break through the defenses of the 4 Emperors. By the way, if it runs out of power, you can recharge it with Ribe. Luo, train hard. I have something else to attend to. Yake still needs to deliver the battle suit to Rayleigh. With this battle suit, Rayleigh will become the strongest combat force in the Ark Pirates besides Yake. It has an exoskeleton, dual color dominance, and the support of the battle suit. Rayleigh can easily overpower the Ship King, though she just can't kill him yet. She's missing a finishing move. Rayleigh is responsible for the security issues on Sky Island, and she only takes action when encountering strong pirates who aren't very bright. Because any pirate with a decent brain wound cause trouble in Yake's territory, and the weaker city defense forces can handle them. Compared to the busy times right after founding the country, the several priests are relatively free now, except for Gonfu, who is likely busy with population relocation. Rayleigh, here, as your battle suit, try it on. Yake walked into Rayleigh's room and handed her a pink capsule, which she instinctively caught. Battle suit? That's right. With the shape memory metal manufactured by Valpo, Gaji upgraded your battle suit. Now you don't have to wear it every day when you need to fight. Just use this capsule, and it will automatically put on the battle suit for you. Yake looked eager, seemingly wanting to see Legio transform after putting on her battle suit, which was said to be quite rewarding. Since it's a gift from the captain, I'll accept it. Thank you, Yake. Legio generously accepted the pink capsule. It didn't matter who made it as long as it could become Yake's power. Legio, why don't you give it a try? Captain, you've suddenly become so strange. Legio laughed, covering her mouth. Yake's expression was really interesting. All right, Captain, then I'll give it a try. Legio pressed the button on the capsule, and a pink light instantly enveloped her entire body, tightly wrapping her curvy and graceful figure. Yake looked disappointed, but at least he didn't have to worry about revealing himself during the battle, which made him feel much better. As the light faded, Legio transformed into a familiar appearance for Yake. Wearing a pink strapless mini dress, all the elements were complete. The Legio dressed in a white priestess robe instantly became a seductive big sister. Captain, how do I look? Legio smiled as she stood in place, her hands naturally wrapping around her waist, creating an unfathomable cleavage. The powerful will of D almost crushed Yake's will. No, it had far surpassed D. Hiss! Yake gasped, quickly taking deep breaths to calm his emotions, almost tempted by Legio. Or rather, Legio didn't even need to tempt Yake. She exuded a strong charm at all times. Legio, come outside and show me your strength. Yake calmed down. If it were a stranger, he wouldn't even bother looking. It was only because he was too familiar with her that his psychological defenses were breached. The main goal now was to see what kind of strength Legio had when wearing her battle outfit. Captain, are we going to Nine Snake Island? Legio asked disappointedly, not expecting Yake to hold back after such a long preparation for her look. Yake nodded and left the room. On Nine Snake Island at the training base, hearing that Reiju was going to fight Yake, Robin and the others came over. Luo and Van Oka also stopped their training and focused their attention on the two in the training field. Come on, Reiju. Use all your means to try to defeat me. Yake said coldly. Battle is a serious matter. Although he wouldn't use his full strength, he would definitely match Reiju's power in the fight. Okay, Captain, I'm coming. Reiju understood Yake's meaning and, without hesitation, launched her attack. Boom! Style ultimate technique, instankill. Reiju flew into the sky, using moonwalk, and unexpectedly created a sonic boom, charging directly at Yake in the blink of an eye. Her battle boots, wrapped in purple venom, kicked into Yake's right chest, causing it to cave in, but it quickly returned to its original state, with the purple venom crackling on Yake's skin. Not bad speed, but a bit lacking in power. Why not kick my heart directly? I told you not to hold back. Yake appeared behind Legio, grabbing her wrist and throwing her away. Continue. Legio gritted her teeth, knowing she was no match for the captain. But the gap between them felt hopeless. Style secret technique. Legio used moonwalk to maneuver above Yake, raising her dark right leg high for an axe kick. Sakura fall. The axe kick struck Yake's crown without holding back, and he was driven forcefully into the ground, creating cracks all around. That woman is surprisingly strong. Luo raised his hand to shield himself from the dust, which was kicked up by the shockwave caused by Legio. Sister Legio is the strongest. Even Sister Robin can't beat her, Anna said proudly, as if she were the strongest herself. Beepo compared his legs to Legio's repeatedly. Clearly, his legs were stronger, so why couldn't he even win against Anna? Even though both of them had a bounty of 500 berries, he was being beaten up by Anna, a little sister from the same hometown, which plunged Beepo into deep self-doubt. Captain, my attack isn't over yet. Legio's lips curled up, seemingly satisfied with her attack's effect. Storm Foot, Falling Blossom Slash. A series of kicks unleashed a dense barrage of slashes, leaving Yake, who was just about to get up, questioning his life choices. Did I put too much water in? Yake asked himself, then instantly vanished from his spot without using any abilities, employing the same Navy 6 styles technique as Legio. Don't get too carried away. Dragon Fist. Boom! Yake appeared behind Legio and punched her into the ground before she could dodge. Cough. Don't think this can defeat me, Captain. I have become stronger. Legio wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stared at Yake without fear. Let me see how strong you really are. Yake said lightly. The warm-up match is over. Legio rushed in front of Yake, launching various kicks and elbow strikes aimed at vital points. Yake skillfully deflected all of Reiju's attacks, occasionally countering, but Reiju managed to dodge them. Some of this was due to Yake holding back, while others were genuinely anticipated by Reiju, as if she already knew Yake would do this. Observation hockey to foresee the future? No, she wasn't quite there yet, just a little bit away. Then I'll give her a hand. Yake thought to himself and immediately launched a counterattack, his fists raining down on Reiju. But the force was not heavy. and he didn't strike her face. Rayleigh found herself at a disadvantage, struggling to evade Yak's torrential assault. She simply closed her eyes, fully concentrating on feeling the trajectory of Yak's attacks, and managed to dodge his punches one after another. Gradually, Rayleigh began to sense some punches that were about to come, but Yak did not throw them. Is this what will happen in the future? Then I won't hold back. 6 Power's secret technique, Black Moon. Seizing the brief moment of emptiness in Yak's future, Rayleigh charged up and unleashed her strongest attack, her pitch-black fist carving a crescent-shaped trajectory as it struck Yak's heart. Yak took a dozen steps back before stabilizing his body. Yak finally smiled. Rayleigh, well done. Raygio's progress was simply surprising. It seemed like it was time to prepare a powerful fruit for her. On Nine Snake Island, in the training ground, Yak exhaled a breath of foul air, expelling the poison that Rayleigh had seeped into his body during the battle. Rayleigh had not forgotten to poison him, and the toxins lingering in his body would cause some damage over time. Rayleigh, your strength has exceeded my expectations. Make sure to train well with the abilities you just acquired. Yak clapped the dust off his clothes and said with a happy smile. It seemed that, during this time, Rayleigh had integrated the results of her 2 years of training, and the pirates kicked to death were the best proof of that. Haha. It turns out they still can't match the captain. Rayleigh was naturally overjoyed to receive Yak's praise, but on the surface, she maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Although the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her, Robin left silently, her hands tightly clenched. She didn't seem as unconcerned as she appeared. Anyone could surpass her, but Rayleigh couldn't, as she was the first to arrive, and Robin felt her position as the leader was at risk. The pirates who dared to cause trouble in the Sky Island were in for it today. To find potential criminals, they even used the Hana no Mi to monitor the actions of the pirates on Sky Island. Rayleigh, if I get the chance, I will find you a powerful fruit. Get ready to become a dry duck. After Yak finished speaking, he left. A call from the Revolutionary Army had come in. I'll kind of treat you. Luo walked over to Rayleigh and began to use his fruit ability. Rayleigh smiled slightly and did not refuse Luo's kindness. Thank you, you're Luo, right? Room. Luo separated some of the bruised blood within Rayleigh and quietly walked to the training ground nearby to begin his own training. Shinju. Long, what's the matter? Yak placed the phone bug on the table, and Long's expression was vividly portrayed by the phone bug, even showing marks from slippers on his face. Upon receiving the news, a piece of an island had fallen at one of our bases in the East China Sea, nearly leading to a total loss due to suspected remnants of an empty island. I think you might be interested. Island fragments? Empty island? Could it be? Yak remembered a character who could easily toss islands around like toys, and that could only be Golden Lion. He vaguely recalled that Golden Lion had been conducting some animal experiments, attempting to create a large number of ferocious beasts to wreak havoc in the world and overthrow the world government. Where's the location? East Sea, Glasgow Island. I'll hang up now. I think I know who it is. I'll take care of it. Yak hastily hung up the phone. The existence of the Golden Lion was a significant threat to his Sky God Kingdom. If the Golden Lion ever decided to come to the Sky Island with his abilities, it was very likely that all of Yak's efforts over the past few years would go to waste. He had to find the Golden Lion. This legendary pirate was once renowned alongside Joel D. Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, shaking the seas with his power. Many years ago, he sought to team up with Roger to rule the world, but after being rejected, he became furious, and a fierce battle broke out between their pirate crews. Roger, who was originally at the end of his rope, was saved by a sudden storm, and most of the flying pirate crew's fleet was sunk to the seabed. Due to an accident, the ship's helm unfortunately got embedded in the Golden Lion's head, and removing it forcibly would pose a danger to his life. Therefore, the helm remained embedded in his head to this day, greatly affecting his intelligence. Who knows what he might do if he ever had a moment of insanity. Now that he had received news about the Golden Lion, Yak would definitely not let him go. He was an unstable factor, and the abilities of the float fruit posed too great a threat to the Sky Island. Yak had to take it seriously. He couldn't wait for the Golden Lion to come knocking. He had to take the initiative. In the evening, as usual, the crew of the Ark Pirate crew gathered for dinner. Anna prepared a large table full of dishes, and her cooking skills had improved greatly. Yak had become reliant on her food, with his storage compartment nearly stuffed with her dishes. Whenever he went out to handle matters, he only ate the food Anna made. Tomorrow, I'm going to the East Sea. Captain, are you looking for someone again? Do you need her help? Robin asked, frowning, as it seemed Yak hadn't taken them out to sea in a long time. No need. Your staying in the Sky God Kingdom is the greatest help to me. I estimate that something big will happen soon, and you must improve your strength as quickly as possible. Yak knew Robin's thoughts well, but now is not a good time for adventures. He was just going out to take care of a personal matter. No need to make a big fuss. Is it because of that phone call today? Robin recalled that Yake had left because the snail phone rang. Yes, I've discovered the whereabouts of the Golden Lion. His presence poses a huge security risk to the Sky Island, and I must find him first. Yake said helplessly that the main issue is that the Golden Lion's mind isn't functioning well. Otherwise, becoming allies might have been a good choice. The Golden Lion? The only pirate in history who escaped from impelled down. Golden Lion Shiki? Perona almost spat out her food, but since Robin was there, she managed to hold it in. She enjoys reading miscellaneous books in her spare time, and she had just read about the legend of the Golden Lion, which is why she was so excited. Reiju picked up a tissue to wipe her pink lips, placed the tissue on the table, and then slowly spoke. Oh, that's not all. He was captured alive only with the combined efforts of Navy hero Garp and the current fleet admiral. Half of Marineford was turned into ruins. Captain, fate will guide your meeting with him. I firmly believe this, Vancoke said mysteriously, while the other members were already used to it. After all, Vancoke's catchphrase is fate, and even his electromagnetic gun is named Destiny. I'll take your good words to heart. I'll go find him tomorrow. The next day, Yake had already set off. Glasgow Island is not far from Cocassia village, and Yake quickly found Glasgow Island. However, it seemed that the Revolutionary Army had already withdrawn, and the island didn't appear to be inhabited. Yak flew over Glasgow Island, but did not find any trace of the Golden Lion fleet. Where on earth did this guy go? Seriously. Yake, bored, ran across various islands in the East Sea, but found no trace of the Golden Lion. Could it be that Dorag deceived me? It shouldn't be. Yake walked on the beach of an unknown, uninhabited island in the East Sea and kicked a conch shell. Boom! In the distance, the surface of the sea was bubbling like a frying pan because a huge piece of an island had fallen into the water. The small island where Yake was standing was also shaking continuously. It wanted to ascend to the skies. In the blink of an eye, Yake disappeared from his original spot and flew up to the clouds. What came into view was a dreamlike floating island, with the sea stretching across the horizon, and the largest island in the middle surrounded by a ring of sky blue ice blocks. The floating island of the Golden Lion was reached. On the floating island, a flying ship was leading the way. Ha 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 ha. Looks like an impressive little guy has arrived. The Golden Lion chuckled arrogantly while holding a cigar. Having already recognized that the person blocking his way was Yake, a recently famous young kid. But in front of him, Lord Shiki, they were all juniors. Pop, pop. The Golden Lion's expression grew worse as he listened to the footfalls that sounded like farts. He instantly felt unwell. Can't you do something about the sound of your footsteps? Dr. Indigo. Indigo had an explosive blue hairstyle, goggles on his forehead, and a pale face resembling a clown, but his status was very high. Lord Shiki. That kid is said to be quite strong. Why don't we pretend we didn't see him? Upon hearing this, Shiki became furious. How could he be told to ignore someone? Did he want to lose his face as the Golden Lion? Damn it, I am the Golden Lion. Shiki stood up, with two famous swords, Sakura and Deadwood, under his feet, walking without any effect, just like a certain woman. Hey kid, what are you doing in my territory? Are you looking to join me? No, not at all. I'm here to take your head, Yake said with great interest, as if Shurji's head was already in his pocket. Ha, there are quite a few who want my head. It all depends on whether you have the ability, kid. Do I have a grudge against you? The Golden Lion was unconcerned. As a well-known legendary pirate, those who sought him out either wanted to join him or take his head. He had already killed at least a dozen arrogant young fools like Yake who thought they could achieve a little success and act all high and mighty. I have no grudges against you. I just simply want to kill you. The Golden Lion's expression darkened, and he spat a thick phlegm towards Yake, but it fell below the clouds halfway. One arrogant kid. Let me see what kind of strength the defeated subordinate of Whitebeard has. Lion Chikyu Valley. A series of sword energies flew towards Yake, creating a massive momentum that almost split the clouds in half. Swordsmanship? I could do a bit of that too. Yake took out the Tian Suajanyu and started with a series of normal attacks, successfully canceling the Golden Lion's sword energy. There's no need to show off such skills and embarrass yourself. Shurji. Yake erupted with a strong conqueror's haki, exuding an imposing presence. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such astonishing courage. I admit your strength. As the former ruler of the seas, how could the Golden Lion not possess conqueror's haki? The two conquerors' haki began to clash, and the Golden Lion's team of meteorologists immediately fainted. However, the ship remained afloat thanks to the Golden Lion's abilities and was not affected. That's how it should be. Golden Lion, today is your day of doom. Yake is ready to confront the Golden Lion head-on for a true man-to-man 1v1 battle. Raike Long Xiang Strike. Lion Mike Cloud Roll. The Golden Lion is indeed not so easy to deal with. His devil fruit ability, hockey, and combat experience are all top-notch on the seas. Facing such a nimble opponent, Yake can't do much for now, but what he fears the least is a battle of attrition. As long as he can find a flaw, the Golden Lion 1T come out unscathed. Wave slash. Blood splattered from Yake's chest as he accidentally got hit by the domineering withered wood during close combat with the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're not that impressive. Before the Golden Lion could finish his sentence, Yake's wound had already healed, leaving the Golden Lion with a ghostly expression. Hey, what kind of monster are you? A monster that can kill you. Concourses à qui secret technique, Dragon Fist. Yake didn't even glance at the wound and directly used Conqueror's Haki to deliver a punch to the Golden Lion's chin, sending him flying uncontrollably into a floating island. Shiki struggled to get up and found that a gorilla had been staring at him the whole time. Mum? It seemed that the ship's helm really affected Shiki's intelligence, as he mistook a gorilla for his mother. Yake clapped his hands in admiration. Is that thing what affected you? Golden Lion. Yake couldn't stand that the back and forth with Shurji, who was playing against himself, was like this. It was a bit embarrassing to even say it out loud. Then come out. Yake flashed behind the Golden Lion, stepping on his shoulder, forcibly pulling the ship's helm out from the top of his head, the bottom of the helm covered in red and white. It hurts like hell. The Golden Lion rolled on the ground in pain, howling in agony. However, he also felt an unprecedented lightness in his brain since the helm was taken away by Yake, as his intelligent mind regained its dominance. But now he looked like a monstrous ghost, his beautiful golden hair stained red with blood. Golden Lion, you won't live much longer. So, use your last bit of strength and try to kill me. Yake stood ready. Facing him next would be the fully committed Golden Lion. A cornered rabbit can bite, let alone a lion. Shiki had nothing left to hold back. If he couldn't kill Yake quickly, he would die from his brain injury. This is the physique of a strong person at sea. Even with half a head missing, they can still thrive. Ha ha ha, so you're the god Yake. A glint flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes. The lion's might. Shiki flew directly into the sky, and the ground beneath Yake began to tremble, shaped like a majestic lion's head, heavily surrounding Yake. How terrifying. Such a spectacle could only be created by a devil fruit user. The lifelike dark brown lion roared and charged at Yake, wanting to bury him in one go. TCH, an ignorant little brat. The Golden Lion disdainfully said as he saw Yake being buried, casually stroking his head, covered in blood and some unknown white substance. Thunderstorm. Yake could dodge at any time, but it was unnecessary. He transformed into the form of an azure dragon and burst forth from the ground, spewing out a torrent of thunder and wind blades towards Shiki, forcing the Golden Lion to hurriedly evade. The continuous kilometers of thunderous winds directly shattered the island behind Shiki into fragments, turning it into ruins that floated in the air. How is this possible? Why do you have that, Kid Kaido's ability? The Golden Lion's eyes nearly popped out. Does his ability even have duplicates? Lion's might, meteor shower. The Golden Lion quickly reacted. Now was not the time to think about these things, as he controlled the island's fragments and hurled them all at Azure Dragon Yake. Flame burst breath. East Blue. Today, Garp was having a bad day. After finally getting a day off, he had just crossed the doldrums and arrived in the East Blue when a thick phlegm fell on his head, nearly making him sick. Then the sky started to rain stones, which transformed into magma. Is this still the East Blue he was familiar with? Damn it. What the hell is going on in the sky? Is someone fighting? Don't let me catch you, you bastard. Garp angrily swung his black iron fist to knock away the falling rock fragments and scorching magma, while the Navy on the ship fled in panic. Some of them even screaming as they were burned by the magma. What a misfortunate day. Stop moving forward. I want to see who's causing trouble up there. Garp pouted as he looked at the sky. This was, of course, the result of the battle between Yake and the Golden Lion. Golden Lion, are you still using those boring tricks? Your life is slipping away. Yake transformed back into his humanoid form and said, the Azure Dragon is very handsome, but the target is too big. For a strong opponent, it's just a moving target. Haha, little brat. Although I don't know how you obtained Kaido's powers, that's not a reason for your arrogance. The lion's might was unleashed. The water on the floating island was controlled by Shiki, surrounding Yake layer by layer. Trying to trap him with water? How naive. I possess more than just Kaido's abilities. Shiki, thunderstorm. Yake spread his arms wide, and a large amount of electricity surged outward from him, with water continuously being electrocuted. Get a try yourself, Shiki. Yake flickered behind Shiki and punched him into the water balloon. Do you know what electrolysis produces, Shiki? Boom. Art is an explosion. The water balloon, filled with hydrogen gas, was ignited by a small spark, resulting in a violent explosion. The power was comparable to dynamite, and the intense heat wave instantly evaporated the water. Shiki didn't even realize why the air exploded until he was blown away. Cough, cough, kid, you don't think I'm dead, do you? I'm a golden lion. The golden lion quickly got up again. This level of attack wouldn't take his life, just made his head hurt. Without treatment, he would surely die. Lion's might, meteor shower. Several islands were torn apart, and countless fragments flew toward Yake. This move is a copy of mine. Isn't this just the Earth explosion star? Yake said unhappily. I can copy others, but others can't copy me. Yake continuously flickered, dodging the rock fragments that clung to him like maggots. Unintentionally, he slowly approached Shurji. Golden Lion. Azure Dragon Annihilation. The Thunder Azure Dragon devoured the Golden Lion, and a floating island was instantly pierced through, leaving the fate of the Golden Lion uncertain. But Shurji was definitely not dead. The floating island had not yet begun to fall, and he was still conscious, only paralyzed and unable to move due to the thunder. Yake scanned the surroundings with his observation hockey, searching for the trace of the Golden Lion. I found you. Yake discovered the continuously falling Golden Lion, and he no longer had the strength to resist. Gungnir, the spear of the gods, pierced through. A thunderous spear was thrown like a meteor, penetrating the heart of the Golden Lion, marking the end of a legendary hero. Perhaps he was once a powerful figure who could rival Roger. However, after losing his legs, his strength diminished. Moreover, with half his brain gone, being able to fight Yake for so long was simply a medical miracle. Yake grabbed the corpse of the Golden Lion and floated in the air. Looking down, he spotted a naval warship shaped like a dog-s head. It was Garp. You little brat, Yake. Is this your doing? I'll make sure to deal with you properly. Garp said angrily, rolling up his sleeves, ready to teach Yake a lesson. Garp, the Golden Lion is dead, and his island is about to fall. Can you help me keep his body for now? Yake threw the corpse of the Golden Lion onto the deck of the warship, leaving Garp stunned. The Golden Lion, Shiki, a longtime rival and even the pirate overlord that he and Sengoku had captured with their own hands, had now become a lifeless body. Shiki, you bastard. You died just like that. Garp sighed deeply, realizing that there were very few old-timers left from his era, and only a handful he could name. He suddenly felt that these old guys no longer fit in this rampaging era. When he looked up, Yake had already vanished without a trace. Yake transformed into the form of an Azure Dragon, lifting several intact islands. If it weren't for the effect of the flame clouds still suspended in the air, such islands landing in the East China Sea would cause a massive tsunami. Yake would naturally not miss the ready-made islands and planned to place these archipelagos in the White Sea to expand the land resources of the Kingdom of the Void. However, he first needed to say goodbye to Garp. The Azure Dragon? Could it be that kid Yake? Garp looked at the giant dragon approaching the warship. Old man Garp, I'll leave the Gold Lion to you. Make sure to give him a proper burial. As for Shiki, I'll handle it. But what's up with your abilities? Why are you like that bastard Kaido? Garp asked casually while picking his nose. It's nothing, just ate 2 devil fruits. Yake had nothing to hide. The Navy would find out sooner or later. After saying that, he turned and left, or else that old bastard Garp would chase after him again. What the hell? It turns out he just ate 2 devil fruits. Doesn't this kid fear death? Garp almost broke his nose from the force of his disbelief. This news was too shocking, and he had to tell Sengoku immediately. Yake returned to the Sky Kingdom with a floating island. It is said that there is a magical plant called IQ on the island. I'll ask Aji to study it another day. As for Shiki's flying ship, it doesn't matter. Let's sink into the sea. Mosi Mosi? I'm Garp, please respond. Garp, you bastard. Aren't you on vacation? Spit it out. Sengoku said irritably, handing a stack of documents to his little white sheep brand shredder. Golden Lion and Shiki are dead. What? Shiki, did you kill him? Sengoku immediately became agitated. This was good news for the Navy. Who knows what schemes the Golden Lion has been plotting all these years while in prison. No, it was that brat Yake who killed him and even took Shiki's island away. Shiki's body is with me. I see, Garp. I will send someone to take Shiki's body away. You continue your vacation. Wait, there's another message. Sengoku almost lost his temper. Bastard, can you just say everything at once? That brat Yake has eaten 2 devil fruits and has gained powers similar to Kaido's. The transponder snail showed disbelief. It's easy to imagine how shocked Sengoku is right now. Is what you said true? I saw it with my own eyes. And the Navy on the warship witnessed it too. Sai, I got it. Marineford. Sengoku hung up the phone with a worried expression. The Thunder Fruit combined with Kaido's abilities makes Yake a major threat to the Navy. Sengoku sat in his position in a daze for a long time, but eventually dialed the call to the Gorosei. This is Sengoku. I have something to tell you. Yake brought several islands to the White Sea, placing them around the White Sea, with some surviving residents on them who have wings growing from their arms and seem to be able to fly. Yake has arranged for them to be all relocated to the immigration zone to join the Kingdom of the Sky and start a new life. The creatures on the islands should not be disturbed for now, as I find them useful. Yake is preparing to use these islands as a trial ground, with the remaining ferocious creatures on the island used to hone the soldiers. These animals themselves are not particularly strong, just large in size. But ultimately, they are merely mindless beasts, and trained Special Forces soldiers have no problem dealing with them. Yake, you made a throat-cutting gesture toward the golden lion. Robin, that's right, he's dead. Robin, help me issue a bounty for the superhuman type, float fruit. Let's set the price at 2 billion. Yake did not use the prototype of the devil fruit to store the float fruit, and he would just wait for the float fruit to be reborn. If someone else ate it, he would kill them again. The float fruit must be in his hands. Okay, I will immediately notify Ganfu to make an external announcement. Is this fruit really that important? Robin asked in confusion. Having not seen Yake's battle with the golden lion, she was not very clear about the power of this fruit. The development of the golden lion was one aspect, but what Yake valued was its auxiliary ability. With it, entry and exit to the Sky God Kingdom would be much more convenient. That's right, it's best if it can be bought with money. If it appears elsewhere, I will take it back. Anyway, I can't let the Navy get it. Yake said confidently that this fruit was his for the taking. All right, by the way, the world government people called. Do you want to talk to them? Although Robin hated the people from the world government, she still had to inform Yake, as he was the master of the Kingdom of the Sky and her captain. Oh, I can't wait to see what they have to say. Give me the phone. Yaki suddenly became interested and wanted to hear how the dogs of the world government would bark. Moshi, Lord Yaki, I am one of the 5 elders, and we are here to negotiate with you. A few old men from the 5 elders surrounded the snail phone, and the one speaking was an old man with a long beard, while the other members listened quietly. Go ahead, what do you want? What I need to do? Yake said sarcastically, while the phone bug with blue tattoos on the side of the 5 elders perfectly mimicked Yake's expression. Arrogant. The old man with the sword muttered softly, but another person quickly stopped him from continuing. We want the weapons from Sky Island, as well as a large quantity of shellfish. As a condition, the Kingdom of Heaven can join the world government as a member state and have all your bounties canceled. We can also overlook the killing of the celestial dragons. As long as the heavenly gold is paid, you can continue to be your king. Haha, that's really interesting. What if I say no? Yake was almost in tears from laughing. Is that it? Not to mention that Yake never even considered trading with the world government. But these conditions are just too pathetic, right? Are they trying to send him off like a beggar? The conditions are negotiable if you want to join the world government and become a member state. That's all they care about. It seems the rest are just a facade, as long as Yake is willing to become a member state and not oppose the world government. The 5 elders will have achieved their goal. But is that possible? It's impossible. By the way, I've already collected a dozen historical documents. Robin translated them. Do you want to hear the content? 800 years ago. Enough. You're digging your own grave. It seems you've made up your mind to oppose the world government, and you won't have a good outcome. Ha. I'm waiting for you. By the way, let Spandam and Spandane clean their necks. Maybe that day I'll go kill them. The 5 elders hung up the phone. However, the 5 of them remained calm, as if they had anticipated this situation. Release the news. Let's destroy his country first. Agreed. Seconded. Yake put the phone worm aside and dismissed the harsh words of the 5 elders. Robin, don't worry. I will avenge all the scholars of O'Hara. Yake looked at Robin, who seemed about to cry, and comforted her. Thank you, Captain. Robin still maintained her smile, but tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. The next day, the Newsbird's newspaper spread across the world. The world government policy was to stigmatize the Kingdom of the Sky, demonizing Yake, describing the Kingdom of the Sky as a hell that devours people, and portraying Yake as a powerful, ambitious pirate who commits murder and arson, doing all kinds of evil. Even using Gold Lion as a stepping stone to slander Joel D. Roger and Gold Lion, while also promoting Yake as an equally wicked pirate. Previously, when Yake had a standoff with the red-haired, his bounty had been suppressed by the Gorosei. However, after Yake firmly rejected the world government, his bounty was immediately raised. Upon learning that Yake was a dual devil fruit user, the Gorosei, shocked, directly raised Yake's bounty to a terrifying height. Yark's bounty has remained at 2 billion for over 2 years, but has now been updated. Captain of the Ark Pirates, God Ark, extremely dangerous, only, bounty, 6 billion berries. The general impression of Yark in the world is that he is a ruthless killer of celestial dragons, killing without blinking an eye. In some places, he can even stop children's night cries. He has established a pirate nation in the sky, implementing a brutal and inhumane rule, causing the number of visitors to Sky Island to be halved overnight. Aside from desperate refugees and pirates wanting to join the Ark Pirates, there are almost no normal tourists left. This is the power of public opinion wielded by the world government, which can make ignorant civilians fear the Kingdom of Sky simply through newspapers. The population growth of the Kingdom of Sky has hit a standstill. Robin, what is the current total population of Sky Island? The registered residents of the Kingdom of Sky total 15,642, including 413 indigenous people and 229 immigrants, including the newly joined Wing tribe from yesterday. Yake didn't expect the retaliation from the world government to come so quickly. However, the losses were still within bearable limits, so there was no need to panic. As for how people around the world viewed him, it didn't matter. They could think whatever they wanted. Prejudice is a product of ignorance. New World, Moby Dick. Has Shiki also died? Whitebeard sighed upon hearing the news that the Golden Lion Shiki had been killed by Yake. Where should we, the remnants of the old era, go from here? Wayno, Whole Cake Island. Mama, Shiki was killed by that Yake brat. Katakuri, why hasn't that kid Yake come to my tea party? Big Mom, who had just been smiling, suddenly turned to question Katakuri. When Yake had just gained fame, she had wanted to invite him to the tea party. But the tea party was held every year, and Yake had never come. I'm very sorry, Mama. Yake's movements are mysterious. He often acts alone, and his base isn't in the New World, so. Katakuri said, sweating nervously. Regardless, this was his negligence. All right, I'll give you one last chance. You must find Yake. This time, I will personally talk to him. Understood, Mama. On Onigashima. Why won't that kid come to the New World? He insists on playing house in paradise. I really want to fight him. Kaido cried, hitting a subordinate away and downing a drink. Kaido didn't know that Yake possessed the same abilities as him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. The world government deliberately concealed the fact that Yake was a dual devil fruit user and quietly sought Vegapunk to restart experiments related to devil fruits. Redforth. Ha, everyone. Come and see. Yake's bounty has increased again. It's almost catching up to mine. Shanks laughed, ignoring the world government's slanders against Yake and pointing at Yake's bounty notice. Among the 4 emperors of the New World, who hasn't faced public scrutiny. Although some of it is true, it's definitely slander against Yake. If it weren't for the crew's strength not being displayed yet, his bounty would definitely not be lower than yours, Beckman said calmly. The world government's bounty is generally assessed based on the threat level of the pirate to the world, personal strength, and influence. Based on Beckman's understanding of Yake, the crew he recruited would not be ordinary. They just needed a chance to showcase their abilities. Yark's news sparked heated discussions among people around the world, and he is referred to as the 5th emperor ruling the seas, the strongest pirate crew in the first half of the Grand Line, the Ark Pirates. 5 emperors? That brat Yark actually killed that old guy, Gold Lion. Back in the day, we were almost driven to the brink by Shiki. Time waits for no one. Shaki, with a big smile, told Rayleigh about Yark's news, which made Rayleigh reminisce about the scene over 20 years ago when he was heavily surrounded by Shiki's flying pirate crew. Once people get old, they tend to cherish the past. Reiju, how many pirates are there in the Kingdom of Sky now? Yark asked helplessly. Basically all pirates. More than a dozen pirate crews. All want to join the Ark Pirates. Captain, are you really not considering it? There are several captains with bounties over 100 million. Reiju chuckled secretly, realizing that having too many followers could also trouble Yark. By the way, Reiju, I met Sanji. He has also become a pirate. Yark pulled Reiju, who was secretly laughing, into his arms. Sanji, is he doing well? He joined the Straw Hat Pirates and became their cook. He has a great group of friends. Yake whispered to Reiju that their relationship meant he was technically Sanji's brother-in-law, right? So that would make Sanji his little brother-in-law. That's great. He wondered when he would see Sanji again. Ever since he escaped from Germa, he hadn't seen him at all. Reiju reminisced, not expecting to break free from Germa's shackles so quickly, all thanks to the man in front of her. It won't be long. I estimate that they will arrive at the land of the gods in a few days. At that time, please play the role of the villain. Yake grinned wickedly, already planning everything for the Straw Hat crew in his mind. Captain, your smile is so evil. Are you thinking of some bad ideas again? Reiju could tell from Yake's smile that he was definitely scheming something. You'll find out soon enough. Right now, there are many pirates in the land of the gods, but there isn't much trouble anymore. Legendary figures like the Golden Lion have died at Yake's hands, and the pirates have become much more obedient, except for a few stubborn pirate crews. If they insist on trying, they will meet their demise. Unfortunately, there aren't many talented individuals around. The supernovas of the worst generation have chosen different routes, and the only crew likely to come to the land of the gods is is the Straw Hat Pirates. Training ground. Vankoff, here is a devil fruit, the Suk no Mi. Do you want it? Yaki held the smooth fruit and asked if this fruit couldn't be digested internally. Then he would give it to someone else. Hancock also had quite a few subordinates. Logically speaking, devil fruits are rare and hard to come by, and even money can't buy them. However, no one in his pirate crew was willing to eat it. No, Captain, this fruit isn't suitable for me. I have enough with what I have. Van Oka smiled as he caressed the destiny in his hand, feeling as if the gun was like his lover. When Yake heard this, he said, well, the smooth fruit has no rights, and no one wants it. How's your training going, Luo? Yake is still lifting weights. As a doctor, it's quite tough for him. However, it was Yake's requirement for him to build up his physical strength, as the fruit of surgery is very powerful. The downside is that it consumes a lot of energy. Before meeting Yake, Law would get exhausted after using just a few skills, but now he's much stronger. At least he can use several skills without gasping for breath. His muscles are still a bit thin, which can only attract women, but not men, indicating that Law's training isn't quite up to par. Captain, I feel that the observation hockey you mentioned is about to awaken, but it's still a little short. Law wiped the sweat from his brow, his body slightly heaving. Keep it up. You've already surpassed many of your contemporaries among the supernovas. However, you need to master the armament hockey as soon as possible. If it's really difficult, you can learn the iron block. I can teach you the iron block, but under no circumstances should you use it in battle, understood? Yake had a serious expression, fearing that Luo would become arrogant after mastering the iron block technique. As everyone knows, iron block is a skill exclusive to Garp. Anyone else who uses it ends up either dead or severely injured. Under Yake's patient guidance, Leiji had already given up on iron block and had not used it since awakening her Busashoka hockey, while Lan Jiao was playing around with it skillfully. Understood, Captain. Although Luo didn't know why Yake was so serious, he knew that listening to the captain was always the right choice. The next day, every day, newspapers are transported from the Sky Island to the Kingdom of the Sky for distribution. Regardless of the content, they are delivered to the Kingdom of the Sky. After all, there's nothing to hide. Yake didn't want the residents of Sky Island to be completely unaware of the outside world. Today's newspaper was quite interesting, and Yake read it with great interest. Unsurprisingly, Crocodile had been defeated by Luffy, buried alongside his dreams in the yellow sand. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the Straw Hat crew would arrive in the Kingdom of the Sky. Captain, someone claiming to be from the Big Mom Pirates is here to see you and says it's urgent. Leiji conveyed the message to Yake through the Den Mushi. Big Mom is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. What could they want with Yake? Bring them to the shrine. By the way, did he say who he was? Yake curiously asked. Although there was currently no conflict with Big Mom, it was only a matter of time before there would be. He wanted to see what business Big Mom had that required her to come to his territory. A man and a woman introduced themselves. The man called himself Katakuri, and the woman introduced herself as Charlotte Brle. Oh, I see. Bring them to the divine residence. I happen to have time. Katakuri and Brle. That makes sense. Brle is a mirror fruit user, which allows her to enter the mirror world. Therefore, she can teleport within the mirror world and appear at specific locations through mirrors. If nothing unexpected happens, Katakuri brought Brle along to quickly reach the paradise through the mirror world. Yake was also quite interested in this Big Mom's right-hand man, the strongest child of Big Mom. Before long, Reiju brought a tall man and a woman who looked like a witch to the divine residence. After arriving at the Kingdom of the Sky, Katakuri had never let down his guard, always keeping Brle protected behind him to prevent any unforeseen events. He had no interest in the peculiar sights of the Kingdom of the Sky. He just wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible and safely return to Whole Cake Island with Brle. In his perception, the woman who received them was very strong, and he had a nagging feeling that someone was watching them from the shadows. It wasn't until he saw Yake that he realized Yake's combat power was definitely not something the Navy had exaggerated. His imposing presence was no less than Big Mom's, exuding a dangerous aura. Katakuri's body instinctively tensed as he observed his surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, he slowly spoke. Lord Yake, I am Katakuri, and this is Charlotte Brle. The reason for our uninvited visit is that Mom has important matters to discuss with you. I hope you can understand. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing, and he remained polite, truly a pillar of the Charlotte family. No need to be nervous. In the Kingdom of the Sky, as long as you're not an invader, we are friends. Please tell me, what does Big Mom want? Yake said with interest, leaning slightly forward. I apologize for my rudeness, Lord Yake. Please wait a moment. Mom wishes to negotiate with you personally. Brew. Mom. We have arrived at the kingdom of the sky, and Lord Yake is right next to me. You can speak directly with him now. Katakuri slightly nodded to Yake in salute, placed the snail phone on the table in front of Yake, and stood quietly like a statue, while BRLE tightly clung to Katakuri's leg. Mamama, is this the god Yake? It's me, Big Mom. It seems we have no interaction, right? What do you need from me? Mamama, I have a tea party next week, and you must come. Mamama. Judging by the expression of the snail phone, it was clear that Big Mom was in a good mood, drooling all over. Yake frowned slightly. This doesn't seem to concern me, right? Mamama, you are the main guest this time, the most important one. Katakuri, give him an invitation. Katakuri took a beautifully crafted invitation from his pocket and placed it on the right side of the snail phone. Yake glanced at it. The packaging was exquisite. However, the pattern on it looked like a child's scribblings with crooked letters and some nonsensical drawings. It was obviously hand-drawn by Big Mom, and there was no way it could be fake. I'm a main guest. What do you mean by that? Yake had a foreboding feeling. The ant couldn't possibly have taken a liking to him, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yake quickly shook his head to throw this terrifying thought out of his mind. If that were the case, he would rather rush to the international community right now and deal with the ant directly. Mama, come on. Once you come, you'll know. And there's also a particularly delicious sea salt almond milk foam chiffon cake, slurp. Yake was momentarily speechless. What kind of attraction does a cake have? It would be better to just send me a few historical texts directly. All right, I'll be there next week. Yake was extremely exhausted. He planned to take the Ark Pirates to the land of Wa for some fun and to collect some historical texts. But if Big Mom had any ill intentions, then they would just fight. Who's afraid of whom? Mama, that's great. I'll be waiting for your arrival at Cake Island. Katakuri put away the transponder snail and placed a permanent pointer on Yake's desk, bowing slightly once again. Sorry to bother you, Lord Yake. I'll be waiting for your arrival in the land of Wa. Here, that's my transponder snail number. You can contact me anytime once you're within the territory. Katakuri turned around and left with Bruley, not hesitating for a moment. His respect for Yake was solely because Yake was strong, not because Yake was a king or a god. Big Mom, haha, she actually dares to invite me to her territory. Let us treat it as a vacation. Meanwhile, on Gaia Island, Uncle Chestnut Head, is there really a sky current that will take us to Sky Island tomorrow? Luffy asked excitedly. That's right. If you're not afraid of dying, Kuroiki said, extinguishing a cigarette and blowing a puff of pure secondhand smoke at Luffy. Yoshi, let us set off for Sky Island tomorrow. Luffy, think about it some more. You could go to Sky Island safely through the Sky Island. Why risk your life riding the sky current? Nami tried to persuade Luffy to choose the safe route. Her voice slightly choked as she tightly grasped Luffy's arm. That's right, Luffy. You need to consider us too. Woo-woo. Chopper clung tightly to Luffy's thigh, leaving a brown furrow on the ground as Luffy moved. Hey, I'm telling you, I've got a disease that makes me die if I go to Sky Island. Luffy, no, I'm going tomorrow. I have to know what Uncle Shank said. Luffy looked at the straw hat in his hands, looking forward to tomorrow's adventure. In the Sky God Country Immigration Zone, the original gate of heaven. After a night of busy searching for the Southview bird in the forests of Gaia Island, the next morning, a group of people shot up into the sky through the giant sky current near Gaia Island, arriving at the land of the gods. Huh, is this the Sky God Country? There are so many houses I've never seen before. How interesting. Luffy shouted excitedly from the top of the mast. This place was completely different from the countries on the sea, with fast-moving shrimp and bustling crowds. Everyone's faces full of smiles until they saw Luffy and the others. The pirates are here. The invaders are here. Quickly report to the City Defense Army. The residents of the immigration zone were all from the Blue Sea and were very sensitive to pirate ships and pirate flags. Normally, the Sky God Country had no ships, which only indicated that pirates had truly invaded here. The arrival of Luffy and his group shattered the peace of the immigration zone. It seems like the people here aren't very welcoming to us. Nami said unwillingly, they are not bad people. But since they raised the pirate flag, they had to be prepared to be disliked by the civilians. It looks like they're calling the army over. There's really no way. Zoro said in a low voice, his 3 swords already drawn. In the distance, a group of armed soldiers quickly approached the Straw Hat crew, coming in full force. Captain, there are pirates invading the immigration zone. Vipa has already gone over. I really don't know how they got their ship here, Robin said, looking puzzled at the transponder snail. Could it be that this group of pirates can fly? Ha ha, it's the Straw Hat crew. Take them to Angel Island. Reiju will entertain them well. Yake grinned. The show was about to start, and he couldn't help but look at the expressions of the Straw Hat crew. It's over, we're doomed. No need to guess, it must be Usopp. Vipa arrived near the immigrant area with a group of clone soldiers, dozens of guns aimed at the Straw Hat crew. Intruders, surrender. Ah, don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. The timid trio immediately gave up resistance and raised their hands in surrender. The three main fighters stood ready, their expressions serious, prepared to fight at any moment. Surrender, and we will guarantee your safety. Otherwise, you will be executed on the spot. Ye called us here. Didn't he tell you? Nami showed Vipa the golden permanent pointer in her hand, blocking the three who wanted to resist, anxiously saying. Vipa frowned and carefully examined the golden pointer. Upon seeing the Ark logo at the bottom, he confirmed it was a divine item. It seemed that this group had indeed encountered the divine, but they still needed to be controlled first. It is indeed a divine item. Come with me. 6 pairs of handcuffs firmly restrained the 5 people. The handcuffs mixed with trace amounts of sea prism stone, making them very hard and also affecting the combat power of devil fruit users. Hey, what are you doing? Let's go. Ah, I have no strength left. Vipa unceremoniously took the Mary into custody and brought the 6 to Angel Island as required by the disciplinary priest. Hey, where are you taking us? Angel Island. Ah, so we're dead? Vipa, seems like we caught a few fools. Angel Island. The 2 priests of the Sky Island, Legio and Perona, have been waiting for a long time. Sister Legio, are they just another bunch of stupid pirates? Perona, holding a curious doll, said boredly. If it weren't for the captain calling her over, she wouldn't bother dealing with a bunch of stupid pirates. Perona was extremely inflated now. Pirates coming to the Sky God country basically didn't even know what hockey was. Perona could handle the pirates just by sitting still in the divine residence, making them obedient and tearful. Now she was already the big sister of Anna and Bepo. That's right. I'll be counting on you later, Perona. I can't help it. Leave it to me, Sister Legio. Splash, splash. The people of Angel Island were also very curious. 2 priests had arrived at the same time, and the onlookers gathered, making Angel Square lively. What the heck? So it's just a few pirates. Foolish. Would ordinary pirates make 2 priests move? Lady Perona, go for it. You are the strongest. Let them kneel and repent. The Straw Hat crew felt like they were heading to the execution ground, surrounded by onlookers. Anyone with a bit of intelligence in the group frowned, sensing something was off. Ah, are they welcoming us? Oh, hello everyone. The man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy, not understanding the situation, smiled happily as he introduced himself to the residents of Angel Island. That idiot. Sogeking had no strength left to retort, but with his hands locked and weapons confiscated, he could only glare. You want to become the Pirate King? Splash, splash, laughable. Negative ghost. Perona coldly mocked Luffy's words. Even the captain never said he wanted to become the Pirate King. And just because of this silly boy, a negative ghost passed through Luffy's chest. Luffy fell to the ground disheartened, crying. If there is a next life, I want to be a shell. This is too terrible. I really want to crawl into a hole if there was one. Hey, Luffy, what the hell are you doing? Luffy seemed to become very negative after being passed through by the ghost. This ability is too terrifying. Perona was overjoyed to see Luffy hit, her mocking laughter becoming even more piercing. Splash, splash. You think you can become the Pirate King? You're just like any ordinary pirate. Hey, Vipa, let them all go. I can handle them by myself. Perona said arrogantly, showing no regard for the Straw Hat crew. Divine residence. Yake was observing the situation through the image phone bug and felt utterly exhausted, seeing Perona's arrogant demeanor. He thought to himself, I've raised such a thing over the years. Well, at least the lowly killer Usopp is on the scene. Usopp, it's up to you to give Perona an unforgettable lesson. Wappa waved his hand, and the clone soldiers stepped forward to unlock all the handcuffs of Straw Hat crew, then formed a circle, leaving space for Perona. TCH, what a cocky guy. If you can't speak, then don't say anything, green algae head. This is clearly a beautiful lady. Oh. Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts as he approached Perona with a strange gait. Pervert. Negative ghost. Perona's face changed when she saw a lewd-looking blonde Kappa getting closer to her. With eyebrows curling like an idiot, it would be better to just die. Sanji knelt at Perona's feet, filled with low pressure, while also subtly mocking the few remaining circle eyebrows in this world. Observing secretly, Reiju thought, stupid little brother. Even I get scolded? Sanji fell. Perona stepped on Sanji's head, repeatedly hitting his head with a red umbrella. Seriously, where did this cocky pervert come from? Sanji looked negative yet lewd, seemingly enjoying it. Hey, pink-haired girl, let go of Sanji. Luffy successfully broke free from the influence of the negative ghost, shouting that he would become the Pirate King, only to kneel on the ground and become a salted fish, which made him feel very displeased. He rolled up his sleeves. ready to teach Perona a lesson. Stupid curled eyebrows. It's all because of your usual lack of willpower. I wouldn't be like this. You've successfully angered me. Negative ghost. Perona got angry upon hearing Luffy's words, raised her hand, and released a group of negative ghosts, which passed through every member of the Straw Hat crew. What's so great about being a pirate king? Isn't it better to be a salted fish? My life is such a failure. Just as Luffy was about to strike, he fell to the ground with a thud, hugging his legs and squatting in a corner drawing circles. I'm sorry for being human. Zoro, striking a cool pose, hit the ground with his head. The slap to the face came so quickly. I'm sorry. Please forgive us. Perona floated in front of the six with a teddy bear, thinking, what a bunch of idiots. How dare you run wild on my territory? This is asking for death. Perona looked at the various colored heads in front of her, black, yellow, green, orange, and a long-horned raccoon, with the green one being the most eye-catching, which made her inexplicably angry, feeling an impulse to stomp on it. In the end, Perona chose to follow her heart and lifted her little boot, stomping hard on Zoro's head. You green-hair guy, you make people so angry just by looking at you. Acting all cool. In the end, you're just an idiot. I am sorry. Saying sorry doesn't help. At this moment, the only one in the Straw Hat Pirates who remained conscious was Usopp, who pretended to be affected by the ghostly effect and knelt down with the others, his mind racing with strategies. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, Usopp slowly crawled on the ground like a fat maggot, secretly taking out his hidden slingshot and aiming at Perona. Ultimate move, Pepper Star. Usopp distanced himself, drew back the bow, and shot. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely miss Perona. After all, she had mastery of observation hockey, though not proficient. Dodging bullets was no problem. The issue was that Perona was currently extremely inflated. Seeing a group of people kneeling under her ghost, her guard was down. The pepper-filled bullet exploded in Perona's astonished eyes, scattering a large amount of pepper dust, and she unexpectedly got hit. Hachu! How could Hachu, not a single person withstand my Hachu negative ghost? Perona coughed and cried, grabbing her nose and eyes. Looking like a rain-soaked pear flower, unable to accept that this long-nosed guy, who clearly couldn't use hockey, could block her negative ghost. Now's the time for the ultimate move, Blacklight Star. The bullet exploded on Perona's body, and a swarm of toy cockroaches crawled out, covering her body. Oh no, I'm most afraid of cockroaches. Reiju, come save me, get these bugs away. Hachu! Perona panicked, tears streaming down her face, nearly fainting as she saw the cockroaches crawling all over her body. Now I know Captain Usopp has power, huh? It's not over yet. Usopp arrogantly stroked his long nose and pulled back the slingshot. Ultimate move, Gunpowder Star. As expected of the lowly killer Usopp, he had clearly arranged this set for Perona. Yake felt very satisfied, thinking about how he had indulged her too much. This is where it ends. Reiju descended from the sky, catching Usopp's bullet with one hand. With a muffled sound, a wisp of black smoke drifted from the gaps in Reiju's fist. Don't go too far with Perona now. Reiju turned around and took out a handkerchief to clean Perona's snotty, tear-streaked face, instructing several maidens to take Perona away to rest. Who are you? I tell you, I have 8,000 subordinates. As long as I give the order, this place will be leveled to the ground. Usopp said, trembling all over, unable to stop his legs from shaking. This woman actually caught the Gunpowder Star with one hand, too terrifying. She must not be an easy opponent. I am the punishing priest of the kingdom of sky gods. Just now, you attacked the ghost priest, and in the kingdom of sky gods, attacking a priest is a capital offense. Reiju glanced at Sanji, who was still kneeling on the ground. Although she wore a smile, to Usopp, she looked horrifying. Capital offense. A beautiful swordswoman brought roasted meat. Usopp quickly came up with an idea, trying to awaken the three major powers stuck in disappointment. As for Nami and Chopper, forget it. They were about the same as him. Beautiful. Swordswoman. Roasted meat. Upon hearing Usopp's words, the three felt their DNA stir, an electric current coursing through their bodies, and they successfully broke free from the negative ghost's influence. If Perona saw this, she would probably question her life. Hey Sanji, why are you wearing a girl-esque clothes? Luffy got up and searched for meat, only to find Reiju with curly eyebrows, looking almost identical to Sanji at first glance. Idiot, I'm right here. Sanji angrily punched Luffy, lit a cigarette, and looked forlornly at Reiju. Seeing Sanji's expression, Reiju smiled with relief. Sanji, you've grown up. Don't you recognize your sister anymore? Sister? The Straw Hat crew was shocked. The priest of the kingdom of sky gods was actually Sanji's sister. No wonder they looked so alike. Idiot. How do you recognize people? Zoro complained, thinking to himself, so curly eyebrows have family too? He always thought Sanji was an orphan. Reiju, since you're here, what about Germa? One unlovable little brother, calling his sister by her name. Germa is already as good as dead. Now there's only the kingdom of sky gods. Reiju reproached, noticing that Sanji was no longer as cute as he was when he was little. It seemed he cared a lot about his childhood experiences. Hey, where's Yake? I want to see him. Luffy shouted at Reiju. It's not easy to see a god in the kingdom of sky gods. Unless you defeat me, Reiju said. She also wanted to see what kind of captain could make Sanji willingly follow. You are Sanji's sister. I won't fight you. Quickly call out Yak. I want to know what Uncle Shank said. Luffy said with a serious expression. He didn't want to have a conflict with the people of the Sky God Kingdom. Especially since the woman in front of him was Sanji's sister. It was obvious they were blood-related. Even if a fight broke out, it wasn't something he should intervene in. At this moment, Nami and Chopper also stood up. Although they had been in a negative state, they were very clear about what was happening outside. Reiju remained silent, staring intently at Luffy, while Weepa led the soldiers to evacuate the civilians. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates slowly gathered together, and the atmosphere began to become tense. Reiju was ready to strike. Yake tasked Reiju with giving the Straw Hat crew a warning, making them understand that there are rules no matter where they go. If you don't make a move, then I will. As soon as Reiju finished speaking, she instantly disappeared from her spot. Without needing to use any techniques, she could easily take down everyone with just a bit of armament hockey. With one punch, she sent Luffy flying. A knee strike hit Zoro in the stomach. A kick sent Chopper flying. A hand chop struck Nami's neck. A slap distorted Usopp's nose. All of this happened in an instant, with Sanji still standing in place, while his companions had already fallen one by one. Why Reiju? Reiju's strength was something they couldn't contend with, not to mention she was a woman and Sanji's sister, so his chivalry wouldn't allow him to strike back. Damn it! What have you done to my friends? Gum Gum Rocket. Seeing his injured friends, Luffy, who had been knocked away, was filled with rage, while Zoro clutched his stomach, feeling nauseous. And Chopper had rolled his eyes in an instant. His anger ignited. He yelled to send Reiju flying. A devil fruit user? How interesting. Reiju smiled slightly, tilting her head to dodge Luffy's hands, perfectly positioning herself between his two arms. She managed to avoid it, but it wasn't over yet. Gum Gum Bell. Luffy stretched his head back desperately, preparing to use his rocket headbutt. Haha, are you offering your head to me? What a fool. Reiju was amused by Luffy's move, pulling out a palm-sized impact shell and aiming it at Luffy. Puffed. Luffy's forehead pressed against the impact shell, looking confused. A tiny shell blocked his rocket headbutt? That shouldn't be. I'll accept your impact. Let's see your strength. Bang. A crisp sound rang out as the impact shell returned the absorbed impact, nearly knocking Luffy out cold. What followed was a one-sided beating, with Luffy taking especially brutal hits. Stop it, Reiju. Come at me. Don't hurt my friends. Sanji shouted angrily, his clenched fists trembling slightly. He had never imagined that meeting his sister would be like this. Brew Captain? All right, Reiju, that's enough. Bring them to me. Yake's voice came from the transponder snail, and Reiju's performance had already ended. She didn't want to make things difficult for her. As you command, Captain. Reiju put away the transponder snail and walked over to Sanji. As if nothing had happened. Bring your companions and come with me. The captain wants to see you. Sanji noticed that Usopp was playing dead after being slapped. Nami had fainted, and Zoro, that idiot, was injured all over but not seriously hurt. The only one in a worse condition was Luffy, and Chopper was checking on him. But this level of injury was nothing to Luffy. Is this just a test? Great. Miss Nami, let me help you. Sanji happily ran over to assist Nami. Zoro, Usopp, and Luffy were perfectly ignored. Perverted Kappa, are they good people? Who cares? We're no match for them anyway. The Straw Hat crew followed Reiju to the divine residence, looking around and shouting, acting like they had never seen the world. Wow, is this the place where the gods live? It's so luxurious. Chopper's eyes sparkled. Maintain silence. This is the residence of the gods. No loud noises allowed. Gonfur scolded the noisy Straw Hat crew. Let them in, Gonfur. Yake said faintly that he had been sitting in his position for a long time. If it weren't for Robin bringing him tea and water, he would have been bored to death by now. Yakuto rested his chin on his hand, somewhat indifferent. Are you Usopp? Long nose. Usopp, who had finally made it here, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Could be because of that ghostly priest thing? Oh no, if they find out. I might as well play dead. Usopp was internally wailing, nearly scared to tears. He really does look like Jesus Burgess. However, upon hearing Yakuto's words, the trembling Usopp surprisingly stopped shaking and boldly asked, Do you know my dad? Is he doing well? Yasuo smiled slightly and tossed the pistol that Jezeb had given him to Usopp. This is what Jezeb asked me to give you. He said it's your coming-of-age gift. He said he's not a competent father and hopes you can forgive him and live well until we meet again at sea." Usopp's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down his face as he looked at the exquisite pistol in his hand, like a rare treasure, choking back sobs and saying, "Ooh, Dad, I will definitely become a brave warrior of the sea. Wait for me." Usopp. Nami, his good friend, placed her hand on Usopp's shoulder, as if this would give him some comfort. Usopp's body trembled continuously, but soon calmed down. A man can't cry so easily, right? Luffy. Usopp sniffed back his snot, forcing back the tears, and looked at Luffy with red-rimmed eyes. "Yeah, that's right, Usopp. You and Jezeb will definitely meet again, and so will I." Yake covered his face, feeling like he had entered the set of a third-rate melodrama. However, seeing Usopp bounce back so quickly made him feel relieved. Aside from him, Usopp was the only one who could hold the title of God. "Hey, Yake, how do you know Shanks?" Luffy said bluntly, not recognizing any sense of hierarchy. And since Yake was close to his age, he simply called him by his name. "How bold." Gonfur glared at him. "Forget it, Gonfur, you can go out." Yake dismissed Gonfur. The title of God was just a label. He was used to calling his crew by their names, so he didn't mind. "Shanks came to visit my dad on Sabaody Archipelago, and that's when I met them," Yake reminisced. At that time, Shanks hadn't become one of the 4 emperors yet, but he was already very powerful. "I challenged him, but I lost." Back then, Shanks came to Sabaody to visit Rayleigh, and then he went to the New World to achieve the title of 4 emperors. In Yake's view, the red-haired pirates were the strongest and most balanced crew, with Beckman and Jesus Burgess not being weak either. "I challenged Shanks half a month ago, and that's when I learned your name. Imunke, and I'm going to be the Pirate King," Luffy said loudly, looking at the straw hat Shanks gave him. "Haha, the Pirate King? That's quite a nice idea." Yake laughed heartily and threw the unlimited KFC bucket to Luffy. The name doesn't sound very good, and he can't use it himself, so he gave it to Luffy, the foodie. "Shanks said he is waiting for you in the New World." This is his exact words, but in my opinion, your current strength is still far from being able to step into the New World, so work hard to become stronger. Yake said softly that the strength of the Straw Hat crew is still too weak. However, their progress speed is terrifying. They only need a little time to surpass most pirates. "Before meeting Shanks, I will definitely work hard to become stronger." "Huh, this is so delicious. Is it really for me?" "Thank you. You are such a good person." Eating fried chicken one bite at a time. Even the bones were chewed to pieces, and then swallowed directly. It was too terrifying. Yamato inexplicably received a good person card. Perhaps in Luffy's eyes, just giving him food makes him a good person. "Hey, that green-haired guy over there is called Zoro, right? Are you a swordsman?" Yaki looked at Zoro, who had a mischievous expression on his face, with interest. "What's wrong? Here, take this. I don't need it anymore." Yake will throw the black blade Akushui, obtained from the terrifying triangle ship, to Zoro. Now, the terrifying triangle ship is gone. If they are lucky enough, they might still find the wreckage. The black blade Akushui is a great sword of the 21st generation, the sword of the dragon-slaying warrior Ryuma. Zoro fondly plays with Akushui, not expecting that Yake, whom he always considered a hypothetical enemy, would give him such a valuable gift. For a swordsman, a good sword is especially important. Although he already has Snow Walk, Sandai Kitetsu, and Daichi Manji, who would complain about having too many good swords. A good sword. Then, thank you very much, haha. Yake waved his hand dismissively. The black blade, Chioshue, forged by Longma, felt awkward to him. The grip was strange. Especially after being wrapped in Conqueror's haki, there was always a will resisting him. Perhaps it was because he wasn't a true swordsman. "Huh, you're that talking raccoon from that day." "What raccoon? I'm clearly a reindeer. Can you please have some common sense?" Chopper said angrily, his arms waving excitedly, looking even cuter. "Captain, based on his physiological characteristics, he really is a reindeer." Robin whispered in Yake's ear, thinking how kawaii he was, catching up to her Anna. "Huh, the captain is joking. This is a gift for you." Robin handed Chopper an endless supply of cotton candy, and Chopper's eyes were glued to the cotton candy. Drooling all over, he loved sweet things, especially cotton candy. "Oh, thank you so much." Chopper eagerly took the cotton candy and started licking it. His little pink tongue was too cute. Robin thought to herself, kawaii, and couldn't help but pat Chopper's head. "You're really cute, Mr. Reindeer. Bastard. Even if you say I'm cute, I won't be happy, he baka." Chopper blushed and twisted his body, looking very happy, but his mouth refused to admit it. "You're clearly very happy." The Straw Hat crew collectively teased. "By the way, this beautiful lady, may I ask your last name?" Upon hearing this, Robin glanced sideways at Yake, who immediately sat up straight, indicating that he absolutely had no inappropriate thoughts. "I'm Nami, the navigator on this ship," Nami said cheerfully, thinking that since everyone else had received gifts, she, being so cute, would definitely get one too, right? She looked at Yake with anticipation. Yake's tone suddenly turned icy. "Miss Nami, you are a smart person. You should know that there is no goodwill in this world without reason. Everything comes at a cost. You took my gift, so you must do something for me. A deposit of 300 million berries, and upon completion, 1 billion berries. Will you take it?" "I accept. What is the task?" The Straw Hat crew was startled by Yake's sudden change, but only Nami was emotionally affected by Yake's words, becoming more and more excited, her eyes turning into the shape of berries. Without managing a household, one doesn't know how precious rice and firewood are. Ever since following Luffy, they hadn't really had any luxuries, and any money they managed to get ended up as Luffy's meal expenses. 300 million berries would last them a long time. "If you encounter someone named Momonosuke, notify me immediately or just kill him." Momonosuke wouldn't time travel for another 2 years, so he couldn't be found at this point in time. No matter if they notified him later, he would kill that brat, even in front of them. Momonosuke must die, no matter how important he is. "With your strength, do you need us to help find someone? Or is he very strong?" "No. His strength is even less than a raccoon. He is just hard to find. I can give you 300 million berries right now. It just depends on whether you take this task." "Of course we accept. We accept." Nami nodded repeatedly, afraid that Yake would backtrack. "Free 300 million? Why not take it?" With a snap of his fingers, 300 million berries were neatly stacked in front of Nami, almost making her faint from happiness. "Nami, pull yourself together. I'm coming to treat you." Chopper quickly put away the cotton candy and rushed to check on the fainted Nami. "Let me help you with mouth-to-mouth." Sanji wriggled his body to push Chopper aside, opening his mouth to prepare for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, only to be punched away. "Ha ha, this is really interesting. Sanji, there is someone you might want to meet." "You speak." Sanji got up, rubbed his face, and lit a cigarette. Ike snapped his fingers and Kaji slowly walked out, looking at Sanji with a complicated expression. "Lord Ike, I have nothing to say to him. Sanji is a failed product of Germa. His skin hasn't turned into exoskeleton. He lacks royal pride, is easily swayed by emotions, and possesses that fragile spirit that risks his life for the weak. As a soldier, this man is the most imperfect failure." Sanji scowled and remained silent, while the Straw Hat crew fell into silence, and Reiju said nothing. "Hey Sanji, why does he keep talking about your strengths?" Luffy asked, puzzled, sensing that this man was speaking well of Sanji, but it sounded like he was pointing out his flaws. "I no longer belong to Germa, Kachi." "Fool, Germa no longer exists. Now there's only the kingdom of empty skies." "Lord Ike, I'll be leaving now." Kaji left with a disdainful look, and Ike did not stop him. "All right, from now on, you can either enjoy your time in the kingdom of empty skies or leave directly. If you need to leave, just take a ship down from the end of the clouds. The yak pit has been dug for peach, so the Straw Hat crew is not very useful anymore. They're not that important, at least for now. Please, everyone, go out and enjoy your time in the kingdom of Sky God. Robin, keep an eye on them and make sure they don't cause any trouble." "Don't worry, Captain, just leave it to me." After the Straw Hat crew left, Yak gathered everyone together. "Everyone, I'll be straightforward. Tomorrow we will collectively head to the territory of the Yonko Big Mom to attend her tea party." Yak sat at the main seat and opened a bottle of Sky Island Special Brew. "Captain, are we going to start a war?" "Big Mom is not someone easy to deal with," Law said with a frown. "With just a few of them, if they came into conflict with Big Mom, it would be hard to end well. Even if the captain's strength is on par with the Yonko, their influence is still lacking. No, Big Mom has 3 pieces of the historical text, and I must obtain them. No matter what her intentions are, as long as she dares to make a move, I will make the map of the world vanish." Yak dismissed Law's concerns. He was very strategic, but thought too much. The Ark's high-end combat power is still not enough. It's not yet time to go to war with Big Mom, but that day is not far off. "Captain, are we all going together?" "That's great. It's been a long time since we've gone on an adventure together. I want to prepare a lot of delicious food," Anna said excitedly. She had been in the kingdom of Sky God for more than 2 years. Although she was happy every day, nothing was as fun as an adventure. "Get ready. The Straw Hat Pirates don't need to worry about it. Hancock will take care of the kingdom of Sky God. By the way, where is Perona?" Yake noticed that someone seemed to be missing. "Perona wouldn't be sulking because of Usopp, right?" "Haha. Perona said she was too embarrassed to see you and was hiding in her room, too scared to come out." Reiju smiled gently. Today's events had a significant impact on Perona. "Haha. Let her be. Let her have some quiet time." After hearing Shank's words, Luffy was even more excited about heading to the New World. There weren't many enemies in the Sky God Kingdom, So after a shopping spree, they were ready to leave. Ah, I didn't expect Yake to be such a good person. This is something that can never be finished. Amazing. Luffy stuffed his mouth full of chicken legs, feeling incredibly happy. Although he didn't know the reason. The fact that Yake was willing to give this to him meant he was definitely a good person. Me Ju. My cotton candy is also never-ending. Chopper excitedly echoed Luffy. Only their gifts were food, and they could never finish it. So much money. I'm gonna be rich. Nami had already lost her mind over a mere 300 million berries, holding onto the berry box all day without letting go. By the way, this is the end of the clouds, right? How are we gonna get down? That is a good question because the Sky God Kingdom doesn't allow ships to come up at all. People can only go back and forth using the Heavenly Ladder. So, if a ship wants to go down, it can only rely on the Sky Island specialty, Balloon Octopus, or Yake personally taking them down. But obviously, Luffy and the others wouldn't enjoy such treatment and could only go down using balloons. Goodbye, Stahlhatkit. The Mary fell straight down with the current. And Mary's eyes bulged out. Weepa took out a blowpipe, whistled, and a pink-spotted octopus shot out from the white sea, grabbing Mary. The Straw Hat crew began a new journey, while Yake transformed into dragon form, taking everyone from the Eternal Truth to cross the red line. So there was no need to coat the ship and could head directly to the New World. All right, Beepo, the sailing is up to you. Yake handed the pointer to the land of Wa to Beepo, who was the navigator. Although his skills weren't great, with Yake around, it was enough to handle most situations. Leave it to me, Captain. Perona and Anna joyfully ran around on the deck. They hadn't seen the real sea in a long time, and they were as excited as unleashed huskies. Yake stood at the bow of the ship, with Reiju and Robin beside him. The three of them admired the beauty of the sea as the gentle sea breeze brushed against their faces. Yake, it's been a long time since we went out to sea. Time flies, Robin said emotionally. She was the first to join Yake, but she had only been sailing with him for less than a year, having spent 2 years together at the base. It had been a long time since she felt the salty sea breeze on her skin. You guys have worked hard during this time. This trip to Wangwa can be considered a vacation. Wangwa Totland. Mama, Gallet, you are the star of this tea party. Remember to seduce Yake. I'm looking forward to eating your engagement cake. Big Mom said with a wide grin, her plump body shaking. Charlotte Gallet is the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, and her status in the family is not very high, nor is her strength formidable. Influenced by Katakuri, she cares a lot about her family, but she is also very afraid of her mother. Although the theme of this tea party is not engagement, Big Mom has made it clear that Gallet is specifically arranged for Yake. She has already arranged for someone to investigate, and Yake likes mature, older women. Among her children, besides Smoothie, Gallet is the only one left. However, Smoothie is part of the long-legged tribe and is too tall, and as one of the 3 sweet generals, she represents high-end combat power. Big Mom is somewhat reluctant to let her go, so she ultimately chose Gallet. As for whether Gallet herself agrees, sorry, but in Wanwa, no one can refuse Mama's requests, otherwise death awaits. Yes, Mama, I will complete the task, Gallet said, her voice trembling, not daring to meet her mother-esque gaze. For the children of the Charlotte family, they are just tools for Big Mom. Even her biological children are not spared. Mama as well is the only voice in Wanwa. Many children have been accidentally harmed due to her obsession with food, yet no one dares to resist. Mama, what a good child. Prepare well. The tea party starts in a few days. Don't end up like Lola. Big Mom glared at Gallet, her gaze predatory. I understand. Mama, don't worry. Gallet trembled all over, leaving cautiously. Charlotte Lingling's terrifying laughter echoed throughout the castle. In the New World, on the Eternal Truth. By the way, Robin, how is the translation of the historical text I gave you last time going? Yake suddenly remembered this matter, but Robin hadn't mentioned it either, so he forgot about it. The historical texts were rather fragmented and scattered until they were completely collected. Unless luck was exceptionally good, it would be difficult to piece together complete information. Last time, Dorag had handed Yake about 7 or 8 copies of the historical texts, allowing him to complete a task in the process. I've translated it all. The information is quite fragmented, but I've pieced together a complete report about Alabasta. Would you like to hear it? Robin crossed her arms, the emerging will of captivating Yake's gaze, radiant and dazzling. No, I can't look. I must control myself. This is a blatant temptation, Yake silently warned himself, striving to focus his gaze on the sea until Robin unbuttoned another button. Gulp, Robin, just say what you have to say. Don't sneak up on me. Yake chose to confront this powerful will of D head-on. I'm done pretending. I'm just craving Robin-esque body. I thought you could hold out longer. Such a lecherous captain. Then I'll be straightforward. This is a story about one of the 20 royal families, the Nefertari family. Robin deduced the history of the Nefertari family through the integration of information from Pluton and other sources. But she didn't understand why Cobra's ancestors chose to give up their rights as world nobles to return to the desert to guard ancient weapons. In any case, the Nefertari family has a special status in the world of One Piece. They have their own secret mission and hold a certain status even in front of the celestial dragons. Even if Crocodile's plan succeeded, it would likely be purged by the world government. This means that from the very beginning, Crocodile's conspiracy was destined to fail. The Cobra family has such a secret. What happened during the 100 years of disappearance? Sighed Yake. It seems we still have a long way to go. After listening to Robin's account, Yake took a deep breath. The Navy's support of the celestial dragons must have deeper reasons. And it seems he was right not to recklessly charge from the southern gate of Mary Geos to the northern gate. He could build up his strength while taking advantage of the chaos of the times. Lord Jack, their SA ship ahead. The flag indicates it's the Ark Pirates. The god Yake is at the bow. Should we retreat? A henchman with black hair shouted in panic. A tall, robust man widened his eyes, exuding an aura like an ancient beast. You little brat, who do you think I am? Bring the ship over here. But the other side is the god Yake with a bounty of 3.6 billion berries. Shut up, Ship King Jack yelled angrily, slapping the henchman who was scared out of his wits at the mention of another's name, and pointed his thick arm toward the direction of the eternal truth. Hurry, get moving. Let me meet this so-called god. Jack drew his 900 million berry ivory double-edged sword, his mountain-like body ready to pounce. Lord Jack, our mission is to go to Dressrosa to trade with Doflamingo. There's no need to start conflict. Shut your mouth. I'm the captain of this ship. Jack's eyes widened, scaring his subordinates into silence. Otherwise, their fate would be the same as the unlucky one just now. Drought Jack, one of the 3 main pillars of the Beast Pirates, possesses the ancient Zoan-type mammoth fruit, with tough skin and a fierce temperament, standing tall alongside Kaido, even surpassing him in height. Captain Trouble, someone is coming towards us. Perona, stationed in the lookout tower, spotted a ship rapidly approaching them. Let me see. What the hell is that idiot Jack doing here? Looking for death? Yake chuckled upon seeing Jack. His reputation was no longer obscure in the New World. Pirate ships encountered on the way would steer clear, fearing Yake's attention. Only the thick-headed Jack would dare approach the eternal truth. If Kaido had even half of Jack's recklessness, he would probably be reduced to ashes. No need to be afraid. It's only a bounty of 1 billion. Reiju, you take the lead. This is a rare test stone. Yake grinned. Jack's strength was average, but he could take a beating, and a fight with his crew would surely be entertaining, which Yake looked forward to. Van Oka immediately pulled out Destiny and fired 2 rapid-fire rounds at Jack. One aimed at his forehead, the other at his heart. Both shots were lethal, and 2 pale yellow bolts of lightning shot out. Ah, that hurts like hell. What kind of bullets are these? Jack had 2 deep craters appear on his forehead and heart, his skin torn, and before he could dodge, he was hit. He hurriedly sought cover, as he had taken plenty of bullets from Jesus Burgess before. Unfortunately, his body was too tough, and the rapid-fire bullets could only break through his defenses in front of him. Van Oka observed Jack's situation through the scope. At least for now, it seemed he hadn't killed him, but those minions were suffering. From a distance, Van Oka was picking off the minions one by one with rapid-fire rounds. Hiding was useless. Although his observation haki wasn't as strong as AK's, a few thousand meters was nothing to him. Moreover, the wooden hull couldn't withstand the impact of electromagnetic rounds and would only add to their suffering. Watching his subordinates fall one by one, either shot in the heart or the forehead, Jack's heart sank. This was troublesome. He'd rather face it head-on than stand still as a target. Besides, this sniper's bullets were powerful enough to injure him. Leiju, you go. Deal with him. Yake shook his head. It seemed that there was no need for a boarding battle anymore. Just let Leiju test the waters. As you command, Captain. Leiju eagerly flew into the sky and arrived on Jack's ship. Is it you who wants to attack our ship? You got some nerve, Jack. Leiju said arrogantly. When dealing with enemies, there was no need for complicated etiquette. Politeness was only for allies. Damn woman. I'll use your head to pay tribute to my men. Jack roared angrily, swinging a strange weapon at Leiju, with no technique, but his strength was not to be underestimated. Leiju smirked disdainfully, her body moving like a serpent, dodging Jack's attack and quickly closing in on him. Si style secret technique, poison kiss. Although it was called a poison kiss, Yake thought it resembled Leo's flying kick. In any case, Leiju kicked Jack in the chest, deeply embedding her foot and leaving a large amount of purple poison. Jack covered his chest with one hand while trying to grab Leiju with the other. After landing her hit, Legio had already run away, using shave to appear above Jack. 6 Styles' secret technique. Cherry Blossom Fall. Her pitch-black right foot rose high, producing a sharp sound of breaking air, and her heel struck Jack's head, shattering his iron mask. "Ah, who do you think I am? I'm Drought Jack," Jack shouted angrily, his body beginning to squirm and rapidly grow larger, transforming into a massive mammoth. Swinging his long trunk at Legio. Legio's pupils contracted. She activated Moonwalk and her combat boots simultaneously, creating a sonic boom as she dodged Jack's attack. Animal-type devil fruit abilities are really troublesome. Legio shook her head helplessly. She hated fighting against animal-type users the most. It wasn't that she couldn't win, but it was exhausting, and Yake was completely unable to deal with them. Pink Poison Arrow. Legio had no choice but to use poison to weaken Jack's recovery ability. A large amount of poison covered Jack's body, hissing and releasing purple smoke. Legio's poison was no joke. The more Jack was contaminated, the faster the poison invaded, continuously weakening his combat power. Even though he was an animal-type fruit user with incredible vitality, he could only last a little longer. "Ah, damn woman. I'll tear you to pieces. Let's see if you can beat me first." Dance of Cherry Blossoms. The battle couldn't be resolved quickly. Jack's defeat at Legio's hands was just a matter of time. A pure meat tank like him stood no chance against a nimble half-meat fighter like Legio, who had magic penetration, stack the thickest armor, endure the most poisonous hits. That was Jack. While enduring the poison, Jack thought, "No, I can't keep fighting like this. The strongest god, Yake, hasn't even made a move yet, and I'm about to kneel. I need to escape first, and then come back for revenge. Yes, that's the plan." "Enough. Stop it," Jack roared, transforming back into his human form, his chest heaving, mainly from anger. "What's wrong? Are you going to fight to the death?" Legio looked at Jack seriously. His bounty of 1 billion surely had its reasons, and he must have a trump card. Ha, stinky woman, just wait. Kaido will avenge me," Jack said coolly, and then jumped into the sea to escape without hesitation. Although he was a devil fruit user, he was also a fisherman. He couldn't swim, but could breathe underwater, so the sea couldn't kill him. Legio tilted her head. Did he just run away? Legio was confused in the sea breeze. A devil fruit user jumping into the sea to escape? Was this guy out of his mind? "Forget it, Legio, come back. Let's continue on our way. No need to worry about him." Yake helplessly covered his forehead. Jack's tactics were truly remarkable. When the situation was off, he immediately retreated. Against a seasoned veteran like him, Legio was still a bit too inexperienced. Heaven's punishment of the Thunder God. Yake sensed Jack's position and hit him with a lightning bath package. With the seawater dispersing the electric current, it was unlikely to kill him, but it would certainly make him feel some pain and remember the lesson. "Captain, is he dead?" Legio asked, somewhat doubting life. "No, the abilities of ancient races are not that simple. Let's continue on our way." The Eternal Truth set sail again, heading towards Totland. After Yake and his group moved away, Jack secretly surfaced from the sea, his skin bright red, indicating he had been significantly shocked. "Hurry up and pull me up, you bunch of idiots." The surviving subordinates quickly called for help, finally managing to get Jack out of the water, but they had suffered heavy losses this time. They hadn't even touched a hair on the enemy's head, and their boss had been beaten up by a woman and had to jump into the sea to escape. "Hey, boss, today I let someone take care of it," Jack said in a low voice as he took the phone bug from his subordinate. "Jack, who did you clash with? Didn't I tell you to go get that artificial devil fruit?" The voice on the other end was very irritable, and Jack didn't dare to speak loudly. "Boss, I ran into God Yake's ship, and one of his subordinates beat me up badly. It was almost a total loss." "What? God Yake? That kid has made it to the New World? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Kaido immediately perked up upon hearing it was Yake. He had long wanted to meet this Yake kid. He had heard so much news about him that his ears were almost calloused. "Where'd he go? I'm going to find him and settle the score. It seems to be in the direction of Wayno. I heard Big Mom has a tea party recently. Jack, hurry back here. I'm going to that old woman's territory right away." Kaido hung up the phone and quickly instructed Jean beside him before leaving in a hurry. After Jack's incident, Yake and his group finally arrived in the territory of Wayno, where the climate was rather unusual. It wasn't snowing, but rather cream was falling. Anna was already a bit crazy, transforming into a sycophant, her tongue wagging in the air as she tried to eat all the cream. Beepo wasn't doing much better, as he cleaned up the cream that had fallen on the railing with his tongue, leaving it cleaner than a rag. "Captain, I'm not dreaming, am I? Oh, this is too blissful. Anna wants to eat it all, meow. Oh, whoa, whoa, luo. Come and taste it. It's really delicious." "Idiot." Legio wiped a bit of cream off Yake's chest with her finger. Then she licked her finger, seeming to savor the taste of the cream, casting a subtly enticing glance at Yake. This action felt familiar. Oh, last time Leggio helped him like this. Ahem, Yake straightened his expression. They were about to reach Big Mom's territory, and he couldn't let his guard down. Yake patted Leggio 3 times without leaving a trace, and she probably understood his meaning. As the ship sailed, Yake vaguely saw a colorful island, and the air began to fill with the scent of chocolate, sweet and cloying. This must be Chocolate Town, seemingly the territory of Oscar-winning actress Bryn. If luck is on his side, he might even see her and ask for an autograph or something. Hey, Katakuri. I've arrived at the island full of chocolate. When does the tea party start? Yake took out his snail phone to contact Katakuri. This is Katakuri. It seems that you have already arrived at Chocolate Town on Cocoa Island. You can explore the island now. I'll be there shortly. The tea party is about to begin. Katakuri clearly did not agree with the nickname Yake gave him. All right, Katakuri, I'll wait for you to come. Just call me Katakuri. Your Excellency. No problem, Katakuri. Chocolate Town. Yake and his companions finally arrived at the Chocolate Kingdom. Van Oka docked the ship at the harbor, which was bustling with activity. The azure sea reflected the brilliance of the sun, and upon entering the port, one could still see the beach. After taking a few steps, chocolate had already taken over the town. Everywhere you looked, everything was made of chocolate in different colors, and the air was filled with the aroma of cocoa. Captain, can I eat these? Beepo panted, his eyes filled with a desire for chocolate. He felt that with just one command from Yake, he could flatten the place. Aren't you afraid of getting fat from eating so much, Beepo? Robin raised an eyebrow, her smile beautiful and captivating. She stroked Beepo's shiny fur, which was soft and felt great to the touch. Can I eat it? I'm so sorry. Beepo's head dropped in disappointment upon hearing this, apologizing to Robin, filled with a sense of low spirits. I really can't do anything about you. You can only have a little bit, Robin said helplessly, covering her forehead. Beepo's demeanor made her feel an endless sense of guilt, as if she were the bad woman preventing a child from eating. Sister Robin, I want to eat chocolate too. I also want to buy chocolate fish. Anna looked up with a pitiful expression, her light blue big eyes extremely captivating. Although Robin had been taking care of Anna for over 2 years, she still couldn't resist Anna's cuteness. If she disagreed, Anna would immediately start rubbing against her. Go ahead, but we're leaving this island soon. Yake walked over to Robin and patted Anna's head. Although she was already an 18-year-old legal adult, her personality was still like that of a child. But who could blame her for being the group's darling? Sometimes her status was even higher than Yake's. When she wanted to sleep with Robin, she could just do so, making Yake envious. Hey, Van Oka, do you want to go explore this town together? Yake looked at the bear and the ghost girl rushing into Chocolate Town, feeling a sudden urge to go out himself. If it weren't for Van Oka's tall figure blocking the way, he might have almost forgotten about him and Robin. No need, Captain. I'll stay here on guard. If the old lady's people come, I'll notify you, Van Oka said politely, like a true elegant noble. Although he usually seemed a bit eccentric, he was still very reliable. I'll stay here too. I'm not interested in those things, Robin said, tilting his head and squinting, exuding a lazy vibe. All right then. Yake shrugged, thick-skinnedly putting his arms around Reiju and Robin, enjoying the feeling of being embraced on both sides, and swaggered into the town. Cake Island. Mama, Lord Yake has arrived at Chocolate Town. However, it seems he brought all his crew with him. Should we arrange someone to monitor their actions? Katakuri stood in the main hall, coldly gazing at the lofty queen. No need, Katakuri. Only that little brat Yake is important. I've already sent Jarrett to pick him up, so you don't need to worry about it. Go check on the other guests. In Big Mom's eyes, only Yake mattered. His crew was just a bunch of nameless lackeys to her, except for that woman who could translate historical texts. As you wish, Mama. Katakuri's tall figure slowly departed. Yake strolled through the town with Leggio and Robin. After the novelty wore off, he began to feel a bit nauseous. The smell of chocolate was everywhere, and everything was made of chocolate. Before he had even taken a bite, he was already feeling sick of it. Leggio, Robin, I'm starting to dislike chocolate. The more Yake walked around, the more bored he felt, but the two women were quite enthusiastic, buying one chocolate dress after another. How can that be? It's so interesting. Captain, even if we don't eat it, it's nice to look at, Robin said, casually buying a white chocolate bracelet. Excuse me, are you Lord Yake? A woman in a fuchsia short dress, draped in a purple cloak, slowly approached Yake. Her high heels clicked on the chocolate floor, exuding an air of sophistication. That's right. Are you sent by the lady? Yake replied without looking at her, as if he didn't regard her at all, radiating an aura of a gentleman while casually hugging Leggio and Robin. Robin and Leggio were extremely pleased, snuggling tightly in Yake's embrace. Women have a keen sense of awareness, and it was clear this woman was there for Yake. Lord Yake, it is my honor to be responsible for your reception. Would you like to go directly to Cake Island, or shall I lead everyone to have some fun first? Jia smiled brightly, looking very gracious and appropriate. No need. Just take me directly to Cake Island. We can have fun after the tea party, Yake said as he walked past Jia, still holding Robin and Lachio. Jia's smile immediately froze. Watching the two curvaceous women beside Yake, Jia's expression gradually turned sour. Damn it. Mom never mentioned that Yake was so close to his two beautiful crew members. Did this mean she had no chance? Those damn women. Just thinking about how angry Mom would be after a failed mission made Jia tremble uncontrollably. Yake and his group returned to the place where the ship was docked. Rayleigh was carrying Anna in her left hand and Perona in her right, while behind them was the sensitive Beepo, who kept looking back with great reluctance. Come on. Every island here is made of food, and there will be all sorts of things to eat later. You won't be left out, honestly. Yake sighed skyward, wondering how he ended up with a group of foodies. Lord Yake is right. In the land of Wayno, there are desserts you can't even imagine. And there's no dessert you can't eat. Cake Island, as the center of Wayno, is filled with countless delicacies, and everyone can enjoy it to the fullest. Jarrett seized the opportunity, glancing at Yake after every few sentences, exchanging glances. Unfortunately, Yake remained oblivious, as if he were a dull man with no sense of romance. If it weren't for the two girls in his arms, Jarrett would have believed it. Jarrett subtly glanced at Rayleigh and Robin, realizing that with these two women around him, he had no chance. Never mind. Once they reached Cake Island, he'd have plenty of ways to get rid of them. Thus, with ulterior motives, Jarrett boarded the Eternal Truth and diligently guided Yake and the others on the fastest course, occasionally explaining things to the three little ones as they passed by islands, causing Beepo to drool all over. Cake Island. After some time sailing, Yake and the others finally arrived at the center of Totland in Wayno, Cake Island, which was also Big Mom's residence. It was like a fairy tale world, colorful, with houses made of cake, various shapes of singing flowers, plants, and trees, and people from different races everywhere. At a glance, one could see the Snakehead tribe, the Long-Arm tribe, and mermaids, rare races that were usually hard to find. But here they were just ordinary citizens. Yake and others disembarked, and under the leadership of Charlotte, they rode in a uniquely styled carriage to Cake Island. Along the way, Anna and Perona chattered nonstop, occasionally squealing with excitement, leaving Yake quite bewildered. Mama, Yake, you finally made it. Everyone has been waiting for you. As soon as he got off the carriage, he saw a plump figure resembling a mountain, surrounded by her children. Goodness, Yake roughly counted at least 30 of them. Charlotte's physique was truly impressive. One person gave birth to a large pirate crew. Yake preferred to refer to Charlotte as the pig fruit user, for she could give birth even more than a pig. Not to mention quintuplets, there were even decuplets. My goodness, compared to Charlotte, Yake was nothing. She had been giving birth since she was 18, and he couldn't even count how many husbands she had. After giving birth, the husbands would usually end up dead at her hands. If it weren't for the fact that Charlotte's pirate crew was solely under her control the moment she died, several pirate crews would instantly split off. Fortunately, Charlotte was incredibly powerful, her reputation deeply rooted in people's hearts. As long as she was alive, the pirate crew would not disband. Hey, didn't Yake establish a country in paradise? How'd he end up here? Is he really going to attend Charlotte's tea party? One honor. The underground world heads invited to the tea party were discussing among themselves. Yake was obviously the most heavyweight character aside from Charlotte, with a bounty of 3.6 billion, largely based on his personal strength, which made them take him seriously. Some even began to have second thoughts, thinking, what if Charlotte and Yake ended up fighting? Wouldn't that be like gods battling, with mere mortals suffering the consequences? It seems I arrived just in time. Charlotte, what do you need me for? Just say it, I'm quite busy. Yake said casually. Though he didn't care much about Charlotte's intentions, he still put on a show. Robin and Rayleigh, dressed in low-cut gowns, each wrapped an arm around one of Yake's, standing beside him. Yake was still in his usual outfit, beach shorts, flip-flops, and bare-chested, his exquisite features exuding an indescribable aura, subtly revealing a captivating charm. Mama, don't worry. Once the banquet starts, I will naturally tell you. Everyone is here now. I declare the tea party officially begins. Charlotte's mouth stretched from ear to ear, clearly delighted. As soon as she finished speaking, fireworks shot into the sky. Beautiful music began to play, and a woman in a black robe sang loudly, instantly transforming the scene into a sea of joy. Yake sat down with Robin and Rayleigh near Big Mom, where the guests at the table were all kings of the underground world. The only ones Yake recognized were Morgan's, the president of the news agency, and Stussy, the queen of Pleasure Street, who left a deeper impression on him. The others were just a blur. Lingling, this is a gift for you, Stussy said playfully as she handed a beautifully wrapped box to Big Mom, who instantly looked as happy as a child. The kind that weighs 5,000 pounds. Stussy started off, and others quickly followed suit with their gifts, while Yake remained indifferent. Hey, did you prepare a gift? Robin whispered in Yake's ear, thinking he would have brought one. Of course, Yake didn't prepare anything. What kind of decent person brings gifts to a tea party? Anyway, Yake didn't bring anything, and since he wasn't forming an alliance with the ant, it didn't make much sense to curry favor with her. The ant saw Yake sitting there like a wooden block and immediately knew he hadn't brought a gift. She wasn't angry, though. With a smile on her face, she said, Yake, you're not married yet, right? I'm thinking of betrothing my daughter Charlotte to you, then we'll be family. The guests present froze for a moment, all ears waiting for Yake to speak. It's human nature to gossip, especially when it involves the recent hot topic of Yake and the Sea Emperor ant. Yake glanced disdainfully at the ant and said coldly, If you call me here for this matter, then let's skip it. I'm very devoted. Yake opened his arms as he spoke, and Robin and Reiju cooperatively jumped into Yake's embrace. Big Mom. Mama, do you suggest adding one more? If Jarrett doesn't like it, what do you think about Smoothie? I'm not here to discuss marriage, old lady. Yake said bluntly that others were afraid of her. But he wasn't. At most, they would have a fight to see the truth. Are you really going to refuse me? Yake, little ghost. Don't think that just because you fought with Shanks, you can look down on me. This is my territory. The smile on Big Mom's face gradually disappeared, and her tone became extremely cold. The powerful Conqueror's haki was unleashed, combined with her fierce, fat face, making her look quite terrifying. Do you want to fight? Come on. If you dare to hit me, I will make the whole world disappear from the new world. Yake doesn't give an inch. Isn't that the Conqueror's haki? As if anyone can do it, the rich Conqueror's haki radiates from him. The moment it appears, the air suddenly thickens, becoming a little colder. Yake exudes a chilling aura that makes people tremble, his expression as frosty as the depths of winter. Guests with weak willpower faint one after another, while Yake remains unmoved, quietly confronting Big Mom from his seat. Katakuri brother, what should we do? Mom seems like she's about to fight Yake. Should we help? Garrett's expression suddenly tightened as he hurriedly sought Katakuri's opinion beside him. Don't panic. Mom isn't planning to fight Yake. Katakuri's observation haki has already foreseen the future. In the next moment, Big Mom's cold and fierce face broke into a smile, as if what just happened had never occurred. Mama, what a pity. If my daughter has someone she likes, just tell me. Come, let us all enjoy the 3-layer sea salt almond milk cap chiffon cake made with long bread. Stussy quickly eased the awkward atmosphere by going along with it. Come, everyone, let us taste it together. Mr. Longbread's dessert skills are unique in this world. On Yake's handsome face, a proud and cold smile reappeared. He let out a cold snort and patted Robin and Lei Jio on the shoulders, signaling them not to be nervous. The ant didn't pay any more attention to Yake and the others, engrossed in eating cake. The large cake was almost entirely consumed by her. No wonder she looked like a fat pig. Stussy lifted her wine glass, twisting her slender waist as she approached Yake. Her face flushed and her voice sweetly annoying. Yake, let me toast to you. Your companion is really beautiful. I wonder if I have a chance to dance with you? Robin, like Lei Jio, could tell that she was definitely a bad woman. Even the previous Galette was better than her. Yake has little interest in the CP's spy, and who knows how old that old woman is. If I remember correctly, you're the head of the Joy Street, right? How much for one time? What about for the whole night? And to take away? Stussy's smile stiffened. She stomped her foot, awkwardly left, and the whole situation collapsed. At the tea party, the hosts and guests were having a great time. The dark giants of the underworld watched as Yake stirred restlessly. Who has the best weapons at sea? The Kingdom of Sky. The high-end weapons circulating in the sea are basically products of the Kingdom of Sky. It is said that the Revolutionary Army has basically equipped themselves with automatic weapons from the Kingdom of Sky, which the Fallen Kingdom's army cannot resist at all. The business of the arms tycoon Tian Yacha has also been affected. Although the world government has also launched similar weapons, their costs are much higher than Yake's. They don't have the precision machine tools and equipment that Yake personally manufactured, leading to extremely high costs and no competitiveness in the market. And the source of these weapons is the man in front of them, the god of the Kingdom of Sky. Lord Yake, I am Amit, and I would like to purchase a batch of AK-47 automatic weapons from the Sky Island to arm my shipping fleet. I wonder what your lordship thinks. The shipping king licked his face, his attitude extremely humble. Yake slowly wiped the cream off the corner of his mouth with a tissue and coldly said, Get lost. You don't deserve to be here. If you don't disappear from my sight, I'll shark you." After hearing this, Yamite's body trembled uncontrollably, his fists clenched tightly. Not out of fear, but extreme anger. After all, he was the king of maritime trade, an emperor in the dark world. And being mocked while trying to negotiate a business deal infuriated him. But he didn't dare to explode because Yake would really kill him, no matter what his identity was. Yamite forced a grim smile, and as he turned around, his face darkened. He remembered this grudge. "Captain, don't you want the business that has come to your door? Aren't you worried about the lack of sales for your weapons?" Leitio asked curiously, wiping the cream that had fallen on Yake's chest with a tissue. "Oomph. Do I still need orders?" "The orders from the Revolutionary Army are already booked for 2 years ahead, simply because he's too ugly," Yake disdainfully replied. He was so willful that he sold his weapons whenever he wanted and didn't sell them whenever he didn't want to. Yake glanced at Anna's seat and found that they were having a great time eating, with cream splattering everywhere and getting dirty. Fortunately, Luo and Van Oka were unaffected by them, quietly maintaining their handsome appearances. Yake felt much more at ease. There were still reliable people around. Mama, Yucca. Since you don't fancy my daughter, then so be it. But I heard that Germa seems to have fallen into your hands, right? That little girl is the princess of Germa, isn't she?" The big mom interjected during her meal, as she was first interested in Yake and then in Germa's technological power. 2 years ago, Germa had vanished from the seas, and she had done her homework on that. Now, with Reiju by Yake's side, it was basically confirmed that Germa had long been taken by Yake. She didn't expect this kid to have such foresight. That's right. The Germa kingdom no longer exists in this world. Only the land of the empty god remains. So, I need Germa's fearless soldiers and her. So Yake, let's collaborate. With that little girl who can read the poneglyphs, becoming the pirate king is just around the corner. Mama, Kaido, Shanks, and Whitebeard will all be my defeated foes. Big Mom's ambitions are well known. Not only is Germa her target, but Robin is as well. Only those who could decipher the poneglyphs can become the pirate king. And that's a consensus on the sea. Otherwise, she wouldn't be collecting poneglyphs and guarding them so strictly. After hearing Big Mom's words, Yake emitted a chilling aura. A sharp cold wind blowing towards him. "Big Mom, do you really think I'm your easy prey? The reason I dare to come here is that I'm not afraid of you at all. You want war? Then I will give you war. Dare to have ulterior motives against my crew, and I will make you suffer irreparably." Yake's face turned icy cold, as Big Mom's words had touched his reverse scale, and a series of exquisite blue dragon patterns suddenly emerged. If she wishes to harm his companions, then let them fight. No one can refuse me twice, Yake. Don't think that just because you've achieved a little success, you can be so arrogant. When I ruled the seas, you weren't even born yet. Big Mom's fury was overwhelming, and even those far away could feel her scorching anger. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Big Mom's eyes turned red, and a terrifying aura erupted. Live or die. In an instant, Big Mom unleashed her soul shock and soul spell. As long as Yake and his group felt fear towards Big Mom, she would extract their souls. An attack that ignored any defense. To block this move, one must have a strong enough heart and not fear Big Mom. Robin and Reiju tightly grasped Yake's arm. As long as Yake was there, they felt fearless. Yake looked calmly at Big Mom's ugly face, even thinking that a little ketchup on her face would make it more lethal. Big Mom, is this the power of the soul fruit? Not bad. It suits your face. But do you think you can scare me with just this? Ha 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 ha. You are truly hopelessly foolish. Ark Pirate crew. Charge. Boom. Rumbling. Yake's words were interrupted by a loud noise, as if something had fallen from the sky, landing right between Yake and the ant, stirring up a cloud of dust. He had been focused on the ant, and although his observation hockey sensed it, he didn't pay much attention. Yake, this scene feels somewhat familiar. Isn't this the scene when he learned about Kaido's suicide? Besides himself and Kaido, there are others. Could it be that Kaido is here? Oh la 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 la. Little Yake, I've been searching for you so hard. A demonic figure gradually emerged from the smoke, and the imposing presence of their descent had already captivated everyone present. Yake frowned. Both of the 4 emperors had arrived. Luckily, he was prepared and could retreat unscathed, but he still needed to resolve this quickly. Kaido, what the hell are you doing here? Are you looking for death? Big Mom was furious after being interrupted by Kaido and started to angrily berate him. You're so verbose, old hag. I'm here to find Yake, and I advise you not to meddle in my business. He hit my subordinate, and I need to settle this with him, Kaido said impatiently, casually covering his ears, completely disregarding Big Mom. Beast Kaido. He is here too. It's over. Run, you fool. This place is about to become a battlefield. The guests present gasped and fled in panic. Katakuri, what should we do? Keep an eye on the members of the Ark's pirates. Don't let them escape. The battle between emperors is not something we can get involved in. Cake Island. Yamato, Kaido, and Big Mom are standing in a triangle formation. Yake glanced at Luo, gesturing in a direction. Luo made a hand signal and quietly disappeared from the tea party scene. The others from the Ark stood ready, waiting for Yake's command. Yake took out a floating boat from the storage compartment and placed it on the ground, attracting everyone's attention. The Ark Pirates all boarded the floating boat. Leaving this to me, haha. I originally planned to confront Big Mom with the Ark Pirates, but unexpectedly, Kaido intervened, and I might be stretched too thin by then, so I had to let my crew retreat first. Robin, Reiju protect the others. Understood, Captain. Anna, Perona, Bippo, and Van Oka boarded the floating boat in turn. With Robin going up last, none of them had flying abilities, and Reiju stood by Yake's side, ready. The floating boat successfully ascended into the sky, leaving everyone behind. Since the three emperors had not yet engaged in battle, Katakuri and the others did not dare to act rashly, and nobody noticed that the Ark Pirates were missing one person. Reiju, you follow them. Anyone who dares to obstruct them will be killed without mercy. Yes, Captain. Reiju flew into the sky to protect the floating boat. Yake, the ship is quite nice, but don't forget, this is my territory. Katakuri, attack. Big Mom had Prometheus floating on her left, Zeus on her right, and Napoleon in her hand. Goodness, she looks even more godlike than Yake. Old hag, I told you not to meddle. Yake is my prey. Thunderbagwa. Kaido swung a metal rod towards Big Mom, forcing her to block it with Napoleon. Kaido, you bastard. Yake seems to have been ignored by them. Yake shook his head helplessly. His size was indeed too small and lacked deterrence. Thunder Susanoo. A blue lightning cloak enveloped Yake, and a 100-meter-tall lightning giant suddenly appeared on Cake Island, casually breaking through Perospero's candy wall and allowing the flying ship to escape smoothly. Van Oka had already set up a sniper position in the air, and the orange projectile pierced through the battlefield. The war has begun. You two idiots come at me together, so I don't have to find you one by one. Thunderbolt. Yake drew the heavenly lock to slash the moon, and the thunder giant behind him pointed to the sky. The clear white day was instantly shrouded by dark clouds, with lightning swirling. Big Mom and Kaido exchanged a glance, deciding to deal with the arrogant little brat Yake first. Thunderous, 8 trigrams. Elbaf spear, the might of a nation. Kaido swung his spiked club towards Yake, while Big Mom unleashed a fierce purple sword energy. Yax was completely unperturbed, with the Conqueror's haki wrapping around the sword's blade. He raised his hand and slashed, as if the air itself had been cut open. That's more like it. In 10 minutes, the thunder will engulf this place, and soon this will be my stage. Yake grinned as Tion saw Zhan Yu violently collided with Kaido's Kanabo. Big Mom's sword chi had been sliced in half by Yake's previous strike, vanishing without a trace. Don't be too arrogant, kid. Who do you think I am? I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Oh hot thaw. Upon hearing this, Yake smiled and instantly exerted force, pushing the Kanabo aside and striking Kaido's chest with a single slash, leaving an unfathomable wound on him. Ah, it hurts like hell. Kaido shouted, covering his wound. Even with his physique, he suffered such a severe injury. This kid's attack easily broke through his defense. Haha, you look so pathetic, Kaido. Time to die. Conqueror's haki. Dragon fist. Yake's powerful punch struck Kaido's face, sending his massive body flying nearly 100 meters. Next, it was Big Mom's turn. Fat lady, it's your time. Mama Emperor's sword, break blade. The battle among the three had turned the Cake Fortress into ruins, while Morgans hid in a corner, snapping photos excitedly, completely unconcerned about life and death. Morgans, you're crazy. Get out of here. Stussy glanced at Morgans, who was twisting his big butt and laughing strangely, feeling a chill. This is big news. I knew wherever Yake is, there would definitely be big news. Ha. Then just wait to die. I'm not dealing with you anymore. Stussy hurriedly escaped the scene. Sister Robin, are we really not going to help the captain? Anna asked worriedly, watching the captain and the two monsters fighting together. Anna, don't worry. The Captain-S abilities are invincible. We just need to make sure he isn't distracted. The only one with long-range attack capabilities is Mr. Van Oka. Robin was also worried about Yake, as this was a battle between two emperors of the sea. Don't worry, leave it to me. Fate is on our side. I firmly believe that. Van Oka didn't even lift his head. He was almost going crazy, continuously shooting down Big Mom's weaker children, who posed no threat to him, just being live targets. Moreover, Reiju was on guard nearby, ensuring a comfortable output environment. Kid, I admit your strength, but to defeat me, you are still hundreds of years too early. Oh, Big Mom began to emit sharp, strange cries which annoyed Yake. Shut up, old hag, fat lady. At this moment, Kaido and Yake aligned their attacks, one with a club and the other with a sword, striking at Big Mom's corpulent body, forcing her to interrupt her spellcasting. Damn you. Kaido, I don't need your help. Yake kicked Kaido in the face, knocking him away once again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Law gestured to Yake from a distance, and Yake nodded, signaling Law to retreat. It seemed he had succeeded. Oomph. Now, I don't have to worry about accidentally hurting my allies. From now on, let the world feel the pain. Yake flew into the sky and unleashed a large-scale clearing technique. Although Big Mom and Kaido were unharmed, Big Mom's children were not so lucky, as the powerful repulsion force sent the ruins of buildings crashing into them, pushing them away from the center of the battlefield. Only the strong are worthy to stand on this flattened earth. Is this the move you use to destroy whole Cake Island? It's not that impressive. Big Mom scoffed, saying that aside from a larger area and stronger power, there wasn't much to brag about. However, she found it very difficult to achieve such an effect. Oh kid, you're really something. How about joining our Beast Pirates? You could be the vice captain. Kaido has always admired Yake, and if Yake could join him, he could rule the world. I'm not even using my full strength yet. Now let us begin. Thunder Hell, Thunder God's Wrath. Yake unhesitatingly unleashed the awakened power of the Thunder Fruit, preparing to turn Cake Island into a place of constant thunderstorms. Thunder as thick as a barrel immediately began to sweep across the entire Cake Island, and the plowed ground quickly became pitted and uneven, with currents of electricity bursting forth. Hundreds of bolts of lightning fell from the sky, and Cake Island was on the brink of destruction. Damn Yake, what have you done? Big Mom shouted in distress. In just a minute, she had been electrocuted at least a dozen times, but she still seemed fine. What a terrifying body. With immense strength and skin as tough as steel, she was truly a gifted individual. Yake couldn't help but click his tongue. Even he had undergone constant training, and it was only after obtaining the mythical Zoan fruit that his body started to undergo a qualitative change. Nothing much if you're not dead. You might need to find another island to live on. This place has become a paradise of thunder. Haha. Yake laughed wildly. Kaido had a connection with Big Mom, so he knew he couldn't kill this hefty woman. However, destroying her base was also a good thing. This was his forte. Damn it, Kaido. Let's team up to kill him. You don't have to repay the favor you owe me. Big Mom gritted her teeth, filled with hatred for Yake. Lin, you little brat. As long as you join me, I'll spare you. What do you say? Kaido said with a complex expression. If Yake refused, he would have to join forces with Big Mom to eliminate this threat. No. The real fight is just beginning. Enjoy it, Kaido. Big Mom. The raging thunder surrounded Yake's body, and the massive thunder giant began to shrink, wrapping around Yake, ready to synchronize its attacks with his movements. Yake was prepared to get serious. Azure Dragon Annihilation. Yake swung his blade, and two dazzling blue dragons roared as they charged towards Big Mom and Kaido respectively. Yake himself didn't stay idle. He went to attack Big Mom first, as Kaido was too tough, and it would take some time to determine the victor. Yaki's greatest advantage lies in his flexibility. Compared to the massive bodies of Big Mom and Kaido, only Yaki can take them on. They have no way to deal with an opponent like Yaki, who can suddenly disappear during a fight. Yake faced off against two Sea Emperors without losing ground, even pushing them back for a time, aided by thunder, gradually taking control of the rhythm. Enough. Yake, I don't want to play the game of catching mice anymore. Go die. Big Mom merged with the three homies. Prometheus burned above her head. Napoleon transformed into a giant blade over 10 meters long, and Zeus was trampled underfoot. Looking mad, completely disregarding the temporary ally Kaido who was still battling Yake, she slashed with her blade, seemingly trying to kill both of them at once. In Yake's heart, alarm bells rang loudly as he flashed away, and he struck Kaido with a knife, blood and flesh splattering, injuring her teammate. Ah, old lady, are you crazy? Go to hell. Kaido showed no mercy and hit Annie on the head with a club, and the two immediately began to wrestle, exchanging insults. After Yak flashed to the distance, he saw Big Mom riding on Kaido, giving him a good beating. Prometheus occasionally spewed small flames to roast Kaido. Kaido let out a furious roar and transformed into his dragon form, switching offense and defense, while riding on Big Mom's hefty body. The scene was so beautiful that Yak didn't dare to look. Are these two insane? Fighting them is really... Yak was extremely speechless, sighed deeply, and didn't know how to mock these two oddballs who weren't quite right in the head. Super electromagnetic cannon. Yake took out a handful of coins and tossed them into the air, ready to unleash a barrage. Otherwise, these two would go on forever, and he had no mood to fight them. It felt quite shameful. Luckily, he was small in stature, and even the old lady's feet were bigger than him, so she probably couldn't ride him. The coins shot out like a dazzling barrage, creating a beautiful trajectory, while the two struggling on the ground kept wailing, rolling around. Ah, what kind of ability is this? Damn it, it hurts like hell. As the dust settled, the old lady and Kaido were both covered in injuries, with more than a dozen deep wounds visible to the bone, looking extremely tragic. However, Kaido's injuries were slightly better than the old lady's, healing at a visibly rapid pace. Though not by much. The old lady stood up and let out a piercing scream. Her corpulent figure seemed to slim down a bit, and her wounds were healing quickly. Yake, damn, there's such a move? Luckily, Shanks won't do that. The old lady approached Yake step by step, shaking the ground. You've completely angered me, kid. You must die here today. Me? D? That's impossible. Yake scoffed. If you had that ability, you would have killed Kaido already. And I haven't even been hurt much yet. Diamond. Kaido leaped up, swinging his iron rod, and a powerful stick energy flew towards Yake. Boom! Yake's pitch-black left hand deflected Kaido's stick, his expression calm as water, disappearing from the spot. With a single punch, he embedded Kaido into the ground. Using both hands and feet, Yake had long been annoyed by this troublesome Kaido, thinking that it wouldn't be easy to kill him in a short time. So he decided to vent his frustrations by giving him a beating first. Yamato noticed that Kaido was always guarding his right abdomen scar, and a thought crossed his mind. This was a wound caused by Kazuki Oden, and he could make use of it. Sig-style secret technique, piling machine. Yake suddenly thought of a name, but don't get the wrong idea. Yake just kept punching Kaido's head into the ground, making him temporarily unable to resist. Yake held the heavenly lock and moon cutter with both hands, darting like a meteor towards the center of the crossmark. Using the heavenly lock and moon cutter to continuously stir Kaido's internal organs, blood pouring like rain, splattering on Yake's face. Get the hell out of here. Boom! Yake was knocked away by Kaido, who struggled to stand up from the ground, covering the wound on his abdomen. Old injuries added to new ones. And the Conqueror's hockey-wrapped Tinsua Zhanyu easily pierced right through Kaido. Aw, damn bastard. I'm gonna eat you alive. Kaido jumped high, with black lightning crackling from his kanabo, and struck down on Yake with a tremendous blow. Damn, I can't take that big club. Seeing the situation was dire. Yake quickly dodged, and Kaido's strike missed. The already battered Cake Island's ground cracked open from the impact, as if the island might disappear. Yake, now airborne, felt a lingering fear. Luckily, he dodged in time, or he would have at least sustained a serious injury. Mama. Don't think you're the only one who can fly, brat Yake. Big Mom soared into the sky riding Zeus, raising her hand to unleash a powerful sword chi. It's not over, is it? I could do it too. Gunir Wagwa. Regardless of whether it's a giant's secret technique, strength creates miracles. Watching the two ascend into the sky, Kaido felt wronged like a child weighing over 8,000 gene, and with a roar, he transformed into a green dragon and flew up. Mama, Kaido. Let's take this brat down together. No, it's you who's going down. Yake's sword seemed to be aimed at Big Mom, but it was actually directed at Zeus. Without Zeus, Big Mom would have no aerial combat capability. I'm falling apart. Losing Zeus, Big Mom could no longer maneuver in the air. Her hefty body lost support and crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit. Yake remained vigilant, and suddenly, a massive dragon head appeared before him, making Yake feel as small as an ant in front of it. Ha, it's just the two of us left, Kaido. There's more than one dragon in this world. Ha. Yake laughed excitedly, and his body began to swell. In no time, a giant dragon resembling Kaido appeared in the sky, its body entwined with lightning. The special effects instantly overwhelmed Kaido. In the sky, two dragons intersected. Kaido forced his eyes wide open, the dragon's head swaying continuously, seemingly thinking he was dreaming. How could there be such a similar ability in this world? Besides, isn't Yake that little brat a user of the Thunder Fruit? Is this reasonable? Two dragons. Shouldn't that brat be dead? Did he eat two devil fruits? Big Mom, lying in the deep pit, stared incredulously at the two giant dragons in the sky. The fruit that Kaido had was given to him by herself. Where did this little brat Yake get his from? It's common knowledge that a person can only eat one devil fruit. The Navy's information blockade was quite effective. Almost everyone thought Yake was just a simple user of a natural-type fruit, except for the red-haired pirates and the Golden Lion, who had seen it with their own eyes. The red-haired pirates were few in number and tight-lipped, so they naturally wouldn't spread the word. The other informed party, the Golden Lion, was already dead, and even Morgan's. The news broker didn't know that Yake had such an ability. Katakuri brother, are you okay? After the clearing of the battlefield, the children of the old lady were all pushed to the edge of the island. Katakuri was injured quite a bit while protecting his siblings, but it wasn't fatal. Is this the power of a god? He actually has the exact same ability as Kaido, but there are still some differences. His claws have 5 digits, while Kaido has only 4. Katakuri has been paying attention to the situation in the sky and immediately noticed the differences between the two. Besides the number of claws, the colors are not entirely the same either. Aklon's body is light blue, shimmering with lightning, like an ethereal creature. Kaido, on the other hand, is more realistic, fierce and imposing, clearly not a good dragon. Aklon, could you be my biological son? How else could you look so similar? Kaido stared at Aklon for a long time and finally concluded that Aklon must have some blood relation to him. And it's even very likely that the wrong child was taken at birth. Otherwise, how could that foolish son Yamato be so infatuated with that bastard Odin? Yake was almost so angry he could have a brain hemorrhage, wishing he could spit a mouthful of thick phlegm right in Kaido's face. Big brother, have you drunk too much of that fake liquor? Have you gone stupid staying on Onigashima? I'm not the same as you. Thunderstorm. Yake couldn't help but let loose some colorful language, but he really didn't want to engage in a verbal spar with Kaido. He opened his mouth, unleashing a bolt of lightning like bad wind, hitting Kaido square in the face first. Kaido, I'm familiar with this. Bad wind. The sense of DJVU was too strong, so Kaido had to counterattack, but the ordinary bad wind couldn't withstand Yake's thunderstorm at all. Moreover, Kaido was on the left. There's no need to say more about losing to the wave over there. Kaido's dragon face showed an expression of seeing a ghost, his mouth numbed by Yake's electric shock. And he had hundreds of cuts from the wind blades. With just this one strike, the outcome was clear. How is this possible? Aren't we using the same ability? Ha. Kaido, I'm different from you. Even after becoming a dragon, I still possess the power of lightning. Yake said proudly, now the title of the strongest creature in land. See, an heir should change hands. Wow, who's doing Tai Chi here? Yake felt a sharp pain in his body. Looking down, he realized that Big Mom was continuously launching attacks on the ground, unleashing strikes as if she were the emperor of a powerful nation, disregarding the cost. Yake's dragon form was too massive, making it difficult to dodge, and he couldn't evade the attacks. Ordinary slashes could easily be ignored by his elemental transformation. However, Big Mom's slashes were imbued with haki, hitting Yake squarely. Flamme explosion. A violent torrent of flames erupted, spanning several kilometers, causing explosions upon contact with anything. This was the elemental reaction produced by the Rig of Fire, but it was a bit chaotic. Cake Island was bombarded as if it were being hit by missiles, leading to a series of intense explosions. Big Mom was left blackened, spewing black smoke, and her red polka dot dress was carbonized, turning into dust. Yake was in the air and experienced cardiac arrest, with 1,000 grass mud horses galloping through his mind. Auntie, did you buy your clothes up into Oduo? Look at the quality of Kaido's clothes. Yake was speechless and felt a warmth in his eyes, probably on the verge of tears. He couldn't fight anymore, and his desire to battle had dropped to freezing point. The scene before him was undoubtedly the most terrifying sight Yake had ever witnessed in his life. If Big Mom were to cast a soul spell right now, Yake would kneel today. Spiritually shaken, Yake would gladly call Big Mom the strongest. Oh, Lolo, old lady, you crack me up. You've gained so much weight since before. Kaido unabashedly mocked Big Mom's nakedness, seeming quite pleased with her miserable state. This statement carried too much weight. Something was off. You all are very off. Yake looked at Kaido with a strange expression, while Big Mom couldn't bear to look. Thunder Dragon Tornado. Yaku spun around like a gyroscope and unleashed a thunderstorm, with dozens of thunder tornadoes wreaking havoc on Cake Island. He then quickly transformed into human form, with the lightning dragon patterns on his body shining brightly. Annihilation Slash. Yake drew the heavenly lock and started stacking buffs. Various effects were frantically applied, competing with each other. Yake directly transformed into a warrior of effects. Whoosh! Yake swung the Tion Suajanyu like a meteor, cutting through Kaido's dragon body, leaving a nearly 3-meter-wide blood trough on Kaido. Yake had already positioned himself behind Kaido, slowly sheathing his sword. Thud! The Tion Suajanyu closed with a muffled sound, and Kaido's dragon blood splattered all over Yake, turning him into a bloody figure. Hurrah! Kaido writhed in pain in the air, transforming back into his human form and falling to the ground beside the bare Big Mom, with a horrifying wound on his chest. What the hell? Yamato wanted to see how Kaido was doing, but accidentally caught a glimpse of Big Mom. No way. I need to see a psychologist. My heart has been deeply hurt. Yake took a deep breath, trying to forget the scene he had just witnessed. He found his ship near the dilapidated Cake Island and flew towards the eternal truth. Morgans lifted his head from a pile of rubble. Despite being battered and bruised, he couldn't stop trembling. This was definitely the biggest news ever. Get away. This is my ship. Yake was a bit irritable and kicked away Katakuri, who was dazed in place. Then tossed Charlotte's little brats out one by one and stored the ship in his inventory. There was nothing left to linger over, so Yake turned and left. On the way, he found the airship, and the crew was on board. Thus, Yake carried the airship and fled from the world of nations overnight. The kingdom of the sky. Yake returned home overnight with the airship, but he was still filled with lingering fear. On the surface, he seemed to have one, but in reality, he had lost completely and suffered a great psychological trauma. Kaido and Big Mom were too cunning, bringing his intelligence down to their level, and then defeating him with their extensive experience. At the moment Big Mom's clothes exploded, Yake had already lost his fighting spirit. He could no longer use the flame burst breath technique. He would never use it again, no matter what. Yake silently deleted this move from his skill list. Although it was powerful, no, there were no buts, absolutely not. Yake urgently needed emotional comfort, so he went to Nine Snake Island. As soon as he saw Hancock, Yake buried his face into a soft embrace. Yake, you seem off. What's wrong? Hancock held Yake's head and gently stroked it, sensing that Yake's mental state was not good, and took him back to her palace. Yake was not in that mindset. He lay in Hancock's arms, sleeping like a baby. Hancock gently looked at Yake, who was resting on her chest, and felt a surge of infinite pity in her heart. What kind of blow could cause a man like Yake to suffer such a heavy blow? Yake, no, you definitely don't want to know. Hancock, it's so great to see you as soon as I open my eyes. Yake lay on Hancock's firm chest all night, feeling incredibly fulfilled. What could be more comfortable than waking up to a face wash? Yake, if you want, we can do this every day. Hancock smiled brightly. Her greatest dream was to live this kind of life with Yake every day. To her, Yake was more important than anything else, even her own country. Ha ha ha, Hancock. Once I overthrow the world government, I can't wait to do this every day. Yake raised the corners of his mouth, a cheerful smile on his handsome face. Indeed, only magic can defeat magic. Hancock's beauty is the best antidote. Yake felt no soreness in his waist, no pain in his legs, and was full of energy while speaking. Hancock, by the way, it's been a few days since we. Yake stroked his chin, admiring Hancock's delicate figure that was partially hidden, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. Wanwatatland. After Kaido's wounds healed, he left, and this time the alliance with Big Mom ended in failure, leaving him with a scar. Traveling all the way to Big Mom's territory only to get beaten up, losing several pounds of blood without being able to take down Yake. His reputation would also be affected. Overall, it was a total loss. Big Mom's temper grew increasingly irritable. Whole Cake Island was ruined. Although it wasn't sunk, it was no longer habitable. The constant thunderstorms made her uneasy, so she simply moved to a nearby island to avoid seeing it. Mama, the newspaper has arrived. Katakuri was wrapped up like a mummy. Although he didn't directly participate in the battle, he got injured while protecting his siblings and would recover in a few days. Let me see that, damn Morgans. How dare you write this? If I see him again, I'll pluck all his feathers. Big Mom's furious shout pierced through the castle, and the children of the Charlotte family trembled in fear, worried that Mama would lash out in anger. The title of the newspaper boldly stated, "Shock. The strongest emperor is actually him." The article detailed the battle between Yake and the two Sea Emperors, revealing that Yake was a dual devil fruit user. After achieving a stalemate against the red-haired Shanks, he fought against two Sea Emperors without losing ground, with Big Mom getting her clothes torn and Kaido getting stabbed deeply. Various photos confirmed the contents of the report, and Big Mom had caused countless people's eyes to be injured, making her the #1 person to strike fear from a distance. Balaro Island, the town had turned into ruins. Ha ha, I didn't expect he could eat 2 devil fruits. Let's see whose ability is stronger. Tie up my dear Captain Ace. He's an important figure. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard looked at the newspaper and kicked Ace away. His lackey Basis hurriedly took out Seastone to handcuff Ace. Captain, our plan can begin. Lafitte twirled his cane with a wicked smile on his pale face, appearing very eerie. Ha ha, let's get started. Our Blackbeard pirate crew is about to make a name for ourselves in the world. Sky God Kingdom. Yake slapped his own face and put on a mask of pain. After struggling to forget the terrifying images in Hancock's gentle embrace, they reappeared before him. And he had never hated Morgans so much. If he ever saw that Birdman again, he would definitely throw him to feed Yamato. Captain, what's wrong? Robin asked curiously. The newspapers were full of articles praising Yake's combat power. So why did the captain look like he was in pain? It's nothing, Robin. By the way, have you translated the historical texts that Law brought back? Yake felt much better when he saw Robin's face. During their time at Cake Island, he had been observing how Big Mom's historical texts were hidden there. As long as the scene became chaotic, Law could use his teleportation ability to sneak in, and he did quite well, successfully copying the historical texts without being discovered and safely regrouping. Well, we discovered the historical text at the first landmark. Once we gather 4 of them, Captain, you can become the Pirate King. Robin joked. The historical texts she had desperately sought in the past were now being delivered to her, bringing her closer to the truth of history. Ha ha ha, Pirate King? Not interested. Yake laughed heartily. Becoming the Pirate King was completely useless. It was just a title. He was a god. Cough, that sounded a bit too edgy. But he definitely needed to get the historical texts. By the way, Captain, something interesting happened when we went away, no? The Straw Hat crew caused a ruckus at Judicial Island, and their total bounty has risen to 587,050,000 berries. Robin said as she opened a newspaper from a few days ago. Besides Yake, there were few pirates brave enough to directly confront the world government. Oh, is that so? Let me see. Yake took the newspaper, which recorded the Straw Hat crew's exploits in Water 7 and Judicial Island. Unlike the original story, Robin was absent, and Luffy's crew stormed Judicial Island to rescue their new companion Frankie. It seemed that the gears of fate had brought them together again. The next should be Brook, right? He regretted not finding Brook's ghost ship when he went to the Devil's Triangle Sea. It was a pity, but it was probably for the best. Otherwise, Yake would have been driven mad by his beautiful crew members' constant harassment. Yake suddenly thought of something and dialed Dragon's number. After the Straw Hats caused a commotion on Judicial Island, it seemed that Ace was captured by Blackbeard. Hey, Dragon, I need some information. I made a deal with Dragon some time ago. Yake can share the Revolutionary Army's intelligence system, and he naturally won't forget it. He immediately called Dorag. Lord Yake, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be in such a back and forth with the 2 Sea Emperors. What intelligence do you need? Dorag first praised the news that Yake had just reported. After all, flattering doesn't cost anything, and he was also curious about what information Yake needed. All right, no need for more small talk. Do you have any news about Blackbeard? Yake said impatiently, getting angry as soon as he heard about this matter, signaling Dorag to hurry up and get things done. Well, recently, Blackbeard had a decisive battle with Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division on Ballaloro Island, and captured Ace alive. After that, there was no news of him. That's all we know. Dorag thought for a moment before slowly speaking. Yake still cared so much about Blackbeard's news. But from what I know about Blackbeard, he is a man with deep schemes. Capturing Ace definitely means he has big plans. So Whitebeard will not just sit back and do nothing. Mr. Yake, do you know any insider information? Dorag, being the leader of the Revolutionary Army, had already guessed most of it. This incident was indeed diffused for the Marineford War, and Yake didn't know the inside story. However, his information was not for sharing with the Revolutionary Army. He had no obligation to tell Dorag unless he wanted to. I understand. By the way, do you have any news about the float fruit? Yake said expressionlessly. It was impossible to discern his thoughts through the phone bug. He had been offering a bounty for the float fruit for quite a while, but no one had come to exchange it for the bounty. And there were no rumors of an auction for the float fruit circulating in the world. It didn't matter if he couldn't get it, but the Navy must not obtain it, as they were the most powerful force in the world. If they had a way to ascend freely, the Sky God Nation would no longer be safe. There was indeed a lead, but it was uncertain. A former Revolutionary Army officer sent us a message saying that a merchant had acquired the float fruit and was preparing to sell it at a high price to the Golden Emperor. Tesalo offered him 3 billion berries, but then he died without receiving the money. Tesalo is currently preparing to auction the float fruit. So the news hasn't been released yet. But since it's from a former Revolutionary Army officer, we are a bit skeptical. Dragon paused for a moment. Although he was also tempted by the float fruit, he feared it might be a ruse. There are spies within the Revolutionary Army, let alone information from a former Revolutionary Army officer. Great, whether it's true or not. I have to go take a look. Yake finally heard some good news. No matter what, he decided to take a trip to Golden City. Yake hung up the phone and immediately decided to make a trip to Gold City. This time, he could act alone without needing to mobilize anyone else. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters in Marineford also received an unexpected gift. The gift, of course, was Ace himself. Although Blackbeard did not show up, he became a member of the Shichibukai. And with Blackbeard, the Shichibukai only had 5 members left, which was indeed a bit dismal. Crocodile was in the underwater prison, and Moonlight Moria had been killed by Yake 2 years ago. Hancock had joined the Ark Pirates, leaving only the remaining members, Trafalgar Law, Bartholomew Kuma, Jean Bay, Dracula Mihawk, and the newly joined Blackbeard. There hadn't been any strong pirates active in the past 2 years, except for Yake, who was the archenemy of the world government. The bloodline of the Pirate King, Joe L.D. Roger? First, let's imprison him in the underwater prison. This matter should be well utilized. It's a great opportunity to strike at the arrogance of pirates. After receiving a call from Sengoku, the Gorosei exchanged glances, realizing this was a rare opportunity, and it depended on how the Navy would operate. Bang! Sengoku hung up the phone, troubled. He increasingly felt overwhelmed and had entertained thoughts of resigning multiple times. However, the sense of responsibility in his heart kept him in this position. The expansion of power increased the burden of responsibility as his position rose. His sense of duty gradually intensified. The higher he climbed, the heavier the responsibility. During his tenure as Fleet Admiral, the Pirate King and his evil bloodline had been captured one after another. Perhaps this was heaven's arrangement. Garp sighed at the door, not expecting it to come to this. His grandson would have to suffer such a fate. Ace, if only you were a Marine. He was a Marine hero, but at the same time, he was also a grandfather. Colleagues, I am preparing to publicly execute Portgas D. Ace in Marineford. He is Whitebeard's son, and Whitebeard will definitely come to rescue him. A fierce battle awaits us. But this time, we must win. The power of pirates is growing stronger, and God Yake has emerged. We not only need to guard against Whitebeard's counterattack, but also be wary of enemies from above. Sengoku summoned the core forces of the Navy for a meeting. Sengoku had never been as serious as he was now, and Garp sat in his seat, listening to Sengoku's plan. After the meeting, navies from all over the world received summons from headquarters, as the Navy prepared to gather its strongest forces to confront the Whitebeard pirates and the possibly arriving Ark Pirates. Sengoku also planned to announce the public execution of Fire Fist Ace in the next few days, letting the eyes of the world focus on it, making this event the curtain call of his naval career. Sengoku temporarily did not inform the naval leaders across the seas about Ace being of the Pirate King's bloodline. To avoid causing adverse effects, all navies only believed this was merely a decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates, already preparing for the threat from the Ark Pirates. Daz, we are returning to Navy headquarters. Smoker, with 3 cigars in his mouth, still managed to speak, which was quite miraculous. The world's most ridiculous woman, Daz, jogged over, panting. The Smoker. What's wrong, Admiral Smoker? Why are we going to Navy headquarters? Did he get demoted? Shut up. This is the order from Navy headquarters. Read it yourself. Smoker was almost defeated by Daz's antics and helplessly handed her the telegram from Navy headquarters. Fire Fist Ace, that guy from Alabasta. In the New World, a luxurious ship, the Giran Tesoro was sailing on the sea. The world's most luxurious and largest entertainment center was here, filled with gold and beautiful women everywhere. Everything here belonged to Guild Tesoro. Wow, what a nice place. My eyes are almost blinded. Yake arrived alone in this luxurious city, where the air was filled with the scent of decadence. Here in Taizolo, at night, the Pirate King Yake sat atop a ragtag pirate crew and arrived at a sea of gold. Gilder Taizolo was performing on the golden stage in the center. He was the most famous performer in the world and the master of the Golden City. Pirates rushed from all directions, vying to enter this glittering city, and even 2 pirate crews got into a fight. The Golden Sea was surrounded by enthusiastic spectators. Lord Taizolo, the bounty of 36 billion berries god, Yake, is sitting on a ship of the Ganges pirate crew. Tanaka, the security captain, reported to Taizolo, who was performing, after spotting Yake's figure through the surveillance network spread throughout the Golden City. Since the establishment of the Golden City, Yake was considered the most heavyweight guest. The celestial dragons were also esteemed, but as long as they were well-fed and entertained, everything was fine. However, a powerful pirate like Yake could directly destroy the city if he got angry, and Tanaka was speaking somewhat clumsily. God, Yake, how could he come here? Didn't he just finish with the 4 emperors? Damn it. Escort the celestial dragons away for entertainment, and let Bakala personally host Yake. We absolutely cannot provoke him. Taizolo immediately thought of the celestial dragons on the ship. If Yake were to kill them on his own turf, all the hard work he put into building his empire would be gone, even if he paid the most heavenly gold. Taizolo looked at Yake from distance, his expression complex. Once, he had despised the wealthy and the nobility, but since obtaining the gold fruit, the cash ability he once hated became the power he took pride in. The Dragon Slayer ultimately turned into an evil dragon. Adjusting his mindset, Taizolo took the microphone and loudly announced, "Welcome the 5th Emperor of the Sea, Lord God, Yake, to Giran Taizolo." As the host, I'm deeply honored, everyone. Cheer for the arrival of the god. The spotlight shone on the top of the Ganges pirate ship, where Yake lay with his legs crossed, looking bewildered. Damn, I've been found out this kid really has some guts. What? The Five Emperors Yake is actually on our ship? Why didn't you notice? A bearded pirate shouted at the dog-headed man beside him. Lord Yake, please come down and sit. Why didn't you say you were on our ship? Gulme. Taste our delicious aloe juice. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The bearded pirate flattered Yake, inviting him to sit on the captain's exclusive throne, holding a glass filled with what looked like a big lump of sticky mucus. Never mind, I'm not hungry. Yake was embarrassed to turn down his hospitality, mainly because he had no idea what this stuff was mixed with. Even Mendeleev would cry at the sight of it, and Yake really didn't dare to drink it. Don't be shy, Lord Yake. I guarantee it's clean and hygienic, the bearded pirate said earnestly, forcefully bringing the glass to Yake's mouth. Smack! Get lost! Yake slapped him away, and the aloe vera juice spilled on the ground. The crew members of the stinky Ganges pirate crew didn't dare to move, trembling as they looked at Yake, fearing he might get angry and devour them all. Fortunately, after Yake docked on their ship, he left on his own, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing their backs were completely soaked with sweat. Lord Yake, on behalf of everyone on board, I welcome your arrival. Nice to meet you. I am Bakara, your exclusive host. Please feel free to give me any instructions. Bakara swayed her slender waist as she walked towards Yake, wrapping her arm around his. Being overly enthusiastic for a host, Yake immediately felt his arms sink into deep softness. Since Yake had always been bare-chested, the sensation was still very intense, and he couldn't help but smile broadly. This service was impeccable. Lord Yake, you see, we have lists for the Navy, the government, and pirates. You and your crew are our most esteemed VVP guests. Oh, come here. Please sit down. This is the turtle car, our primary means of transportation here. Yake glanced over, and a luxurious sports car stopped in front of the two. Inside the car were green-skinned turtles wearing windproof goggles, gripping the levers and making a kame-kame sound. There was also a commanding turtle walking back and forth, looking quite impressive. Wow, this is interesting. Yake had indeed seen turtle-powered vehicles before. Although he had watched movies about them in the past, it had been so long that his memory was a bit hazy. This one was equipped with 8 rare muscle turtles. My Lord Yake, please get in the car. Bakara opened the door and invited Yake to get in. Is this a vehicle for going to kindergarten? Is it fast? Ahaha. My Lord Yake, you are truly amusing. This is the Rolls-Royce of turtle cars. It's quite fast. So hold on tight. Bakara smiled awkwardly. She didn't fully understand Yake's words, but with her strong professional skills, she managed to respond appropriately. Not bad. Although it can't compare to my exclusive cloud share, it's quite soft. This drink is nice. Let's go. Yake sat comfortably in the soft back seat and took a sip of the blue drink. To be honest, this place is really quite nice. And with Yake's strength, getting things for free isn't a problem. It all depends on whether Taizolo cooperates. As long as he obediently hands over the float fruit, everyone can get along peacefully. If he doesn't cooperate, sorry, this place is going to change owners. They passed through a bustling commercial district with streets paved in gold. But Yake felt no waves in his heart. Gold held no appeal for him. The more prosperous the area, the heavier the oppression. In the vast golden city, the hidden darkness was suffocating. However, none of this had anything to do with Yake. Without strength, one was destined to be exploited. Even if Yake acted as a savior and rescued them, they would just find another place to continue being oppressed or exploit even weaker people. Unless they immigrated to the kingdom of the sky, at least they could live happily there. We just passed through the commercial district, but that was just an ordinary area. Next, we are heading to the high-end district, my Lord Yake, Bakara said while driving, introducing the city to Yake. As a female driver, her driving skills were quite impressive, though it seemed that driving wasn't a common thing in the pirate world. The vehicle moved quickly, and as they approached the central area, the streets became more prosperous, with the gold content evidently increasing. When Yake saw the towering golden giant tower in the center, they had arrived at the amusement park. My Lord Yake, we've arrived at the amusement park. Do you need to change into a different outfit? Bakara turned to look at Yake, who was wearing beach shorts and flip-flops. No, I'm already used to this outfit. Yake said lightly. She doesn't understand anything. Slippers are the symbol of strength in the pirate world. I see, Lord Yake. Just get used to it. We've arrived at the amusement park, and we will give you 100 million berries and chips. You can have fun in the amusement park. And if that's not enough, feel free to come find me. Bakara maintained a professional smile, knowing that strong individuals always stand out. Since Yake didn't want to change clothes, So be it. As long as she took good care of Yake, her task would be considered successfully completed. Is there such a good thing? Then I won't be polite. Yake took the large box Bakera handed over, which was filled with high-denomination chips. Although Yake wasn't short on money, getting something for free was the best way. All right, I'll go have some fun myself. Yake casually tossed the box into the air to play, completely indifferent to the money. A group of kids, not even as tall as Yake's knees, rushed over from the street, holding flowers. Buy a flower, please. You're VIP guest, right? Please, I beg you. A bunch of kids surrounded Yake, clamoring for him to buy flowers, nearly pulling out his leg hair in the process. Bakera's face darkened as he took off his sunglasses. This isn't a place for you little brats. This is our most esteemed guest, so hurry up and go home. Yake raised his hand to stop Bakera, opened the box, casually grabbed a handful of chips, and threw them into the sky. Coming out to work before the full moon, how inspiring. Just consider it a reward from me to you. Yake closed the box and ignored the group of little brats, confidently walking into the turtle car race venue. A real man should drive a big car. Lord Taizolo, Yake has entered the turtle car race venue and seems to be preparing to participate. With no other actions for now, Tanaka poked his head up from the floor. Is that so? Keep monitoring Yake's movements and report any abnormalities to me immediately. How's the situation with the celestial dragons? Taizolo shook the yellow liquid in his glass. The celestial dragons heard that Yake has arrived here and immediately evacuated from Gold City under the protection of world government agents. There are no celestial dragons left in the city now. Haha, the celestial dragons were actually scared off by Yake's name. Before Yake kills the celestial dragons, they probably never thought someone would dare to directly kill these so-called creators of the world. It's truly ironic. Taizolo laughed so hard that tears almost came out, and the mark on his back seemed to throb faintly. What about that blind swordsman? Has he not left yet? Taizolo's laughter suddenly stopped. This middle-aged man, named Yixiao, had always been a headache for them, powerful and troublesome. But fortunately, he only loved gambling with dice and hadn't caused much trouble. He is still at the amusement park gambling with dice. He has been gambling for 5 consecutive days and has already won our 30 million berries and chips. And now there are a lot of gamblers following him, causing us significant losses. Our people are no match for him, Tanaka said, sweating coldly. As the saying goes, accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger. Even though he has become the security captain, as long as the task is not completed well, someone can replace him at any time. Forget it. The main thing now is to serve that god well and make those blind little thugs behave. Taizolo was unconcerned. He possessed 20 of the world's berries, so it was no big deal to scrape a little more from others. It was just pocket change. Yake is at the turtle car racing venue, having spent 1 million berries on chips to enter the race and rented a turtle car. Feeling the texture of the steering wheel, Yake for the first time has a sense of returning to Blue Star. The atmosphere at the venue is lively, and he doesn't know any of his opponents, except for a scruffy guy with a beard, who is throwing him flirtatious glances. Hey Yake, are you here to race too? I won't let you win. I've had 3 cups of special Ganges water, and now I have infinite strength. You're definitely going to lose. The bearded guy shouted excitedly at Yake. I don't need you to let me win. Let's compete fairly. Yake said fearlessly, as fair competition is what makes it interesting. Hello, everyone. The unregulated turtle car race is about to begin. The blood-pumping turtle shell competition. Whoa! There are a total of 5 cars participating, which can be modified, and players can interfere with each other. In short, the first to complete a lap and return to the starting point will be the champion. The entry fee will be returned tenfold. A sexy bunny girl waved 2 burning flags downwards. Ready, go. Yake started off with a direct burnout, instantly gaining a car-length lead over the others. Now that's more like it. Let me show you what it means to be the god of Akina. Yake floored the accelerator, the car doors welded shut. No one is getting out until he wins the championship. Got it? Just pretend I didn't say that. The tortoise frantically pushed the lever, and Yake was off like a rocket. But the good times didn't last long, as a modified car quickly caught up. Hey, even though you're one of the 5 emperors, I'm not afraid of you on the racetrack, die. A burly thug with a face full of flesh shouted arrogantly, charging at Yake with his menacingly modified car. You think you can compete with me? Thunder metallurgy. Yake released an electric current from one hand, melting his spikes into molten iron. The modified car was fixed on the track and couldn't move, causing the driver to be thrown out. A strong counterattack. The power of the gods is irresistible. His Excellency Yake directly eliminated the villain Tyson Plus, maintaining his lead. Let's cheer for Lord Yake. The host's passionate voice echoed in the venue, and everyone cheered for Yake. Go, Lord Yake, you are the strongest. God, we're about to reach the turn. This is a great opportunity for overtaking. I wonder if Lord Yake can maintain his advantage. Let's wait and see. Wow, look, the Mercedes-Benz in position 2 in the Xiaoshu combination actually used the drainage ditch to take the turn, successfully overtaking. Is there such a maneuver? Yake turned around and emitted a slight electric current to stimulate Muscle Brother Turtle, as an appropriate amount of lightning could stimulate the cells, giving Yake's 86 a speed boost. Haha, Lord Yake, don't forget about me. Eat my plunger. The bearded man picked up 2 plungers and threw them at Yake, who quickly slammed the steering wheel. Bang! It actually exploded. This old man has gone crazy. Ha ha ha, did you dodge it? No worries, there's more. The old man stood here very arrogantly, picked up the plunger, and threw it with all his might. Shinra Tensei. Yakin couldn't take it anymore and unleashed a repulsive force, sending the old man and his vehicle flying together. The world finally became quiet. Yake has already eliminated 2 vehicles. The other competitors have also become cautious, choosing to race honestly. Looking for trouble is just asking for trouble. However, Yake cannot move, so the others are free to do as they please, leading to 3 cars battling each other. In the end, it's still Ben Shi and Xiaoshu's combination competing against Yake for the final showdown. We are entering the final sprint phase. Who will ultimately claim the championship? Ben Shi and Xiaoshu? Or the god? The host's passionate voice ignited the entire venue, and everyone stood up, cheering loudly, waiting for the champion to emerge. Hee hee. I want to lose to you. Not even to a god. The modified car of Xiaoshu started releasing nitrous, instantly overtaking Yake, leaving Yake far behind. Yake increased the current, his muscles twitching wildly, and his speed was increasing rapidly. Yake's AE-86 and Kasaki's Benshi are racing neck and neck, and Yake's adrenaline is surging. Oh, a champion is born. Congratulations to the Benshi and Kasaki duo for defeating Master Yake by a margin of 0.2 seconds and winning a prize of 10 million berries. Yake fell silent, not expecting that even the fastest AE-86 couldn't catch up with Benshi's tree descent. Yake accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. What a thrill! Congratulations to you both. Yake sincerely congratulated the couple. Although he called himself a god, he was essentially a human with normal emotions. Losing is losing, just a little money. Lord Yake is really magnanimous, isn't he? Besides the passionate turtle shell race, we have many entertainment activities here. How about I take you to see them? Bakara walked gracefully towards Yake. Yake remained silent, gesturing for Bakala to lead the way. Bakala twisted her voluptuous figure in front, explaining the various amusements of the entertainment city. Most of the people here had red eyes and were panting heavily. Some were ecstatic, while others had lost their sanity. Without exception, they were all consumed by desire, losing themselves in the process. My lord Yake, what would you like to play? Bakala asked with a beaming smile. Yake pointed in one direction, and a middle-aged man in a purple robe was nervously waiting for the answer to be revealed, muttering to himself. Let's play this, guess the size. Yake recognized a familiar person, and he was not surprised to see him here. Fujitora, known for his gambling addiction, was in the perfect place for that, the Golden City, the most extravagant gambling venue in the world. However, at this time, Fujitora had not yet taken on the title of Admiral, and his real name was Isho. Bakara looked in the direction Yake was pointing and felt a jolt in her heart, realizing the trouble. Why did it have to be this lousy gambler? Although he was blind, he rarely lost. Unless she personally intervened, Yake absolutely wouldn't be able to win against that old geezer. If he got too upset from losing, it could lead to trouble. Lord Yake, there are plenty of empty spots here. Why do you have to squeeze over there? Bakara tried to persuade Yake to change his location, but Yake had already walked toward his show spot. Bakara had no choice but to signal the security and follow Yake. Old man, how about we have a bet? Yake sat down at an empty spot, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yake waved his hand a few times, and Bakara understood his intent. A group of security personnel moved in, clearing out the onlookers, leaving only Yake and Isho at the gambling table. Unexpectedly, encountering such a person here, old man, Isho, I wonder what you wish to bet on. Although Isho was blind, his observation haki was incredibly strong, able to sense meteors in space and use the abilities of the gravity fruit to pull them down to strike enemies. He would later become one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, known as Fujitora. How about we bet on high or low? I choose high. Yake snapped his fingers, signaling the dealer to hurry up and shake the dice. Then I guess I have to choose low. The dealer shook the dice cup, and the dice rattled. Bang! The result was revealed. 3, 2 low. Yake lost. Ha! It seems that I have won. Well, lucky day. Isho was overjoyed. laughing like a 500-pound child. The goddess of luck has not favored me, has she? Mr. Isho, what do you think of this world? Yake was unconcerned about winning or losing. He had even cast aside the float fruit. With such powerful wild combat strength in front of him, it would be a crime not to try to recruit him. There are far too many filthy and despicable people in this world, and not seeing them is a blessing. Isho said without hesitation, holding a sense of justice and his own ideals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to join the Navy in the future. Although he couldn't see the evils of the world, he had to feel it with his heart, which was a more brutal experience than seeing it with his eyes. In my opinion, the source of the world's evil is the celestial dragons. Only by cutting off the source of evil can the world be corrected. I see that, Mr. Isho is also a person of justice. Why not join me in questioning this world? Overturn this world? Change this world? Yake said sincerely that a strong person like Isho would only willingly join him if they were moved by emotion and reason and shared the same beliefs. Your words leave me unable to refute, but the changes in the world will inevitably cause turmoil. What about the innocent people? Isho was somewhat tempted, but not completely convinced by Yake. Mr. Isho, you are too naive. Do you know how many innocent people die each year because of the gold from the heavens? You can't even begin to comprehend that as long as the celestial dragons exist in this world, so-called innocent people will only die in vain. Isho fell into deep silence and did not speak for a long time. Never mind. Let's do this, Mr. Isho. Whether following me is the right choice. Let's decide with dice, shall we? I still choose big. Yake chose to let fate decide. If he lost, he could leave without looking back. But if he won, with Isho's character, he would definitely not go back on his word. Sigh, let's go with your idea then. I choose small. Isho sighed and sat up straight. This was the biggest bet he had ever made. Bakala took off her gloves, preparing to transfer the elusive luck to Yake, but Yake turned and stared at her, indicating refusal. If there was cheating, what would be the point? Mr. Isho, it seems you were mentally prepared. Let's go. Yake snapped his fingers again. The dealer was sweating profusely. These two were definitely a bit off, but he still had to diligently shake the dice cup. Clatter, clatter. Yake embraced with both hands, looking calm and composed. Slap. The dice cup was turned upside down on the table and slowly revealed. 3, 5, 3, 11 points big. The dealer said slowly. It seems fate is on my side. Mr. Isho, I won. Yake laughed heartily. He didn't use any tricks, just like an ordinary guest, waiting for the result to be revealed. Isho also did not use any tricks, relying solely on fate. I lost. Isho calmly accepted the result. According to our agreement, old man. Mr. Isho, allow me to interrupt you. You can follow me for a while to understand the truth of this world. If you still believe our philosophies do not align, you can leave at any time, and I will not force you to stay. What do you think, Mr. Isho? Yake did not intend to make Isho join through a single gamble. He firmly believed that once Isho understood the truth of the world, he would definitely join him. That's fine. Then for this time, I will trouble you to take care of this blind old man. Isho stood up and bowed to Yake, towering over him by at least half a meter, making Yake look up at him. There is no need for that, Mr. Isho. I am Yake. Yake also stood up to show respect to Isho. In terms of character, combat power, and strategy, Isho was more than capable of being Yake's vice captain. It really is you, the divine Yake. No wonder you are so dazzling in my perception. It seems I have followed an extraordinary person. Isho exclaimed, unable to see, but his observation haki allowed him to sense. He had vaguely guessed it was the recently popular 5th Emperor. However, hearing it directly from Yake still shocked him. Mr. Isho, you flatter me. I have important matters to attend to in Golden City. Would you like to join me? Never mind, Lord Yake. I will wait here for good news. After thinking for a while, Isho still declined. He felt that with Yake's strength, he wouldn't encounter any difficulties. And as an old blind man, he didn't want to add trouble. All right then, Mr. Isho, I will come find you later. Bakara, put all of Mr. Isho's expenses on my tab. Yake turned to instruct Bakara, appearing quite extravagant, but it was indeed true. Yake had never worried about money. Yake temporarily bid farewell to a smile. Meeting him, Yake felt that this trip was not in vain. He had acquired a general-level combat power, and it was even intercepted from the Navy. It was simply too comfortable. Bakara, is your ability luck? Yake suddenly asked as he followed Bakara into the VIP elevator. The ability of the luck fruit had already transcended the realm of quantum mechanics and could be considered the king of metaphysics. What would happen to an invincibly lucky person? Without exception, all good things would happen to him. Yake thought that the only way to quickly deal with this woman was to use indiscriminate conqueror's haki to stun her. Usopp was a different story. He wouldn't bother with those flashy abilities. You're amazing, Lord Yake. You figured it out in one go. That's right, by touching others. I can absorb luck or transfer it to other people. But Kara had a bad premonition in her heart. Those who were ruined by Tesla were because you absorbed their luck, right? Yake looked at Bakara with a half-smile. I was just following Lord Teslo's orders. Bakara was sweating profusely, frantically pondering Yake's intentions. Ultimately, she chose to tell the truth. Pale lies would only make Yake think she was trying to fool him. It's fine, no need to be nervous. I was just asking if Miss Bakara has any thoughts of changing jobs. Not for now, Lord Yake. The boss is already waiting for you. Bakara had a troubled expression. Her ability was best suited for this place, and she enjoyed the feeling of manipulating others at her fingertips. The elevator stopped, and a luxurious golden door appeared before them, adorned with various exquisite gems. A large head emerged from the door. Honored guest, please take my hand. Tion's ability was the pass fruit, allowing him to freely travel between inorganic materials and also take people through walls. His other duty was to escort people into the VIP room. No need, I can go by myself. Yake shook his head in refusal. He didn't want to touch the hand of a lecherous man. The thunder fruit could already move quickly in the form and speed of lightning through conductors and air, and gold is an excellent conductor. Yake activated the elementalization and directly passed through the Golden Gate, arriving at the VIP exclusive amusement park. Here, high-ranking officials from the world government, pirates, and the Navy coexist peacefully. It is recognized by the world government as a special neutral zone. The Navy here is merely a visitor and does not have the authority to make arrests. To Yake, it seems just talk. Rules are set by those with power. And, of course, they can be broken. Take me to see Tesla. I have business with him. Yake glanced at the visitors here, but did not spot anyone particularly eye-catching. So he decided to go directly to find Tesla. Aren't you going to play a bit? Lord Yake, never mind, please follow me. Bakala exaggeratedly opened his mouth, pretending to be surprised. Welcome to Gulan Tesla, Lord Yake. Are you having fun? Tesla spread his arms and walked down the high steps, the sound of his high-end leather shoes echoing on the stairs. It's okay. It's a nice vacation spot, Yake said blandly. He naturally had no good feelings for Tesla. This person was too hypocritical, and his original intentions had already changed. That's wonderful. Your presence truly brings glory to our place. May I ask what business Lord Yake has with me? Tesla, a renowned actor, acted as if he meant it, but deep down, he wished Yake hadn't come. The lightning surged around Yake, and a few drops of golden liquid slid down from his fingertips. Taizolo's pupils contracted, and his body tensed. When Yake entered, he had already gotten some gold dust on him, and Taizolo could control Yake through the gold dust. The reason Yake didn't directly use his armed color hockey to resist the erosion of the gold dust was to lower Taizolo's guard, making him think that Yake was still under his control. Now, revealing his strength was giving him a warning. A good ability, but not enough. Let me be straightforward. I've received news that the float fruit is in your possession, and I need it. Do you understand? The elegant voice slowly conveyed as the bare-bodied Yake, wrapped in dragon patterns, crossed his arms and looked coldly up at the high-standing Taizolo. Glup! Taizolo swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. Although he didn't know where you got your information, the float fruit is indeed with me. However, this is something the world government wants. If I give it to you, how do I explain it to the world government? Upon hearing it was the world government, Yake sneered. The world government, indeed, wanted to use the ability of the float fruit to gain aerial capabilities. Fortunately, Yake rushed over as soon as he heard the news. The world government? Heh, I came here, and I can't go back empty-handed. You better hand it over to me directly, so you can suffer a little less. Yake's Azura-like aura surged forth, causing all the visitors in the venue to collapse, leaving only Taizolo standing. Taizolo struggled to withstand Yake's conqueror's hockey impact, his face contorted. Yake was undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. However, if he didn't hand over the float fruit to the world government, his own fate wouldn't be any better. He once thought that money equated to power, but in the face of absolute strength, it was all a joke. Enough. The float fruit is here. Take it. After weighing the options repeatedly, Taizolo still gave in. Yake was not the type of person he could easily manipulate. Seeing Yake's demeanor, he knew that he would never back down without getting what he wanted, and he might really end up dead. The world government could be dealt with using money, but Yake was not necessarily the same. Taizolo took out a beautifully crafted box, and a white devil fruit lay quietly in the center of the box, its surface adorned with cloud-like patterns, giving it a light and airy feeling. Yake flickered and moved, taking the box into his hands. Although he didn't know if it was real or fake, he believed that if Tesla dared to deceive him, he would face the wrath of the gods. Satisfied, Yake stored the box in his inventory, feeling delighted. This trip to Golden City was simply a huge profit. Not only did he successfully obtain the float fruit, but he also recruited a powerful ally like Xiao. Dorag was truly his lucky star. Ha ha! Tezalo, you know your place. I'm leaving now, wishing you prosperous business. Yake left triumphantly, leaving behind a scene of chaos. He enjoyed seeing Tezalo's frustrated yet helpless expression. Tezalo gritted his teeth in anger. Countless thoughts of confronting Yake surged in his mind. However, he ultimately gave up. After all, he was just a businessman, and clashing with Yake would bring him no benefit. What a bastard! Tezalo cursed silently and hurriedly called for someone to clean up the mess. After Yake obtained the floating fruit, he returned to the place where he had met Xiao again. Lord Yake, you have come. It seems your matters have been completed. Xiao had just noticed the powerful aura above him, which could only belong to the person in front of him. Ha ha, Mr. Xiao, thanks to you, everything went smoothly. Now we should leave. Come with me to see my country. Xiao replied, then I shall humbly obey. Xiao stood up and left with Yake. Xiao's gravity fruit ability allowed him to fly, but he couldn't fly for long. Since he couldn't confirm the direction, it was fine for battle, but not for travel. However, Yake had many solutions. He took out a floating airship, which was more than enough for 2 people. Have they left? Are you sure? After confirming multiple times that this plague god had left, Tizolo finally felt relieved. Yake's visit had cost him at least several hundred billion. He was now troubled about how to explain it to the world government, as he would have to spend heavily again to pave the way. The world government's appetite was frighteningly large. Although the speed of the floating airship couldn't match Yake's elemental flight speed, it didn't take long for them to return from the new world to the land of paradise. Before long, Yake had brought Xiao back to the kingdom of the sky. Mr. Xiao, welcome to my country, Yake said, opening his arms and smiling broadly. The people here were cheerful and harmonious, completely free from the dirt and filth found in other towns. Xiao realized that Yake's words were not false. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel the hope that filled this place. What a nice place, Lord Yake. I would like to wander around here by myself. Is that so? Well then, the land here is quite soft, so Mr. Xiao, please be careful. Yake didn't care. He was very confident in his governance. Although it wasn't perfect yet, it had already surpassed 99 of the countries in the world, so he felt good about it. Yake didn't say much more and went directly back to the divine residence. Xiao walked into Angel Island with a smile, testing the ground here with his cane, finally understanding Yake's meaning. Everywhere was soft, making it quite inconvenient for a blind person to move around. Sir, is this your first time in the kingdom of the sky? Do you need help? Just after class, Cornus saw Xiao, who was constantly poking the island's clouds with his cane, and hurried over to ask him. Thank you, young lady. I do need help, Xiao said, feeling a bit embarrassed, having just said he wanted to explore alone and now being contradicted. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Sir, have you suffered a serious injury? Cornus was startled by Xiao's face. The grotesque scars and the pale eyeballs were indeed a bit intimidating. However, she quickly calmed herself down and began to worry about Xiao instead. Ha! Young lady, that's a long time ago. Please take me to explore this island, Xiao said, his mood lightening as he was influenced by the lively Cornus. The sky gradually darkened, and Cornus had to part ways with Xiao. Uncle Xiao, I'm going home now, or Dad will worry. See you tomorrow. Cornus waved goodbye to Xiao, and in the blink of an eye, he was left alone. Although it had only been a few short hours, Xiao had already grown fond of this warm-hearted girl. This city was completely different from the places he had been to before, and he gained a better understanding of Yake's experiences in the kingdom of the sky. Gradually, he felt that following Yake might be a good choice if the world could become like this. Mr. Xiao, the captain sent me to invite you to the dinner. Please come with me. Lei Jiao descended from the sky, inviting Xiao to the divine residence. She couldn't help but scrutinize the new crew member Yake had mentioned, who would also be their vice captain, naturally feeling a bit curious. He is very strong. He definitely doesn't have the aura of an ordinary blind person. Just like a fierce tiger, Lei Jiao thought silently. Thank you, young lady. I'm a bit hungry, Xiao replied. At the divine residence, Yake introduced everyone. This is Mr. Xiao, our new partner. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is blind. His strength is quite formidable, with a new member joining. Yake called all the crew members together to get to know him. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I'm Nico Robin, a historian. Although Robin didn't know where Yake found a crew member, she believed that with Yake's judgment, this uncle's character and strength couldn't be too bad, so she first showed kindness to Xiao. After Robin introduced herself, others followed suit. The atmosphere of the Ark Pirates was quite good, and no one neglected the newly joined uncle. However, Ishiao's addition undoubtedly raised the average age of the pirate crew by several years. Mr. Ishiao, we the Ark Pirates are all young people, so please take care of them in the future. Since you're older than us, it's not very polite to call you by your name. I see, Mr. Ishiao always wears a purple kimono. How about we call you Fujitora as a nickname? Yake was still not used to calling Ishiao by his name, and the name Fujitora sounded more powerful and cooler. However, this title was usually given after joining the Navy as a general. Fujitora? A nice title. It suits me well. Then everyone can call me Fujitora from now on. Fujitora Ishiao. Ishiao was very satisfied with this name, as if it belonged to him by nature. Let's raise a glass to welcome Mr. Fujitora to our pirate crew. Cheers! After dinner, a group of people chatted casually. Fujitora surprisingly got along well with Anoka. Their conversation left Yake confused, unable to understand. Looking at Anna and Perona playing together, Yake suddenly remembered that he hadn't given Anna the float fruit yet. Anna, this is a devil fruit I specially prepared for you. It's the ability of the legendary pirate Golden Lion, and it's perfect for you. Haven't you always wanted to fly? Eat it, and you'll gain the ability to fly. Yake opened the exquisite box, revealing the white devil fruit inside, and the room instantly fell silent. Gold Lion? I had a brief encounter with him when I was younger. Back then, he was already a dominant pirate of the seas. It's a pity. Fujitora seemed lost in thought. Great. Yake-sama, can this really make me fly? Then I want to hold back. Without hesitation, Anna took the float fruit and took a bite. As a little cat, Anna's biggest dream was to fly and find the LLBLUE. Now that the opportunity to achieve her dream was right in front of her, she certainly wouldn't let it slip away. Moreover, if this was the power once possessed by a great pirate, she would become stronger and be able to help the captain. Ugh, why does it taste so bad? Tui. Yake-sama, this taste is unbearable. I can't take it. As a chef, Anna had a keen sense of taste, and the flavor of the devil fruit was truly indescribable. Her expression looked quite painful. Her little face scrunched up. Ha, Anna, back in the day, I ate the devil fruit all in one go. That's why I'm so strong. Yake winked at Anna, thinking that as long as one bite could grant power, he had been foolish to gulp it down back then. Now, he could trick others into eating it. Ah, Anna is determined. Anna glared at the remaining float fruit with a deep sense of bitterness, put on a mask of suffering, and tearfully consumed the rest of the devil fruit. Watching Anna actually foolishly eat it all, Yake shook his shoulders and couldn't hold back anymore, bursting into laughter. Ha! Anna, I was just joking. You only need to take one bite. Oh dear, you're really something. I'm the captain, don't grab my face. I rely on my looks to make a living. Yake's ruthless mockery provoked Anna's anger, and she lunged at his face with her sharp nails, scratching him fiercely. But no one helped. Yake deserved it. He was too terrible. Fujitora stood awkwardly on the side, genuinely surprised that the extraordinary Yake he met for the first time was actually like this in private. He began to doubt whether he had boarded the wrong ship. I'm sorry, Anna. I was wrong. Look, you're flying. Yake hurriedly protected his face, trying to divert Anna's attention, feeling like his hair was about to be scratched off by her, which pained him greatly. Hey, it's true. Sister Perona, look, I can fly just like you. It's amazing. Anna excitedly floated around the spacious room, almost dancing in the air. Yake was somewhat worried. Anna had changed. She was no longer the same as before, being affectionate and playful with Koluchu. Now she was both fierce and noisy, even tearing the house apart. After eating the piao fruit, her destructive abilities had skyrocketed, and this was a disaster. Thank you, Yakasama, Koluchu. After a moment of excitement, Anna immediately pounced on Yake's face, resembling a face-hugging cat creature. Her fluffy tail swished around wildly. Yake, I really didn't misjudge Anna. She still has virtue. Haha, what's the big deal? One day, the captain will teach you to use your powers to unleash a move, just like the captain's meteor shower. So cool. Yake blushed for some reason. It's easy to get carried away with Anna. White and soft. Hee. Here refers to Anna's fur. By the way, Gold Lion Shiki is nicknamed the Flying Pirate, so Anna, who inherited the float fruit, is the flying. Strange. By the way, Reiju, be ready for a tasty devil fruit at any time. If all goes well, the dark fruit will be yours. Reiju's strength is progressing quickly, and she must be given a powerful devil fruit. Blackbeard's dark fruit has already been reserved by Yake, and the prototype and enhancement card for the devil fruit are prepared for the dark fruit. But unfortunately, he doesn't have a fusion card anymore. Otherwise, he would have arranged another one for himself. Okay, Captain, I'll listen to you. Reiju smiled and playfully flicked her pink bangs with her pinky finger. Our pirate crew still has Van Oka, and Beppo doesn't have a devil fruit ability. If you have a fruit you want, you can tell the captain, and I'll do my best to find it for you. In this vast sea, the devil fruit is not the only choice. One can still become a top-tier powerhouse by cultivating physical skills. However, having a powerful devil fruit ability undoubtedly provides a higher starting point and ceiling, even if it means becoming a weak swimmer. Beppo and Van Oka fell silent. Beppo glanced at Law, who had no expression. Then he looked at the others and finally made up his mind. Captain, I don't want to eat a devil fruit. Otherwise, if someone falls into the water, no one will save them, Beppo said sincerely. He wasn't wrong to say this on purpose. His true thoughts were that simple. Captain, fate hasn't reached a crossroads yet. Now is not the time to make a choice. Van Oka shook his head and said. Earlier, Yake had offered him the slip fruit, which he rejected. What he wanted was not this kind of ability, and he was waiting for a suitable ability to appear before him. All right, we'll talk about it then. It's getting late. Everyone go back to sleep. Robin, Fujitora, you two come with me. Yake mainly wanted to take Fujitora to attend a history class. Mr. Fujitora, this is the historical text and rubbings I have collected since going to sea. The translations are over there. Robin, could you please read it out loud? Unfortunately, Fujitora cannot see it. Otherwise, it would be even better for him to see the results himself. But there's nothing to be done. To shield himself from the filthy sights of the world, Fujitora has blinded himself and refuses to get a new pair of eyes. This makes Yake feel quite awkward. Robin's ability could easily give Fujitora a pair of clone's eyes, but Fujitora declined. If I were to replace my eyes, then what would be the meaning of my self-inflicted blindness? These were Fujitora's exact words, and Yake did not press further. Robin simply read out the translation of the historical text without adding her own subjective interpretations, just to let Fujitora understand the most authentic history. Fujitora sat upright and serious. From Yake's observation of his expression, it was clear he was not at ease. I really want to know what happened during the blank century. It would be great if I could see it with my own eyes. Fujitora sighed and said softly, Yake, hey, didn't you say something different before? Fujitora always believed that the reason the world is filled with filth is due to the Navy and the government's inaction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have participated in the world conscription, wanting to change the Navy with his own strength. But today he realized he was completely wrong. His understanding of this world was still too shallow. Robin's historical lecture enlightened him. Perhaps overturning this world is the only correct approach. Captain Yake, I smile and am willing to join the Ark Pirates, contributing my meager strength to this world. If I can live to see that day, I truly want to witness this brand new world with my own eyes. Fujitora deeply bowed to Yake. At that moment, he genuinely wanted to join Yake and witness the new world that Yake described. That's great, Mr. Fujitora. You must see that we are not evil people. Our enemies are neither the Navy nor the pirates, but the celestial dragons and the world government. You don't have to go against your inner sense of justice. I want to force you to do anything that makes you uncomfortable. From today on, you are the vice captain of the Ark Pirates. Fujitora smiled and officially joined the Ark Pirates with the position of vice captain. Yake helped Fujitora up, and with his addition, he could confidently say that the strength of the Ark Pirates had undergone a transformation. Even if they engaged in full-scale war, they would not fear any force. Captain Y. Yake and Robin together chose a room for Fujitora and sent him to rest. Only then did Robin voice her inner doubts. Robin, he shares the same ideals as us and carries a heart of justice. He is the most suitable partner for us. You'll understand in time. Come on, I'll take you back to your room. The next day, everyone was busy with their own tasks, and even Fujitora went to guide Anna in her training. His abilities had many similarities with the float fruit, which was why he volunteered to teach Anna. Yake was quite pleased to have some leisure time. Sipping tea, reading the newspaper, and goofing off felt really nice. Puff, Yak spat out a mouthful of tea, not expecting this day to come so quickly. The newspaper reported that in 5 days, Port Gas D. Ace would be publicly executed in Marineford, and 10 supernovas had landed on Sabaody archipelago. Luo had been in the land of the sky and hadn't gone to Sabaody. So only the 10 supernovas gathered on Sabaody archipelago. I have to go to Sabaody. How could I miss the scene of one supernova after another? Speaking of which, Yak also wanted to try the feeling of taking down one supernova with a kick. If that didn't work, a punch would do, right? Actually, there was another purpose. Yak wanted to meet Bartholomew Kuma, this tall and majestic man who could be considered the most humiliating character under the Pirate King. But he was also the only one who knew the whereabouts of Vegapunk, the only person in the Navy that Yak feared. Yet he was also the person Yak wanted the most. No matter what, Yak at least had to ask him something. On Sabaody Archipelago, at Shacky's Rip-Off Bar, the Straw Hat crew gathered in the tavern, listening to Rayleigh recount stories of the Pirate King's crew. Many years ago, he unexpectedly met him on this island. At that time, he had lost his straw hat and left hand. When I asked him why, he happily talked about you. And since then, I have really wanted to meet you, Monkey D. Luffy. Since Shanks didn't mention it to you, I want to nag you about it. In any case, now that you've come here, he must be anxiously waiting for you in a new world. Rayleigh was immersed in past memories, speaking slowly, with a faint smile on his face. Yes, I really want to see him too. Luffy excitedly swayed his body, eager to meet Shanks soon. Nami thought she had heard it somewhere and quickly interrupted. Wait, Mr. Rayleigh, do you know God Yak? He seems to have mentioned something similar to us. Yak? Haha, that is my precious son. What, have you met him? Shacky, who was pouring drinks, laughed proudly, not expecting the world to be so small, with acquaintances everywhere. Son? So, Uncle Rayleigh, the dad Yak mentioned is you? Luffy also remembered what Yak had said in the Land of the Sky. Haha, that's right. It seems you've been a Sky Island. Yak didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Usopp looked at the bounty posters posted in the bar, mostly for the Ark Pirates, with Yak's bounties neatly displayed, ranging from 1.5 billion to 3.6 billion. No wonder this place is plastered with Yak's bounty posters. It turns out he is your son. Nami followed Usopp's voice and said lightly, his strength is very powerful. We had no power to resist at all, and even his crew easily dealt with us. But he is a good person. He gave us many gifts. Luffy chimed in, as he saw Yak as a definite good person. Yake, you got the wrong person. I just simply want to see Teen Nosuk dead. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, a glint flashing in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. Ha ha ha. Yake was personally trained by me. His talent and fruit abilities are among the top standards on the sea. I'm not surprised at all that he has achieved such accomplishments. Rayleigh felt somewhat pleased. Although when he first took Yake as his adopted son, he only hoped he could live a stable life, he now felt honored by Yake's achievements. The Straw Hat crew came to Sabaody mainly to get coated before heading to the New World, and Rayleigh decided to coat them for free. However, during this coating period, they must evade the Navy's pursuit. Because they attacked the Celestial Dragons, the Navy admirals have already been dispatched. Yake hasn't appeared in Sabaody for more than 2 years, and the Celestial Dragons have gradually become bolder, destroying an Island Number 1, and there are countless Island Number 1s. Wherever there is demand, there will be a market. Moshi Moshi? How strange. Can you hear me, Moshi Moshi? The famous actor PPP, no wait, the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Kazu, was confused while holding a black listening phone bug, unable to contact Sabaody for a long time, and didn't know where the newcomers had run off to. So he had to ask a little thug who was shooting. I'm looking for a man named Sabaody. He is my subordinate. Kizaru stopped the thug's path and kindly asked, run away. Seriously, I was just inquiring. By the time Kizaru finished speaking, he had already lifted his left foot, and dazzling yellow light gathered at the tip of his foot, shooting out a golden wave of light, causing the 27th Yarkaman Red Tree to collapse with a loud crash. Boom, boom, boom. This really seems a bit excessive. Kizaru had a mysterious smile on his face. Quite cute. Mom, I'm back. Yake brought Anna back to Sabaody after a long time away from home, missing his parents. He took the opportunity to bring Anna, who was training her abilities. Madam Shaki, Anna is back. Shaki, who had just sent off the Straw Hat crew and was cleaning the bar, heard the familiar voice and was instantly overjoyed. Kid, Anna, what are you doing here? Anna immediately rushed over, using her face cap move, which she had figured out how to do. Madam Shaki, I missed you so much. I missed you too. It seems Yake is taking good care of you. Look at you, you've even gained some weight. Shaki hadn't petted Anna's head in over 2 years, and now she was finally able to do so, almost rubbing Anna bald. Mom, where's Dad? Did he go to get the coating? Yake found a spot to sit down, while Kimmy and Little 8 looked confused. Yeah, we were just talking about you. You know the Straw Hat crew, right? Rayleigh want to get them coated. Shaki let go of Anna and pinched Yake's muscle. Huh, I have something to do. I'll go first. Anna, you stay here with my mom. I'll be right back. Upon hearing this, Yake rushed out, eager not to miss Kizaru showing off. This kid is always in such a hurry, but Anna is so obedient. Shaki didn't mind. As long as she saw Yake doing well, she felt at ease. Of course, Madam Shaki, Anna can fly now, look at me. Anna couldn't wait to show off her abilities to Shaki. After all, she was still a child. Yake covered the entire Chambord Islands with his observation hockey and quickly sensed an anomalous location. Without hesitation, he transformed into lightning and rushed towards it. When Yake arrived, Old Man Kizaru had already started to show off. He wasn't even this vigorous when he was fighting himself. 8-foot mirror. Kizaru reflected his movement onto Apua's head, executing a hook that caused both Apu and the building to collapse. Old man Kizaru scored a double kill. Before Yake arrived, the strange monk Urki had already been kicked away. He was the first blood. Red Flag Drake was wandering in a daze. An old man Kizaru flashed in front of Drake with a lightspeed kick, sending him flying so far that he crashed into several buildings. Old man Kizaru achieved a triple kill. He was already on a rampage. Magician Hawkins already owed Kizaru several lives. If it weren't for his fruit ability that could transfer damage, he would have been taken out long ago. However, Kizaru still diligently shot a light arrow at him, and this time Hawkins had no substitute to rely on, so he could only take it head-on and quickly ended up kneeling. Yake was enjoying a melon snack nearby, almost clapping in delight. It seemed that back in the day, Kizaru's work benefits were not fully utilized, but now, with 6 insurances and 1 fund, along with year-end bonuses and afternoon tea, Kizaru was simply terrifying. Just as Kizaru was about to make a move, the phone rang. Time for Yake to make his entrance and catch up with Kizaru. Oh, isn't this Admiral Kizaru from the Navy? What a coincidence. Are you here to kick some supernovas too? Yake casually flashed in front of Hawkins and, to prove his authenticity, kicked Hawkins away. Hawkins, what the hell did I do to you? Oh, isn't this the 5th Emperor, Yake, ruling over paradise? Why are you here too? So scary. Kizaru started speaking in his usual tone. His unique dialect was one of a kind in the world. Not at all, I must say. Admiral Kizaru is the truly terrifying one. With every so scary, he kicked away another supernova. I wouldn't dare provoke you. It's too frightening. Yake pouted hard, but he couldn't catch up to Kizaru even a fraction, so he could only mimic the yellow tone. Kizaru looked speechless when he first met Yake. He was all high and aloof, and now he had turned into a copycat? So annoying. Why did he come here instead of staying in the kingdom of the gods? What are you talking about? Can I just come here to stroll around? If I'm lucky enough to bump into some noble from a ridiculous world, wouldn't I make a fortune? You're really a troublesome character. Someone like you should just. Kizaru's words were abruptly cut off as he delivered a lightning-fast kick. Yake stood motionless, seeing that Kizaru did not use any additional armed hockey. He simply let him kick. After all, light particles couldn't do anything to lightning. How terrifying. Is it the elementalization of the thunder fruit? It seems I have to get serious. Amaterasu Cloud Sword. Kizaru spread his hands, condensing a dazzling light sword. And without saying a word, he started slashing at Yake. Yake's figure flickered and shifted constantly, with his arms always crossed over his chest. Don't ask why. Just know that it's cooler this way. It's really troublesome to have the same speed as an old man. Kizaru helplessly tapped his head. You can only move in a straight line, right? Kizaru, I can appear anywhere. Just as backstab, Yake suddenly appeared behind Kizaru and kicked him. Ordinary lightning couldn't hurt Kizaru unless it was enchanted. Kizaru was kicked away by Yake and crashed into a building complex. Yake stood still, knowing that the yellow ape would arrive in no time with his speed. But then, nothing happened. Yake waited for a long time, but still didn't see the yellow ape. Could it be that the yellow ape took the opportunity to slack off? Yake was in a mess in the wind. Lord Yake, I am an officer of the Revolutionary Army. No need to be nervous. With a crisp sound, Xiong had already arrived in front of Yake. And Yake didn't expect Xiong to find him first. I know that Dolage has a partnership with you. I am here just to inform you of some intelligence. Please pass it on to Dolage. My time is limited. Xiong's tone was very gentle, apart from his appearance. One could hardly tell that such a person would be called a tyrant. Go ahead, I'll do my best. Yake had a serious expression as he activated the electromagnetic barrier, which could interfere with sound and signals. Dr. Vegapunk had already agreed to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army's actions, and you can tell Mr. Dragon, and he will understand. What about you? I will go assist the Straw Hat crew in leaving. After I lose consciousness, I will protect their ship according to the preset program. Please pass this on a dragon. After conveying everything he wanted to say to Yake, Kuma quietly left, leaving Yake standing in place deep in thought. It seems the Revolutionary Army already had a plan to rescue Vegapunk, and Kuma had also moved Vegapunk to agree to join the Revolutionary Army. Sigh, what an admirable man. Yak sighed deeply. The unconscious Kuma would become a toy for the Celestial Dragons, and he must have anticipated this long ago. After being kicked away by Yak, Kizaru didn't suffer any major consequences. He just dusted himself off and left, knowing he couldn't handle Yak alone without the support of the Marines. Anyway, capturing the Straw Hat crew for beating up the Celestial Dragons would secure his salary for the month, so why bother with unnecessary trouble? Kizaru successfully met up with Senamaru to cause trouble for the Straw Hats. A dazzling light gathered at Kizaru's foot, aimed at the defenseless Zoro below. Luffy was entangled with Senamaru and couldn't rescue Zoro, while Usopp and Brook tried their best with random shots and thrusts. But it was all useless. Without the haki to capture physical entities, it was just futile effort. Kizaru was about to lift his foot in frustration when Rayleigh finally arrived and began to engage Kizaru. Kuma, who had just spoken with Yak, also reached the scene. That guy, he's the real deal. Zoro gritted his teeth through the pain and said, having just been nearly wiped out by the pacifists, now that the real deal was here, did they still have a chance? I can't take it anymore. How many of these guys are there? Usopp was in despair. Kuma appeared right in front of Zoro, calmly taking off his gloves. If you were to travel, where would you want to go? Zoro. Hey Zoro. The paw on his hand hit Zoro, and he instantly vanished, leaving behind a faint cloud of smoke, while Usopp's hand froze in midair. Next were Brook, Usopp, Sanji. No, stop. What have you done to them? Luffy shouted in helpless rage, finally understanding what Yak meant by weakness in the kingdom of God in the sky. It was right now. Powerless, with all his strength, there was no hope. He could only watch as his companions disappeared one by one before his eyes. Luffy knelt on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. The situation in front of him was somewhat unusual. Although he wanted to help them, getting older really has its downsides. Rayleigh, armed with a regular sword, was struggling against Kizaru, already past his prime at 76. At that moment, Kuma approached Rayleigh and softly said, "You are the Dark King Rayleigh, right? I'm an officer of the Revolutionary Army and have some connections with this group. I want to help them escape here. I've also spoken to Lord Yak about it." Rayleigh, who had been very cautious, believed half of what Kuma said upon hearing Yak's name. It was Shuki who told him about Yak's cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. But he didn't expect that the warlords of the sea were undercover agents of the Revolutionary Army. Rayleigh was half convinced. Kizaru didn't know what Kuma had said to Rayleigh, but Kuma's demeanor was definitely off. It was too abnormal. Believe it or not, that's your freedom. My position is also very dangerous. After saying this, Kuma teleported in front of the fleeing Luffy, Frankie, and Nami. Luffy, save! Frankie and Nami vanished one after another, leaving Luffy grasping at air. Dad, leave Kizaru to me. Our battle isn't over yet. Yake suddenly appeared and knocked Kizaru away with a punch. Sigh, I'm getting old. Yake, I'm going to check on Luffy and the others. By the way, can that person be trusted? Rayleigh breathed a sigh of relief. With Yake around, he wouldn't have to work so hard with his old bones. Yake nodded in agreement, and dozens of light bullets passed through his body, but he had already activated his elemental form in advance. What hassle? Do you really want to fight me? Even a clay figurine has its limits. Being knocked away by Yake twice. Can this Navy Admiral still keep his position? Come on, Kizaru. Isn't the lesson I taught you last time enough? Yake moved his body, ready to get started. Although he defeated Kizaru 2 years ago, that was because Kizaru was unfamiliar with his abilities, and Yake seized the opportunity to take him down in one go. Now that Kizaru is prepared, it won't be so easy to catch his physical form. But as long as Yake can grab him and he can't escape, the only outcome waiting for him is death. It's really disrespectful to the elderly. I was so embarrassed last time. The young people these days are too terrifying. Kizaru pouted and started chattering. Yake was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and greeted him with a few bolts of lightning. Gungnir of the Stars. Hundreds of lightning spears appeared in front of Yake and rushed towards Kizaru. Gyata no Kagami. Kizaru noticed the dark-tipped lightning spear and thought it was bad. He couldn't take it head-on and refracted the light to escape. He really ran faster than a monkey. No wonder he's Admiral Kizaru. But I'm not afraid of your speed. Yake transformed into lightning and started a chase with Kizaru. Yata no Kagami. Waves of light bullets flew towards Yake, but he wasn't Kaido. He didn't want to take it head-on. Although this move had the saying of Yata no Kagami, Yake didn't quite believe it. Kizaru, let's see how far you can run. Yake was getting a bit tired of playing the cat-and-mouse game. In a straight line, he really couldn't outrun Kizaru. Yake anticipated Kizaru's weakness and intercepted him. I told you to run. Six Styles' secret technique. Dragon Fist. Yake punched hard at Kizaru's glasses, shattering them into pieces, and Kizaru was sent flying. Akainu violently beat Kizaru, and Kuma dealt a critical hit of 10,000 points to Luffy. In just a few minutes, Luffy lost all of his companions. All because of this man in front of him. Farewell. Ugh. Luffy's eyes were filled with unwillingness. But weakness is the original sin. In front of Kuma, he was as weak as a baby. Luffy vanished in place, and the Straw Hat Pirates were all sent flying by Kuma, scattered to the corners of the world. Old man, Admiral Sengoku is calling for our retreat. Don't get entangled with that god. Akainu, Bartolomeo, shouted loudly. Lying in the ruins, Kizaru was contemplating life. Do I look like I'm entangled with anyone? I've already been beaten until I vomit blood. Are you Bartolomeo? Do you know where Vegapunk is? Akainu heard Bartolomeo's voice and gave up chasing Kizaru, flashing in front of Bartolomeo. I'm the tightest-lipped man in the world. I won't tell you Vegapunk is right. Suddenly, Kizaru kicked Bartolomeo in the face, preventing him from revealing Vegapunk's location. Hey, isn't he your subordinate? Can't you let him finish his sentence? Akainu was just trying to pry information for Bartolomeo when Kizaru interrupted him, truly a persistent man. Kizaru maintained his nonchalant expression, glanced deeply at Akainu, and silently took Bartolomeo away. Yake didn't stop them. They would naturally run into each other eventually, and not just one. Back at the bar, where Shaki was extorting drinks, he found Rayleigh had already returned. Yake, you're here. So, how is the Straw Hat crew doing? If nothing unexpected happened, they've already reached every corner of the world. It'll be a while before we run into them again. They're still too weak right now. Yake pulled up a stool and sat down. Well, that's fine. Rayleigh fell into silence. Mr. Yake, did Luffy and the others really escape? Kemi asked anxiously, while Xiaoba stared blankly at him. Don't worry, they're still alive, Yake reassured Kemi. Luffy really is something. He can make friends wherever he goes. Dad, Mom, Anna, and I are heading back to the Kingdom of Sky. Take care of yourselves. Yake left with a reluctant Anna. Hey, is this Dolag? This is Yake. Xiong told me some information. After returning to the Sky God Kingdom, Yake dialed Dolag's number. Lord Yake, how can I assist you? Yake conveyed the message from the bear to Dorag, who appeared somewhat silent. Sigh. I see. The bear has really reached that point. Thank you, Lord Yake. If there's anything the Revolutionary Army can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Forget it. You can't help me for now. Let's leave it at that. Just after hanging up the phone, Yake saw Gonfu rushing over in a panic. What's wrong, Gonfu? Lord Yake, there are intruders at the Apaya training base. It's that Straw Hat kid from last time. He's already been captured. Do you want to go take a look? Yake was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Kuma to bring Luffy to his territory. It's true that the original Amazon Lily had been moved near Appiato. So it was very likely that Kuma had been to the Empty Kingdom, but Yake hadn't noticed. Bring him to see me, Yake said. Let me go. I want to find my friends, you guys. Luffy said anxiously. His companions were missing, and he had been captured in an unknown place. It wasn't until he saw Gonfor that he realized where he was. Hey Yake, it's you. Great. Can you take me to Sabaody? I need to find my friends. Upon seeing Yake, Luffy felt a glimmer of hope. It's meaningless for you to go back now. Your friends have already been sent to different places by Kuma, and it's impossible for them to return to Sabaody in a short time. Kuma is helping you escape. He means no harm. Instead of worrying about your friends, you should be more concerned about your brother, Ace. Yake tossed the newspaper in Luffy's face. Ace, he has been captured and is going to be publicly executed. Luffy looked at the contents of the newspaper in disbelief. It was yesterday's paper, but so much had happened yesterday that he had no time to understand it. What should I do? What should I do? I need to save Ace. That's right. I have to save him. Yake, please help me. I must bring Ace back. Luffy's mind was in chaos, and seeing Yake was like seeing a lifeline. Ace is still in Impel Down. I can take you there, but how to save Ace is up to you. What is Impel Down? To Yake, Impel Down was a temporary storage facility for devil fruits, where most of the powerful beings from the old era had been sent. Although Yake couldn't directly obtain their powers, Blackbeard would come. The Yami Yami Nomi could capture the dispersed energy of devil fruits and transfer it to the fruits. Blackbeard, now one of the 4 emperors, was hunting down ability users. However, he had only eaten the Yami Yami Nomi and the Gura Gura Nomi, which meant that by using the Yami Yami Nomi to capture the dispersed energy of deceased ability users, he could transfer that energy to a suitable vessel, namely a fruit, allowing the devil fruit to be reborn in place instead of searching everywhere. These were just Yake's speculations. The specifics would need to be discussed once he obtained the Yami Yami Nomi. This time, Yake decided to bring Reiju along with Luffy to Impel Down. As long as Blackbeard appeared, they would kill him directly and obtain the Yami Yami Nomi through the prototype of the devil fruit. And then there would be no need to say more. That's great. Hurry and take me to Impel Down. I must rescue Ace, Luffy said energetically. Yake was indeed a good person. He couldn't wait any longer. Yake also wanted to get to Impel Down as soon as possible. But the problem was that he had never been to Impel Down and didn't know where it was, which was a disadvantage for someone who had never been to prison. Kaido had extensive experience in this area, even having rich experience in public executions, and suggested that Roger and Ace learn from him. Luffy, I don't know where Impel Down is, but I can ask around and let you know later, Yake awkwardly replied, realizing he needed to ask Luffy's father. After all, he used to be in the Navy and must have escorted criminals at some point. Dragon, do you know where Impel Down is? I need to go there. Impel Down? It's located in the calm belt of the first half of the Grand Line. What do you want to go there for? Luffy is going to save Ace. And I happen to want to go to Impel Down too. Why does Luffy want to save Ace? Do they know each other? Dragon had no idea about the relationship between Ace and Luffy. In fact, before Garp told Luffy, Luffy didn't even know he had father. This father-son relationship was truly remarkable. Come on, you don't even know your own son? He and Ace are sworn brothers. Yake said speechlessly. So it turns out they only know how to give birth and not how to raise? Fortunately, when I was a child, I encountered Rayleigh and Shocky. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yake hung up the phone, and with a plan in mind, gathered all the members of the Ark to explain his plan. Legio and Yake took Luffy with them to Impel Down, while the others stood by, ready to head to Marineford at any moment. Mr. Fujitora, this war is very important, so I'll have to trouble you to take good care of them. Yake spoke to Fujitora alone. Fujitora's strength is second only to Yake's in the Ark Pirate crew, and with him guarding and watching over the crew, Yake felt at ease. Don't worry, Captain Yake, I will definitely not let you down. That's good. Reiju, Luffy, let's go. The eyes of the whole world are already focused on Marineford, where the pirate King Roger's son has also been captured by the Navy. The evil bloodline is finally about to be eradicated. This public execution of Ace, with Sengoku even starting a live broadcast, will let more people around the world know about this event. If they can successfully execute Ace and defeat the Whitebeard pirates, then the Navy's prestige will rise to unprecedented heights, while simultaneously suppressing the arrogance of pirates. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh. The three of them have already arrived near the underwater prison, Impel Down. Is this Impel Down? The security is indeed tight. Reiju was shocked to see the part of Impel Down that was above the sea, with countless watchtowers and guards patrolling. Besides the Golden Lion Shiki, no one can escape. Let's break through from the sky. Reiju, Luffy. We'll charge straight in. You just need to go all out, understood? Yake said lightly. There are many powerful individuals in Impel Down. However, they're not the Navy and guards of Impel Down, but the prisoners being held there. Most of them are already weak, and the ability users have all been put in Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. The only real threat to Yake is Magellan's poison. But as long as Yake doesn't bathe in Magellan's venom, it shouldn't be a big problem. A mild toxin can be dealt with by Reiju, and it can also help strengthen their bond. Understood, let's go quickly. Luffy was very calm. His intelligence was on point. If only he could always keep his intelligence online. One Piece would have ended long ago. Without saying a word, Yake took Reiju and Luffy and flew to the sky above Impel Down. Reiju, it's up to you. Understood. Reiju activated her battle suit and fell like a shooting star, smashing a large hole in the top of Impel Down, and alarms immediately went off, causing the entire Impel Down to ring with sirens. Yake threw Luffy into the big hole made by Reiju, while he found another place to smash into, and they acted separately. Luffy was on his own, while Reiju was with Yake. They were in the light, and Luffy was in the dark, each with their own objectives. What is going on? Did a prisoner escape? Magellan hadn't even pulled up his pants before rushing out of the restroom, looking tense. If a prisoner had escaped, that would be a serious dereliction of duty for him. Director, someone has invaded Impel Down. Look, a guard in the monitoring room pointed to the screen. Yake showed a big smile with his white teeth at the surveillance phone bug, feeling very happy, but in Magellan's eyes, it was a provocation. Damn, it's God Yake. How'd he come here? Quickly notify the Navy headquarters. We need support. Hannibal, I'm going to stop the invaders. They must be here to create chaos. Hurry to the 6th underground floor and transfer Ace. He is the most important person. Magellan, as expected of the old warden, was experienced and calm under pressure. It would be even better if he could talk while wearing pants. Director, please put on your pants first. I really don't know how you became the warden when I'm clearly more suited for it. Oh no, my ambition has accidentally been exposed. Hannibal ruthlessly mocked Magellan, but still honestly went to carry out the task. You guys turn your heads. Don't look at me. Magellan suddenly realized, shyly covering his lower half, and quickly pulled up his pants. Oh no, I didn't wipe. Yak successfully reunited with Reiju, while Luffy is already gone to find Ace following the location indicated by the lifeguard. What does it feel like to take a walk in the underwater prison? Yake, I don't feel much, just a bit noisy. There are alarm sounds everywhere, and the guards are rushing in wave after wave. Yake and Legio didn't even need to lift a finger. Ordinary bullets hitting them felt like a mere tickle and had almost no effect. However, Yake found it too annoying, so he simply activated an electromagnetic barrier to block all the bullets and continued to stroll. Hey, how do I get to the first basement level? Yake asked, gripping the guard's neck lightly. Captain, it seems like he can't talk like this. Legio couldn't help but intervene. Yake was great in many ways, but sometimes he could be a bit clueless. However, this made him seem more real, more like a person rather than a deity. Ah, come on, say it again. Yake hurriedly put it down and tidied up his messy uniform. Over there, the guard pointed in a trembling manner, and Yake then threw him out. Yake and Legio followed the direction indicated by the guard and arrived at the entrance to the underground level. Down below was the second underground level, the Red Lotus Hell. Most of the prisoners in Red Lotus Prison were just small fry. Even Babewa could rampage here, but he might struggle against the blue gorilla. Look, they aren't even wearing handcuffs. Save us, please save us. The prisoners locked in their cells saw Yake as if he were a lifeline, desperately pleading for him to help them escape this hell. Yake was ready to let them out, which would cause some trouble for the guards. Otherwise, it was quite annoying to keep finding trouble on his own head. But Yake still didn't have a key. Liaging. Yake took out a bit of gold from the storage compartment and shaped it against the keyhole. Soon, a golden key was made, and it worked perfectly to open all the doors. The prisoners on the first underground level were not very important. The cells were all standard. And the keys were not very special. One key was enough to open all the doors. Yake made a dozen more golden keys and tossed one into a prison cell he passed by, until all the keys were given to the prisoners. The released prisoners, feeling grateful, then went to rescue the other inmates, and the prison cell immediately became noisy. Captain, they are all criminals. If they escape, they will harm civilians again. Is this really a good idea? Legio thought about the consequences of these prisoners after they were released, except for a few who reformed. Most would definitely return to their old ways and become pirates to harm civilians. Legio, your thoughts are correct, but it's hard for them to escape. Because I am here. The Navy headquarters will definitely come with warships. They won't have a chance. Yake understood Legio's concerns, but the prisoners in the first 3 tiers were generally not very strong. There were just a lot of them. Without the luck of the Conqueror's hockey and the leadership of Lord Buggy, they wouldn't be able to escape at all. Will the Marine Admirals come? It seems I was thinking too much. Stepping out of the cell area, there was a vast expanse outside that resembled a forest, with trees that had leaves as sharp as blades, called sword trees, and grass that could pierce the human body like needles, known as needle grass. Yake also saw Luffy and Buggy circling around the big hole in the middle, not knowing what they were doing. What are you doing? Do you want to go down? I can help you. Yake and Reiju flew over and gave them a push, sending them down. No, who pushed me? I'm Buggy the Clown. Buggy fell down in despair. But he wasn't lonely, as Luffy accompanied him to the underground second level. Yake and Legio jumped down, entering the beast hell. As the name suggests, the guards inside are all kinds of ferocious beasts. The prisoners locked in this level know that sooner or later, they will become food for the beasts. So they don't even have the strength to be afraid. Director, they have entered the second underground level. Good. Quickly release all the beasts to stop them. Magellan paced anxiously in the director's office on the 4th underground level. He had just spoken on the phone with General Wayno. The Navy headquarters had already sent Vice Admiral Garp to support Impel down, and he just needed to hold on until the Navy hero arrived. He now only hoped that Yake wouldn't release all the prisoners every time he reached a level, as a riot among all the inmates would be very troublesome. He had just received news that Hannibal had also gone directly to the 6th underground level to take Ace away, who was now being sent to the escort warship, directly to Marineford. Magellan breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, go to the entrance of the 4th underground level to intercept the god Yake. We must hold on until Vice Admiral Garp's warship arrives. Yes, just as Yake entered the 2nd level, he immediately suspected he had gone to the wrong place. It was entirely like a zoo, with all kinds of bizarre animals rushing towards them. It's the Blue Gorilla Brigade. Wait, Sphinx, how did it arrive so quickly? This is bad, I'm doomed. Buggy shouted in panic, flustered. It's all your fault. I almost ran away, but you pushed me down. Don't you know the reputation of Buggy the Clown? Buggy was furious, shouting at Yake, nearly spitting in Yake's face. What did you say your name was? Yake stood with a cold expression, glancing sideways at Buggy. Sorry, I'm just a clown. Buggy quickly bowed and apologized to Yake, as he had just confirmed with a glance that this was someone he couldn't provoke. Roar. Sphinx let out a furious roar, and all the beasts surged forward, one to tear Yake and the others to shreds. Thunderstorm. Yake extended his right hand, and a torrent of thunder swept through the entire corridor. All the ferocious beasts and blue gorillas were bathed in lightning, howling in agony, and a peculiar meaty aroma wafted through the air. Oh, I almost forgot about you, Gungnir. Yake. The Sphinx had not yet reacted when the spear pierced its brow, and its aura began to dissipate. The second layer of obstacles was cleared, and the prisoners ignited their confidence, loudly calling for help from Yake and the others. This time, Yake couldn't be bothered. The people on this layer were as weak as chicks, having been scared stiff by the beasts earlier. Their spirit and energy not even as good as those on the first layer. He didn't care about Luffy and Buggy. They seemed to have found Mr. 3, the Candleman, though Yake couldn't clearly remember his exact name. Anyway, whatever trouble they were causing was their business. Yake continued to lead Rayleigh down. After circling around, they finally found the entrance to the third layer. The third layer, the Hunger Hell, was incredibly hot due to the scorching heat rising from the lower layers, combined with the torment of being deprived of food and water, leaving the prisoners in a half-dead state. As soon as Yake entered, he felt a wave of heat hitting him, which was quite uncomfortable. "Captain, it's so hot here, and it's so dry." Rayleigh was not used to this kind of climate. Her physique was not as abnormal as Yake's, and she didn't feel as indifferent as he did. "Do you want to eat ice cream? It's made by Anna." Yake magically pulled out several ice creams emanating cold air and handed them to Rayleigh. The one thing Yake had plenty of in his storage was various kinds of food. "That's perfect. It's strawberry flavor, my favorite. If only I could sprinkle some poison powder on it." Rayleigh took the ice cream from Yake without hesitation. Yake was also not idle, devouring ice cream and sipping a large cup of cold beer. Yake himself did not have freezing abilities. However, items placed in the storage compartment would maintain the state they were in when they first entered. The two of them strolled through the Hunger Hell as if they were on a picnic, while the prisoners inside the cells were nearly crying from hunger, constantly swallowing saliva and staring intently at the ice cream in Rayleigh's hand. Damn, the invaders are not only God Yake, but also Straw Hat Luffy and Clown Buggy. They are continuously rescuing prisoners on the second floor, and the defense forces have been dealt with by Yake. Our guards won't arrive for a while. They are not important. What matters is Yake. He is our greatest threat, Magellan said calmly. The more critical the moment, the calmer one must be. Leit salut eis intercept Straw Hat Luffy. He is no match for God Yake. Once they reach the fourth floor, I will deal with them. Magellan was prepared to fight to the death, and the entrance to the fourth floor had been sealed. If Yake wanted to go deeper, he would have to get past him. Magellan's purple venom dripped continuously, corroding the ground and hissing, while all the guards put on their gas masks to avoid being accidentally harmed by Magellan. Strange. There is no one to stop us on this floor. It's really odd. Yake had walked through the Hunger Hell for quite a while, seeing nothing but sand and prisoners, not a single guard in sight. Isn't that just perfect? It saves us time, doesn't it? Rayleigh stretched lazily, revealing her beautiful curves, feeling a bit stuffed from the ice cream. Well then, let us hurry. The entrance to the fourth floor is not far ahead. Yake vaguely saw the distant structure and quickened his pace with Rayleigh. It seems a battle is about to happen. Rayleigh, are you ready? Just as they reached the entrance, Yake sensed a large number of presences below the entrance with his observation hockey. Magellan must be waiting for them there. Rayleigh silently activated her combat suit. The meaning was clear. As they just entered the scorching hell of the fourth floor, Yake saw the guards on high alert and the warden Magellan. The temperature here was surprisingly high, as it was a boiler room filled with boiling blood pools and seas of fire. However, it didn't affect Yake and Rayleigh much. The only thing to watch out for was Magellan's deadly poison. Magellan's poison fruit was very similar to Rayleigh's bloodline ability. However, Magellan's side effects were too severe, as he loved to consume poison. So he had to relieve himself every day, spending more time slacking off in the restroom than actually working. But the power of this fruit was terrifying and required careful handling. Stop right here. I am Warden Magellan, and I will never allow you to act recklessly here. Open fire. Seeing Yake and Rayleigh appear, Magellan launched an attack without hesitation, the smoke from the gunpowder obscuring the figures of the two. However, Magellan did not dare to relax at all. If such an attack could take care of them, it would be too ridiculous. Smoke without harm. Yake and Rayleigh walked towards Magellan's troops, completely unharmed, step by step. Was it really useless? Poison Dragon. There was no need for hesitation. Yake was definitely the kind of opponent who required full effort. Magellan amplified his power, and a thick purple poison spread across his body, coalescing into 3 roaring poison dragons that lunged at Yake and Rayleigh. This move had nearly wiped out Blackbeard's crew. Dragon of Judgment. Yake would naturally not underestimate the situation. A massive thunder dragon, accompanied by a painful crackling sound of electricity, tangled with the poison dragon. The high temperatures from the lightning continuously evaporated the poison, filling the closed boiler room with toxic gas. Yake did not take any chances and put on a gas mask to prevent the toxins from affecting his physical condition. As expected, the thunder dragon devoured the poison dragon and roared as it lunged toward Magellan. Magellan removed the twin horns from his head, revealing them to be weapons, barely managing to fend off the remnants of the thunder dragon. With a gloomy expression, his unique attire made him look like a demon emerging from hell. Giant of Poison. Judgment of Hell. Magellan unleashed a blood-red skeletal giant from his body. Unlike the usual purple poison, this move was a specially crafted crimson toxin. Any substance that came into contact with it would become infected, gradually spreading and eroding everything. Just a single touch of the poison would lead to a slow progression towards death. This ability is far too dangerous. Yake watched as the jailers fell one after another beside Magellan, the poison spreading relentlessly among them, infecting even their own. "Yake, let me handle this. That poison looks quite delicious," Leggio said, looking intrigued by the bright red toxin, as she activated her battle suit and charged at Magellan. "How is this possible? How can you be immune to my poison?" Magellan exclaimed in shock, noticing that Leggio was covered in the red toxin when she approached. However, in just a moment, all the poison was absorbed by Leggio's body, and the pink wings on her back became increasingly vivid. 6 styles, butterfly dance. A dozen flying slashes from her storm leg struck Magellan solidly, while Leggio easily dodged the attacks of the poison giant. With her observation haki allowing her to predict the immediate future, Magellan's attacks were all seen through. Magellan's most lethal poison had no effect on Leggio, and he could only counter with his physical techniques. Similarly, Leggio's poison was ineffective against Magellan. Fortunately, her physical skills were strong, and Magellan found himself at a disadvantage. At this moment, Luffy and his companions had also rushed to the 4th floor. "Hey Yake, you guys out here so quickly. Who asked that beaten-up uncle?" Luffy asked as he entered, seeing Chong Wei beating up Raifuku. But he only recognized Leggio, Sanji's sister, whose name he forgot. "Okay, that's very Luffy. Idiot. That's the warden of Impel Down, Magellan," Buggy remarked, speechless at how little the boy knew. "Wow, the floor is so hot, hot, hot." Caldito, also known as Candleman, started tap dancing because the floor was indeed burning. "Leggio is fighting him. Don't come over. This place is filled with toxins," Yake warned, noticing that Xiao Feng and Candleman were also present, as Luffy's jailbreak team gradually grew stronger. "Ah, he is telling the truth. Magellan is the user of the poison fruit. Quickly cover your noses and grab some gas masks," Buggy shouted in panic, his hand detaching to grab a gas mask from a fallen jailer. "If you want to get through here, you'll have to step over my corpse. Get out of my way." After being beaten for a while, Magellan finally exploded in anger. To be honest, his lethality was comparable to that of an Admiral, but his physical skills were lacking. After all, you can't expect someone who lives in a toilet every day to train their body, right? "Leggio, speed up. If we defeat him, we can move forward without hindrance," Yake urged, seeing that Magellan was on his last legs. It seemed that Leggio was Magellan's nemesis, rendering his proud poison useless. "Yes, Captain. Haha. Sorry, Warden, I can't play with you anymore. By the way, your poison is quite delicious," Leggio said with a playful smile, truly striking at the heart. "Damn it, how could I?" 6 styles, ultimate technique, cherry blossom fall. Bang! Magellan's towering body fell helplessly, as Leggio's attack severely injured and knocked him out. "All done, Captain. We can continue now," Leggio said, dusting off her hands and smiling at Yake. Yake gave a thumbs up. "Awesome. Now that we have the dark fruit, Reiju is definitely the daughter of darkness. Great. Magellan has been defeated. Our chance has come. New humans." Ivankov saw the situation on the 4th floor through the monitor, and Magellan, who had been suppressing Impel Down by himself, had actually fallen. So there's nothing to fear in this prison anymore. "Let's go out and take good care of these boys." Oh. This is the 5th and a half floor, a paradise in hell, Impel, a gathering place for transvestites. Sexy fishnet stockings and cloaks, fuchsia tight ultra-low-cut bodysuits, light blue eyeshadow, and purple lip gloss, long and thick eyelashes. Are you feeling excited? No. You're too early to be happy. This is the transvestite king Emporio Ivankov from the Kamabaka Kingdom. He led a group of transvestites and transgender people out of the secret passage to the 4th floor, charging towards Yake and his group. Just as Yake and Reiju were about to leave, they heard the commotion and turned back in confusion. Reiju covered her mouth in surprise. Yake's eyes were almost blinded by the shock. There wasn't a single normal person in this group. You thought you were looking at a beautiful lady, but sorry. He's a transgender man. That's still acceptable. At least they looked relatively normal. However, those cross-dressers in women's clothing were quite the eyesore. Anyway, Yake simply couldn't accept it. It wasn't much better than an old lady's nudity. The emotional damage was incredibly effective on Yake. "I am the new queen of transgender, Ivanov." This strong boy said, "What's your name?" Ivanov threw a flirtatious glance at Yake. Yakden suddenly felt his heart stop and couldn't breathe. Finklai, who was beside Luffy, was so excited that he couldn't speak. "The person you're looking for is over there. He is Dragon's son. Yak couldn't hesitate to sell out Luffy. No longer wanted to see Ivankov's face or those eye-watering clothes. He could barely accept a normal outfit instead. Yak respects their aesthetics, but just hopes that Yak won't see it. Ignoring Ivankov's surprise, Yak continues forward with Reiju, escaping this place of disputes. The 4th floor is the director's office, where it is much simpler to find the elevator that goes directly to the 6th floor. Yak quickly finds the elevator used by the guards and heads to the underground 6th floor, Infinite Hell. The prisoners held here are either on death row or serving life sentences until they die. The Navy imposes life sentences to prevent criminals from resurrecting their devil fruit powers after death. They are not imprisoning devil fruit users, but rather the devil fruit powers themselves, delaying the rebirth of these vicious abilities in the sea. What a beauty! Are you here to relieve this old man's fire? Ha ha meow. The tyrannical king, Pizarro, gazes greedily, fixated on Reiju's sexy figure. Thunderous torrent. Yak's gaze was sharp as he zapped the unrepentant criminal for a full 3 minutes. He only stopped when Pizarro was left charred and lifeless, his agonizing screams echoing throughout the infinite hell. How dare you speak disrespectfully to my woman? Yak glanced at the other inmates, none of whom dared to utter a word. These prisoners realized that this was definitely not a person from the prison. Otherwise, he wouldn't kill so casually, aside from a few who were not afraid of death, like a burly red-skinned man in the corner who looked at Yak without fear, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Crocodile, are you still comfortable in here? Yak found old sand after walking through a few corridors. Crocodile seemed to be in good shape, still exuding a strong presence. Damn it, how come I keep seeing you everywhere? You don't look like you were captured. Crocodile said with a robust voice, his expression neutral. Old Sand, my previous promise still stands. If you're willing to join me in toppling this world, I can release you immediately. If not, I won't force you. Yak had not forgotten what he had previously told Crocodile. Staying in prison was a waste. Aren't you afraid I'll back out after I get out? Crocodile replied indifferently, recalling how he had firmly rejected Yak's invitation last time. Accepting it now felt a bit like slapping himself in the face. Yak saw the inner turmoil of Crocodile and directly used his lightning metallurgy to create a key, unlocking the cell door of Crocodile's prison. He then made a small key to unlock the sea prism stone handcuffs. If you are willing, then come with me. After doing all this, Yak left to find another Shichibukai, Jinbei. Crocodile stood there watching Yak and Reiju's figures, gritting his teeth, and followed them. The prisoners inside the cell were excited to see that Yak had a key, and they all felt hopeful, thinking that following Yak would lead to a bright future. Just 2 people managed to break into Impel Down. Could they be weak? Hey, I want to join your pirate crew, too. Save me. Me too, add me in. Dad, save me. Yak exclaimed, goodness, there are even those who recognize their fathers on the spot. Truly remarkable. But there was no time to deal with these people right now. He needed to get those he knew out first. Jinbei, do you remember me? Yak walked to Jinbei's cell and knocked on the sea prism stone door. However, his enhanced abilities gave him resistance to the sea prism stone and the sea, so this brief contact had no effect on him. Lord Yak, what brings you here? Jinbei had just heard the shouting outside his cell, but he had ignored it. Ace had already been taken away by Hannibal, so he had to quietly wait in his cell. I came to find Ace, but it seems he has already been taken away. By the way, do you want to get out? Yak shook the keys in his hand, making a clinking sound. Thank you, Lord Yak. I was just hoping to get out. I will never forget your kindness, Jinbei said with difficulty, the chains on him dragging on the ground and making a crisp sound. Jinbei, you have been stripped of your position as a warlord of the sea by the world government. Would you like to join our Ark Pirates? You should know that only by overthrowing the world government can the residents of Fishman Island truly live in the sunlight. Yak tried to invite Jinbei to join, but it seemed Jinbei had some reservations. I understand your intentions, my lord. However, Fishman Island has always been protected by Whitebeard, and Ace is also a friend of mine. I must go to Marineford to rescue Ace first, but I would naturally be willing to join your Ark Pirates afterward, Jinbei said after a long contemplation. Haha, I'm actually planning to go to Marineford too. Let's go together then. It will definitely be very lively. Yak was delighted to hear this, not expecting that his persuasive skills would work so well today, convincing both Old Sand and Jinbei. As a professional sea rescuer, with Jinbei joining, his crew would no longer have to worry about falling into the sea without anyone to save them. Other prisoners saw this and thought, this is great. Another one has been rescued. Surely it will be our turn next. Shouts rose and fell as they all tried to promote themselves. Quiet. I don't know any of you. I can let you out, but I only want powerful devil fruit users. Yee, alright, that's enough. Yak selected a few relatively strong devil fruit users and released them. However, He did not unlock the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs, as he intended to kill them later. Bringing the Sea Prism Stone would save some time. Among those chosen by Yake was Katarina Devon, who had the Inu no Mi model, Kaibai no Kitsune, dog fruit, mythical beast type, nine-tailed fox form, and the world destroyer, Bandy Wald, who had been frozen into an ice statue. His devil fruit ability was the Momo no Mi, which Yake thought was very suitable for Vanoka. Yake truly wanted only these two fruits. Yake has only released 4 people in total. The others are still honestly serving their time. These heinous criminals are not on the same side as Yake, and releasing them will only lead to more wrongdoing. However, there is one person Yake has to pay attention to. Yake walked up to Douglas Barrett's cell and asked, "No, I don't want to join any damn pirate crew. My strength exists solely for me to win alone." Barrett said disdainfully, as he only believed in his own power. Yake quietly opened his cell and let Barrett out. "With a good momentum, come on, defeat me on the sea. I am Yake, and I hope you don't die." Yake unlocked Barrett's handcuffs. "Yake? You really have surprised me." Barrett gave Yake a deep glance and left without looking back. Barrett's goal is to become the strongest in the world, but isn't Yake the same? How boring it would be without opponents. Barrett is definitely the most impressive monster Yake has ever seen, not at all inferior to Kaido. His 3-color hockey is at the top level on the sea. Fighting someone like him is truly interesting. Barrett, who just joined Roger's pirate crew, was able to hold his own against his father, so he can't be too weak. Moreover, he knows the whereabouts of the eternal pointer to Raftel, and if Yake can get it, it would save him a lot of trouble. Amid the desperate gazes of the other prisoners, Yake and his group left the infinite hell. Yake and his group of 6 left the 6th floor, with Katarina, Daimei, and Bondawaldo handcuffed. Jinbei and Old Shah stood as guardians on either side of Yake and Leigio. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates, whom Yake had been thinking about, finally arrived at Impel Down, but the situation seemed different for what they had anticipated. "Captain, it seems like someone has already been here." Lafitte sensed something was off and reminded Blackbeard. Ha. Doesn't that just make it easier for us? Let's go." Vice Warden Hannibal. The warlord of the sea, Blackbeard, has invaded Impel Down, and Warden Magellan has been defeated. What should we do? Hannibal had just sent Ace back not long ago and didn't expect the situation to have deteriorated so badly. Now the scale of the prisoners' riot was so large that even the Vice Warden could not escape responsibility. Although he was weak, he also had the heart to think of the people. The escape of the prisoners would disrupt the world, and he had to step up. The Warden is not here. Hannibal and the Warden. Do you hear me? Order. Seal the elevators, heavily guard all exits, and prevent the prisoners from escaping. Yes. When Yake arrived, the elevator was functioning well, but on the way back, it became unusable. Yake had no choice but to find the exit and walk up floor by floor. He had never been to the 5th floor before. It was a frigid hell with a harsh climate and a large number of military wolves raised here. They were stronger than the beasts on the 2nd floor and preferred to move in packs. However, this was not a big problem for Yake. He didn't even need to lift a finger, as Lao Sha and Jean Ping easily dealt with them. "Hey, Yake boy, finally found you." Ivan Koff shivered from the cold but still managed to give Yake a flirtatious death glare, and only then did Yake realize how cold it was here. Straw Hat Luffy. Ace has already been transferred by the Navy. If you want to save him, go to Marineford. You all should escape quickly. Jean Ping. Having heard Ace talk about his brother, recognized Luffy by his appearance and kindly reminded him. "What?" Luffy, trembling from the cold, took out Ace's life card. Sure enough, it had changed direction and was still burning. "Boss." Daz Bonus, saved by Luffy, walked straight to Lao Sha's side, loyal as ever. "I'm not the boss anymore." "He is." Lao Sha pointed at Yake. Daz Bonus glanced at Yake, but said nothing. "Everyone, let's hurry and get out. We need to save Ace." After learning that Ace had been transferred, Luffy immediately changed his target and rushed off, with the others seemingly following him as they all wanted to leave as soon as possible. "All right, let's go too. It's too cold here." Yake raised his hand to deal with a few military wolves and called everyone to leave. The Blackbeard crew moved quickly, encountering little resistance. Apart from the crowded checkpoints on each floor, which took a bit of time, they quickly broke through to the 4th floor, the scorching hell. As soon as Luffy saw Blackbeard, he charged in recklessly to start fighting. Although Blackbeard was slightly injured, he was basically unharmed. Ivankov held Luffy back, stopping him from getting himself killed. "Oh, Tiki brother, didn't expect to see you here." When Yake arrived on the 4th floor, his eyes lit up. Blackbeard Tiki's ugly face suddenly looked cute. Yake's mood could be summed up in a lyric. "Finally waited for you. Good thing I didn't give up." "Haha, Yake brother. What a coincidence. You came too." Tiki felt an impulse to turn and run. Yake's current strength was far above his, and with only the dark fruit. He was no match for Yake. I have something to do, Yake brother. I'm leaving first. Tiki was determined to get away. He and Yake were definitely not on the same side. Although he didn't know why his plan had been intercepted by Yake, he only knew that if Yake made a move, he would undoubtedly die. Don't rush to leave. Tiki, you haven't left your dark fruit behind yet, Yake said with a half-smile. 1,000 sunny pirates attack. Reiju, Lao Sha, and Jean Ping each faced off against Blackbeard's crew. Reiju against Lafitte, Crocodile against Poison Q, and Jean Ping against Jiza's Bagus. Yaki is staring at Teach from a distance. Yaki, what do you mean? Teach's face twisted with anger, black gas already covering his hands. And behind him was a dark abyss. Teach, your dark fruit experience card has expired, and now it belongs to me. Yake did not hide his intentions at all. In his eyes, Blackbeard was nothing more than a piece of meat to be slaughtered, although the dark fruit severely restricts its user. Yake could easily beat Blackbeard to death just with his physical skills. He despises his enemy tactically while valuing them strategically. Yake left the ground to avoid being pulled into the dark space by the dark blood path in order to prevent a mishap. Blackbeard's dark fruit can attract those with abilities to himself, and when in contact with the ability user, the opponent's devil fruit power will become ineffective. It can also absorb fruit attacks, but only small-scale attacks. Yake had long figured out how to deal with Blackbeard. Thunderstorm, Thunder Dragon. Yake first unleashed a large-scale lightning flood to block Teach's escape route. The dark fruit couldn't withstand long-range area of effect skills, and Teach was screaming in pain from the electric shocks. The following lightning dragon devoured the rolling Blackbeard on the ground, making him appear even darker. It hurts so much, you bastard Yake. Dark water. Blackbeard knew that Yake was a double fruit user, but as long as he could attract his physical entity, he could inflict damage on him. Teach, I'm not ace. Yake felt a strong gravitational force pulling him towards Teach, and in an instant, he unleashed a powerful Conqueror's hockey shockwave, interrupting Teach's skill. Gungnir Spear. Fatal Strike. Yaki condensed a Thunder Spear and threw it out, targeting Teach's heart. Dark Water. Blackbeard used both hands to absorb the power of the Thunder Spear. Haha. Did you see that? Yaki, my ability is invincible. Teach couldn't help but feel proud when he saw his ability successfully take effect, and his arrogant laughter was somewhat piercing. Yake's expression didn't change, and Tiki was not surprised that he could block it. Although he relied heavily on his fruit abilities, he still had basic combat awareness and was not weak in physical techniques. However, Tiki couldn't predict Yake's skill set. Tiki, next, I will use it to pierce your heart. Are you ready? Yake pulled out the Heaven Lock Moon Slayer, and his next move directly conveyed to Teach. Don't lie to me, I'm not falling for it, Teach said, but his hand slowly moved to protect his heart. Yake disappeared on the spot and did not show up for a long time, while Teach began to panic, searching everywhere for Yake's figure. Where are you? Yake, come out now, are you scared? I'm here. Yake appeared next to Blackbeard, and Blackbeard's hand reached out, attempting to seize Yake's physical form. But it was just an attempt. In the next second, Yake vanished and kept flickering beside Blackbeard. Blackbeard was flustered and highly tense, knowing that the dark fruit was the nemesis of all devil fruit users. However, the premise was that he had to make contact, and Blackbeard was currently in such a situation, as Yake appeared next to him countless times but could not be touched at all. Damn it, be swallowed by darkness. Dark hole. In a desperate move, Blackbeard unleashed a dark hole around him, causing everything above it to sink into darkness. Sorry, Teach, your dream is over. Celestial Dragon Annihilation. Yake appeared above Blackbeard's head, and a solidified Thunder Dragon swallowed Blackbeard whole, while the Heavenly Lockmoon Cutter was also embedded on top of Blackbeard's head. I am not willing to accept this. Blackbeard died with his eyes wide open, filled with ambition as he stared directly at Yake. Brit on. Yake took out the prototype of the Devil Fruit, a day he had been waiting for a long time. The white fruit prototype in his hand slowly turned purple, revealing the dark fruit that Blackbeard had once dreamed of and was ecstatic about. The dark fruit in hand. The battle between Leitio and the others also had a clear winner. Lafitte, Basis, and Poison Q were no match for Leitio and her team, being beaten to the point of having no ability to fight back. Poison Q was turned into a mummy by Old Shah, and Basis was knocked out by Jinbei. Lafitte, being a devil fruit user, already had Sea Prism Stone handcuffs on him. Captain, should we kill them? Leitio was never a soft-hearted woman and never showed mercy to any enemy. Let's leave them alive for now. Those who are dead are forgotten. Yake is no longer concerned about Blackbeard's crew. He used a Devil Fruit enhancement card on the dark fruit. Ding, please select the enhancement direction. enhance ability effect, and increase negative resistance. The ability effect enhancement. Yake had previously used the enhancement for negative resistance, which increases resistance to seawater and sea prism stone. However, the dark fruit has a clear weakness, so Yake decided to enhance its ability. Ding! Enhancement successful. Obtain the enhanced version of the dark fruit, now capable of normal elementalization. What a profit. This is not a loss. Reiju, this is your devil fruit. Eat it. Yake smiled as he handed the dark fruit to Reiju. Everyone might betray Yake, but only Reiju wouldn't. She must obey Yake's will. Giving the dark fruit to Reiju was something Yake had planned all along. As you command, Captain. Reiju didn't hesitate and quickly consumed the dark fruit, her expression slightly pale. Captain, it seems I have gained the ability. Reiju's entire body turned pitch black, merging into the darkness. Yake stabbed at Reiju's abdomen with a single strike, without any added hockey. However, Reiju showed no reaction. The Suk Nomi's ability to elementalize is too strong. Reiju, let's first try to transfer the devil fruit ability. Yake pierced Lafitte's heart with a single strike, and he lost his life in his disbelieving gaze. Captain, I can feel an energy escaping from his body. I can't. Legio's black hand grasped as if trying to catch something. Did you catch it? Quick, try to transfer it into the fruit. Yake took out a large pile of fruit from the storage compartment for Legio to choose from. Legio attempted to transfer the energy into a banana, but the ability in her hand resisted, seemingly unwilling to enter the banana. Unable to proceed, Legio tried a cantaloupe, then an orange, and finally succeeded in transferring it into an apple. The red apple slowly turned white. A devil fruit was reborn right before everyone's eyes. Incredible. Is this the reason Blackbeard has been after this fruit for over 20 years? Jinbei said solemnly. Crocodile laughed heartily, finally understanding why Yake said he could overturn this world. With the power of the dark fruit, he could obtain any ability he desired. Even everyone could become devil fruit users. A genuine army of devil fruit users would be terrifying, unimaginable in terms of combat power. Katarina, Devin, and Bandywald understood why Yake specifically wanted devil fruit users and insisted they bring sea stone handcuffs. Their fate had been clearly arranged by Yake from the very beginning. Damn it, how dare you deceive me? If you have the guts, let me go, and see if I don't crush your little balls. Katarina Devin cursed furiously upon realizing she had been deceived, her language extremely crude, making Legio frown. Super electromagnetic cannon. As Yake raised his hand, a blood hole the size of an apple appeared in the center of Katarina Diem's forehead, and she fell helplessly to the ground. Legio, it's your turn. Dark water. Legio pulled Katarina Diem's corpse towards her, gripping a mass of invisible energy in her hand, and then attempted to place it into that fruit. Each different category of devil fruit prefers to inhabit different types of fruit, and it's impossible to tell what original fruit a special type devil fruit has transformed from. For example, Law's no Mi is shaped like a heart. Who could guess that? Fortunately, Yake had plenty of various fruits on him, everything one could need. After trying for a while, Legio successfully embedded the devil fruit energy into a yellow pear, a specialty from the West Sea, which began to change continuously, becoming a unique fruit. The Inu no Mi, mythical Zoan, nine-tailed fox form, is in hand. Who would have thought that even I would have a day when I could be easily slaughtered? But even if I die, I will never let you succeed. I am the world destroyer, Bondewaldo. Bondewaldo suddenly jumped into the boiling sea of blood in the scorching hell, preferring to be burned to ashes rather than let Yake and the others succeed. Hey, Luffy, what are you staring at? Grab him. Don't let him panic. Yake ordered the dazed Luffy beside him. The latter suddenly understood, extending his arm to pull Waldo down from midair to the ground. Super electromagnetic cannon. Yake didn't want to say much to him anymore. No matter what his identity or story was, he was determined to get the devil fruit. Actually, Yake, it doesn't have to be so complicated. As long as there's death, the energy of his devil fruit will dissipate, and I can absorb it with the dark water. Legio was gradually getting the hang of it, and she was very satisfied with her newly acquired ability, feeling that she could finally become a great help to Yake. Oh, is that so? Yake hadn't eaten the dark fruit, so he wasn't very clear on the effects of its abilities. He could only judge based on his own guesses and would conduct detailed tests when he had free time, as there must be many secrets hidden within the dark fruit. Legio shrugged her shoulders and replicated the process, extracting Waldo's Momo fruit and transferring it into the fruit. The Momo fruit was in hand in less than 10 minutes. Yake had successively obtained the unknown fruit from Lafitte, the mythical Zoan fruit from Catherine Butterfly, and Waldo's Momo fruit. Now, this impel down was of no use. Blackbeard and his crew's bodies were thrown into the sea of blood to destroy the evidence, to prevent any further complications. All right, everyone, let's head back to the Kingdom of the Void. Yake's objective had been achieved, and he was ready to leave at any moment. His observation hockey had sensed that there were more than 10 warships surrounding Impel Down. No matter who it was, Yake didn't want to waste any more energy for now. Yake moved from the 4th floor to the ground level with Lavatory and the newly recruited crew members, while Luffy's escape team closely followed behind. As soon as they stepped outside, they were met with a big surprise. "Yake, kid, I've been waiting for you for a long time. No one is getting out of Impel Down today. Where's that idiot Luffy?" Garp shouted loudly from the bow of the ship, with soldiers behind him aiming at the escaping prisoners. "Garp, today isn't a good chance for us to fight. I'm leaving first. Luffy is behind me." Yake didn't want to engage Garp. That old guy was terrifyingly strong, and it would take days and nights to determine a winner. He directly transformed into his dragon form and used flame clouds to lift a chunk of the ground from the sea level of Impel Down, taking Lavatory, Old Sand, Jinbei, and Daz Bones along with him. "Bastard, come back here. Open fire. Bring him down." Garp didn't expect Yake to escape directly and was immediately anxious, angrily throwing a few cannonballs at Yake. "Old man Garp, I'll beat you up tomorrow, but I'm going home to eat first." "Ha ha ha." Yake twisted his body to dodge and casually threw some trash talk to affect Garp's mindset. "Damn it, I must beat this kid into a pig's head. It makes me so mad. Grandpa, what are you doing here?" A confused Luffy shouted in a panic, and Garp's eyes lit up. Yake sold Luffy without hesitation, as Garp would definitely soften. In a state of extreme anger, Garp could even be knocked down by a single punch from Luffy. Garp was not holding back against Luffy, but rather was like the sea. Yake returned to the Sky Kingdom with fragments of the advanced city. "Yake, is this your country? It's really nice seeing Yake's country." Old Shock couldn't help but remember his failed plans for Alabasta over the years. He suddenly felt a bit bittersweet, wondering what he had been doing all these years. "If I can't beat them, I'll join them." Old Shock could only comfort himself this way. "Ha ha, this is our territory. Welcome home." Everyone jumped down from the fragments of the advanced city, and Yake transformed into his human form. "Jinbei, once this major event is over, Fishman Island can be rebuilt, and any residents who wish to return to the surface can immigrate to our Sky Kingdom. Here, they will be absolutely safe." Yake patted Jinbei's shoulder. "This has always been a wish of all the residents of Fishman Island. As long as there is such an opportunity, they will definitely come to the Sky Kingdom without hesitation, rising from 10,000 meters under the sea to 10,000 meters above the sea." "Then thank you, Captain Yake. I am very grateful." Yake first let Jinbei and go for a stroll in the land of the gods, while he took Rayleigh back to the god residence to arrange for the devil fruit. "Captain, you're back. How was the harvest?" Robin, who was working, looked up and smiled at Rayleigh and Yake. Robin was now wearing glasses, exuding a strong secretary vibe. "Robin, look." Rayleigh stretched out her right hand, which was emitting black smoke. "Rayleigh, have you already eaten a devil fruit? Isn't that the ability of that Blackbeard from recently?" Robin looked at Rayleigh's ability in shock. She had just reviewed the intelligence on Blackbeard, and his ability was exactly the same as Rayleigh's. "I have already killed Blackbeard. This is his ability, the Logia-type dark fruit, known as the most vicious devil fruit." Yake comfortably lay on the cloud chair and yawned. Today's harvest was quite fruitful. Not only did he obtain the dark fruit, but he also conveniently got several powerful fruits. Impel Down is truly a great place. It was worth the trip. "Rayleigh, it seems you have become stronger again. It looks like I will never be able to defeat you." "Don't worry, Robin. I will protect you from now on." Yaki was contemplating while holding the Zoan-type devil fruit in the form of the nine-tailed fox. Although he had gained the ability to seize devil fruits, he mostly found crew members who already possessed them, making it difficult to find suitable users for these powerful abilities. He was not clear about Lafitte's devil fruit ability, but according to Rayleigh's description, Lafitte could transform and fly with wings, and also had the ability to hypnotize. This made Yaki feel that this fruit was indeed a Zoan type, as only Zoan fruits have such special abilities, and very few people in the pirate world possess hypnotic powers. Apart from Lafitte, the only one Yaki knew of was Zhang. However, Lafitte's hypnotic ability was far more reliable than Zhang's. After thinking for a long time, Yake couldn't guess what the ability of Lafitte's devil fruit was. So he decided to give the Momo fruit to Van Oka first. The ability of the Momo fruit is to increase the speed, volume, size, etc. of objects it touches up to a maximum of 100 times. However, it cannot enlarge living beings other than oneself. This fruit's ability is truly extraordinary. With Van Oka's sniping skills combined with this fruit, no one on the sea could evade his bullets, and the power would increase 100-fold. If it weren't for Bondi Wald being locked up with Sea Prism Stone, it would take Yake quite a bit of effort. Yake got up and went to the training ground to find Van Oka, who was practicing with armament hockey. Van Oka, I have a devil fruit that I think suits you very well. It's the ability of the World Destroyer, Bondi Waldo. Yake took out the Momo fruit and briefly explained its powers to Van Oka. At first, Van Oka was somewhat indifferent, but as he listened to Yake's description, his eyes began to shine brighter and brighter. He even felt that this devil fruit was tailor-made for him. It was simply perfect for his abilities. Captain, this fruit is very suitable for me. Thank you for your consideration. Van Oka decisively decided to eat the fruit. After enduring unbearable torment, the taste of the devil fruit finally faded away. Without hesitation, Van Oka took out his fate and aimed at a distant target. Momo 100-fold electromagnetic cannon. Fate began to charge. The electromagnetic cannon required some time to prepare. Bang! Yake saw a bullet shoot out, and its diameter instantly expanded to about 25 meters, moving at incredible speed. If it weren't for Yake's strong observation hockey, he wouldn't have been able to see the bullet's trajectory at all. It was a massive bullet that vanished right before his eyes, which was terrifying. The distant forest was cleared out, creating a wide path, and the bullet had already disappeared. Flying out to sea, the ground was also plowed into a trench over 10 meters deep. With technological creations combined with his amplified abilities, Van Oka already possessed the power to kill a Yonko. Captain, the speed of the electromagnetic cannon is too fast. If we forcibly increase it 100-fold, the consumption will be enormous, and we can't directly double the armed color hockey that is wrapped around it. Van Oka was a bit out of breath. Enhancing the size and speed of the electromagnetic cannon 100-fold had drained his stamina, and the armed color hockey he had wrapped around the electromagnetic bullet had been diluted and was gone. Yake furrowed his brows tightly, then let Van Oka take a break to try out ordinary guns, shells, and other abilities. Yake continuously observed and finally came to a conclusion. The Momo fruit has limitations. It cannot simply double the use of hockey. For example, Van Oka cannot enlarge himself. If hockey is used, the consumption will increase dramatically for firearms and shells. It depends on their original size and speed. The larger and faster they are, the more stamina consumption will increase. Indeed, there are no invincible fruits, only invincible people. If this were given to Garp, he could beat Yake into submission. Van Oka, you should train your stamina more in the future. The stronger your stamina, the higher the limit of this fruit will be. However, your current destructive power is already considered top tier. In the hands of a stamina monster, this fruit becomes a devastating weapon. But Van Oka is not bad either. With his long-range sniping ability combined with the Momo fruit, he has evolved into a human weapon. Even without enlarging his size, wrapping hockey around himself is still quite easy, significantly increasing his threat to Logia users. Van Oka was evidently very satisfied with the abilities he had just acquired. Even with his stamina nearly depleted, he continued testing his capabilities. Now, the combat power of the Ark Pirates is already sufficient, with top-tier combatants like Yake and Fujitora and high-end combatants such as Hancock, Reiju, Van Oka, Crocodile, Jinbe, Law, and Robin, who all possess strong abilities. However, she herself does not enjoy fighting. She is the strongest support of the Ark Pirates, and the mascots are Anna, Beppo, and Perona. Both Anna and Perona have quite good abilities, but without personal training, she cannot currently determine the outcome of a war and still needs to improve. Beppo is merely a mascot. Yake is very satisfied with the current configuration of the Ark. He is confident he can take down any of the 4 emperors, including the red-haired pirates, but it is unnecessary. Tomorrow is Ace's execution day, and everyone from the Ark Pirates will participate in the battle. Yake unilaterally announced that this war has been taken over by the Ark Pirates. Impel down. Luffy still managed to escape. Garp couldn't bear to send Luffy to impel down, allowing them to steal a warship and escape. Garp is currently dealing with all the prisoners who later attempted to flee. Luffy has already taken the fugitives to Marineford to participate in this world-shaking war. The Shichibukai have gathered in Marineford, including Doflamingo, Mihawk, and Bartholomew Kuma. It is somewhat pitiful that the Shichibukai have always struggled to recruit members. The government has now turned its attention to the supernovas causing chaos in Sabaody, planning to send them invitations to become the government's pawns once this war is over. Garp, how is Impel down? Sengoku asked with a serious expression. Sengoku. Yake escaped with Crocodile and Jinbe. I couldn't catch up. The riot in Impel Down has calmed down, and most prisoners did not escape. Garp said, bracing himself for a scolding from Sengoku. This time it truly is his negligence, letting Luffy go without saying anything, fearing it would make Sengoku furious. Sigh. Just come back quickly, Garp, and prepare for tomorrow's execution. Sengoku sighed deeply. He was already prepared for the Navy to face 2 pirate crews of the Emperors. Whitebeard is fine. He is old, but the young and strong Yake is the biggest threat. Sengoku has requested support from the world government. This time it is not just the Navy, but the CP organization and the 3 military commanders, including Admiral Akainu, will also participate in the battle. The Navy has put everything into this fight, but the opponent is too powerful, and Sengoku lacked confidence. This time the Marineford War has an unprecedentedly luxurious lineup. The CP has dispatched 3 leaders with the strength of admirals, who usually protect the celestial dragons in Marineford, joining the war at the request of the Gorosei. As soon as the Ark Pirates appear, they will engage in battle. There are 3 hours left until Ace's execution. The Navy's propaganda has spread throughout the pirate world. The vast majority of people now know about the upcoming major event. Whitebeard is a renowned pirate from the old era. On par with Pirate King Roger and Shiki the Golden Lion, his reputation spreading across the seas, not to mention the Grand Line. People from all over the world are paying attention to this world-shaking war. They only know that Whitebeard will have a showdown with the Navy, but they are unaware that the Ark Pirates will also participate. The Impel Down incident has been temporarily concealed by the Navy. Few people, aside from those in the world government, know that Yake invaded Impel Down. Marineford. Here is the Navy's family area. The people living here have been arranged to take refuge to ensure that the Navy soldiers can fight without worries. The Navy's formation has been set up with about 100,000 soldiers summoned from around the world, and 50 warships surrounding the crescent-shaped bay and the entire island, the shore lined with countless heavy artillery. From the port, one can see the 3 warlords of the sea guarding the front lines of the army. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Dracula Mihawk, and Bartholomew Kuma, their exaggerated sizes standing out prominently. Look, it's the admirals, a nervous Navy soldier exclaimed, and his colleagues held their breath, their hearts pounding. On the platform above, the 3 highest combat powers of the Navy walked in sequence. Akiji, Akainu, and Kizuru, radiating an overwhelming, oppressive aura. Justice will prevail. Sengoku's voice echoed through the entire Marineford. All Navy soldiers erupted in excitement, shouting the slogan in unison. A familiar figure appeared beside Sengoku. The old Navy veterans were moved to tears, while the new recruits exchanged glances. It's the former Fleet Admiral. Admiral Kong is here too. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. The shouts resounded throughout Marineford. Kong's arrival was clearly a shot of adrenaline for the Navy, and, at that moment, the soldiers sincerely believed that the Navy would defeat Whitebeard and completely change the world's power structure. Sengoku nodded at Kong and continued. Bring the prisoner, Fire Fist Ace. Up. 2 executioners slowly brought the silent Ace onto the execution platform, the chains clanking. The heartbeat of tens of thousands of people, their steady breathing, was unusually clear in the eerie silence. He is the man who might become the ignition point for this world-shaking war. A Navy soldier with braids said with difficulty. At the same time, he is also the culprit controlling the fate of the world. Ace knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and crossed 2 long knives in front of him, producing a crisp sound. Sengoku, Garp, and Kong slowly walked behind Ace. Is this okay, Garp? I want to say everything. Sengoku asked, tilting his head. Do as you wish. I'm going below. Garp replied, not wanting to deal with Sengoku. Haha, Garp is still the same. Kong said helplessly. Everyone step back. Yes. Bring the din mushi. Yes. Sengoku held the din mushi in his hand, paused, and after a while said, there is something I must convey to everyone in advance. Port Gasti, Ace, regarding the significance of this man's death here. Garp sighed as he walked below, staring at the ground without speaking for a long time. It's not your fault, Garp, Tsuru said slowly. Ha, women can be so gentle at times like this, little Tsuru. Kapu suddenly laughed out loud, although his heart was very heavy. The execution of Port Gasti, Ace was being live-streamed in Marineford, and reporters from around the world rushed to Marineford, eager to let everyone know the outcome of the battle. In order to transmit the news quickly, they even brought printers along, with the genius reporter who shocked the world being among them. No, he is now an editor-in-chief. The Navy's lineup was too strong, and the Whitebeard pirates were bound to lose. Yes, in addition to the 3 admirals, the Navy hero Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Admiral Steelbone Kong were all present, with countless vice admirals arriving, and candidates for the admirals like Momonosuke and Shitan. It was hard to see how the Navy could lose. Fool! The most terrifying thing was the Navy's scientific troops. Did you see that? Those rows of pacifists, just a few days ago, dealt with the so-called worst generation of supernovas without any resistance. The reporters were all discussing, and without exception, they all felt that the Navy was sure to win. Ace, report your father's name, Sengoku said lightly, deliberately hiding this until today to add fuel to the execution. Old man? My old man is Whitebeard, Ace said with his eyes closed, as Whitebeard was the only father he acknowledged. No, Sengoku had already guessed that Ace would not admit it. There is nothing wrong. Only Whitebeard, no one else. Ace shouted loudly. At that time, we were wide-eyed, desperately searching for that man's child on some island. Based on the little intelligence and possibilities from CP, we thoroughly investigated the newborn babies and those about to be born, as well as their mothers. But we never found anything. No wonder your birth was exchanged for your mother's life. It could also be said that it was your mother's ulterior motive. She deceived our eyes, not the world's eyes. In the South Sea, there is an island called Batarilla, and your mother is named Port-Gas de Rouge. Ace, kneeling on the ground, widened his eyes, his muscles tensed, while Sengoku continued speaking. This woman's actions far exceeded our understanding. She was solely focused on her child, and actually made the child stay in her womb for 20 months. Then, upon giving birth to you, she died on the spot from exhaustion, 1 year and 3 months after your father's death. The baby who inherited the world's most evil bloodline was born. And that is you. You can't possibly not know. Your father is the pirate king Gold, Roger. Sengoku's voice echoed in Marine Ford, and all the Navy soldiers fell silent, while Garp clenched his fist tightly. The onlookers watching the live broadcast from the Sabaody archipelago also fell into a deathly silence. The world suddenly quieted down. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and finally, someone let out a cry of astonishment. Fire Fist Ace is the son of Gold, Roger. Is Fire Fist Ace's strength inherited from his father? Smoker recalled his time with Ace in Alabasta when Ace said he was Luffy's brother, and he had foolishly believed it. Captain Smoker, isn't Ace the biological brother of Straw Hat Luffy? Das Bones was still a bit unclear about the situation, but Smoker was no longer in the mood to respond to Das Bones. Garp covered his face, recalling the past. Ace was entrusted to him by Roger at the end of his life. Although he took advantage of Roger, becoming a father figure to Roger's son, he genuinely regarded Ace as his own grandson. Now, seeing his grandson come to this point, he felt very uncomfortable. The Navy's justice and the affection of ordinary people were difficult to reconcile in his heart. You began using your mother's name as the captain of the Spade Pirates. With your outstanding strength and speed, as you roamed the seas, we finally noticed that Roger's bloodline had not been severed. However, at the same time, Whitebeard, who also noticed this, took you on his ship to train you to become the next pirate king, letting the son of his former rival board his ship. No, Ace firmly denied it. I went on that ship to help my old man become the pirate king. Ace vehemently denied it, but Sengoku paid no mind. Only you think that way. In fact, we cannot act against you at will, because you have been protected by Whitebeard. If we simply ignore you, you will undoubtedly unleash your potential as the next generation's pinnacle of pirates. Therefore, taking your head here today is of great significance, even if it means a full-scale war with Whitebeard. The Navy President erupted again, their morale reaching its peak, shouting for victory. At this moment, the Gate of Justice opened. Report, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The Gate of Justice opened automatically without any instructions, and we can't contact the power room. A nervous Navy officer said. Under normal circumstances, this was absolutely impossible. What did you say? Sengoku was shocked. With his years of experience fighting against Whitebeard, he knew he wouldn't use any tricks. Could it be that bastard Akainu? It must be him. Yak. The surface of Crescent Bay is calm, but beneath it lies a surging undercurrent. Suddenly, alarm bells ring out, and a dense cluster of ships appears on the horizon. All troops prepare for battle. The cannons are aimed at the distant sea, and the pacifists lift their heads. It's the Whitebeard Pirates Grand Fleet. However, Whitebeard Moby Dick is nowhere to be found. A total of 43 ships of varying sizes, all belonging to Whitebeard's divisions, captained by notorious pirates of the New World. This is really interesting, so exciting. Come on, Whitebeard. Doflamingo is already getting impatient. Bubbles keep rising to the surface of Crescent Bay, and a massive splash erupts from the center of the bay, countless waves surging, the surface covered in ripples. Waves crashing against the shore, turning into raindrops. Sengoku, could it be? A shadow emerges from the center of Crescent Bay, and a gigantic ship appears. It's Whitebeard's Moby Dick. This guy Whitebeard actually came from the seabed using a coating. Sengoku suddenly understands, but he is surprised that Whitebeard is also playing tricks. Then, 3 ships from the Whitebeard pirates invade Crescent Bay directly, and the bubbles burst. Marco, Jothu, and the other 14 captains are all present. The sound of metal clanging grows closer, and Whitebeard, wielding his supreme blade, the Tsong-Yun Chia, slowly ascends to the top of the Moby Dick. A strong sense of oppression envelopes the Navy camp. For the Navy, the name Whitebeard represents not just a name, but countless failures, ships destroyed, and lives lost. Gururara, it's been years since we last met. Sengoku. Whitebeard. My dear son, is he all right? Whitebeard, with his body scarred all over, faces all the Navy, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, exuding an overwhelming aura, the dense Navy scene as nothing. Wait for me a moment, Ace. Looking at his foolish son on the execution platform, Whitebeard says kindly, Old man, we will never let anyone who has harmed you go. Ace, be prepared. Marine headquarters. We're coming to rescue you. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates say one after another. Doflamingo playfully sticks his long tongue out to taste the fresh air, really afraid he might bite it off. His pink flamingo fur coat, especially eye-catching. Doflamingo turns to look at Mihawk on his right. Are you planning to just watch? You are just passing the time anyway. Do as you wish. Mihawk's expression remains emotionless. Whitebeard plants the blade of Tsong-Yun Chia into the deck, opens his arms slightly, and then brings his hands back to his chest, the sea breeze making his coat billow. After a few breaths, Whitebeard stands up, suddenly spreads his arms wide, and white cracks appear on both sides, emitting the sound of glass breaking under pressure. The sea begins to surge violently, waves 1,000 meters high leap up, a fierce tsunami enveloping the entire marine fort, the rolling giant waves about to strike, causing the Navy soldiers to panic. This is the terrifying power of the Tremor fruit. In the face of such a scene, Yak can only retreat into the sky to avoid it, absolutely impossible to resist head-on. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. What is that? A tsunami? Sengoku hasn't faced Whitebeard in a long time, but he knows Whitebeard's abilities well. Even with numerical superiority, don't be overconfident that you can win. We might end up failing. That man possesses the power to destroy the world, Sengoku warns. The waves stack one on top of the other, growing taller, blotting out the sun, sweeping towards Marineford from both sides. The Navy soldiers feel as if the sky has darkened. The waves caused by Whitebeard have risen high enough to obscure the sun. If Marineford is hit, it will be reduced to ruins, and everyone will die. That man has stood up. He has moved. He has vanished. And he has flown into the sky. Ice Age. Akiji spreads his arms wide, launching 2 ice pillars from his palms, capable of freezing the towering waves that could destroy Marineford in just a few breaths, releasing a chilling cold. Akiji, you little brat. Ice Spear. Whitebeard doesn't even look. Raising his right hand high, white cracks spread through the atmosphere. Akiji's spear is directly shattered, and he is forced to activate his intangibility, but he too is smashed, falling into the sea. After falling into the water, Akiji's feet begin to freeze the sea surface. 5 fingers plunge into the water, and centered around Akiji, the sea surface rapidly freezes over, the ice spreading quickly. In just a few seconds, the entire Crescent Bay is turned into a solid ice surface. This is the power of the Logia type. The sea is frozen. Both the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy ships standing guard at Justice Gate are all frozen in place, unable to move. The sea becomes land, even if only temporarily. Fire. A certain unknown naval officer shouts loudly, the veins on his neck bulging. Boom, boom. Heavy artillery fires, countless shells shooting towards the Whitebeard pirate ships. The war has begun. Let them see our might. Bista shouts excitedly. Countless pirates jump from their ships onto the ice, charging towards the execution platform of Marineford. Kill all those damn Navy. Charge! Charge! The captains lead their subordinates, braving heavy cannon fire to land on Marineford. Engage the pirates. All Navy soldiers, justice will prevail. The Navy is equally unyielding. 100,000 Navy soldiers pouring out, armed with firearms and blades, harvesting the lives of pirates. The smoke of war begins to spread. Countless pirates and Navy fall one after another. In war, people die. Both the Navy and pirates are prepared for this. The Navy's high-ranking forces. The vice admirals jump down from the execution platform to the battlefield created by Akiji. Granny Tsuru, step back. Leave this to us to clean up. Go have tea in the back. 2 Navy vice admirals advise Chief of Staff Tsuru, who is deeply respected in the Navy, having earned countless military achievements and possessing intelligence far beyond the average person. Don't act cool, you little brats who are still wet behind the ears. Even if I retreat to the ends of the sea, there will be no safe place. Kizaru says something thought-provoking. This war can only advance, not retreat. Wipe them all out. Aim for the bay. For old man, I won't hesitate to die 1,000 times. Hurry up. The great whirlpool, spider pirates. The devoted son squared shouts with a long knife in hand, his long tongue flicking about. Not any less than Doflamingo. Mihawk jumps down silently, an inexplicable aura radiating around him. Oh, how rare. Kizaru, wearing yellow glasses, pouts his lips into a yellow flower, surprised by Mihawk joining the battle. What's wrong? Are you going to join in? Just trying out. Let's see how big the gap is between this man and us, Mihawk said lightly, his eagle-like sharp eyes fixed on Whitebeard, who stood with his sword. Mihawk drew one of the 12 supreme black blades, Knight, from behind his back with his right hand and swung it towards Whitebeard, delivering an immediate strike without any hesitation. The question is, does Whitebeard fear it? Buggy, Hawkeye. If a small fry moves, it counts as my loss. A sharp, massive sword aura tore through the ice surface, heading straight for the Moby Dick. The swordsman Vista felt the suffocating power first, and all the strong fighters present focused intently on this sword energy, eager to see what kind of strength the world's greatest swordsman possessed. At that moment, the world's most expensive man appeared. Diamond Jozu roared, his body starting to turn into diamond, forcefully blocking Hawkeye's sword energy. However, he was pushed back by the sword energy, veins bulging, cracking the ice beneath his feet, and he sent the sword energy soaring into the sky, almost tearing through the clouds, with Jozu, glittering like diamonds, grinning. Oscar-winning actor Kizaru couldn't sit still. The kindergarten principal was preparing to take action against the 70-year-old Whitebeard. Kizaru transformed into particles of light, appearing dazzling even in broad daylight. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru formed a hand gesture and crossed his arms, unleashing countless dazzling light bullets. Marco swung his magnificent wings, expertly deflecting all of Kizaru's attacks. His body was constantly pierced. But soon, he recovered completely, the blue flames of the phoenix rapidly healing the wounds on Marco's body. How could I let you disturb our king as soon as you arrive? Marco said coldly, a faint smirk on his lips. The Whitebeard pirates of K-Wayne, a mythical beast type rarer than natural types. Kizaru's tone remained as nonchalant as ever. Marco shouted, fully beastified, charging at Kizaru with the Yada no Kagami, kicking fiercely towards Kizaru. Kizaru blocked Marco's attack with one hand, using his Busashoka haki, but it seemed ineffective. Wait a minute. This move worked. Stop lying. Marco didn't believe Kizaru's nonsense. In the next second, Kizaru transformed into a flash of yellow light, crashing into the wall. Akainu. Kizaru, you still acting? Today is my promotion match. As if hearing Akainu's inner voice, Kizaru immediately returned to the battlefield, standing upright, turning to warn the giant troops to pay attention to the sky, appearing very dutiful, and Akainu nodded in approval. Diamond Jozu directly lifted a massive chunk of ice, pulling out a huge iceberg and hurled it towards Marineford. Come at me. Akainu. Sorry, today is my promotion match. Great fire. The rumbling magma fist struck the iceberg, evaporating it into nothingness and posing no threat. Meteor volcano. Like fireworks, the volcanic meteors unleashed indiscriminate attacks on the pirates and marines on the ice surface. In the distance, a massive figure slowly appeared. Little oars crossed the sea, landing on the battlefield, wielding a giant sword over 100 meters long, cutting a gap through the marine encirclement. If Moria were still alive, he would surely be ecstatic, but he could no longer see it. Ace, I'm here to save you. Don't come over. Your massive body will be used as a target. Little oars lifted a warship and smashed it towards the execution platform, opening a breach in the bay, allowing pirates to surge into the plaza of Marineford. The giant vice admirals were also encountering someone they needed to look up to for the first time, rushing towards Little Oars. As Ace said, the suddenly appearing Little Oars had become a living target for the Marines, bombarded relentlessly by cannonballs, and before long, he was covered in wounds. The giant vice admirals were no match for Little Oars, being knocked down one after another, as the giants, who had always bullied others with their size, faced punishment from an even larger giant for the first time. As Little Oars drew closer to the execution platform, the robotic bear with the Ashi Nomi activated its attack. Bear impact. The compressed air bomb exploded on Little Oars, severely injuring him, and his enormous straw hat fell onto the ice. You can't reach here, Little Oars, go back. Little Oars seemed to hear Ace's shout, enduring the excruciating pain and continuing forward. Still can't reach? At least I have to take down one warlord. Little Oars swung his fist towards Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, The remaining 3 warlords were not easy opponents. Doflamingo easily dodged Little Or's fist, his sharp strings cutting off Or's foot, causing him to kneel on the ground. What a tenacious creature. Hee, super string whip. Doflamingo shot out dozens of nearly transparent, thin strings from his palm, then twisted them together to form a thick string column resembling hair, swinging it towards Little Or's head. Little Or's massive head fell beneath the execution platform, in front of Ace, his enormous eyes still unwilling to close, staring straight at Ace. His colossal body collapsing helplessly onto the plaza. Ors. This was the first time Ace regretted his recklessness. If it weren't for his stubbornness, his family wouldn't have to risk their lives to save him. Feelings of helplessness and frustration welled up, and tears of regret soaked his eyes. Found the flaw, Whitebeard. The giant Vice Admiral Longs picked up a giant axe, aiming for his own vital spot. Little Or's death made Whitebeard unexpectedly furious, directly shattering the axe and forcefully pressing Long's head to the ground, a white shockwave enveloping his head, crushing his iron helmet, and turning Long's head into mush, killing him on the spot. Whitebeard grabbed Long's head and tossed his corpse outside like garbage. Step over Ors. The Whitebeard pirates launched a full assault, charging over Little Or's headless body into the plaza of Marineford, and the war escalated. No one noticed the gathering dark clouds beginning to converge above Marineford. All Marines, listen up. Saru picked up the Din Mushy, notifying all Marines. Ignore the original plan. Execute Fire Fist Ace immediately. Garp stood alone beneath the execution platform, having been there for a long time. As if he had finally made a decision, Garp slowly ascended the execution platform, recalling the moment Ace's mother entrusted little Ace to him. Each step up the stairs felt incredibly heavy, burdened by the scale in his heart, weighing justice against family ties. Garp reached the execution platform, standing beside Ace, and Sengoku glanced at Garp. What are you here for? Do you have objections to the operation? No. The opponent is a pirate, not worthy of sympathy. Then, shut up. What does it matter if I stay here? Garp rudely interrupted Sengoku, sitting down beside Ace. Though he doesn't deserve sympathy as a villain, my family is different. What should I do, Ace, you bastard? Why didn't you live as I said? The Marine hero Garp choked, gritting his teeth tightly, tears as big as beans rolling down his weathered cheeks. Men don't shed tears easily, but it's just not the time to be heartbroken. Heroes weep. It's hard to imagine how conflicted Garp must feel at this moment. Ace bit his lower lip, seemingly surprised that Garp would say such a thing. Grandpa, at this point, if you have any ill intentions, I won't spare you, Garp. Sengoku feared that Garp might soften and do something foolish. If I want to do something, I would have acted long ago. Wait, what is that in the sky? The Navy soldiers saw a black shadow in the sky. They say you've gone too far. This is no joke. People will die if it falls. A loud rumble echoed through the sky as Luffy made his dazzling entrance. However, his arrival didn't cause any significant change for the time being. The Navy and pirates continued to fight and kill, except for Garp, who held his head in both hands, looking utterly bewildered. Boom, boom. Several muffled thunderclaps came from the oppressive dark clouds. Sengoku suddenly looked up when did this happen. Sengoku then realized that the entire Marineford was shrouded in dark clouds, the black sky exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Why is there thunder? What's wrong? Are you still afraid of thunder, Sengoku? I just don't like the company that comes with it. Just as Sengoku finished speaking, lightning surged in the sky, and a brilliant bolt of lightning fell right into the center of the Marineford Plaza. As the smoke cleared, a large humanoid crater appeared on the ground. That damn bastard really came. Sengoku gritted his teeth tightly. Is that the god, Akiji, you mentioned? Steelbone Kong pointed to the humanoid pit. That's right. He is the biggest variable in this war. Blue-purple electric currents surged continuously in the pit, emitting a piercing sound. Yake leaped up and landed on Oz's head, wearing the white robe for the first time, seeking the feeling of the wind rustling against it. That was the god Yake. How did he come here? General Mole stared intently at the figure on Oz's head. The warring states remained silent, while Crane seemed to have anticipated this. From now on, I will take over this war. Yake stretched lazily, squinting his eyes, looking very relaxed, but his words were shocking. Gulalala, Thunder Ghost, if you're here to help me, then don't block my way. If you're here to take my head, I'm waiting for you. Whitebeard had a deep impression of Yake. The image of him challenging himself 2 years ago seemed like it happened yesterday. Evil must be eradicated. Dog bite Red Lotus. As soon as Akainu saw Yake, he didn't hesitate to launch an attack. No one fought harder in the top war than Akainu. Just in time, Yake extended his right hand, releasing magnetic force to grasp a 2-meter-long spiked mace, holding it in his hand. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The mace, enveloped in purple lightning and fierce conqueror's haki, emitted a sharp, howling wind as it struck the incoming Akainu. Pua! Akainu coughed up blood, flying backward like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. Deeply embedded in the wall of Marineford, it was actually Kaido's signature move. With a casual swing, he knocked Admiral Akainu out. This is impossible. How could Admiral Akainu be so easily defeated? The Navy soldiers rubbed their eyes in disbelief, as if they were dreaming. The pirates, seeing Akainu being knocked away, immediately had their morale boosted, roaring as they chopped down several Marines. Not bad. Thunderkid, what exactly is your purpose for coming here, Yake? Sengoku questioned Yake, as this battle should have nothing to do with him. Yake casually tossed aside the shattered spiked mace and pulled out a phone bug from his robe, placing it by his mouth. Ark Pirate crew attack. Yake's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard him clearly. That guy. Isn't the Ark Pirate crew only capable of fighting with one former warlord, Hancock? That's right, I've seen their bounty notices, apart from Captain Yake. The average bounty is less than 200 million. The pirates and Navy present didn't think the addition of the Ark Pirate crew would bring about any significant changes to the battle situation. Besides Yake, it seems his crew's strength is not impressive, and there's even a girl worth only 500 berries. All troops, stay alert. We absolutely cannot underestimate any enemy. Sengoku reminded them that since the last challenge against Shanks, the intelligence on Yake has been continuously updated. He has at least recruited a few powerful crew members and even snatched the float fruit from the Golden Emperor. His pirate crew must be completely different from 2 years ago. After Yake issued the attack order, everyone was waiting for the Ark Pirates to arrive. After a while, small stones began to fall from the sky, and then a huge building fell from above. Wasn't it the main gate of Impel Down? How could it be here? The Navy, which frequently escorted prisoners to Impel Down, definitely recognized this building. It was too familiar. Get out of the way. Idiot. It's going to crash down. Balomeb grabbed KB and ran. Kapu, standing on the execution platform, slowly stood up. He could no longer sit idly by. Dealing with this kind of thing was his specialty. Swish. Kapu leaped up, his black and hard iron fist smashed into the building debris. And the massive main gate of Impel Down was shattered into pieces with a single punch, basically posing no significant threat anymore. It's the Navy hero Kapu. He has made his move, truly deserving of the title of Navy hero, so strong. The Navy admirers began to boast about Kapu, lost in self-adoration. Look, there's something else in the sky. It's a ship. It's God's Yake's eternal truth. A steel mechanical ship faster than Navy warships. Anna controlled the eternal truth flying in the air, and at her strong insistence, she was the first to appear. No matter what, she had to let the Navy know how serious the consequences of putting a 500-berry bounty on her would be. Last time she went to the Sky God country to buy a fish, it cost her 5,000 berry. How could such a cute and beautiful little cat not be worth even a single fish? Anna was furious, especially after obtaining the float fruit. Anna floated from the eternal truth to the battlefield mid-air, looking at Sengoku with a resentful expression. In her view, it was this old man who put the 500-berry bounty on her, and this time she had to teach him a lesson. Oh my gosh, isn't that the fish-loving Anna with a bounty of 500 berry? You're only 500 berry. Your whole family is 500 berry. Anna is getting angry, meow. Anna's fur bristled with anger, glaring at the pirate who said that. With a cold snort, she began to cast a spell. Oomph. Taste Anna's power, meow. Super powerful white cat cute impact. Anna said cutely, though the name sounded harmless. However, the ice surface had already softened into a rubbery substance, continuously writhing under Anna's control, transforming into a giant blue ice cat, a true indiscriminate attack, regardless of whether it was the Navy or Whitebeard's crew. All those with weaker strength were pulled into the ice, rushing towards the execution platform. Omao Yake covered his face on the side, having miscalculated. He clearly told her that this move was the lion's prestige, Earthquake, yet she insisted on naming it herself. Just look at what name she came up with. Wait, I'm still on the execution platform, Anna. Ha. Anna is really strong, meow. There's nothing to be done. Yake had a flash over to Whitebeard's side, where he was more conspicuous. Is she the one who ate the float fruit from the Golden Lion? Such a fearsome little girl. Although there's still a bit of a gap with the Golden Lion, her control ability is quite good. Style bon kong sigid. He was also a figure from the same era as the Golden Lion and knew well about the Golden Lion's abilities. However, since he was here today, he still had to contribute. Steel Bone Break. Steel Bone Kong's muscles bulged, his arms thicker than Anna's head, and he punched down onto the ice's head, directly shattering the ice into countless fragments. Anna's proud smile abruptly stopped. She didn't expect this old man to break her super-powerful white cat so easily, which she had to exert all her strength to unleash. That damn old man, just you wait. Ha! Anna's task was to be the first to come out and use a terrain-altering technique before retreating. She didn't have much stamina left. She made a face at Steel Bone Kong and slipped back onto the Eternal Truth. Anna once again altered the battlefield's terrain, making the ice surface somewhat flatter, though some areas were still bumpy. But compared to before, it was much better and could now be run on. Thunder Kid, did the Golden Lion's fruit go to that little girl? Whitebeard asked, looking down. That's right. Don't you think it fits? Golden Lion, Whitebeard, ha! Yake grinned, very satisfied with Anna's performance. This time, her bounty surely wouldn't just double, right? Sorry, it seems to imply a certain raccoon. Gulalala, how interesting. You really didn't come to take my head, did you, kid? Whitebeard, do you really want to die? Yake frowned and said. He had already taken care of Blackbeard. Did Whitebeard really need to go this far? Our era has passed. Kid, now it's your era. Whitebeard glanced deeply at Yake. He came here today with the determination to die in battle. Rather than suffering a painful death from illness, it was better to die gloriously in battle. Whether it was the Navy or Yake, it didn't matter. I understand. After Anna returned to the Eternal Truth, the other crew members exchanged glances and jumped off the Eternal Truth simultaneously. Blooming flowers, wings of illusion. As Robin descended to the ground from the air, countless arms sprouted, transforming into a pair of flesh-colored wings, slowly landing on the ground as if an angel had descended. Reiju was less flamboyant, directly summoning the arrival of darkness. A mass of black gas descended to the ground, and as the black mist dissipated, its true form was revealed. Perona's true form was still in the air. Her gigantic spirit body directly stepped onto the ground, then slowly shrank, transforming from giant form to normal size. A small stone fell onto the ice surface, then instantly disappeared as Law had already brought Beepo to the battlefield. Van Augur carried Fate, stepping down onto the ground with his wind-spouting boots, adjusting his monocle. Fujitora was even more fierce, jumping directly onto the ice surface, gripping the handle of his sword with the force of a tiger. Just joined. Crocodile transformed into a whirlwind of sand, swirling up ice chips. As the sandstorm disappeared, his subordinates Desbones and Jinbei appeared on either side. Except for Hancock, who needed to guard the Sky God Country and couldn't leave, all other members of the Ark Pirates had arrived, surrounding the Moby Dick. Yake transformed into electric particles and appeared in front of them. An invisible sense of oppression enveloped everyone's hearts. The powerful pressure emanating from Fujitora and Yake was clearly felt. The aura of true strength. When did the Ark Pirates have so many people? The sea hero Jinbei, Sand Crocodile. These are actually two former warlords of the sea joining the Ark Pirates. The Navy was most familiar with these two warlords. If Hancock came, that would make 3 warlords of the sea, just like the Navy. Ha! That little brat Law also joined the Ark Pirates. No wonder there hasn't been any news about him lately. Doflamingo immediately spotted Tequila Falro, who was holding the Grim Reaper, his nimble little tongue playfully wagging at the side of his mouth. Doflamingo. Law glared fiercely at Doflamingo, wishing he could dig out his kidneys on the spot. But since the captain hadn't spoken yet, he could only endure it and wait for the captain's order. Gulalala, Thunder Kid. It seems you've gathered quite a remarkable group of companions. Whitebeard glanced at Old Sand and the purple-robed Fujitora, having lived for most of his life. Whitebeard's vision was incredibly sharp, especially regarding Fujitora, who was definitely a hidden powerhouse. It can't be wrong, the 5th Emperor of the Sky God Country, all the crew members. Are they all going to get involved in this battle? Although there aren't many of them, every single one looks like no ordinary character. The reporters from Shampoo were nervously saying that the situation of the battle was becoming increasingly complex. Did the Navy really have a chance of winning? Deploying the Navy's scientific forces and the CP heads, do you still want to watch the show? Sengoku said lightly that he had already mentally prepared for AK's arrival. The 3 executioners on the execution platform began to squirm, transforming into different people, shedding their green execution uniforms to reveal white suits underneath, and donning strange masks. 6 styles of ultimate technique, life, return. They were the 3 heads of the CP organization, who usually resided in Mariehua, secretly protecting the safety of the celestial dragons. They would never intervene unless there were special circumstances. CP Intelligence Chief, White Phantom. CP Assassination Chief, Blood Wolf. CP Security Chief, Black Turtle. The 3 heads, equal in rank but different in function, also joined the battlefield. Their rank was the same as Sengoku's, but they were close aides to the celestial dragons, holding a higher status. Ha ha! As expected, those bastards from the Five Elders would not let go of anyone who killed their master. All right, everyone, fight as you see fit. Law, act according to your abilities. I will have Inoka cover you. AK specially reminded Law, knowing that seeing an enemy would make him particularly eager to kill Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, Law's current strength had some gaps. Doflamingo would die, but AK would definitely not make a personal move. Yaki pointed his right hand at the execution platform and sounded the horn for attack. All members of the Ark charged out, and the special effects were quite eye-catching, with the budget exploding. Mr. Fujitora, give him a welcome gift. The old man will embarrass himself. Fujitora bent down and grasped the hilt of his sword. Purple rings of light soared into the sky, and most people's attention shifted to this seemingly ordinary blind swordsman beside Yaki. Looking up at the sky, a massive meteor, blazing with fire, pierced through the thick dark clouds, seemingly about to crash onto the battlefield. Did he actually pull a meteor from outer space down? What kind of power is this? Sengoku murmured. The chief of security, Gen Turtle, quickly used Moonwalk to fly into the air, crossing his arms. Gen Turtle's shield, an illusory green turtle shell, appeared in the sky, intercepting the meteor's impact. However, the illusory turtle shell was also cracking, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Gen Turtle gritted his teeth and used the nearly broken turtle shell to deflect the meteor fragments towards Yaki's direction. How can I let you harm my captain? Gravity Blade. Fierce Tiger. Fujitora wielded his sword backward, and a powerful wind pressure reduced all the meteor fragments to powder. But it wasn't over yet. This invisible force was aimed directly at Gen Turtle. Damn it, Gen Turtle's body. The chief of security glowed green, protected by an illusory turtle within. But he was still directly knocked away by Fujitora's move, crashing into the wall. After a while, the little green man, Gen Turtle, emerged from the wall. His body transformed into a hybrid beast state, growing a turtle shell, his skin becoming rough and covered in scales. As expected of the chief of security, he truly embodies the turtle. Yake speculated that his ability must be of the animal-type mythical beast category. Judging from his name, it should be the form of a mysterious turtle, and the CP organization known alongside the Navy would not be that simple. A strong swordsman? Is he a samurai from Wano country? Mihawk immediately noticed the sword in Fujitora's hand. When he encounters a strong swordsman, he feels a bit restless. Such opportunities are very rare. And then there's the flower sword Bista. Should he fight that one first? Mihawk felt a bit conflicted, but it seems Fujitora is a bit stronger, so he set his sights on Fujitora. Nico Robin. Akiji watched Robin's dark arms wreaking havoc on the ice surface. Clearly, she had mastered the technique of hockey, and she had become stronger. Was it because of that man? Akiji decided to personally deal with Robin, as there was a grudge between them that needed to be settled. Blooming flowers, a riot of colors, a sea of flowers. Robin crossed her hands, and countless petals fell as numerous arms sprouted from the ice, grabbing the feet of the Navy and controlling their movements. Once captured, arms would grow on their bodies, twisting targets and even breaking them. Frozen time capsule. Akiji released a cold shock wave from a distance, preparing to freeze Robin instantly. Everything in its path would be frozen. Upon seeing Akiji, Robin's expression tightened, and all the arms dissipated into petals. Blooming flowers, flower shield. Countless arms entwined and woven together, forming a black cocoon that layered around Robin, blocking the cold air. Nico Robin, will this walking time bomb also reside under humanity? Or are you ready to betray that god at any moment? Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, and countless ice spears appeared around him, continuously attacking the black cocoon. 18 years ago, Akiji first encountered Robin. He captured his friend and Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Hardware D. Soro, who was obstructing his mission with Frozen Moment. But let the only survivor of O'Hara, Nico Robin, go. At that time, he warned Robin to be happy for her life and to live modestly in the future. He emphasized that he was not her comrade, but her enemy, and would be the first to arrest her if there was any mistake. After that, he kept an eye on Robin's movements until he joined the Ark Pirate crew led by the maniac Yake who killed the celestial dragons, and his information about her became unclear. Blooming flowers. Robin could only try her best to fend off Akiji's waves of attacks, having to defend passively. To break the deadlock, she had a counterattack. A riot of colors, giant tree, slapping palm. Sensing Akiji's position with observation hockey, Robin did not hesitate to launch an attack. dispersing Aokiji. However, this giant attack would consume too much energy to cover with armament haki, which Robin couldn't afford. She could only interrupt Aokiji's attack for now. You've gotten stronger, and your courage has grown. What makes you think you can take on an Admiral of the Navy? Aokiji was unharmed. Although Robin with armament haki had the potential to inflict damage on him, defeating him was impossible. Their battle was closely watched by Yake, but he did not intervene in the fight between Robin and Aokiji, as this was their past. Unless Aokiji truly wanted to kill Robin, Yake would definitely not intervene. They had not yet entered the final stage. Neither Whitebeard nor Yake had made a move, and Sengoku was the same, waiting for changes in the battle. Law approached Doflamingo without hesitation. Doflamingo, I'm here to kill you. I must avenge Corazon. Law's expression was fierce as he used various combat techniques that Yake had taught him to counter Doflamingo. Corazon? Just a traitor of the family. You want to kill me? You're still too green. Doflamingo casually dodged Law's attacks while mocking him, aiming to affect his mentality. Once his mindset was off balance, he could toy with him, making it more interesting. Tenfold electromagnetic bullet. Van Oka stayed in a safe spot, attacking the Navy's turrets. With a sea of Navy soldiers lying around him, after clearing the turrets, he could find a safe place to set up his sniper. That is the ability of the World Destroyer Bondywald. How could it be in his hands? Has Yake already mastered the power of Devil Fruit Transfer? Sengoku watched the fallen Navy soldiers, some missing large holes and others with half their heads blown off, all thanks to Van Oka from a distance. The seemingly small gun fired bullets like cannonballs at high speed, and even Navy Vice Admirals could only barely defend themselves. They broke into Impel Down, escaping several prisoners from Level 6, besides Crocodile and Jinbei, who followed Yake. The Frozen Wald was nowhere to be seen, and neither was the mythical beast user. The Lunar Hunter. This must all be related to Yake. Crane analyzed the intelligence with Sengoku, and they had already deduced that they were close to the truth. Momo Electromagnetic Cannon. Van Oka noticed that Law had fallen into a disadvantage, with several new wounds on his body. Just as he was about to be cut by transparent threads again, Van Oka launched his strongest attack against Doflamingo. You're really weak, Law. Can't the Fifth Emperor on the sea help you progress? Doflamingo became increasingly disdainful, having continuously caught Law's flaws, making him retreat step by step. What is this? Doflamingo sensed bullets heading his way, creating a strong sense of crisis, and he awkwardly dove to the side. But he was still hit by the electromagnetic bullet in the waist, creating a gory hole. Doflamingo rolled on the ground in pain, using his ability to manipulate hair-thin threads to sew up his wound. The blood hole was quickly filled with threads, and Doflamingo's condition looked much better. Damn sniper. Over the whip. A long whip made of threads lashed out at Van Oka. Momo, 30 times speed. In an instant, Van Oka moved to a far-off place, leaving the whip behind. But Doflamingo was still within Van Oka's range. Dozens of electromagnetic bullets accurately blocked Doflamingo's escape route, forcing him to use countless threads to form a shield to block the deadly bullets, giving Bepo a chance to carry the wounded Law to escape. Don't you give up? Robin, you're simply not my opponent. Aokiji had been fighting Robin for a while now. Although Robin had not been injured, she had consumed a lot of stamina to block Aokiji's attacks, and was now panting heavily. Aokiji, you will never understand what kind of person Yake is. He is the one I love, and even if he dies, I will follow him for a lifetime. The fatigue washed over her body. If she launched a large-scale attack, she wouldn't be able to add haki to it. Growing arms on Aokiji would only lead to being frozen by his ice pillars. Aokiji was indeed a troublesome opponent. After hearing Robin's words, Aokiji fell silent, surprised that the wandering Robin not only found her home, but also a man she liked. He was glad that Robin had finally found a true place to belong. Can you afford to be distracted during the battle? 30 rounds of flowers, claw. Seeing Aokiji lost in thought, Robin did not hesitate to launch an attack. Two dark arms fixed Aokiji's shoulders while the other two prepared to twist off Aokiji's head. Isn't this the devil's child, Nico Robin? The world government has specifically called for her head. Aokiji, do you need my help? Kizaru saw Aokiji in trouble and prepared to lend a hand, eyeing the weary Robin, his fingers gathering dazzling golden light. Robin quickly let go of Aokiji and turned to attack Kizaru. Kizaru, get lost. All right, Kizaru pouted and walked away. I hope your choice is the right one. Stay alive. Robin. Aokiji tidied up his slightly messy suit and left on his own, leaving Robin in shock. Meanwhile, Mihawk had drawn his black sword Yuru and delivered a sharp slash towards Fujitora, who shook his head helplessly. Ever since Fujitora had shown his skills earlier, this swordsman had locked onto him, and now he can no longer hold back. Gravity Blade. Hell Journey. Mihawk's sword energy was directly suppressed by Fujitora, striking the ice surface and creating a massive deep pit, with seawater continuously rising to fill it. Mihawk realized that he was indeed facing a master. With a brilliant flash of the sword, Fujitora's staff sword clashed with Mihawk's hero, creating intense sparks as the purple staff sword rubbed against the pure black blade. Are you the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk? It seems I've met my match. Although I'm not a pure swordsman, I can't let myself be underestimated, Fujitora said, with his staff sword glowing even brighter, causing Mihawk to feel an immense weight on his body. However, relying on his strong physical prowess, he stood upright on the ice. Good swordsmanship. I don't kill nameless people. What's your name? I am Fujitora, he smiled. The two began an intense exchange. This was the first time Zoro witnessed Mihawk in action. His sword techniques were simple and unadorned, consisting of basic thrusts, slashes, and cuts. Yet these ordinary moves forced Fujitora to respond with all his might. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead to death at sea. Crocodile? You want to kill Whitebeard? Understood. Zoro realized Crocodile was flying toward him, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard. Crocodile had become a warlord of the sea at the age of 20, riding a wave of confidence and pride. However, he suffered a crushing defeat at Whitebeard's hands, which led him to scheme against Alabasta, intending to kill Whitebeard with the Pluton. But due to his arrogance, he was defeated by Monkey D. Luffy. It's you, the sand boy, truly a forgetful guy. Whitebeard recognized Crocodile, having once wanted him to be his son, but was rejected. Long time no see, Whitebeard. D. Desert Gladiator. Whitebeard blocked Crocodile's attack with one hand, sending him flying with a white aura. Although Whitebeard's strength was no longer what it used to be, Crocodile still lacked the power to kill him. At best, it was a 50-50 chance. Just then, Crocodile, who had just been sent flying, was reaching for Whitebeard's head with sand. Old man, what are you doing, Crocodile? Jinbe didn't expect Crocodile to take action as he manipulated the water flow to knock away two Marines and hurried to block Crocodile, accompanied by the caring Marco. This is a battle between the two of us. You shouldn't interfere. Akainu stopped the two of them. Although Whitebeard had a debt of gratitude to Jinbe, intervening in others' battles was not a good thing. That's right, I am Whitebeard. Marco, go save Ace first. Yes, Pops. After receiving Whitebeard's order, Marco wielded his wings and went to attack the plaza, while the other captains who also wanted to come over extinguished their thoughts and focused on rescuing Ace. After Yake stopped the two, he continued to stand in place as if the war had nothing to do with him. It wasn't that Yake didn't want to act, but rather that it wasn't the right time yet. Luffy had already led the rescue team into the square, and they were not far from the execution platform. Huh, aren't you the eldest daughter of the Germa kingdom? How did you become a pirate? That's really terrifying. Kizaru chose to spar with Reiju, having heard that her father, Judge, was once a colleague of Vegapunk. It seemed that Germa had already fallen into the hands of the Ark Pirates. Germa? Now just the Ark Pirates. Just right, let me show you my new power. Although Reiju was indifferent to the lecherous uncle in front of her, an Admiral was indeed a rare opponent, and it was a good opportunity to test her newly developed abilities. Oh, new abilities? That's terrifying. Kizaru saw the black mist enveloping Reiju's body, starting from beneath her feet. The ground was being consumed by darkness. Whether they were Navy or pirates, anyone stepping on the blackened ground would find their feet bound and slowly sinking into the ground. Embrace the darkness. As soon as Reiju finished speaking, the darkness rapidly expanded, covering a significant part of the battlefield. Corpses scattered weapons, and living people were all swallowed by the dark water, entering Reiju's dark space. This ability, isn't it Blackbeard's? How could it be in your hands? The most vicious Logia-type dark fruit? That's really terrifying. Kizaru said it was terrifying, but his body was floating high above, refusing to bathe in the dark water while gathering a yellow light capable of dispelling the darkness in his hands. Yasakani no Magatama. Countless light bullets pierced through Reiju's body but caused no harm. Her body was the purest darkness, and light could not restrain it. To attack her physical form, one had to use haki. How strange. The intel said Blackbeard's ability can't be elemental. Is it just a similar ability? Kizaru was somewhat puzzled, scratching his head in confusion, unable to understand that Reiju's dark fruit was an enhanced version. No use. Try this move. Dark release. All the objects and people just swallowed by Reiju were suddenly thrown out en masse. Wreckage of ships, weapons, and people flew towards Kizaru. He had no choice but to use the Yasakani no Magatama to escape, mainly because those things were still covered in purple liquid. Clearly not good news. So it was better to run. Leaving already? Admiral Kizaru, I just started to warm up. Reiju was surrounded by a towering black mist as she went after Kizaru, who did not dare to be careless. Although it might not be Blackbeard's ability, the similarities were too striking. What if she could directly absorb the physical form of ability users? Then he would be finished. It was said that she could also cause ability users to lose their powers, just like Sea Prism Stone. Both were characters capable of flying freely, engaging in a chase above the battlefield, with Kizaru fleeing in panic, occasionally firing off some Yasukani no Magatama. Although it was intended for Reiju, it caused critical damage to the bystanders. Yake had mastered the method of transferring abilities. Blackbeard must have been killed by him and then obtained his powers, giving them to that Germa princess. The Momo fruit and the Dark fruit were the same. Could it be that there's truly a way to seize others' abilities at sea? Sengoku squinted at Reiju in the sky, falling into deep thought. Sengoku, prioritize executing Ace, or will drag on endlessly. Steelbone Kong reminded Sengoku that the current situation in the Navy was not optimistic. Although the CP chief had come to assist the Navy, it was contingent on Yake wanting to rescue Ace. Earlier, Commander Xiangue had already done his utmost, while Bloodwolf and White Ghost had been standing on the execution platform without moving. Now, commence the execution of the criminal Fire Fist Ace. Ace, I'm coming to rescue you, Luffy shouted loudly, almost drowning out Sengoku's voice as he charged towards the execution platform. Don't come here, Luffy. You're no match for them. I don't care. I must save you. CP Chief Bloodwolf looked at Luffy, this reckless fool, with disdain. He always pursued a one-hit kill, otherwise he wouldn't have become the head of the assassination division. Reverse blood. Bloodwolf extended 2 fingers and made a motion in the air, as if something was being reversed. Suddenly, Luffy, who was in midair, froze. The blood in his body could not reach his brain. Luffy felt as though his fate was being choked, his face turning purple, and black blood began to flow from his eyes, nose, and mouth as he helplessly fell to the ground, struggling in pain. As Bloodwolf continued to manipulate the blood inside his body, Luffy gradually lost consciousness. Phoenix Mark. Marco saved Luffy, forcing Bloodwolf to stop controlling Luffy's blood. With a wave of his hand, all the injured Navy and pirates on the battlefield had their blood surge out of their wounds, coalescing into a river of blood that gathered in front of Bloodwolf, blocking the impact of the Phoenix Mark. The Navy and pirates were mostly fine, just losing a bit of blood. However, some unfortunate souls had all their blood forcibly drained, dying on the spot. What a terrifying ability. Sigh first. Let's get Ace's brother out. Marco gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't break through the execution platform on his own. He picked up the unconscious Luffy, with the blue flames on him continuously healing Luffy's injuries. That kid is still not dead. If it weren't for Marco saving him, Luffy would probably be dead by now. Since Bloodwolf had acted, the target must die. CP Chief Bloodwolf was now on the field, manipulating blood blades to reap the lives of pirates. If any Navy got in his way, they would be killed too. Little did he know, Garp had clenched his fists, almost unable to hold back from smashing Bloodwolf's head just moments ago. Then Garp fixed his gaze on Bloodwolf, who was rampaging, feeling a chill down his back as if something was watching him. Turning around, he found nothing. Sengoku and Steelbone Kong were standing still, while Garp was just picking his nose as if nothing had happened. 2 true executioners stepped onto the execution platform, ready to end Ace's life. Fudish-son, I'm here to save you. Whitebeard was now on the field. He had just beaten up Crocodile, who was extremely displeased, unexpectedly losing to Whitebeard again. Like a mad dog, he attacked anyone he encountered, targeting almost everyone with a name. Top War 50-50, Crocodile is officially online. Whitebeard leaped into the air, jumping several times to reach the center of the square, instantly breaking through to the execution platform, where there was no one left in the Navy to stop him. They were all engaged in fierce battles, especially members of the Ark Pirates. Each one was no easy opponent. Perona's ghostly form was invincible, able to be large or small, releasing negative spirits as if they were free, and Navy attacks were utterly ineffective against her. Aside from Brook and Big Mom, Yake truly couldn't think of anyone who could attack a person's soul. The Navy and pirates who had lost their dreams knelt in this noisy battlefield, forming a unique scene. Whitebeard unleashed his powerful Conqueror's Haki, knocking out the soldiers executing the sentence. With a blade of dense white light, he cleaved towards the surroundings, as if the atmosphere were being split apart, and the Navy surrounding Whitebeard was instantly cleared away. Meteor Volcano. Akainu finally came online again. He had just been hit hard by Akainu, and it took him a while to recover. He initially wanted to see if there was a chance to persuade Squard, who had a grudge against Roger, to stab Whitebeard, but it seemed there was no opportunity left, so he had to take matters into his own hands. Today was his commander's promotion match, and he couldn't afford to lose. The little brat setting off fireworks was really arrogant. Let me see what you can do. Akainu and Whitebeard started a battle, and Akiji had already been freed from Robin's fight. The two admirals began to surround Whitebeard, while the division leaders were rushing to reinforce him, and the battle was gradually becoming intense. Luffy, rolling his eyes, had regained consciousness under the treatment of Ivankov and was shouting as he ran to save Ace. Ivankov, along with Imizuna, helped Luffy rescue his brother, and they were almost at the execution platform. Stalhut boy, just charged straight ahead. Imizuna's two scissor hands cut a long piece of ground, creating a path directly to Ace on the execution platform, and Luffy charged forward at full speed. Aim the cannon at the Straw Hat Kid. Fire! The Navy below wasn't idle and naturally wouldn't let Luffy have his way. They had to stop them from rescuing Fire Fist Ace at all costs. Stop him. Fishman Karate Dragon Claw Fist. Jinbei cleared the path for Luffy, and a shockwave sent the Navy trying to intercept Luffy flying. Thank you, big blue guy. Luffy didn't know Jinbei well at this point. He didn't even know his name. Luffy ran straight towards Ace on the execution platform, and all he saw were the shackles locking Ace. CP Chief White Ghost was about to act when he was stopped by Garp's sturdy arm. Let me handle this. Garp's expression was complicated. He had just made a decision, prioritizing justice, which was what a naval hero should choose. However, Luffy's appearance made him waver, especially when Blood Wolf almost killed Luffy earlier. If he didn't stop Luffy, he might very well lose both of his grandsons today. Shedding the title of naval hero and taking off the cloak with the word justice, he was just an ordinary grandfather, and facing a grandson about to be killed. He would waver. This was human nature. Hero Garp. Garp leaped up, blocking Luffy's path, and the Navy below gasped in shock. Grandpa, get out of the way. Luffy still didn't stop. How could I step aside? I'm a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. I have been fighting pirates long before you were born. If you want to get through here, step over my corpse. Sengoku watched Garp's actions, struggling to believe that this was something Garp could do. Straw Hat Kid Luffy, this is the path you chose for yourself. Luffy's pupils constricted as he stared intently at his grandfather. If his grandfather was sincerely blocking him, he would definitely not be able to save Ace. Garp's iron fist was deeply ingrained in Luffy's DNA, and Luffy could only plead with his grandfather to let him pass. Please, Grandpa, let me through. The stone road under Garp's feet began to crack. Sengoku crossed his arms, silently watching Garp without saying a word. Life is full of disappointments, and I won't hold back, Luffy. I will treat you as an enemy. Garp seemed to harbor killing intent, swinging his dark iron fist towards Luffy's head. Without a doubt, Luffy would be crushed by this punch. Sengoku's eyes flashed with brilliance, having seen through everything. Luffy activated Gear Second, defiantly throwing a punch at Garp. Oh, puff! Garp was struck by Luffy's punch, spitting blood and flying beneath the stone road. During his fall, Garp thought of many things, but ultimately let his body fall, lying motionless on the ground. You are still their grandfather, Garp. The stone road began to crumble, and Luffy ran over the falling debris towards Ace, finally reaching Ace. Finally here. Luffy, you guy. Don't treat us like air. Straw Hat Kid. Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha. Steel Bone Kong's clothes instantly burst, revealing a body of steel and bone. The shadow beneath CP Chief White Ghost began to flow. He had obtained the shadow fruit after Moria's death. You two brothers, I will carry out the execution. Luffy, Stalhakit, Ace. Everyone's attention was drawn to the unusual scene at the execution platform. Yake grinned widely. Finally, it was his turn to take the stage. His whole body transformed into electroparticles, dissipating into the air. The Conqueror's Haki, Dragon Fist. Yake suddenly appeared on the execution platform, facing the massive golden fist of Sengoku without losing any ground. His body split into two lightning dragons, which wrapped around Steel Bone Kong and White Ghost. The execution platform had already cracked, and Ace and Luffy fell down together. In their descent, Luffy stretched out his arm to unlock Ace's shackles. The moment Ace was freed from the sea stone handcuffs, a scorching flame erupted, and he took Luffy away from the execution platform. Seeing Ace rescued, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates cheered continuously. I never thought I would have a day when you saved me. Thank you, Luffy. Thanks to Yake and the others for their help. Luffy sincerely thanked Yake in his heart. Without him, he would never have been able to break through the obstruction of the Marine Admiral so easily. Don't think that just because you escaped, you're safe. The Marines aimed their guns and cannons at Luffy and Ace. This is your execution ground. Gunfire erupted, and bullets were shot towards Ace and Luffy. But with their strength, how could they possibly be harmed by mere bullets? Fire Fist, Rubber Jet Stamp, Whitebeard, who was engaged in a back-and-forth battle with Akainu, naturally saw Ace being rescued and breathed a sigh of relief. Ace has been rescued. Our goal has been achieved. There's nothing for us here, Whitebeard Pirates. Heed my command. I will now issue the final order as captain. Everyone must survive and return safely to the new world. Old man, do you plan to die here? The 11th Division Captain, Jean Duo, shouted in disbelief. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the new era that can carry me. Whitebeard raised his right hand high, lifting it over his shoulder, and spiderweb-like white cracks appeared in the atmosphere. Let's go, you little ones. The entire marine fort trembled as the ground shook, buildings cracked and collapsed, and the intense vibrations affected the entire battlefield. Countless marines were thrown away, and Yake had to fly into the air. After doing all this, Whitebeard looked in Ace's direction. Don't look back. The times are changing. It's a long road. Let's put an end to this. Whitebeard's voice echoed across the battlefield, and all the marines and Whitebeard's sons fell silent. Akainu stood in midair, his voice low and barely heard by anyone. In this era, he was known as Whitebeard. Old man, I won't leave. I will cover your escape. Marco, who was raised by Whitebeard since childhood, had the deepest feelings for him, akin to a biological father and son. Go, Marco, leave without looking back. Are you not even going to listen to my words? Whitebeard did not want anyone from the Whitebeard Pirates to remain here. Tears streamed down Marco's face as he gritted his teeth and caught up with the main force. Sengoku watched as Ace escaped, all because of Akainu's intervention. This time, the Navy had failed. But no matter what, Akainu could not be allowed to leave triumphantly. Akainu, I must kill you on the spot. Anyone can talk big, but you can't even kill Kaido, let alone me. Akainu's right fist met Sengoku's charge, while his left hand, the Tensei SH Getsu, stabbed straight into Sengoku's fist. Sengoku recoiled in pain, which was Akainu's intention. You three, come at me together. Yake made a knife flower gesture, his sword pointing at the warring states and the nearby Steel Bones and White Phantom. The three exchanged glances and quickly reached a consensus. There was no need to talk about morality with pirates. They would stand together. Buddha's Impact, Steel Bones' Underworld Arm, Shadow Horn, Spear, Execution. Yake's attention has never been so focused. Although each of them is not as strong as Yake, they're not too far off either. They are not a loose alliance like Big Mom and Kaido. Yake kept flickering and moving to evade their attacks, striving to take minimal damage while dealing maximum output. Thunder Susanoo. Sengoku was too large, so Yake had to summon a Gundam. A giant thunder being appeared behind Yake, matching Sengoku in size. The giant wielded a thunderblade, seemingly with its own consciousness, engaging Sengoku in battle. What a troublesome ability. Steel Bone Kong was no longer young, and after several consecutive attacks that Yake easily dodged, he had already started to breathe heavily after getting shocked a few times. The White Ghost was in much better condition. Although his strength was slightly inferior to the assassination unit, he excelled in agility. The Shadow Fruit unleashed a power in his hands that Moria couldn't compare to, and he was unable to do anything to Yake, as all of Yake's attacks were blocked by his shadows. Thunder Goblin, let's drive away these annoying marines together, and then we can settle things between us. That suits me just fine, Whitebeard. Whitebeard joined Yake in battle, and upon seeing this, Xiangui and Bloodwolf immediately rushed back to the battlefield. The situation was looking grim. Whitebeard and Yake, two emperors of the sea, faced off against Marine Admiral Sengoku, Fleet Admiral Steel Bone Kong, and the three heads of CP. Yake felt his blood begin to boil. This was the most thrilling battle he had encountered since his debut. The thunder dragon pattern on his body radiated a dazzling blue light, with lightning surging around him, and Yake became excited. Whitebeard was in good condition. His injuries were negligible. The Navy admirals were distracted by the crew of the Ark and had no energy to attack Whitebeard. Dealing with Reiju and Fujitora was already quite troublesome. Things are getting heated up. Yake was filled with fighting spirit, directly sheathing his heavenly lock and preparing to throw punches. The clash between the 7 top-tier powerhouses was nothing short of cataclysmic, with every strike capable of splitting the ground. Yake grew more excited, throwing Steel Bone Kong aside with a shoulder throw while dodging the ambush from the White Ghost. Come fort, Thunder Beast. The storm clouds that had been hovering in the sky finally unleashed their lightning. Bathed in the electric light, Yake summoned hundreds of fearsome beasts of various shapes onto the battlefield, all created from lightning elements. Unless the lightning was exhausted, they would relentlessly attack. and even if they were scattered, they would quickly regenerate. This was Yake's awakened ability from the Devil Fruit. Previously, he would summon a Thunder Dragon to deal with a single enemy, but with so many foes now, he opted for a strategy of overwhelming numbers. The Blue Beasts, charged with high-pressure electricity, spread out, with groups of 10 or so entangling a single enemy. Ordinary Navy soldiers stood no chance and perished under the beast bites. At the same time, many Thunder Beasts went to support the members of the Ark, easing their pressure. Rivers of blood. Blood Wolf saw the wounds on Whitebeard's body and began to draw out his blood. This ability was outrageous, and Whitebeard could only watch helplessly as his blood was continuously siphoned away. To drain the blood, Blood Wolf needed wounds, but he had no way to affect Yake. As just when he prepared to draw blood, the wounds would heal, leaving him staring in frustration. To control the blood within his body to flow backward, he had to concentrate, but the lightning creatures around him, which clung to him like maggots, kept interrupting him, forcing him to turn his attention back to Whitebeard. "Ha! Your ability is quite impressive. I really like it." Yake's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good ability, and this person had to die. With a thought, most of the Thunder Beasts turned to attack Blood Wolf. Even if he flew into the air, he would be targeted by Thunderbirds, forcing him to stop attacking Whitebeard and deal with these annoying Thunder Beasts instead. Damn it, why are there so many? Blood Wolf's mentality began to crumble. These Thunder Beasts couldn't be killed, but they wouldn't leave him alone, and there was nowhere to hide, making it hard for someone who preferred assassination. How could he focus on the battle? "You dog of a celestial dragon." Yake silently appeared behind Blood Wolf and delivered a righteous backstab. Yake struck and immediately retreated, slowly wearing down his stamina. Compared to Blood Wolf, Yake was more like an assassin. The battle grew increasingly intense, as Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit was too powerful. Sengoku and Steelbone Kong were continuously forced to retreat, suffering serious internal injuries. The CP security chief, Xiangue, relied on his strong defense and confidently attempted to withstand Whitebeard's attacks, only to be directly struck into a daze by Whitebeard's quaking slash, leaving his shell shattered and barely clinging to life. As Yak looked at the battle, he realized it was nearing its conclusion and shouted, "Thunder explosion!" All the Thunder Beasts instantly turned bright red, their internal thunder becoming more violent as they charged at the enemies and self-destructed. The battlefield was filled with a cacophony of explosions. The Thunder Beasts entangling with Sengoku and the others were the most numerous, although one Thunder Beast self-destruction couldn't harm them. What about 10? 100? Armed iron block. The strongest defensive technique of the Navy was used as the most powerful defense. The Shin Turtle had already knelt down. They could only withstand wave after wave of explosive impacts. The number of Thunder Beasts on the battlefield gradually decreased, and the sounds of explosions began to subside. The area near the execution platform was already a scene of devastation, and Sengoku was panting heavily, crouched on the ground. Although he had blocked Yak's Thunder Beast self-destruction, it had consumed a lot of his stamina. Steelbone's condition wasn't much better, at over 100 years old. Being able to withstand such a fierce explosion was nothing short of a miracle. "Looks like we underestimated Yak's power," Sengoku gasped, while the relatively younger CP leaders were in better shape, as they still had plenty of stamina. Whitebeard seized the opportunity to slash horizontally, sending Sengoku and the others flying as they spat blood. "Whitebeard, do you still have strength left? Otherwise, this would be too boring." Yak taunted without even catching his breath, noticing Whitebeard's poor condition and pale face. Now Whitebeard was riddled with illness in a dire state. "Gurara kid, it's not that easy to kill me." Whitebeard spun that Songyun Chia a few times and thrust it heavily into the ground. On the other side of the battlefield, Ace and Luffy were doing their best to escape, with the Kainu relentlessly pursuing them. After knocking down a group of pirates protecting Ace, he mockingly said, "You guys really are a bunch of cowards, rushing to retreat as soon as you save Ace. What? Don't fall for his obvious provocation. Stopping now would play right into his hands." Jingu reminded all his companions, also warning Ace not to act impulsively. However, the captain was also in that kind of mood. There was nothing to be done about it. After all, Whitebeard was just a failure of the previous era. Akainu adjusted his appearance and said disdainfully, but the effect was clear. Ace stopped fleeing. "Failure? Take back what you just said." Ace's heart ignited with fierce anger, flames burning on his body. His companions quickly pulled him back, urging him to escape. "Take it back. I will never take it back. I am right. Your father, Gold, Roger, conquered the Grand Line and sacrificed his life to open the door to a new era called the Great Pirate Era. Although it's inappropriate for me as a Navy officer, he truly deserves the title of Pirate King. Compared to him, what is Whitebeard? Does he have the courage to fight Roger to the death? Hiding in a safe place, leading a bunch of people as a mountain king. Is that enough to satisfy him? A kind of pause for a moment, his tone becoming even more dismissive. Although there were many fools in the world who used Whitebeard's name to protect the peace of many islands, in my opinion, they were just showing off as heroes by subduing some insignificant pirates. It's laughable. When Roger was alive, they bowed before him. Yet they couldn't even become true kings in his time. In other words, he will always be inferior to Roger, a perpetual failure. That is Whitebeard. Where did I go wrong? Akainu's mocking words echoed in Ace's ears as he darkened his expression and took steps towards Akainu, as if heading to the execution ground. Yak! Whitebeard looked at the distant situation and then at Yak, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yak let out a sigh. If nothing could change, then what was the point of him coming to the world of One Piece? Stay alive for me, damn it. You fool. Yak suddenly appeared in front of Ace and punched him on the head. Ace! Yak, what are you doing? Ace was knocked dizzy by Yak's punch, nearly fainting. Yak took out a sea-stone long nail from the storage compartment and stabbed it into Ace's shoulder blade, rendering him incapable of resistance. Luffy, take your brother and run away quickly, or he will really die. Yak threw the unconscious Ace to Luffy. If Ace had just run away without any worries, he wouldn't have needed anyone to save him at all. However, Akainu's trash talk made Ace lose his rationality, leading him to deliver his own head. If Yak didn't knock Ace out, this guy would keep running over to seek death. It was best to incapacitate him and let others take him away. Got it. Thank you, Yak. We're leaving now. Luffy suddenly understood Yak's intention and picked up Ace to escape. You really are meddling in other people's business. Yak, why do you have to stick your nose into a war that doesn't belong to you? Akainu, seeing his plan exposed, turned even darker than a pot's bottom. If he could execute Ace himself and defeat the Whitebeard pirates, his promotion to Admiral would have been assured, but now it's uncertain. Sorry, I'm a pirate. I'll do whatever I want, and you can't control me. Yak had nothing to say to Akainu. Their positions were different, and there was no need for mockery. It was all about strength. Hellhound. Akainu quickly extended his molten arm to attack Yak, with a very fast attack speed and extraordinary power. The surroundings were filled with the stench of sulfur and rotten eggs, and the air was extremely hot. Yak's pitch-black fist collided with Akainu's magma fist, and lava dripped continuously. Yet it couldn't harm Yak in the slightest. The high concentration of haki emitted created a barrier that prevented the magma from directly contacting Yak's fist. Akainu, do you really think you could defeat me? Yak slowly drew out the Tiansua Zhanyu, ready to give Akainu an unforgettable lesson for eternity. Akainu's lava attacks are very aggressive, but his weakness is that he is too slow. Compared to the speed of the Rumble-Rumble fruit, Akainu is as slow as a snail. I guess your dominant hand is your right hand. Akainu, are you prepared to lose your right hand? Arrogant. The magma on Akainu became increasingly violent, bubbling and constantly exploding. Dog bite, Red Lotus. Yak stood still, and just as Akainu was about to make contact, he realized that Yak in front of him had already vanished. A phantom? No, it's a physical entity. Swish. A red lava arm was severed by Yak's blade, and a large amount of lava spilled out as Akainu, sweating profusely, covered the wound on his right arm. Even though his right arm was completely cut off by Yak, he did not let out a cry of pain. What determination! Truly worthy of being an admiral. Yak stretched out his hand and unleashed lightning, turning Akainu's severed arm into charcoal. Akainu would forever lose this arm. Damn bastard. I will kill you. Akainu's mentality exploded as he swung his remaining fist at Yak, but he was either blocked by Yak's sword or evaded by him. Other than the scorching heat making Yak uncomfortable, Akainu was unable to inflict any damage on Yak. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Conqueror's Haki ultimate move, Dragon Fist. Seizing the opportunity during Akainu's attack, Yak landed a punch on Akainu's chest, causing his sternum to cave in as he spat out a mist of blood and flew back. Seeing this, Yak did not pursue but instead went straight for Whitebeard. It was time to send Whitebeard on his way. You've come, Yak brat. Thank you for saving my foolish son. Whitebeard saw that his sons had successfully retreated and immediately felt relieved. Seeing Yak still calm and composed, he couldn't help but sigh, realizing he was getting old. In his youth, he had been just like Yak, possessing endless strength, able to stand up again no matter how many times he fell. No need to thank me. By the way, I killed Blackbeard. The power he gained from killing Sachi has also been taken by me. It's right here. Yak pointed at Reiju, who was chasing after Kizaru. It's a pity I can't execute this bastard who killed my companion myself. Come on, Let me, a remnant of the old era, have a death match with you, a god of the new era. Whitebeard felt his strength gradually waning. Even without Yake's help, he would die from the outbreak of his illness, so he might as well engage in a grand battle to conclude his pirate career. Not yet. All members of the Ark, gather here. Yake took out a din mushy, calling his comrades over. He absolutely would not allow any navy to interfere in his battle with Whitebeard. Hearing the din mushy, Reiju abandoned the evading Kizaru and transformed into a cloud of black mist to join Yake. Fujitora, after repelling Mihawk, apologized and disengaged from his battle with Hawkeye. Van Oka shot an electromagnetic bullet through a giant Vice Admiral's head and quickly rushed to the execution platform, using his Devil Fruit ability. Old Saiyan, Jinbei, and Robin arrived at the execution platform together, and seeing this, Beepo quickly carried the injured Robin to follow them. Law, do you still have the energy? Help Whitebeard with his treatment. Law's ability was very effective for the old injuries and bruises within Whitebeard, but Law seemed to be in poor condition. No problem. I still have some strength left, room. A circular area surrounded Whitebeard, and not long after, Law separated a large pool of black blood from Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard waited anxiously, and after the bruises detached from his body, he felt an unprecedented freshness. The wounds that had been aching constantly began to heal rapidly, and Whitebeard's aura suddenly surged. Captain, this can only temporarily alleviate it. He is already critically ill. Healing him is not so easy. I've done my best. After doing all this, Law felt even weaker. It was the first time he encountered someone like Whitebeard, who was plagued by so many ailments. Unless he helped Whitebeard with separation every day, he wouldn't last much longer. Enough. It's enough to determine the outcome between me and her. Yake said confidently, stating that he would not take pride in defeating Whitebeard while he was gravely ill. Instead, fighting against such a Whitebeard was what he had hoped for. Gururara, brat, you really are bold. Aren't you afraid of being killed by me? Whitebeard laughed heartily, increasingly appreciating Yake. Looking at Yake's confident expression, he momentarily saw the figure of his former captain, Rox. Ark Pirates, obey my orders. Do not let anyone interfere in the battle between me and Whitebeard, because I want to personally send Whitebeard on his way. As soon as Yake's voice fell, the crew of the Ark Pirate group scattered, guarding against all the navy. Hey kid, don't get too cocky. Whitebeard swung Song Yunkut, striking towards Yake, the white halo particularly eye-catching. Clang! Yaki used the heavenly lock to block Whitebeard's attack, and the strong tremor caused blood to begin seeping from his body. Old man, I won't hold back. Thunder Susanu. Yake forcefully deflected Whitebeard's big knife, that Song Yun cut, striking the ground directly, causing a violent tremor that cracked the earth. Yake stepped on the handle of the Song Yun cut and moved forward. Azure Dragon Extinction. A blue-green Azure Dragon roared out with Yake's slash, aiming directly for Whitebeard's chest. Whitebeard's other hand gathered a white halo to disperse the Azure Dragon, shaking the atmosphere apart. Yake, with a thought, flickered behind Whitebeard and stabbed into his shoulder blade, gripping the handle with both hands and pushing down with all his strength. A deep blood channel, visible to the bone, was carved into Whitebeard's back, blood splattering across the ground. Ugh, you little brat. Whitebeard let go of the Song Yun cut and turned to deliver a punch to Yake, sending him flying while spitting out blood. Whitebeard's attack power was too strong. Even with Yake's physique ranking at the top of the sea, he still suffered severe internal injuries, his organs churning violently. After standing up and coughing a few times, he spat out several pieces of unknown organ fragments. He immediately felt much better, and his body was rapidly self-healing. Truly the strongest man in the world. With this level of attack, Kaido wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of Whitebeard, and neither would Yake. Whitebeard, D. Gungnir spear, piercing kill. Dozens of thunder spears appeared in front of Yake, shooting towards Whitebeard like shooting stars. Whitebeard raised his right hand high, gathering his strength for a punch towards the thunder spears, which were shattered into tiny currents of electricity dissipating into the air. God of Thunder's heavenly punishment. Yaki is no longer prepared to engage in close combat with Whitebeard. The power of the Tremor fruit allows Whitebeard to dominate in close quarters. With 360 AoE damage and no blind spots, fighting Whitebeard in close combat would be like killing 1,000 enemies while injuring himself 800, unless it's a surprise attack. A massive lightning pillar descends from the sky, first giving Whitebeard a bath. Earth Explosion Star. Yak created a strong magnetic point on Whitebeard, causing all metal objects on the battlefield to be attracted to him, rushing towards Whitebeard in a torrent. With a single punch, Whitebeard could shatter a mass of them. However, on such a vast battlefield, metal was an endless supply, and Whitebeard gradually began to tire from the onslaught, with more and more metal piercing into him. He was slowly surrounded, turning into an iron ball. What a terrifying ability. Is this something the Thunder Fruit can do? Sengoku asked, sitting on the ground in confusion. Ace had run away. The Navy had already lost, and only the 3 admirals were still engaged in combat with the members of the Ark. While most people were witnessing this unprecedented battle, I don't know, the previous user of the Thunder Fruit didn't demonstrate this ability, and besides, he had 2 devil fruits. Didn't he? Steelbone Kong shrugged, indicating that he had no idea. Garp was happily hiding in a corner, relieved that both of his grandsons were fine and no longer had to worry, watching the battle between Yak and Whitebeard with great interest, showing no intention of intervening. The output he contributed to this battle was close to 0, and even Kizaru was ready to applaud. Truly a naval hero. Even slacking off is so impressive. Enough! Whitebeard roared, shaking off all the metal, which shattered into dust, revealing various wounds on his body. He picked up the Tsung Yunji and, with overwhelming momentum, swung it toward Yak's position. Yaki blocked Whitebeard's attack with his knife. He could clearly feel that Whitebeard's aura was getting weaker, significantly less powerful than before. The Tremor fruit is very strong, but while it vibrates others, it also causes irreversible damage to one's own body. Whitebeard doesn't have much time left. Whitebeard, your era has come to an end. Yake forcibly pulled out the blade of Kanji Yunki and threw this supreme knife aside. Surprisingly, Whitebeard did not tightly grip his weapon. Bang! Bang! Yake raised his fist and struck Whitebeard hard, who could only barely resist. Hey, stop! Let me take Whitebeard's head. Buggy burst into the battlefield with a group of little brothers, loudly stopping Yake and Whitebeard. Buggy pulled out a transponder snail, and his little brothers were busy with their tasks, some lighting up and others pouring cement. Lights, uk. Smoke, uk. Boss Buggy, we're ready to start. Hello everyone. I am the legendary great pirate, Captain Buggy. Today, I will live stream the beheading of Whitebeard and become one of the new world's 4 emperors. Buggy flamboyantly shouted at the camera, making sure everyone knew. Although he was scared of Yake, he had no way out. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death by his own little brothers. Yake looked at Buggy with a mix of anger and amusement. This was the first person to live stream in the pirate world, and Buggy might just become the biggest winner of the Marineford War. Gulalala, aren't you that snot-nosed little brat who was with red-haired Shanks on Roger's ship? Do you also want to take my head? What? You bastard Whitebeard. How dare you call me a red-nosed brat? I will definitely kill you. Buggy was so furious that he jumped up and pulled out 2 small knives, threatening to stab Whitebeard to death. Buggy, how about we team up? With you, red-haired Shanks, and me. The 3 of us together would have the power to rule the world. Yake forcibly withdrew his smile and seriously tried to persuade him. It would definitely be interesting to elevate Buggy to one of the emperors. Yake was giving Buggy plenty of face. What? The strongest Sea Emperor Yake is actually looking to team up with Lord Buggy? Buggy's little fans were ecstatic, thinking Lord Buggy must be a hidden master, just unwilling to show his strength. Don't listen to him, Buggy. Team up with me, and let's go kill this brat. Whitebeard seemed to understand Yake's intention and followed along. Buggy felt that today was the peak of his life, although he didn't understand why both Whitebeard and Yake were giving him so much face. The thought of becoming one of the emperors and basking in glory made him selectively forget his actual strength. Hearing that Whitebeard was looking for Buggy, Buggy's little brothers were even more excited, treating Buggy like a deity, shouting for him to team up with Yake, as Whitebeard clearly seemed to be nearing his end. Buggy chuckled, already so happy that he seemed a bit twisted. I really can't help it, Yake. I have to team up with you. Let's take the old man's life together. Buggy said this, but his body didn't dare to move. Even if he had 100,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to fight Whitebeard. Gulalala, I didn't expect to encounter something so interesting at the last moment of my life, Yake. I don't have much time left. In the last moment, Whitebeard seemed to give up resisting, planting his bicento into the ground and supporting himself with one hand. Goodbye, Whitebeard. Yake slowly extended his right hand. A flash of lightning accumulated in his palm. Super electromagnetic cannon. Bang! A bloody large hole appeared in Whitebeard's chest, and his breath quickly faded away. Yake suddenly asked Whitebeard, "Do you think the One Piece is real?" The silent Whitebeard, whose consciousness had vanished, suddenly opened his eyes and laughed heartily. Damn it, shut up. Sengoku wanted to stop Whitebeard from saying that, but was blocked by Fujitora. The One Piece truly exists. After saying those final words, Whitebeard lost his breath, standing with the Tsung Yin Chia in hand, having died at Yake's hands. The man who traversed the seas for over 30 years ended his grand life. Reiju kicked Kazan away and rushed back to Yake's side. What's wrong, Captain? Whitebeard, I understand. Rayleigh took a bag of fruit from Yake and approached Whitebeard. What is this woman trying to do? Could it be? Sengoku stared intently at Reiju's actions. Rayleigh grasped the energy of Whitebeard's devil fruit and placed it into a suitable fruit, finally selecting an apple. Under everyone's watch, the red apple transformed into a devil fruit. This is impossible. Is this the ability that Blackbeard killed his comrades to obtain? The ability to transfer devil fruit powers to a fruit and regenerate the devil fruit? Then they're not. Everyone present was shocked by Reiju's move. This scene was too astonishing. With this ability, Yake could obtain any power he desired, as long as he killed the user. Is this the Gura no Mi? Whitebeard's ability. Rayleigh handed the Gura no Mi to Yake, who examined it briefly before putting it into his storage space. Kill that woman. She must not leave alive. Sengoku had already deemed Rayleigh as the greatest threat to the Ark Pirates. As long as she remained, all devil fruit users would be in danger, as they could all become targets for the Ark Pirates, whether they were Marines, pirates, or ordinary people who had obtained devil fruits. The three admirals nodded in agreement. They were the only ones left with fighting strength. All the Marines set their targets on Rayleigh, since Yake dares to let everyone know. He is not afraid of anyone's retaliation. The mere Navy. How could they possibly leave Rayleigh in front of him? Ark Pirates retreat. Rayleigh stays by my side. As soon as Yake finished speaking, Fujitora used his gravity manipulation to send all the members of the Ark Pirates directly into the sky, except for Rayleigh, who was still by Yake's side. Yake glanced at Lavatory, who understood immediately and placed 5 fingers on the ground. Embrace the darkness. The darkness descends. Lavatory erupted with a dense, tangible black mist, quickly engulfing the entire marine fort. The visibility on the battlefield turned dark, making it impossible to see anyone. Buildings were swallowed up, and the Navy struggled in the black mire. Yake, I don't have much stamina left. I'm afraid I can't unleash my liberation, Lavatory said, her complexion somewhat pale. This massive area attack had nearly drained her stamina, and compared to Yake's inexhaustible energy, she was still lacking too much. Then let's call it a day. Shanks has arrived. This battle is already over. Yake embraced Lavatory's slender waist and kissed her forehead, expressing encouragement. All right, I almost forgot. While the black mist hasn't dissipated, let Lavatory absorb the nearly lifeless blood wolf, he said, swiftly ending the CP chief with a single strike. Yake thought the fruit ability was decent and decided to secure it first. Lavatory still had the strength to transfer the fruit, and a blood-red devil fruit was reborn. Yake stored it in his inventory. He already had several powerful fruits there and didn't even know who to give them to. Everyone stop. I'm here to end this war. Shanks, along with all the members of the red-haired pirates, joined the battlefield, causing everyone to halt and give Shanks face, eager to hear what he had to say. Red-haired, the man who will take Luffy on the pirate path. Garp, who had been idly watching, suddenly felt an urge to 996. Wanted to give this red-haired brat a good beating. Uncle Shanks, you're here. Yake's expression was strange. He had come. The fruit user with face powers had arrived. S.H. Shanks. Buggy was furious, feeling like he was being torn apart, tears streaming down his face. W, what are you doing here? Buggy, long time no see. Shanks turned around and saw his good friend Buggy. Life is full of reunions. Get lost. I didn't want to see you right now. I tried hard to stay out of your sight to avoid attracting attention. You bastard. Buggy clearly forgot his earlier bravado and blurted out his true feelings. Oh, really? That's too bad. I finally found a treasure map that I want to give you, Shanks said, rummaging through his clothes as if preparing to hand over the treasure map to Buggy. You're at it again. Don't think your sweet talk can fool me. Oh, that's too bad. I guess I'll just have to give it to someone else, Shanks said helplessly, and Buggy's heart immediately stirred. His split arms unable to resist grabbing Shanks by the collar. Where is it? Get it to me now. Buggy drooled with excitement. Ha ha, I was just kidding. Sure enough. I knew you were this bastard. Buggy was once again furious, flailing his arms, ready to strangle Shanks. Seeing the two of them in a love-hate relationship, Yake felt relieved. It was still the familiar flavor, still the familiar formula. Buggy actually pointed at Shanks' head and cursed, while Shanks seemed not to dare retaliate at all. Buggy's little fans were once again shocked. With a captain like this, becoming one of the 4 emperors was just around the corner. Whitebeard is dead, and Buggy will take his place. Captain Buggy, we will follow you for life. The little brothers crossed their arms and hugged their fists, their faces beaming with joy. Tears of happiness streaming from their eyes, completely enchanted. In their eyes, Buggy was an existence that could rival any of the 4 emperors. What a load of nonsense, Kaido. Captain Buggy could take him down with a single blow. I got it, don't be angry. Shanks comforted Buggy as if soothing a girlfriend, stepping closer to Yake. Just as Buggy was about to explode, he realized that if he followed that red-haired bastard, he could safely leave this place of troubles. Awesome, just as expected of me. Yake, don't make a move anymore, give me some face. Shanks said as he approached Yake. In his view, Yake might already be the biggest winner of this war, and continuing would lead to unpredictable outcomes. Although he was also a pirate, the world still needed the Navy. If the Navy's combat power drastically decreased, those arrogant pirates would cause unimaginable harm to the world. Yake, you have the most face, I'll listen to you. In fact, Yake never intended to take action. The Navy is merely the violent organization of the Celestial Dragons. They're the backbone of maintaining the seas. Yake's goal has never been to kill the Navy, but to strike at the power of the Celestial Dragons. Therefore, he killed the CP chief, but spared Akainu's life, which basically secures Akiji as the next Marine Admiral. Seeing this, Mihawk also left, as he believed the battle was over. Shanks continued forward, walking to the center of the battlefield, followed closely by all members of the red-haired pirates. Continuing to fight like this would only lead to limitless losses on both sides. If there are still guys who haven't had enough, come on, let us accompany you. Shanks stood in front of the Navy, his right hand resting on the hilt of Griffin, and said lightly, "Everyone, I hope you can give me some face here." At this moment, everyone had time to think quietly. The cracked ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing like a river, and the Navy soldiers were battered and bruised. Although the Whitebeard crew had retreated, countless pirates had died in battle. The Ark Pirates, apart from Law, who faced off against Doflamingo and got injured, were otherwise unharmed. Besides Yake and Reiju, the others had already returned to the eternal truth in the sky, waiting. The elite Navy summoned from around the world had suffered heavy casualties. When gathered at the gates of justice, 100,000 people were neatly dressed in justice coats. Now, almost less than 40 could still stand. Sengoku, Steelbone, Akainu, and the three admirals were exhausted, with Akainu even losing his right arm. 2 CP chiefs had died, leaving only one intelligence chief who was special enough to be mostly unharmed. Sengoku had mentally prepared himself, but he did not expect the losses to be so great, and the Navy had not achieved any effective victory results. Even Whitebeard was not killed by the Navy's own hands. This was undoubtedly the most painful defeat in Navy history. What are you doing on your own? Are you going to leave Yake here? Let's forget it. We've already lost. Let's go treat the wounded. The war is over. Sengoku said calmly, looking at Yake and Reiju beside him. Meeting such opponents, the Navy's defeat was not unjust. Admitting failure is not that hard. Perhaps when Yake first appeared in Sabaody, the outcome was already determined. The battle was indeed over. Yake had gotten everything he wanted, and his pirate crew had showcased their strength in this battle, with nothing left to be nostalgic about. So, Yake slowly walked to Shanks' side with Reiju. "Shanks, I'm leaving. Please take care of Whitebeard's body." After Yake finished speaking, he took Reiju and flew into the sky. The aftermath was no longer his concern. He'd done all he could. Shanks watched Yake leave, surprisingly not seeing Blackbeard. In his view, Blackbeard was the biggest threat, yet he did not participate in this war. The Navy had already sealed off the Impel Down incident, and Shanks, preoccupied with rushing and fighting Kaido, was naturally unaware of the latest news, but fortunately, he managed to catch up at the last moment. Sabaody Archipelago. The reporters present were at a loss for words, never expecting the Navy, which they had high hopes for, to fail so completely. Instead, the Ark Pirates became the biggest winners. Each of them was formidable, and the captain known as God, Yake, personally ended Whitebeard. What shocked everyone the most was their last statement. The One Piece truly exists. The conversation between the two emperors undoubtedly confirmed the truth of this statement. And the pirates watching the live broadcast in Sabaody went wild again, as the world entered an era of warlords. "Let's go." Kid called to Killer to leave. Kid was excited. With Whitebeard's death, a new era had begun. Yake would replace Whitebeard's position, so someone must take over the position of the 5th emperor left by Yake. Why couldn't that person be him? Buggy? Forget it. In his view, he was just a clown seeking attention. Buggy. The clown Buggy is here. Marineford. Red-haired successfully used his ability to prevent the battle from worsening and left with Whitebeard's body. The Navy was also busy. As long as there was a breath left, they would not give up. The medical personnel were busier than ever before. Garp, with some superficial injuries, was directing the medical team's actions. Akainu had already been taken away. Among the 3 admirals, he was the worst off, having lost an arm and also lost in the tournament. What should the future of the Navy look like? Sengoku looked up at the sky. He bore the greatest responsibility for this failure. His position as Fleet Admiral could not be retained. After he was gone, who would take his place? Akainu was too extreme. If the authority was given to him, the Navy would undergo major changes. Aokiji, with his lazy justice, would not do anything too extreme and could better maintain world peace. Choosing Aokiji as Fleet Admiral would be more beneficial than harmful for the entire world. And since his ideology was similar to Sengoku's, he could maintain internal balance in the Navy. Kizaru, cough cough, he was getting old. How could he think of him? After much thought, Sengoku decided to recommend Aokiji to the world government as the next Fleet Admiral. When Sengoku saw Garp, he was furious. Being punched down by his own grandson was too ridiculous. However, seeing Garp seriously assisting in rescuing the injured, Sengoku sighed. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. Losing is losing, and there is no need to dwell on it. The battlefield had been cleared, and all the injured had been sent for treatment. Sengoku sat in front of the execution platform, lost in thought when the king of meetings, a user of the PPT fruit, hurriedly approached Sengoku, saluting him. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. So you are here. The situation in Impel Down has been confirmed. Sengoku's heart stirred at the mention of Impel Down. What about Magellan? It seems he has been seriously injured and is in critical condition, currently receiving concentrated treatment from the medical team. He is a serious person and keeps saying he must take responsibility. If he can move, given his current mental state, he might very well sacrifice himself to atone. Brand new, out of breath, explained Magellan's situation with a bandage wrapped around his own head, as he had also been on the battlefield and had survived by luck. We cannot let him do something so foolish, Sengoku said excitedly. The Navy could not afford to lose anyone. Yes, understood. Brand new seemed a bit startled by Sengoku's excitement. What exactly happened in the prison? Judging from the results, the situation on the first and second floors of Impel Down was the most severe. Yake released all the prisoners on the first floor, and Buggy released all the prisoners on the second floor. Only a few prisoners were rescued from the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth floors, mainly the Revolutionary Army cadres led by the Okama King Ivankov, who managed to escape. There were basically no prisoners escaping from the other floors. Sengoku pondered for a long time. It turned out Yake only went to the sixth floor to release Crocodile and Jinbei. That situation wasn't too bad. He knew Yake was not a pure pirate. His goal was not to disrupt the world. From start to finish, Yake's target had been the Celestial Dragons. If not for their differing stances, Sengoku felt that he and Yake were not enemies. It's just that the cost of resisting the Celestial Dragons was too high. We're the only ones who escaped from the sixth floor, Crocodile and Jinbei. Besides them, the World Destroyers Bondi Waldo and the Moon Hunter Katarina Devon, as well as the Devil's descendant Douglas Bullet, were missing, and the tyrant Absalom Pizarro had been killed. The other prisoners remained in their cells. I understand. What about Blackbeard's group? Sengoku had a rough idea of the fate of those three. At least Waldo could be confirmed dead, as his ability had been acquired by the sniper of the Ark Pirates. According to the descriptions from the captured fugitives, they had all been killed by Yake and thrown into the blood sea of the scorching hell. Hearing Brand New's account, Sengoku felt relieved. The escaped prisoners from Impel Down were just some small fry and could not threaten this world. From the very beginning, Yake's purpose for entering Impel Down was clear: to kill Blackbeard, obtain the dark fruit, and then use its special abilities to acquire the fruits of other prisoners. Brand New, organize the intelligence on the Ark Pirates and inform all Navy colleagues. They are now the true Sea Emperors. I need to go to Mariewa. Understood, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sky God Country. All members of the Ark Pirates returned safely to their base, and Law had been sent for treatment. This operation was a complete success. Yake's long-awaited task has finally been completed. The task for the standing at the peak of the C Series 4 has been finished, and the reward is a time travel card and 10 lottery chances. A new task has been released, standing at the peak of the C Series 5. Log into Lavatory, and the reward is a mysterious Item 1. Yake finally heard the long-lost system prompt sound. The last time he heard, it was during the last time. Time travel card. Choose any point in time and travel to that point. Please note, this point in time is a parallel world, unrelated to the history of this world, and cannot affect this world. Yake's lips curled slightly. He already knew how to use this card. Let's draw. It had been a long time since he last participated in a draw, and he felt a bit eager, not knowing what surprises awaited him this time. Congratulations. You have received 500 million berries, Weapon Embryo 1, Observation Hockey Enhancement Card 1, Conqueror's Hockey Enhancement Card 1, Little Genius Phone Watch 1, Mastery of Historical Texts. Thank you for your patronage for. How should he put it? Yake felt his luck was pretty good. He had encountered a weapon embryo once again. He really felt that the T-Unlock/Moon was getting smaller and didn't quite match his momentum. He either needed to switch to a bigger sword or, like Kaido, wield a spike club. But what was this little genius phone watch? It was even a cartoon version. Little Genius Phone Watch can communicate with any telephone bug, comes with video functionality, and is wearproof. The system kindly introduced the powerful features of the phone watch to Yake, and he was truly grateful. Among the entire Ark Pirates, the only one who matched the temperament of this watch was Anna. So he thought he would give it to her as a birthday gift another day. Yake casually used the enhancement cards for Observation Hockey and Conqueror's Hockey on himself. He felt that he had become a bit stronger, and his Conqueror's Hockey was now able to affect physical objects, not at all inferior to Shank's Conqueror's Hockey. After mastering the historical texts, he would also be a man capable of translating historical documents. What should he do about this? Yake took out a soft weapon embryo, pondering what kind of weapon he should make. The Skylock Moon Cutter is great for attacking, but it lacks a certain grandeur. That's it. A black and red giant sword appeared in Yake's hand, the very big sword he loved the most when playing with the original Magic. Now, simulated with the weapon embryo. It was probably over 2 meters long. Yake swung it a bit and felt it was pretty good, very suitable for chopping. Using this to unleash the thunderous 8 trigrams might also be nice, as it could directly take someone down. If he encountered a nimble enemy, he would use the Skylock Moon Cutter. If fighting against Kaido or Big Mom, he would use this giant sword. Yake admired it in his hands, very satisfied. The End of the Wolf is your name. Brew brew. Hey Dad, what's up? The phone bug of Yake rang, and to his surprise, it was Rayleigh calling. Yake, you did well. I didn't expect Whitebeard to have died at your hands. Rayleigh's tone sounded somewhat somber, as if he was reminiscing about the past. By the way, thank you for saving Roger's son. By the way, Dad, have you considered coming to my Sky Kingdom to retire? Bring Mom along too. Yake had wanted to invite the 2 elders to his place for a long time, but Rayleigh had always been unwilling. Forget it, you little brat. We're not old yet. After hanging up the phone, Leggio came over with today's newspaper. Yake, our bounty has been updated. Should we call everyone to take a look? Leggio placed a thick stack of newspapers in front of Yake, and the headline was very eye-catching. Clearly the work of the shock department. Leggio, call everyone over. I also have something to tell them. Yake flipped through the newspaper, which had rich content today, not just reports related to the Marineford War. Okay, Captain, everyone is resting. I'll go get them. Leggio blew Yake a kiss and went to gather the others in the Divine Residence. Yak is studying the content of the newspaper. After Whitebeard's death, pirates around the world have gone crazier, setting sail to search for the so-called Great Treasure. However, in response, Whitebeard's territories are facing the flames of war. And without Whitebeard's protection, the pirates have become bolder and occupied many of his islands. But when Big Mom and Kaido entered the scene, most of Whitebeard's territory was taken by the 2 emperors, plunging the new world into chaos. It's not just Marco and Ace representing the new Whitebeard pirates resisting the invasions of Big Mom and Kaido. There's also the conflict between the 2 emperors over several territories. Fishman Island must be mine. The other islands don't matter. Yake only wants Fishman Island, and it might not even exist underwater in the future, but rather in the sky. However, this project is quite large and needs to be approached gradually. Yake is not interested in the islands of the New World. The islands he has claimed, like Thunder God Island, are not dare to be invaded by Big Mom and Kaido, not for any other reason, but simply because of Yake's strength. Is everyone here? Yaki-sama, let me see my bounty. How much has increased? Is it 100 million berries? Anna exclaimed excitedly. After finally showing off in front of all the Navy, her bounty should no longer be the embarrassing 500 berries, right? I haven't seen it yet. Wait a moment. Yake took out the bounty notices mixed in the newspaper. It was another special feature of the Ark Pirates, and all around were the bounty notices of the Ark Pirates. Captain of the Ark Pirates. God Ark extremely dangerous. Only bounty. 5 billion berries Devil Child. Nico Robin extremely dangerous. Only bounty. 800 million berries Darkchild. Reiju extremely dangerous. Only bounty. 1. 5 billion berries Ghost Princess. Perona extremely dangerous. Dead bounty. 200 million berries Moon. Anna Pet. Dead bounty. 5,000 berries Fujitora. Isho extremely dangerous. Dead bounty. 1. 6 billion berries Inu. Van Oka extremely dangerous. Dead bounty. 600 million berries Death Doctor. Trafalgar Law extremely dangerous. Dead bounty. 350 million berries White Bear. Beepo Pet. Dead bounty. 1,000 berries Sand Crocodile extremely dangerous. Dead bounty. 600 million berries Sea Knight. Jinbei extremely dangerous. Dead bounty. 500 million berries after the baptism of the Marineford War. The bounties of the participating members of the Ark Pirates were updated, and now the total bounty amount of the entire pirate crew has reached 65 billion berries. As for why they're a small amount, it might be the Navy's discrimination against animals. It is said that the bounties of Inuyarashi and Nekomamushi who followed Roger, are not very high, so, whoa, this is unfair. Anna wants to challenge that old man one-on-one. Anna cried bitterly, snot and tears streaming down her face, continuously signaling to Beepo, who immediately understood and hugged Anna. Anna, please don't go, you'll die. I'm begging you. Anna struggled hard, occasionally scratching Beepo a few times to show her determination to resist. I don't care. I have to go. Beepo, don't stop me. I'm sorry. Beepo obediently let go of Anna, who then froze in place, and the atmosphere became quite awkward. Yaku revealed a motherly smile and comforted Anna by patting her head. Anna, don't worry. Just think about it. Your bounty has increased tenfold. Even the captain doesn't have such a high increase as yours. The most important thing in being a raccoon is to be content. Upon hearing this, Anna realized it made sense. If she worked hard next time and increased it by another 10 times, that would be 50,000. Even her good friend Perona didn't know how many times that was for her. Suddenly, she felt that her cat life was bleak and there was no hope left. Everyone had seen the bounty notice. Although it was just a reference, they shouldn't get hung up on the amount. In a few days, I plan to take everyone to Fishman Island to have some fun and relax. What do you all think? Yaku figured that after the Marineford War, there wasn't much going on for now, so he decided to take everyone to the New World to unwind. After all, things had been developing too quickly in recent years, and they hadn't had time to rest. The last time he mentioned taking them to the land of Wa, they ended up fighting midway. This time, they had to wander around for a bit. Oh, that sounds great, Captain. Can we go back to Zoe for a bit? I haven't been home in a long time, and I want to go back and take a look, Beepo shouted happily. He had been away from home for a long time and wondered how his family was doing. I want to go too. I want to go. Anna immediately perked up. There's a little fan of hers back home, so this time she could be considered to be returning in glory, which would surely make Galette envious. Captain, if we go to Fishman Island, we will definitely be eaten alive by deep-sea fish, Robin said calmly. Is this what a scheming, beautiful woman is like? Love it. Robin, don't think so terrifyingly. With our strength, there's really nothing to be afraid of in this world, Reiju said, speechless, covering her head. Here it comes again. Every time the captain goes out alone, Robin arranges a way for him to die, clearly worried about Yaku. In any case, it was decided happily like this. Reiju, call over the captain of the city defense army. We have a bit too many devil fruits. Yake counted the devil fruits in the storage compartment, and he definitely wanted to keep Whitebeard's tremor fruit. However, the others were not that important. The weaker ones could be used to strengthen his own country's power. By the way, Captain, I have a devil fruit here that seems to belong to that CP security chief. Here, Lachio took out a completely green devil fruit, which, if nothing went wrong, was likely the ability of the Xiangui. Now Yake had two Zoan-type fruits in his hands, the CP security chief's Xiangui form, and a circle Inu fruit in the nine-tailed fox form. For the Paramecia type, he had the blood fruit and the tremor fruit. There was also an unknown fruit from Lafite, which Yake speculated was also a Zoan type. But he wasn't sure what it was and would need someone to eat it to find out. Yake is preparing to use two mythical beast types and a Superman-type devil fruit to strengthen national defense. At least the guards should possess the abilities of the devil fruit to deal with some low-level pirates. Soon, several commanders from the City Defense Army and Special Forces have arrived at the Divine Residence. The City Defense Army Commander, Weepa, Special Forces Commander, Buraham, and instructors Kamachili and Raki. They're basically all from the Sandia tribe, and compared to the native inhabitants of Sky Island, they are more valiant and powerful. Although Yake did not participate in the election of commanders or similar positions, he is no exception upon seeing them. God, you arrived just in time. In light of your outstanding performance since the founding of the Sky God Nation, I am prepared to reward each of you with a devil fruit. Weepa. Yake gave the tortoise fruit, a mythical beast-type devil fruit, to Weepa. Although this fruit is not very aggressive, it is durable, and being alive allows for output. The Kingdom of the Sky does not lack offensive weapons. Brahm, the blood fruit, is suitable for assassination, and Brahm, as the commander of the Special Forces, is very suitable for this fruit. Kamakili Laki, you two can choose one of these two fruits. Both are quite powerful. Whichever one you choose will greatly enhance your strength. As for the remaining two fruits, Yake didn't know who would be more suitable, so it would be better to let them choose themselves. Yake doesn't feel any regret about giving away the fruits. Keeping them in the storage space is a waste, and only by having someone consume them can their effects be realized. If anyone dares to betray Yake, he can reclaim these powers at any time, which is Yake's confidence. Laki chose the fruit of Rafet, while Kamakili chose the dog fruit. All right, eat them. The four of them looked at each other, simultaneously putting on the pain masks. and each underwent some changes. Whitebeard directly transformed into a large green turtle, with a fierce shell, exuding a formidable vibe, clearly tough to beat. Blood flowed continuously from Brahm's body and then returned to him, giving him an unusually rosy complexion. Comically transformed into a stylish nine-tailed fox with an exaggerated size. However, compared to Yake's transformed appearance, it seemed quite insignificant. Like he had a bit of a strange change, as two pure white wings grew from her back. Aside from that, there were no other changes, but Yake was curious about what ability this fruit possessed. Laki, what is your ability? Laki flapped her wings and flew into the air, emanating a holy aura, somewhat resembling an angel. God, my ability is seduction, and I also have healing powers. I can fly too. Laki was unsure herself. With these abilities combined, Yake had a guess. Could it be the human fruit? Laki's body did not undergo significant changes, just the wings. And combined with her description of the fruit's abilities, Yake thought it resembled the legendary angels, who are known to be able to seduce hearts. It made perfect sense. Well, no matter what your abilities are, I hope you can utilize them well in the future. The safety of the kingdom of the sky relies on you to protect it. Yake encouraged them, saying that these fruits could basically be retained as permanent abilities in the kingdom of God of the sky. And in the future, there would only be more, not less. Kaido's fake smile boy group was simply weak, and Yake wanted to create a real army composed entirely of devil fruit users, which would only serve to maintain public order. The four of them left excitedly, presumably to find pirates to practice their new abilities. After they all left, Robin walked over slowly. Captain, Jinbei and the others have returned to Fishman Island, she said. He said that Fishman Island was previously protected by Whitebeard, but now Big Mom's crew is trying to forcefully take Fishman Island as their base, so Jinbei. Robin spoke with some concern. She had a good impression of the kind-hearted blue giant Jinbei, and Fishman Island was also a magical and beautiful place. Although she hadn't spent much time there, it left her with many memories. Robin-chan, don't worry. We'll go to Sabaody Archipelago tomorrow to recruit more coding craftsmen for the journey. We're heading to Fishman Island right away. I need to make a deal with Neptune. Fishman Island will definitely be ours, so don't worry. Yake pulled Robin into his arms and whispered gently in her ear, making her body gradually heat up. Captain, I understand what you're saying, but could you move your hand away from my butt? Robin's big, watery eyes glimmered with mist, and her heart raced rapidly. I can't help it. Yake moved his hand away, feeling justified as he placed it on the big white rabbit instead. Robin bit her silver teeth, seemingly making a decision. She activated her ability to close and lock the door, trapping Yake tightly with hundreds of hands. Captain, I recently learned a new ability. Do you want to see it? Robin revealed her already thin clothing, making Yake immediately perk up. What ability? Yake swallowed hard, feeling that he was being teased by Robin today. Flower's illusion. Countless petals piled up around Robin, and when the petals scattered, she had transformed into another person, Charlotte, whom they had seen in the land of Wayno. Her clothes were even identical. Why you are Robin? Yake suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of happiness bursting in his heart. This ability, I would call it the strongest. Yake felt his nose was a bit hot because Robin made a gesture inappropriate for children using Galette's face. Is there more? Yake gasped in surprise. Robin had actually transformed into Perona's appearance, which was definitely a trap. Next, upon hearing this, Robin chuckled softly and transformed into the likeness of Shirahoshi. Her expression so vivid that Yake almost believed he was truly seeing Shirahoshi. Yake is heartbroken. Robin, you were playing with fire. White Star is only 14 years old. Wait, Robin is already 28. Robin, I still prefer the way you used to be. Yake said sincerely, these flashy things will be played later. Ahem, demonstrated. As the petals scattered, Robin returned to his original form. Yake quickly broke free from Robin's restraints and hugged her tightly. Robin, you look the most beautiful now. With a perfect combination of curves, words were unnecessary. The next morning, he woke up. As Yake opened his eyes, he found Robin still lying on him. After experiencing the power of his shape-shifting girlfriend last night, Yake felt like he was about to lose it. He couldn't handle the fact that Robin could perfectly replicate any beautiful woman she had seen. After waking Robin up, the Straw Hat Pirates prepared to head to Sabaody. They were going to find a dozen craftsmen to apply the coating, and they would be able to set sail today. Yake and his companions first went to the Shaki's bar to negotiate some terms. Yake was preparing to say goodbye to his mom, and also check if Xiaoba and Kemi were still there. If they were still around, it would be easier to go to Fishman Island. Mom, I'm back. Come and see. These are my crew members. Yake entered the bar with a group of people. Xiaoba and Kemi were there, along with a starfish, while Shachi was taking care of Xiaoba. Yake, why are you here again? Are you looking for Rayleigh? Shachi examined Yake's crew. Now Yake's pirate crew.